Wang Yuming picked up the pendant, feeling a bit frustrated. Without the main character's special ability, how could she quickly become wealthy in this resource-scarce time? But after a brief moment of anger, she calmed down again. Now that the pendant was broken, she had no special ability, and neither did the main character. Although she couldn't rely on a special ability to save up before the reforms and then seize opportunities afterward, she still had the advantage of information. Shen Chuning had nothing. She didn't believe that as someone from the future who had entered a book, she could lose to Shen Chuning, the native main character. According to history, the college entrance examination would resume next winter, followed by internal reforms and opening up to the outside world. Since the special ability seemed hopeless now, she would take the college entrance exam next year, aim for university in Beicheng, and find a chance to connect with the mysterious big shot from the book. As long as she gained that person's favor, she could soar in this era, shining as the brightest star, even without a special ability. After dinner, the villagers all dispersed. Shen Qingfeng, Lu Meijun, and Lu Yanfeng had to work in the afternoon. When they said goodbye to their family, they exchanged polite words about staying in touch as relatives and mentioned they would return for Shen Jinliang's wedding. Shen Qingsong awkwardly said, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about the second one's wedding." To be honest, the two young people have decided to skip the wedding banquet. They will just go get a certificate and make a vow in front of a picture of Chairman Mao, and that'll be it. Shen Qingfeng disagreed a bit. Even if they don't have a banquet, families should at least have a meal together. You should discuss it with the kids and the in-laws. At this point, Lu Meijun spoke up, "Old Shen, that's old-fashioned thinking. Nowadays, we promote new ideas. Kids should have the freedom to date and marry, and the way they get married is also up to them. Whether they have a banquet or not is secondary. As long as the kids are happy and have agreed on it, why stick to those formalities?" Shen Qingsong smiled and agreed. Sister-in-law is right. Brother, if the second one doesn't want to have a wedding banquet, that's fine. When they have a child later, we can celebrate the baby's first month and invite you, big sister-in-law, and the nieces and nephews to enjoy some joy together.
All right.
Shen Qingfeng didn't say anything more and agreed. He reminded Shen Qingsong to let him know if there was anything they needed, then rode off with Lu Meijun and Lu Yanfeng. The comrades from the commune were also in a hurry to return to work, so they said their goodbyes too. Shen Chunqing had only taken half a day off, so she went back to work with her colleagues from the commune. Before she left, she wanted to keep the teacher at home for a few more days, but Peng Kaiyuan insisted he had work to do in his team and couldn't delay. Shen Chunqing had no choice but to ask Shen Jinliang to take Peng Kaiyuan back to the Xia village team. After everyone returned home, they felt satisfied from the wedding banquet, and everyone had smiles on their faces. After having a little to drink, many people started asking Li Xiangyang, the eldest son of the Shen family, is marrying the He family's daughter, and they had such a grand banquet. In a few days, your daughter is marrying Shen Lair. Will you have a banquet like that too? Li Xiangyang was Li Xiaolan's father. The situation between Li Xiaolan and Shen Jinliang was not very honorable. The Li family had already announced that there would be no banquet for their wedding. Now, with someone saying this, it felt like they were intentionally rubbing salt in an old wound. Li Xiangyang's expression stiffened, and he waved his hand, saying, "The two kids have decided not to have a banquet, and we elders won't interfere. We can save that money to help them with their household expenses." Xiangyang, is it possible that Shen Jinliang thinks that since he saved Xiaolan, she can only marry him and won't even have a wedding banquet? The other person arrogantly said, even going so far as to lecture Li Xiangyang. "Xiangyang, I have to talk to you about this. No matter how good your temper is, you can't let your son-in-law walk all over you, can you? Everyone in our village has their dignity. Which family in the village doesn't host a banquet for a wedding? Let's not go far. Just look at the Shen family. They've had 2 weddings, and both were done with great style. They are also relatives, and when they connected with the Zhou and He families, it was done so grandly. But when it comes to our Li family, they just throw our dignity on the ground and stomp on it. Most people in Xihang village share the surnames Zhou, Shen, He, and Li. Those with the same surname can usually trace their ancestry back to a common ancestor. The person speaking also has the surname Li and is actually Li Xiangyang's older brother. Having had a few drinks, he took the opportunity to stir up trouble. Li Xiangyang, enjoying such a fine banquet, felt uneasy seeing Shin Jingshu marry He Hui so grandly. He thought about his own daughter, whom he raised with care, now having to quietly enter the Shin family's home. It left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After a few more drinks and being provoked, his mood darkened significantly. Seeing her husband's expression, Zhao Xiaoying knew things were about to go wrong. She was anxious too. With her hands on her hips, she pointed at the troublemaker and shouted, "Li Jianmin, you're really something. Who do you think you are to meddle in my daughter Lan's wedding plans? If you're so capable, do you want to go up to the sky and stand next to the sun?" As soon as Zhao Xiaoying said this, not only did Li Xiangyang become alert, but even Li Jianmin did. Such words about standing next to the sun shouldn't be thrown around lightly. If word got out and someone took it the wrong way, it could lead to serious consequences. However, as a grown man, Li Jianmin felt embarrassed being scolded by Zhao Xiaoying. He didn't want to argue back with her. Instead, he glared at Li Xiangyang and said, "Xiangyang, your wife is out of control, saying whatever she wants. Don't you think you should manage her? I'm at least Lan's uncle, and reminding you that her wedding should be done properly is for her own good. Your wife doesn't appreciate it and instead scolds me. She really doesn't know what's good for her."
Bah.
After Zhao Xiaoying witnessed Li Xiaolan's distressing incident of jumping into the river, she no longer tolerated those troublemakers. She spat and was ready to scold them. Li Xiangyang quickly stopped her, but didn't give Li Jianmin a friendly look, saying, "Li Jianmin, why are you so concerned about whether our Xiaolan's wedding banquet is proper? Are you planning to give 10 or 20 yuan as a gift, as the uncle? Today, the eldest son of the Shin family is getting married, and their uncle gave 10 yuan and a metal water kettle. The He family's uncle gave 5 yuan and a pair of red double happiness enamel mugs." Li Jianmin was just drunk and unwilling to be scolded by Zhao Xiaoying, so he tried to assert his status. Although his family and Li Xiangyang share the same ancestor, their relationship had become distant over generations. He couldn't possibly give such a big gift. Even 2 mao would be generous. When Li Xiangyang asked him, he felt embarrassed and left with a huff, saying, "You two really are a perfect match, both so ungrateful." After he left, Zhao Xiaoying quickly reminded Li Xiangyang, "Old man, you need to understand the situation between our Xiaolan and Shiner. We should go along with what those 2 young people decide. We just want Xiaolan to marry smoothly and live a stable life with Shiner. Don't let others stir you up and make you think of unnecessary things, or you might ruin it." Li Xiangyang replied grumpily, "I know, you old woman talk too much." With that, he strode home. Zhao Xiaoying hurried after him. A few days after Shin Jingshu's wedding, Lin Shulan came to pick up Shin Chunying from work, looking very happy. "Mom, what's the good news? Did someone in the village kill a pig?" Shin Chunying asked as she got on the donkey cart. Lin Shulan laughed. "Not at all. Killing pigs won't happen until at least the 20th day of the 12th month. Our village has electricity now." "Really?" Shin Chunying exclaimed, her face full of joy. She had been gathering books and documents on accounting and finance to study. Although she couldn't stay up late to study due to health reasons, the early darkness meant she had to light a kerosene lamp at night to read. The light from the lamp was dim and quite inconvenient. As it got colder, she wanted to place a small table on her bed to study, but if the lamp was too far away, she couldn't see the words, and if it was too close, she worried it might catch fire. Since the number of electric lights was registered, she has been looking forward to the power being turned on. Now it has finally happened. On the way, Lin Shulan excitedly talked about how bright the light bulbs are. It was as if the whole house was lit with oil lamps, making everything very clear. When Shin Chun-ning got home, it was still not yet 6 o'clock, but it was already dark outside. She pulled the light switch, and the room instantly lit up. Although she was happy, she wasn't overly excited since the commune had always used electricity. Moreover, she had already seen various electrical appliances in her dreams, so she remained calm when she saw the light. The other villagers were different. Everyone was discussing how bright their light bulbs were and how amazing electricity is. From far away, pulling a string made the light go pop and turn on, almost like magic. Many families celebrated the power being turned on by adding extra dishes for dinner and keeping the lights on until midnight. Shin Chun-ning, however, went to bed at around 10 as usual after reading. Days passed and another day off arrived. With less work in the fields, most of the time she didn't need to go to work. Lu Xiaoqing, feeling bored, came to chat with Shin Chun-ning every day off with some sunflower seeds. Ning Ning, do you think Wang Yuming is strange? Ever since your brother got married, she doesn't pretend to be sad in front of others, nor is she happy behind their backs. But she keeps looking for high school textbooks and spends all day in her room studying. She never seemed to enjoy studying before, so I wonder what she's up to now. When Shin Chun-ning heard this, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Wang Yuming, like her, had a dream about the future? Did she know the secret of her jade pendant and that the country was about to resume college entrance exams? But strangely, from Wang Yuming's behavior, it seemed she had discovered that the jade pendant no longer had the special space. Shin Chun-ning had thought that once Wang Yuming realized the pendant didn't have the special space, she would find out it was fake. She was even prepared for Wang Yuming to trouble her again after discovering the truth. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuming found out but didn't seem to care about the special space anymore. Instead, she turned to studying for the exams. Now Shin Chun-ning was uncertain whether Wang Yuming truly knew the secret of her pendant. Anyway, Wang Yuming was like a mystery to her, and she couldn't understand her for now. Since she couldn't understand, she didn't think much about it. She continued with Lu Xiaoqing's topic and jokingly said, "Xiaoqing, Wang Yuming is studying high school material. Maybe she heard some news that the country is going to restore the college entrance exam. If the country really brings it back, you and the other educated youth might be able to return to the city through college." Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shin Chun-ning in shock. Really? My family just sent me a letter a few days ago, and they didn't mention anything about this. Shin Chun-ning thought for a moment and decided to tell Lu Xiaoqing that someone had helped Wang Yuming after she was taken in, which is why she returned without any punishment. Maybe Wang Yuming got her information from that person she knows? Lu Xiaoqing's expression became serious as she nodded. "Ning Ning, you make a good point. I'll go back and write a letter to my family, asking them to send me a set of high school textbooks. If the country really does restore the college entrance exam and I get into college, then a college student would be a better match for your third brother, the officer." Shin Chun-ning. She knew Lu Xiaoqing had been writing to her third brother, but he had never replied. She didn't expect him to be so distant while Lu Xiaoqing was still so enthusiastic. She felt quite helpless. After Lu Xiaoqing left, Shin Chun-ning washed up and moved her small desk to the bed, snuggling under the covers to review her high school textbooks from before. The reason she stopped studying after the first year of high school was that the school required students to participate in labor, which she didn't like, not because she disliked studying. So, even though she stopped later, she had kept her old books in good condition. A few days ago, she went to the Shin family and brought her books back. She had done well in her cultural classes before, and after reviewing the first-year material these past few days, she had almost mastered it all. She needed to find second- and third-year textbooks and some review materials. Otherwise, relying only on the high school textbooks, it would be difficult for her to get into college. While she was pondering this, she heard the sound of a door opening outside. Shin Chun-ning's eyes lit up. The person coming in at this time could only be Zhou Yubai. Sure enough, a minute later, Zhou Yubai entered the room. His coat was damp with dew and cold, and he took off his outer coat before coming inside. Shin Chun-ning saw him take off his coat and quickly lifted the blanket. "Come up and warm up. Why did you take off your coat on such a cold day?" Zhou Yubai, not wanting to tell her he was worried the cold from his clothes would make her uncomfortable, looked at her gently and said, "I got used to it in the north." Shin Chun-ning knew that in the north, the rooms are heated, so it's usually warm enough to take off thick winter clothes and wear just a light layer. But they were not in the north, and there was no heating here. Zhou Yubai didn't get into bed right away. Instead, he went to get warm water to soak his hands and feet. Once he felt warm and clean, he took the things he had brought back to bed. When he handed the items to Shun Chunning, her bright eyes sparkled even more. High school textbooks and materials? Yubai, you're so thoughtful. How did you know I wanted these? She had just been wondering where to find those books, and now Zhou Yubai had brought them to her. It was like a perfect solution to her problem. Zhou Yubai gently ruffled her soft hair, smiling. You told me last time that you regretted not finishing high school and wanted to find a set of books to study. Did you forget? Shun Chunning actually mentioned it when they were feeling cozy together, and she had forgotten about it. She smiled sheepishly, I forgot. Zhou Yubai then pulled her into his arms. Wife, you need to take care of yourself while working and studying. You're expecting now, so don't overdo it. As he spoke, his hand rested on Shun Chunning's belly. It was almost 3 months along. Although winter clothes were thick and it wasn't obvious, he could still feel a slight bump when he touched her belly. With the little one inside her, they couldn't do much else. After a bit of tenderness, they fell asleep. The next morning, Shun Chunning woke up and realized that Zhou Yubai had brought back more than just high school textbooks and review materials. There were also 2 cans of baby formula, 2 cans of malt extract, and 2 bags of milk candies on the table. Since Zhou Yubai returned, he often brought back these nutritious items. Previously, whenever he brought them home, she would divide them into 2 portions, one for herself and one to send to her in-laws. Since she got pregnant, her in-laws refused to accept anything from her, insisting she keep it for her own nutrition. They even said that if she insisted on giving them things, they wouldn't accept the $10 she sends them each month. When they divided the family assets, the 3 brothers agreed that they wouldn't need to support their parents now, but would consider it later when the parents could no longer take care of themselves. However, after discussing with Zhou Yubai, she still decided to send $10 a month to her in-laws. Their situation is different from the other 2 families who have lower incomes and need to raise children. Since her parents are still able to work, it makes sense for them not to receive support. But since she and her husband earn more, it wouldn't feel right not to show any support at all. Shun Chunning certainly couldn't force her in-laws to return the pension just to buy them nutritional products, so she kept the items for herself. She didn't eat much of the milk candy herself. She usually shared it with the children from the other 2 families when they came to play on weekends. Now, Sun Fingjiao not only allows her 3 daughters to get close to Shun Chunning, but also encourages Zhou Xiaowai and Zhou Xiaoying to visit her. This is mainly because she is a high school student and the younger girls can ask her for help with their homework. Seeing Sun Fingjiao let Zhou Xiaowai and Zhou Xiaoying come over to study, Xia Yue decided to do the same and invited Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Minjun, who are also studying, to join. The children from the Zhou family are quite well-behaved and lovely. Every weekend, after finishing their homework at her house, they help clean the yard and tidy up both inside and outside. So, Shun Chunning is happy to have them over. She made a big bowl of milk powder and took out 3 large buns to eat. After cleaning up, she left for work. Outside the gate, Uncle Luo's donkey cart hadn't arrived yet. She noticed a woman with 2 braided pigtails crying while talking to her mother-in-law at the Zhou family's gate. The woman looked to be in her 30s, but had prominent cheekbones, hollow cheeks, and deep-set eyes, giving her a worn-out appearance. It was clear that life had not been easy for her. Just as Shun Chunning was about to check on her, the woman wiped her tears and said goodbye to Lin Shulan. As soon as the woman left, Uncle Luo's donkey cart arrived. Shun Chunning and Lin Shulan got on the cart together. Unlike usual, Lin Shulan didn't chat about various topics but sighed several times during the ride. Shun Chunning couldn't help but ask, Mom, who is that woman you were talking to at the door? Is she a relative of ours who is facing some trouble? Shun Chunning had already guessed the woman's identity in her mind. However, she had always been proud and didn't interact much with the villagers, especially since the Shin family lived at one end of the village and the Zhou family lived at the other. She had been particularly afraid of the fierce Zhou Yubai, which made her knowledge of the Zhou family even less. But she was sure that the Zhou family didn't have any daughters, so the woman couldn't be her sister-in-law. Lin Shulan sighed and said, "That is your cousin from your uncle's side. She married and moved to the city years ago, so we haven't seen much of her. It's normal that you don't know her since you didn't go out much before." Shin Chun-ning not only didn't know this cousin, but she didn't even know that Zhou Yu Bai had an uncle. After Lin Shulan explained, she learned that Zhou family's uncle and aunt had both passed away during the difficult years, leaving behind only their daughter, Zhouya. Since Zhou Baogua and Lin Shulan were the only relatives left, they took Zhouya in to care for her. However, they didn't keep her for long. Zhou Baogua had worked in the county's textile factory, and when Zhouya turned 18, she took over her father's job. In the early years of her work, Zhouya treated her uncle and aunt like her own parents, but after getting married, with a husband and mother-in-law to consider, she gradually visited the Zhou family less. Lin Shulan thought about how tough it was for a girl in her in-laws' family and didn't dare to ask her to come back and add to her troubles. "Mom, I noticed that my cousin seemed to be in some trouble," Shin Chun-ning said. "She has a job, and her husband has one too. Even if her in-laws are not great, they shouldn't treat her that badly." It seemed like her cousin was not only having a hard time, but was also unwell. Lin Shulan sighed heavily. "Your cousin is sick. Her in-laws and husband are not good people. They refuse to spend money on her treatment and are even forcing her to get a divorce." Hearing this, Shin Chun-ning felt a pang of empathy for Zhouya, perhaps because she, too, had experienced an unhappy marriage. She couldn't help but ask, "What illness does my cousin have? What is she planning to do now?" When it comes to this, Lin Shulan looked worried. "Yi came back this morning and handed me 36 yuan, saying it was her salary for this month. She wanted me to keep it for her, because she couldn't take it back to that family of wolves and tigers." Then she rushed back to the city for work without saying what illness she had or anything else. Shin Chun-ning felt a jolt in her heart. Her cousin had always taken her salary back to her in-laws, who treated her poorly. This time, she brought her salary back to give to her mother-in-law, and after work, she feared. "Mom, maybe you shouldn't come to pick me up this afternoon. Why don't you take Dad and my older brother to the city to see cousin?" Shin Chun-ning suggested. Her words struck a chord with Lin Shulan. Zhouya lost her parents at a young age and had a hard life. She was always well-behaved and had lived with Lin Shulan for a few years, who treated her like her own daughter. This morning, Lin Shulan wanted to keep Zhouya but couldn't and was thinking about visiting her in-laws. She hoped they didn't bully her just because she was an orphan with no family. But she was also a bit worried about Shin Chun-ning. "Ning, yo." Shin Chun-ning held Lin Shulan's hand and said, "Mom, I'm fine. When you go back, just tell Dad to have either my older brother or second brother come pick me up." Lin Shulan thought for a moment and made up her mind. "All right, I'll ride your bicycle to the city, and your Uncle Luo will come to pick you up this afternoon."
Okay.
While they were talking, they had already reached the commune, and Shin Chun-ning got off to go to work. Lin Shulan hurried back home. When Shin Chun-ning finished work, it was her father who came to pick her up. Seeing her father, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. "Dad, you're here." As she greeted him, she climbed onto the donkey cart. Her father quickly helped her, saying, "Oh, my dear girl, take it easy. You're going to be a mother soon. Why are you still so careless?" Shin Chun-ning blushed at her father's words. "Dad, you already know?" She was 3 months along now and could share the news, but she hadn't found the right moment to tell him. Even though they were close, discussing such matters still felt a bit awkward. Shin Chingsong looked at his daughter with affection. "You really know how to keep a secret. If your mother hadn't brought red eggs today, how long were you planning to hide it?" Shin Chun-ning looked at her father with a pleasing smile. She quickly changed the subject. "Dad, is Big Brother going to fix the road today?" Shin Chingsong nodded, "Yes." "How is second brother doing lately?" In 2 days, it would be the day of second brother's wedding with Li Xiaolan. Every time Shin Chun-ning thought about it, she felt anxious. She wasn't sure if she should hope for her brother to have a smooth wedding or wish that the marriage would fall through before it happened. She thought about her brother marrying Li Xiaolan and then forgetting about Wang Yumeng, living a stable life. But she also worried that even after the marriage, he might still think of Wang Yumeng, leading to problems and affecting the other woman. Shin Qing-song mentioned Shin Zhengliang's mood was much lighter than before. Your second brother has been doing okay lately. Now that your big brother is fixing the road, he is working alone with the team leader, taking on 3 people's tasks, and even doing the work for me and your big brother. I see him sometimes helping the Lee family, so he must be aware of his responsibilities now, and is settling down. Shen Chunning nodded, hoping that was the case. The father and daughter chatted as they returned to the village. Today, Lin Shulan sent red eggs to the Shin family, and after learning about her pregnancy, Shen's father immediately decided to prepare a nice dinner tonight to keep Shin Chunning at home. He Hui had no objections. Thanks to Shin Chunning's matchmaking, He Hui and Shin Jung-soo were together. At their wedding, Shin Chunning not only gave a red envelope with 10 yuan but also a pair of pillowcases, a red double happiness enamel basin, and even half a bolt of fabric for their family to make new clothes in spring. A sister-in-law like her was truly hard to find. If a sister-in-law like her was pregnant and didn't cook a nice meal at home, what kind of person would she be? When Shin Qing-song went to pick up Shin Chunning, He Hui was already busy preparing dinner at home. When Shin Chunning arrived, she called out to her sister-in-law and wanted to help in the kitchen, but He Hui quickly smiled and pushed her out. Ning Ning, you're pregnant now, so just wait outside. I'll have dinner ready soon. Hearing He Hui's words, Shin Chunning couldn't help but laugh. He Hui looked at her, puzzled. Ning Ning, what are you laughing at? Shin Chunning playfully leaned closer to He Hui's ear. I'm just laughing at how quickly you've adapted to your new role. He Hui jia. He. He Hui suddenly realized that she had instinctively referred to herself as sister-in-law, causing her cheeks to flush. Although He Hui didn't want Shin Chunning's help, Shin Chunning ended up lingering by the stove, helping He Hui with the fire. When the dishes were ready, Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang returned one after the other. As soon as Shin Jingxiu entered, he went straight to the kitchen to help. Even though He Hui and Shin Jingxiu didn't say anything, their gazes were so intense that it felt almost tangible. Shin Chunning, being someone with experience, felt like she was being fed a lot of romantic vibes, and their sticky looks gave her goosebumps. After Shin Jingxiu took the dishes to the living room, she walked with He Hui toward the living room and teasingly said, "Wow, sister-in-law, you and my brother are really in a sweet spot, huh? The way he looks at you gives me goosebumps." As she spoke, she pretended to rub her arms for effect. He Hui, being a new bride, felt shy and her face turned red all the way to her neck when Shin Chunning teased her. Just then, a tall figure walked in through the courtyard gate. He Hui quickly shot back, "Ning Ning, how can you tease me? You and your Zhou Yubai are practically inseparable too." Shin Chunning was about to argue that it wasn't true when a shadow loomed over her. A warm, calloused hand gently grasped her small hand and squeezed it lightly as a deep voice asked from above, "Why are you chatting with your sister-in-law outside? Aren't you cold?" Shin Chunning looked up at the man's strong face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "Yubai, why are you back?" Considering the man usually returned home only 3 days a week, it was surprising that he came back today after just arriving last night. Seeing his little wife so happy, Zhou Yubai couldn't help but smile and explained, "Things at the oil field are finally on track, so I'm not as busy for now. Unless something urgent comes up, I can come back every day." Hearing this, Shin Chunning couldn't hide her excitement. However, when she caught He Hui's teasing gaze from the corner of her eye, she quickly composed herself and pretended to be serious, saying, "Yes, it's great that you can come back every day." He Hui, sitting next to them, couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, you two lovebirds, even if you haven't seen each other for a day, hurry up and go inside to eat. You can chat while you eat. With this weather, the food will get cold quickly, and it won't taste good." Zhou Yubai took Shin Chunning's hand and led her inside to eat. After the meal, Shin Chunning planned to head back quickly, hoping to have some time to read. However, Zhou Yubai turned to Shin's father and said, "Dad, I have something to ask you. It's about Mom." Shin Qingsong paused for a moment, his gaze showing some hesitation. But he quickly composed himself and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to talk about your mother?" Zhou Yubai's eyes fell on Shin Chunning. She remembered that Zhou Yubai had mentioned last night that he suspected Wang Yuming's attachment to the jade pendant was related to her mother's background. She wasn't sure if she should tell Zhou Yubai about the space matter, feeling a bit guilty and worried he might catch on, so she just nodded lightly. Zhou Yubai shot a sharp glance at Shin Jinliang, then shared his suspicions with the Shin family without holding back. However, he left out the fact that Shin Jinliang had already given the jade pendant to Wang Yuming. Shin Jinliang's heart had been racing since Zhou Yubai looked at him, but he felt relieved when he realized Zhou Yubai had no intention of reporting him. Then Zhou Yubai shared what he had found out. Based on Mom's name and what the village elders said about her accent, she should be from Yangcheng. The only prominent family with the surname Rong from Yangcheng was the famous Rong family, known for their wealth before the founding of the country. Before the establishment of the new nation, there was a split within the Rong family. One faction believed they should take their wealth abroad to avoid disaster and preserve their strength, while the other insisted on staying and supporting the country. Eventually, the family divided. Those who wanted to go abroad left, and those who chose to stay remained. However, the branch that stayed faced retaliation from a defeated political faction, just as the new nation was about to be established. It's very likely that Mom fled to our side because of that incident. After a long silence, Shun Qingsong finally said, "Actually, I don't know much about your mother's past either. Your mother always says that the past is the past, and that those who are gone no longer matter. She just wants to live well with me. She doesn't want to talk about it, and I have never asked her. Yubai, Ningning, I'll be honest with you. If you hadn't told me these things today, I wouldn't have known. I could only guess from your mother's words and actions that she comes from a wealthy family." He chuckled to himself. Yubai just said he wanted to ask me some questions about your mother, and I was quite surprised, worried that there might be issues with her background that we need to address. He wasn't afraid for himself, but was mainly concerned about the children. After all, they had finally settled down and were about to enjoy a good life. He couldn't let them be affected by any past issues. "Ningning, since that jade pendant is something your mother left behind to prove her identity, you must keep it safe and not lose it," Shen Qingsong advised. Noticing that Shin Chun-ning wasn't wearing the pendant, he couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Ningning, why haven't I seen you wearing that pendant lately?" As soon as he said this, Shun Zhengliang visibly tensed up. Shin Chun-ning quickly replied, "I put it away. Our colleagues at the commune don't wear such things." Shin Qingsong didn't doubt her and reminded her again to keep it safe. Once the conversation was over, Zhou Yubai and Shin Chun-ning headed back home. They hadn't walked far when Shin Jinliang ran after them. "Ningning." Zhou Yubai wrapped Shin Chun-ning in his coat and stopped. Shin Chun-ning turned to Shin Jinliang. "Second brother, is there something you need?" Shin Jinliang awkwardly rubbed his nose and hesitated before speaking. "Ningning, that pendant isn't that important, right?" He quickly added, "What I mean is, even if our grandparents look for someone, they can't just identify their granddaughter based on a single pendant, right?" Shin Chun-ning looked at Shin Jinliang, unsure of what to say at that moment. Finally, she said, "Second brother, don't worry. Since I let you give the pendant to her, I won't ask for it back. But remember, giving it to her means you're no longer connected. In a couple of days, when your wife comes home, you need to treat her well and live happily together." It seemed that the marriage between second brother and Li Xiaolan was already a done deal. Since it couldn't be changed, all they could do was hope they would have a good life together after the wedding. Shunjing nodded. "Yes, Ning, don't worry, I understand." On the way back, Shin Chun-ning was tucked inside Zhou Yubai's coat, completely shielded from the cold wind. Her little face was flushed from the warmth of Zhou Yubai's body. As they reached the entrance of the Zhou family's courtyard, Shin Chun-ning suddenly heard a muffled crying sound coming from inside. She tugged at Zhou Yubai's coat and looked up at the tall man. "Brother Yubai, it sounds like someone is crying at home." Zhou Yubai paused, listened carefully, and indeed heard the crying. He glanced at Shin Chun-ning in surprise. His special training had given him extraordinary vision and hearing. Yet, with the cold wind howling around him, he hadn't noticed the crying, but his wife did. Could it be that she has a special gift and her hearing is much better than others? However, looking at her innocent expression, He guessed she wasn't even aware of her enhanced hearing. He stepped forward to knock on the door. A voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" "Big brother, it's me," Zhou Yubai replied. The door opened quickly. "Third brother, you're back," Zhou Jiakong said happily upon seeing Zhou Yubai. Shin Chunning greeted Zhou Jiakong as well. Only then did Zhou Jiakong notice Shin Chunning tucked inside Zhou Yubai's coat. "Oh, sister-in-law is here too. Third brother has you wrapped up tightly. I didn't even see you since you were so quiet." "Big brother, I heard someone crying at home," Zhou Yubai asked directly. Zhou Jiakong sighed and said softly, "It's our eldest sister. Dad and Mom went to bring her back today." Zhou Yubai frowned slightly as he entered, asking, "What happened to her?" Zhou Jiakong explained the situation regarding Zhouya. Zhouya started working at the textile factory in 69 and married her husband in 71 through an introduction. It's been 5 years now. However, Zhouya had not been able to conceive, and her in-laws were treating her increasingly poorly. Since the beginning of this year, Zhouya began to show signs of pregnancy, and her belly was growing day by day. Everyone thought she was finally pregnant and was initially quite happy about it. When Zhouya's belly grew to about 4 months in size, it stopped getting bigger. Her mother-in-law took her to the hospital for a checkup, and they discovered that she was not pregnant. Instead, something was growing inside her, and she needed surgery to remove it. The Wang family already disliked her for not being able to have children, so they were unwilling to spend a lot of money to take her to a big hospital for treatment. Not only did they refuse to help her, but they also wouldn't even give her food, trying to force her to either get a divorce or suffer until she was no longer around. Listening to this, Shin Chunning felt a tight pain in her heart, as Zhouya's situation reminded her of her own experiences in a dream. In the dream, Chen Ziyun had also tried everything to force her to divorce, and when she refused, he even planned an accident with a big truck to try to kill her. As they talked, they reached the front door of the elderly couple's house. Inside, they could still hear muffled sobs. It made their hearts feel heavy. Zhou Yubai knocked on the door, and when Lin Shulan opened it, her eyes were still red from crying. "Mom, is my sister back?" Zhou Yubai asked as he entered. "Yes," Lin Shulan replied, and at the same time, Zhouya stood up while wiping her tears, saying, "Third brother is back. This must be Ning Ning. You were beautiful when you were little, and now you've grown even more lovely. I've never seen a girl more beautiful than you in our whole area," Zhouya said, looking at Shin Chunning with admiration. Zhouya took Shin Chunning's hand and handed her a cloth bag from the table, saying, "Ning Ning, I couldn't come back to congratulate you when you married third brother, and I'm really sorry. This is just a small token from me. Please accept it." "Sister, you don't have to say that. We understand you have your difficulties," Shin Chunning replied sincerely as she accepted the gift. "Thank you, sister." Then her gaze fell on Zhouya's abdomen. In winter, with a thick clothing, Zhouya's belly was not very noticeable. Zhou Yubai was not one for small talk and directly asked, "Sister, what illness do you have? What did the doctor say?" Zhouya's expression stiffened, and the little light left in her eyes quickly faded. She lowered her head and said, "Third brother, don't ask. I won't be getting treatment for this illness." As soon as she spoke those words, tears fell onto her feet, breaking into several drops. Lin Shulan and Shin Chunning couldn't help but tear up as well. "Aya, what nonsense are you saying? You're so young, and there are many days ahead of you. How can you not get treated for your illness? We will take care of it. Your in-laws won't pay, so your uncle and aunt will help you," Lin Shulan said directly. Although she wasn't her biological daughter, she had raised her like one for several years, and she couldn't just watch her so young suffer. Lin Shulan wasn't just speaking out of impulse. She went into the house and brought out the money from the production team, which was 98.60 yuan, along with the 38 yuan that Zhouya had earned before. "Ya, disto outros 136.60 yuan. Let's take it to the big hospital for a checkup tomorrow. If it's not enough, we will find another way." When Zhouya saw the money in Lin Shulan's hands, tears streamed down her face. For 5 years of marriage, all her earnings had gone to her mother-in-law, but now that she needed help for her illness, Her mother-in-law wouldn't give her a single cent due to the pressure from her in-laws. She hadn't kept in touch with her uncle and aunt, but when she truly needed help, it was her family who stood by her side. Seeing Zhouya cry, Shin Chunning felt her eyes well up too, but said firmly, "Sister, you should get treated. If this money isn't enough, I'll help you with the rest." Zhouya couldn't believe Shin Chunning would say such a thing. In her memory, Shin Chunning had always been a proud girl. Back when she was in Sihong village, Shin Chunning had looked at her with disdain, as she wore the latest styles without a single patch on her clothes. Zhouya composed herself and replied, "Aunt Ning Ning, thank you. But I really don't plan to get treated. Life isn't worth much to me. It might be better to just let go." "Yeah, how can you think like that?" Lin Shulan was instantly worried when she heard this. Even Zhou Baogua, who had been silent, slammed his hand on the table in anger, saying, "Zhouya, if you're going to talk like that, why did you even come back? You might as well not come back, so your aunt and I don't have to worry." Lin Shulan quickly shot Zhou Baogua a glare. "You old fool, if you can't speak nicely, just be quiet. No one thinks you're mute." Shin Chunning also wanted to speak up to encourage Zhouya. But before she could speak, Zhou Yubai said first, "Elder sister, if you are thinking of giving up your life because of the Wang family, then there is really no need for you to come back and let us know about it." Lin Shulan stared at Zhou Yubai in disbelief. "Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Yubai ignored Lin Shulan and looked directly at Zhouya, continuing, "You have a stable job and can go to a large hospital for treatment. The factory will reimburse you for 70% of the costs, and the out-of-pocket expenses are not much. Your refusal to get treatment is not really about money. It's because you feel that even if you get better, you still have to live with the Wang family, and life seems hopeless." Shin Chunning had been focused on empathizing with Zhouya and hadn't thought about the whole situation. Now, with Zhou Yubai's words, she realized the truth. The benefits for workers in the country are quite good. If you see a doctor at the factory clinic, you don't need to spend any money. For more serious cases like Zhouya's that require a big hospital, the factory will cover most of the costs, and she would only need to pay a small amount. Zhouya might have enough from her own earnings of 38 yuan to cover her out-of-pocket medical expenses. Even if it's not enough, she could ask the factory for help. Once the factory knows her situation, they wouldn't let the Wang family neglect her treatment. After all, Zhouya's husband, Wang Youfa, and her mother-in-law, Ding Hongxiu, are both workers at the textile factory. If the factory steps in, the Wang family wouldn't dare to ignore it. Zhouya hadn't done anything. She just secretly took her wages back to Lin Shulan, showing that she didn't want to live anymore. She was also unwilling to let the Wang family take the last bit of money she earned, which is why she brought the money back and left. Zhouya felt exposed by Zhou Yubai's words, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Shulan, also wiping her tears, said, "You silly girl, how can you be so foolish? Why would you want to give up on life because of those worthless Wang family members? Why do you belittle yourself like this? Years ago, your parents did everything they could to keep you alive, even when they were sick themselves, saving medicine and food for you to ensure you survived. Your uncle and I worked hard to raise you and your siblings. With you acting like this, who do you think you are letting down?" Lin Shulan, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't help but give Zhouya a couple of gentle pats. At that moment, Shin Chunning spoke up, "Elder sister, now men and women are equal, and the country allows us to divorce. We women can live even after a divorce. Since Wang Youfa is not a good person, we should get the divorce done quickly to minimize our losses." Zhouya was just crying, but now she was a bit stunned by Shin Chunning's words. It wasn't just her. Even Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue, who had just arrived, were surprised. They didn't expect the seemingly delicate Shin Chunning to be so bold. It's known that the country promotes gender equality and allows divorce. However, how many women are truly brave enough to face gossip and actually go through with it? Many men in their area drink, fight, and are lazy, but how many women have really divorced? Most just endure, waiting for their children to grow up, and end up living their lives that way. The idea of minimizing losses was something they had never even dared to think about before. Zhou Yubai looked at his wife with a mix of affection and admiration. His innocent little bunny was not just an ordinary rabbit. She had claws and teeth and could bite if provoked. Shin Chunning spoke confidently, but after finishing, she noticed everyone was silent. Feeling a bit confused, she asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Zhou Yubai didn't care how many people were present. He gently touched her soft hair and said with love, "No, dear, you spoke very well." Then he turned to Zhouya, "Sister, think carefully about what I said tonight. If you come to a decision by tomorrow morning, come find me. I can arrange for you to have surgery at the military hospital for proper treatment. If you still can't decide and want to stay in the Wang family, then go back and don't come back again." After saying this, Zhou Yubai took Shin Chunning's hand and walked outside. The cold wind was blowing fiercely. However, as soon as they stepped out, Shin Chunning was quickly wrapped in the warmth of his coat and didn't feel cold at all. Later, as they lay in bed, Shin Chunning was still thinking about Zhouya's situation. She turned over, propped her face up on her hands, and looked at Zhou Yubai. "Brother Yubai, do you think what you said to sister was too harsh? What if she feels hopeless and decides not to come back?" Zhou Yubai held her close. "Dear, be careful not to put pressure on your stomach." Then he added, "Sister's illness is likely due to a tumor in her abdomen. As long as the tumor is not malignant, surgery can cure it. But this illness should be treated as soon as possible. If I don't push my sister a bit, she will take too long, and by then it might be too late to treat her. It's better to encourage her to make a decision sooner." Shin Chunning nodded and asked, "How confident are you that my sister will seek treatment?" "About 80%, Zhou Yubai replied without hesitation. Survival is a human instinct. Hearing his confidence made Shin Chunning feel a bit more at ease. The next morning, Shin Chunning was still half asleep when she noticed light coming from the living room and faintly heard voices. When she woke up, she realized Zhou Yubai was outside talking to Zhouya and Lin Shulan. Concerned about Zhouya, she quickly got dressed and got out of bed. As soon as she stepped out of her room, Zhou Yubai frowned upon seeing her, quickly walked over, picked her up, and carried her back to bed. Just as Shin Chunning was about to protest, Zhou Yubai said, "I'm letting your sister and mother come in to talk." Shin Chunning felt a warmth in her heart. She didn't expect a man to be so considerate. For a moment, she felt as cozy as being under the covers. As Zhou Yubai expected, Zhouya had made up her mind to seek treatment at the military hospital. Now they were discussing the issue of Zhouya's divorce. There wasn't much to discuss. Zhou Yubai suggested that Zhouya first divorce Wang Yufa, take sick leave from work, and then go to the hospital for treatment. Both Zhouya and Lin Shulan agreed. They understood the character of the Wang family. They would want to divorce Zhouya while she was still unwell, but once she recovered, they would likely try to take advantage of her. Today, Zhou Yubai had a meeting in the city. He first dropped Shin Chunning off at her workplace before heading to the Wang family with Lin Shulan and Zhouya. Wang Yufa and Ding Hongxiu were just about to leave for work when they saw Lin Shulan and Zhou Yubai with Zhouya. Ding Hongxiu immediately greeted them with a smile. "Oh, dear in-laws, you're here so early to bring you back? Thank you for making the trip. Dear in-law, you must not have had breakfast yet, right? Yeah, quickly invite your in-laws inside. There's freshly steamed buns in the pot, still warm. Go get some for your in-laws to fill their stomachs," Ding Hongxiu said enthusiastically. Lin Shulan felt angry when she saw her like this, but she didn't want to confront someone who was smiling. Yesterday, she had planned to cause a scene at the Wang family home to seek justice for Zhouya. However, before they even entered the Wang family gate, Ding Hongxiu greeted them with a big smile. Once inside, they were treated to sunflower seeds, peanuts, and sweet drinks. The conversation was smooth, and she couldn't find any reason to argue. When they left, she even asked the neighbors about Ding Hongxiu. Everyone in the textile factory's housing area praised her. They said it was hard to find a mother-in-law as good as Ding Hongxiu. Zhouya had been married for 5 years without any children, but the Wang family and Ding Hongxiu never complained. They often bought treats for Zhouya to help her health, and now that she was sick, they took extra care of her. They even suggested having their own daughter help Joya with her work, so Joya could rest and recover before returning to her job. According to the neighbors, Ding Hongxiu treated Joya even better than her own daughter. However, the nourishing food that Ding Hongxiu claimed to provide for Joya never actually reached her. The idea of having Wang Wan help Joya was just a way for the Wang family to take Joya's job for their own daughter while squeezing out her last bit of value before pushing her out. Joya couldn't speak out against Ding Hongxiu, as she was a daughter-in-law who had not given birth to any children in 5 years. If she criticized her mother-in-law, she would be met with harsh judgment from others. Lin Shulan was filled with frustration on the way there, but she couldn't find a chance to express it. She even had to force a smile. "We won't eat anything. We're here to bring my sister back for a divorce," Zhou Yubai said with a serious face.
What?
Ding Hongxiu looked shocked, frozen in place. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly turned to Joya with a worried expression. "Yeah, what happened? You and Yofa were doing well. Why do you want to get a divorce after just one trip back? Did I do something wrong? If I did, just tell me and I'll change." Ding Hongxiu spoke anxiously, her eyes starting to redden. Although the family wanted Joya to divorce, they had never brought it up themselves. They used all kinds of tricks to force Joya to file for divorce first. This way, as the ones being divorced, they wouldn't have to share any property with her and might even get some compensation or have her give them her job. After all, Joya had been married to their son for 5 years without having any children, so they felt they were at a loss. At that moment, Wang Youfa looked at Joya with a sad expression and said, "Joya, please don't do this. You can't have children, but we can still live well together without kids. Why do you have to bring up divorce and upset everyone?" Seeing Wang Youfa and Ding Hongxiu like this made Joya both angry and anxious. The Wang family always spoke nicely in front of others, and if she started a fight with them now, people would surely say she was unreasonable. Zhou Yubai's sharp gaze swept over Ding Hongxiu and Wang Youfa, and he said clearly, "So you don't want a divorce?" Under Zhou Yubai's gaze, Ding Hongxiu and Wang Youfa felt a chill rise from their feet to the top of their heads. Her expression stiffened, but she had to respond. "What are you talking about, Zhou family? What good family would want a divorce? If the marriage ends, the family falls apart." "Fine, you know my sister is sick, right?" Zhou Yubai said directly. Ding Hongxiu's lips moved, but before she could argue, Zhou Yubai interrupted her. "If you say you don't know, that's fine. We can go to the clinic together and have the doctor check on my sister." Ding Hongxiu's face twitched, and she had to swallow her words. With a sigh, she said with a troubled expression, "We definitely know about Yaya's illness. I've been trying to find a doctor who can treat her and buying nutritious food to help her recover. Everyone in our neighborhood knows this. You can't break up our family over this, right?" Seeing Ding Hongxiu's pretentious act, Joya couldn't hold back anymore. With a flushed face, she accused, "You're lying. The doctor said that if I go to a big hospital for surgery to remove what's inside me, I can get better. It's you who won't give me money to get treated, trying to let me suffer. When did you ever bring me anything to eat? You just talk nicely outside." Ding Hongxiu's eyes flickered, and she clearly sighed in relief. Joya had finally taken the bait. As long as they focus on these trivial matters, with the good mother-in-law image she usually presents in the courtyard, the Zhou family won't gain any advantage. When Lin Shulan heard her niece say this, she immediately wanted to chime in. Ding Hongxiu looked at Joya with a face full of hurt and disappointment. At this moment, it was peak time for everyone to go out, and there was little privacy in the courtyard. Soon, many people had gathered outside the Wang family's home to watch the commotion. Zhou Yubai took the opportunity to stop the emotional Lin Shulan and Joya before Ding Hongxiu could speak. He said directly, "What you did before doesn't matter. Now that my sister's illness requires treatment at a big hospital, since you don't want a divorce, I assume you will cover my sister's medical expenses and care, right?" Ding Hongxiu had already prepared herself to cry and accuse Joya in front of the neighbors. She didn't expect Zhou Yubai to be so clear-headed, pulling her back with one sentence. Ding Hongxiu's mouth twitched as she awkwardly said, "Brother-in-law, It's not that we don't want to pay for Ya's treatment or care for her. It's just that our family is also facing difficulties. Your sister has been married to our family for years, and she and your brother-in-law haven't had any children. Our family has spent all our savings on their checkups and treatments. Going to the big hospital in the provincial city costs a significant amount, and we simply can't come up with that much money right now. As for care, it should be our responsibility, but both your brother-in-law and I have jobs, and our Wang Wan is a temporary worker at the factory. Only your uncle is unemployed, but we can't have him, as the father-in-law, take care of his daughter-in-law, can we? That would just invite gossip. So you don't want a divorce? And you don't want to pay for my sister's treatment? Are you planning to let her suffer? Zhou Yubai's cold gaze fell on Ding Hongxiu as he asked directly. At this point, the onlooking neighbors began to notice something was off. Ding Hongxiu doesn't seem to treat her daughter-in-law as well as she usually claims. Don't you find it strange? She always says she buys this and that for her daughter-in-law, but look at Zhouya, such a lovely girl, who has become thinner and thinner since marrying into their family. What kind of good mother-in-law wouldn't pay for her daughter-in-law's medical treatment? Even if their family has 4 workers, they should still be able to afford the treatment costs. The whispers around Ding Hongxiu reached her ears, and she felt as if her disguise had been completely torn away, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Zhou Yubai didn't want to argue with her any further. Their purpose for being there was clear. They had to help Zhou Ya get a divorce. So he said directly, if you really refuse to agree to the divorce and won't allow my sister to get treatment, I will take her to the Women's Federation and report her living situation at your home. I believe the Federation will ensure my sister gets justice after their investigation. Wang Youfa, who had been acting alongside Ding Hongxiu, felt angered by Zhou Yubai's words. But he was intimidated. Facing Zhou Yubai's strong presence, he didn't even have the courage to meet his gaze. He could only glare at Zhouya, gritting his teeth, and said, Zhouya, you brought your family here today just to force me to divorce you and ruin our home, didn't you? Zhouya had thought it through completely the night before. Since she wasn't afraid of dying, why should she fear being judged by others? It was better to live, even if it was difficult. As her aunt had said yesterday, her life was precious, almost bought back by her parents' sacrifices. She didn't want to drown in the troubles of the Wang family. But Zhouya also knew she had to act, and the more vulnerable she appeared, the more public opinion would be on her side. She looked at Wang Youfa with fear, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Youfa, after all these years of marriage, I don't want to break up our family. I just want to live. I beg you, please give me a chance to survive. Saying this, Zhouya knelt down. Her action nearly shattered the facade that Wang Youfa and Ding Hongxiu had maintained in front of their neighbors. Who would have thought that Ding Hongxiu and Wang Youfa could be so cruel? Not only do they refuse to let her get treatment, but they also won't allow a divorce. Surely, her relatives can't be expected to pay for her treatment and then return to the Wang family to work like servants, right? I've heard that Zhouya's salary is collected by Ding Hongxiu, and she doesn't leave a single penny for Zhouya. TSK, the Wang family used to speak so nicely, but it turns out they are so heartless. They say like mother, like daughter. With such a cruel mother as Ding Hongxiu, who would dare to propose to Wang Wan in the future, I certainly wouldn't introduce her to anyone. With a father like that and a mother like this, if I were to introduce such a wicked woman to my relatives, it would ruin their lives for generations. They would surely become enemies. Ding Hongxiu saw that public opinion had even dragged her daughter into it, and her face turned even uglier. At this moment, Wang Youfa stopped pretending. Zhouya, you really want a divorce, right? Fine. I've been married to you for 5 years, and you haven't given me a child. Now you have this strange illness, which affects our family's reputation. Transfer your job to Shaowan as compensation for our family's loss, and we'll get divorced, and that's that. Zhouya had already witnessed the Wang family's shamelessness, but she never expected her partner would be this shameless. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Her health was already poor, and this shock almost made her faint. Fortunately, Lin Shulan noticed something was wrong and quickly supported her. Zhou Yubai's cold gaze fell on Wang Youfa, You still care about my sister's job at this point? It seems you don't plan to have a proper discussion. Alright, then we won't talk anymore. Mother, sister, let's go. Zhou Yubai and Lin Shulan helped Zhouya to leave. Seeing them really about to walk out the door, Ding Hongxiu finally couldn't hold back. Fine, we agree. We'll get a divorce. Wang Youfa looked at Ding Hongxiu in disbelief. Mother. Ding Hongxiu tugged at him. Divorce her. You have a job, so you don't have to worry about finding a wife. Wang Youfa knew this, but he was anxious about Zhouya's job. If Zhouya died, that job would belong to their family. If they divorced now, they wouldn't get that job. Ding Hongxiu lowered her voice. Youfa, Zhouya is determined to get a divorce. If we don't agree now, they will definitely go to the factory to cause a scene. By then, not only will our family's reputation be ruined, but your sister's reputation will be ruined too. You have to think about your sister. As a girl, how can she get married without a good reputation? Wang Youfa couldn't say anything more. When Zhouya received the divorce certificate and touched the red seal on it, tears began to fall uncontrollably. At that moment, she understood what Shin Chun-ning meant by cutting losses in time. She realized she was finally free from the Wang family's troubles and felt as if the shackles on her body had been removed, making her feel lighter. Zhou Yubai and Lin Shulan accompanied Zhouya to the factory to request leave. Zhou Yubai had already arranged everything and took Zhouya and Lin Shulan with him to the military hospital in the provincial city. After Zhouya had surgery, Lin Shulan stayed there to take care of her. Lin Shulan and Zhouya had never been out of the county before, and now they were going to the provincial city, which made them a bit nervous. Zhou Yubai was not a talkative person and didn't comfort others, but he explained everything about the military hospital in the provincial city to them. The hospital had a cafeteria and a supply store for daily necessities, so they could buy basic living items there. Therefore, after Lin Shulan and Zhouya arrived, they wouldn't need to leave the hospital to take care of their needs. When they were discharged, he would come to pick them up, and he would also visit when he had time. Zhou Yubai dropped them off at the hospital entrance and left a staff member to help them with the admission process before heading off to a meeting. 2 days passed quickly, and it was the wedding day of Xin Zhengliang and Lin Xiaolan. Although both families had agreed not to hold a big celebration, they still wanted to have a meal together to mark the occasion. Early in the morning, Mr. Shen told Shin Chunying to invite Zhou Yubai to come back for dinner. Since Zhou Yubai returned early that day, Shin Chunying took him over. The Shin family had put up red wedding decorations, just like when Shin Jingxu got married, but it felt a bit lonely due to the cold weather and lack of guests. Shin Jingxiu and He Hui prepared a meal, and Xin Zhenliang and Li Xiaolan had already obtained their marriage certificate that morning. Now, they were dressed in new winter coats, taking their vows in front of the statue of a great leader. Their marriage was officially recognized. After the vows, Li Xiaolan's eyes unconsciously drifted to the tall figure sitting at the table. Zhou Yubai was slightly leaning forward, listening intently to Shin Chunying speaking softly. From her angle, she could only see Zhou Yubai's beautifully sculpted profile. She couldn't help but smile wryly to herself, realizing that the man who always seemed cold and distant to her could be so gentle and attentive when listening to another woman. Before, when he wasn't married and didn't show special attention to any girl, she could comfort herself by thinking it was just his nature. But now she understood. He wasn't naturally aloof. He simply didn't show his kindness to any woman except Shin Chunying. As Li Xiaolan's gaze moved past Zhou Yubai, she looked at Shin Chunying's delicate features, her fair skin, rosy lips, and cute little nose. A pang of bitterness filled her heart. In terms of looks, Shin Chunying was on another level, while she felt far below. In terms of ability, Shin Chun-ning is one of the 8 key members of the commune and was recently praised by the county party secretary. What does that make her? Li Xiaolan took a deep breath. It was time to let go. From now on, he is her brother-in-law, and she is his sister-in-law. There is no other possibility between them. Shen Zhengliang noticed a hint of pain in Li Xiaolan's eyes and understood what she was thinking. He cleared his throat to get her attention and said, Xiaolan, we should go serve tea to our parents. As Shen Zhengliang and Li Xiaolan came to serve tea, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but tear up. Even Li Xiangyang's eyes were a bit red. Dad, Mom, please have some tea. Shen Jinliang respectfully offered the enamel teacup to Li Xiangyang and Zhao Xiuying. He couldn't find more words to say. Good, good. Li Xiangyang and Zhao Xiuying replied excitedly as they took the teacup. After taking a sip, they handed red envelopes to Shen Jinliang and Li Xiaolan. Li Xiangyang couldn't help but hold Shen Jinliang's face and said, Jinliang, if our Xiaolan has any shortcomings in the future, come to me and your mother. Don't get upset and don't argue with her, okay? Li Xiangyang's long speech was mostly polite, but the last sentence was the key. He was worried that after marriage, Shen Jinliang might feel unhappy about his daughter's past feelings for Zhou Yubai and take it out on her. Dad, don't worry. Xiaolan is great, and I will treat her well, Shen Jinliang replied seriously. Although he didn't have romantic feelings for Li Xiaolan, they grew up in the same village. When they were younger and didn't understand the differences between boys and girls, they often played together. In his heart, Shen Jinliang saw Li Xiaolan as a sister. He had thought about what he would have done if that day, when Li Xiaolan jumped into the river, Wang Yuming hadn't pushed him in. No matter how many times he considered it, his answer remained the same. He would still save Li Xiaolan. He couldn't just watch his childhood friend disappear. Hearing Shen Jinliang's words, Li Xiangyang and Zhao Xiuying felt a bit more at ease. However, thinking that their daughter was truly becoming part of another family made Li Xiangyang turn away to wipe his tears. After drinking tea, Zhao Xiuying also gave the newlyweds a red envelope, saying, Xiaolan, your father has already said what needs to be said, so I won't add anything. Just live well with Zhengliang from now on. Next, Shen Qingsong also drank the tea offered by the couple and gave them red envelopes. After completing the formalities, he looked at Li Xiangyang and Zhao Xiuying, who couldn't help but wipe away their tears. Shen Qingsong felt a bit guilty and raised his glass to Li Xiangyang, saying, In-laws, the wedding between Xiao Lan and our second son was quite simple, and I feel sorry for Xiao Lan. When they have a child, we can celebrate the baby's full moon together. After clinking glasses with Shen Qingsong, Li Xiangyang waved his hand and said, Qingsong, we both grew up together, and I trust my daughter will be fine in your family. The wedding arrangements were made by the kids, and we respect their decisions. As for us old folks, we have no objections, so don't worry about it. Once the first glass was downed, the two fathers began to chat freely. Shen Jingxiu, Shen Jinliang, and Zhou Yubai joined in, and as the atmosphere relaxed, it became more lively. The two families continued to drink until nearly 10 o'clock at night before parting ways. On the way back, Zhou Yubai wrapped his coat around Shen Chunqing, as usual. However, Shen Chunqing, who was already delicate, felt even more tired now that she was pregnant. After walking a short distance, she could no longer continue and stopped to hold onto the man's coat, breathing slightly heavier. In the next moment, the man picked her up effortlessly. He leaned down and gently nibbled on her earlobe, his deep voice whispering in her ear, Why didn't you say you were tired? His warm breath mixed with the scent of rice wine brushed against her earlobe and neck. Shen Chunqing felt a jolt of electricity run through her body, leaving her feeling tingly all over. Instinctively, she found herself thinking about the man. Since she became pregnant, they hadn't had any intimate moments. Even their usual hugs and kisses were approached with caution, as if she were a fragile porcelain doll. Once home, Zhou Yubai carefully carried her inside and gently placed her in bed. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, Honey, the baby is already 3 months along. Hearing her call him honey felt like an invitation to Zhou Yubai. In an instant, every muscle in his body tensed. Wife. Zhou Yubai swallowed hard, about to speak. Shen Chunqing leaned closer to his ear, her soft voice sounding almost enchanting. The doctor said that after 3 months, it's fine as long as you're gentle. Zhou Yubai also knew about this matter. He not only knew but also wrote it down in a small notebook. In Zhou Yubai's deep eyes, it seemed as if a flame was suddenly ignited. In the next moment, Shen Chunning's soft lips were gently captured by the man's cool ones. Outside, the winter wind howled, but inside the room, it felt like spring. Meanwhile, in Shun Jinliang's room, the bed was covered with a brand new red quilt, and the light was brightly shining. Li Xiaolan and Shun Jinliang were in the room, one sitting at the dressing table and the other standing by the door, both visibly awkward and unsure of what to do. Although they had already discussed how to get along after marriage, being alone in a room together felt especially awkward. Li Xiaolan had actually already applied her lip balm. However, aside from sitting at the dressing table, she didn't know where else to go. Even though it was already bedtime, she felt a bit uneasy about sharing a bed with a man she had no feelings for. It was Shun Jinliang who first broke the strange tension in the room, saying, "I'm going to sleep in the third brother's room tonight. You should rest early." After saying this, Shun Jinliang moved to open the door. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, Li Xiaolan quickly called out, "Wait." Shun Jinliang turned back, looking at her in confusion. Li Xiaolan's face turned red, and she bit her lip, explaining, "We just got married today. If you sleep in another room, what will others think?" Shun Jinliang understood her point. Their marriage was a result of him saving Li Xiaolan from drowning, and if he didn't sleep in the same room on their wedding night, people would think he was forced into the marriage by the Li family. While it wouldn't matter much to him, it would greatly affect the reputation of Li Xiaolan and her family. "I'm sorry, I didn't think it through," Shun Jinliang said. "How about this? You sleep in the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." As he spoke, he began to take out an old quilt from the cabinet that he had used before. Before winter, Shin Chunning had made them each a new quilt filled with fresh cotton. However, the new quilt couldn't be used for sleeping on the floor, so he was glad he hadn't thrown away his old one. Li Xiaolan stopped him again, saying, "Shun urge, please don't. It's so cold right now. You'll catch a cold sleeping on the floor. How about you take out your old quilt, and we can both sleep in the bed, each with our own quilt." Li Xiaolan, feeling embarrassed and shy, spoke up. She was quite familiar with Shun Jinliang when they were kids. Back then, she had a boyish personality and loved to run up the mountain, just like Shun Jinliang. Sometimes, when they met, they would team up. Shun Jinliang was 4 years older, and every time they went into the mountains together, he would take care of her and share his finds on the way down. However, as she grew older and understood the differences between boys and girls, she became more reserved and stopped going up the mountain as much. Later, when she developed feelings for Zhou Yubai, she wanted to be a gentle and kind woman to catch his attention, so she no longer acted like a wild child running up the mountain. When she called out second brother Shen, it made Shun Jinliang relax and he smiled, saying, "All right, I'll get the blankets." That night, newlywed Shun Jinliang and Li Xiaolan each had their own space, lost in their thoughts as they fell asleep. Meanwhile, Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunqing had been apart for 2 to 3 months, and when they finally got close again, it was like a spark igniting. Although Zhou Yubai was mindful of the baby Shin Chunqing was expecting and didn't indulge as before, he didn't hold back on spending time with her. The next day was a day off, so Shin Chunqing let him take the lead. The following day, Shin Chunqing slept in until late morning. When she woke up, Zhou Yubai was in the room reading. Recently, he had brought back many books about firearms from the army, all written in Russian. Zhou Yubai was learning Russian while studying this material. So, in the evenings, they would each read their own books without disturbing each other. At first, when Shin Chunqing encountered something she didn't understand, she would ask him for help. However, she soon realized that every time she did, it would lead to them getting cozy in bed, and even if they couldn't do much, they would end up reluctant to part. To avoid affecting their study progress, she stopped asking him for explanations. Seeing that Shin Chunqing was awake, Zhou Yubai got up to help her get dressed. By the time she was ready, he had already prepared warm water for her to wash up and even had toothpaste ready. After she finished washing up, breakfast was already set on the table. Shin Chunqing had grown accustomed to having everything taken care of whenever he was home. After finishing breakfast, she tidied up and got ready to head out. Yesterday, she had already made plans with Zhou Yubai to take advantage of their day off today to visit Zhoya in the provincial city. Zhou Yubai had borrowed a car from the army in advance. However, the transportation is not well developed, so they couldn't drive into the village and had to park on the road at the village entrance. When Shin Chun-ning left home today, she wrapped herself tightly in a scarf and refused Zhou Yubai's offer to hide her in his coat. After all, it was broad daylight, and it would look strange for them to walk together like conjoined twins. Although Zhou Yubai felt a bit disappointed that he couldn't hold his wife close, he understood her concerns. Still, while walking, he insisted on putting Shin Chun-ning's small hand into his coat pocket to keep it warm. He didn't want her delicate hands to get frostbite. As Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai got into the car to the provincial city, the village team leader assigned tasks to everyone. The women were to the rapeseed fields, while the men were to carry manure to water the fields. Coincidentally, Li Xiaolan was assigned to work next to Wang Yuming's field. While working, Li Xiaolan could feel Wang Yuming occasionally casting her a resentful glance, which made her a bit annoyed. Just then, Shen Jingliang came over carrying manure. Wang Yuming's gaze immediately shifted to him, her eyes still red and puffy, clearly having cried the night before. Her pitiful look tightened Shen Jingliang's heart, making him feel a sharp pain, as if even breathing hurt. However, he quickly looked away. He had promised his sister to give the jade pendant to Wang Yuming and had cut ties with her completely. Now that he was married to Li Xiaolan, he couldn't maintain any connection with Wang Yuming without letting down both his sister and Li Xiaolan. Seeing Wang Yuming's pleading eyes and Shen Jinliang's avoidance, Li Xiaolan felt an indescribable emotion. "Shen urge, I'm going back to cook," she said, taking the initiative to leave. Shen Jinliang looked at her face and understood. She wanted to give him and Wang Yuming some space. But he couldn't accept that. He walked over to Li Xiaolan and said, "I just finished my work too. I'll go back with you." Li Xiaolan thought for a moment and then suggested, "Why don't you help me pull the weeds in this field?" This way, he would have enough opportunity to talk to the one he cared about. She can no longer dream of the person she likes. But she cannot stop Brother Shin from pursuing love and happiness, as they were never truly a married couple. No need. Pulling the weeds from this piece of land only earns 2 work points. I'll ask the team leader for a leave. We won't earn those 2 points. Shen Jinliang didn't wait for Li Xiaolan to refuse and went directly to ask the team leader for leave. Once Shen Jinliang left, Wang Yuming's tears fell. Wang Yuming gritted her teeth, feeling very resentful. She didn't expect Shen Jinliang to really want to cut ties with her. If she could use the special ability she got from Shen Chunqing, it wouldn't matter if Shen Jinliang wanted to distance himself. But now, even though she had the special ability, it was useless. In this countryside, if she didn't have anyone to help her with work, how could she focus on studying for next year's college entrance exam? If she couldn't study properly for next year's exam, how could she return to the city and escape this poor countryside? Wang Yuming rolled her eyes and walked over to Li Xiaolan. Li Xiaolan frowned as she watched Wang Yuming approach. There was already a gap between the villagers and the educated youth, and there was even less connection between Li Xiaolan and Wang Yuming. Seeing Wang Yuming like this, she didn't plan to engage. She had only wanted to create an opportunity for Wang Yuming and Shen Jinliang to interact for Shen Jinliang's sake, as it had nothing to do with her. She didn't expect Wang Yuming to come over. Li Xiaolan frowned and instinctively took 2 steps back, subconsciously wanting to keep her distance from Wang Yuming. Wang Yuming sniffled and wiped her tears. "Comrade Li Xiaolan, don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I just want to ask you for a favor." Wang Yuming looked at Li Xiaolan with tear-filled eyes and spoke hesitantly. "What is it?" "That day when I saw you jump into the river, I panicked and accidentally pushed Brother Zhengliang into the water. He must think I did it on purpose, which is why he's still angry and won't talk to me. Can you help me explain to him?" Li Xiaolan looked at Wang Yuming, feeling as if her heart had been struck hard. Could it be that Shen Zhengliang gave up on Wang Yuming and married her because of this misunderstanding? Bitterness spread in her heart. But she still replied, "Okay, I will explain it to him. Do you have anything else?" Wang Yuming observed Li Xiaolan's expression and blinked. "No, thank you, Comrade Li Xiaolan." At that moment, Shen Jinliang had already returned after helping Li Xiaolan take a leave. He saw Wang Yuming and Li Xiaolan talking from a distance. But as he got closer, Wang Yiming shot him a sorrowful glance and ran away, wiping her tears. A strange feeling filled his heart. Xiaolan, let's go home, Shin Zhengliang said without asking Li Xiaolan what Wang Yiming had told her. They walked home one after the other. As they neared the front door, Li Xiaolan stopped and called out to Shin Zhengliang, Brother Zheng. Wang Ziqing asked me to explain for her. She said that on the day I jumped into the river, she accidentally pushed you in because she was too nervous. It wasn't intentional. A complicated emotion flashed in Shin Zhengliang's eyes, along with a hint of self-mockery. Although he couldn't control his feelings for Wang Yiming, he wasn't foolish. He knew whether Wang Yiming was being intentional or calculating. One important reason he agreed to marry Li Xiaolan was to use the responsibility of marriage to manage his uncontrollable feelings for Wang Yiming. Although it was unfair to Li Xiaolan, she also needed this marriage. That's why they became a couple after he proposed. Shin Zhengliang wasn't one to hold back his thoughts. He openly shared his feelings and his suspicions about Wang Yiming with Li Xiaolan. Afterward, he honestly told her, Xiaolan, we've grown up together, and you know me well enough. If I hadn't wanted to save you that day, even if Wang Yiming had pushed me into the river, I wouldn't have saved you. Li Xiaolan looked at Shin Zhengliang's serious expression. Although she knew he didn't have romantic feelings for her, the heavy feeling in her heart lifted a bit. At least there was someone besides her parents who genuinely wanted her to live. This way, she didn't have to give up her life for someone who didn't care about her. If she tries to talk to you again, you don't have to believe her. I won't have any more ties with her, Shin Zhengliang added before they entered the yard. Brother, sister-in-law, you're back. The food is in the pot. You can serve it and eat first. I'll go take food to Brother Jingshu. When Shin Zhengliang and Li Xiaolan entered, He Hui was just about to leave. The Shin family, Shin Qingsong, Shin Jingshu, and Shin Zhengliang, took turns repairing the road. Because the work was urgent and demanding, the workers did not return for lunch, so someone had to bring food to them. Li Xiaolan said, Sister-in-law, you go ahead and deliver food to your brother. We will wait for you to come back and eat together. As Li Xiaolan looked at He Hui's increasingly rosy cheeks and the happiness shining in her eyes since getting married, a hint of envy arose in her heart. If she hadn't wasted time on Zhou Yubai back then, would she have found someone she truly loved and enjoy a sweet, happy marriage now? At this moment, Zhou Yubai, who had caused Li Xiaolan to waste time, was completely unaware of her thoughts. After stopping his car in the military hospital courtyard in the provincial city, he carefully carried Shin Chunying out of the car and naturally held her small hand, placing it in his coat pocket as they walked toward Zhou Ya's hospital room. When they arrived at Zhou Ya's room, Shin Chunying was a bit surprised to see Zhou Ya lying on the bed. While most people become increasingly haggard when hospitalized, Zhou Ya seemed to have improved over the past few days. Although she had lost weight, she no longer looked pale and had a healthy glow, appearing revitalized. Third brother and Ning Ning are here. Come sit down, Zhou Ya called out as she saw Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunying. Shin Chunying set down the milk powder and malt extract she had brought, along with 2 bags of sugar that her elder and second elder brothers had asked her to bring, and asked Zhou Ya how she was feeling now. Zhou Ya smiled and said, Ning Ning, just look at me now, I don't seem to be doing badly, do I? Shin Chunying smiled back, Of course, sister. You've become younger and more beautiful during this time. Zhou Ya looked gratefully at Lin Shulan, Zhou Yubai, and Shin Chunying, holding Shin Chunying's hand and saying, Thanks to Annie, and you, and third brother, otherwise I. At this point, Zhou Ya couldn't help but remember her previous hopeless life at the Wang family. Shin Chunying quickly interrupted her, Elder sister, the past is behind us. We should look forward to our lives. Good days are still ahead. Lin Shulan also joined in to encourage. Ning Ning is right, ya. Let's not dwell on the past. Brighter days are coming. Zhou Yubai did not participate in the conversation among the 3 women. Shin Chunying was talking to Lin Shulan and Zhou Ya about Zhou Ya's illness when she seemed hesitant and found an excuse to step out for water. After Zhou Yubai left, Lin Shulan explained to Shin Chunying what was happening with Zhou Ya's condition. Zhou Ya did not have a tumor, she was actually pregnant. However, The baby had died in her at 4 months and had not been expelled. According to the doctor, this was called a missed miscarriage. The county hospital's equipment was not advanced enough, leading the doctor to mistakenly identify the deceased fetus as a tumor. When discussing her condition, Joya couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness on her face, saying, "I guess I just don't have the luck. I couldn't keep the baby." Shin Chunning blinked and took Joya's hand, saying, "Sister, don't think like that. Maybe it's not that you lack luck, but that the Wong family lacks it." Once the baby was in it realized that its father wasn't a good person and didn't want to be born into the Wong family's troubles, which would only cause you more suffering. So, it left early, but it didn't want to abandon you, which is why you had to go through this pain. You almost fell into despair again. But after hearing Shin Chunning's words, a smile appeared on her face as she said to Lin Shulan, "Aunt, no wonder you and Yubai like Ningning so much." With a heart as kind as hers, who wouldn't like her? However, as she spoke, Joya couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness as she gently touched her abdomen. A little life had once been there, but now only a scar remained. She had decided not to marry in her lifetime and likely would not have children, and the bitterness in her heart began to spread again. As a woman herself, Shun Chunning could see what Joya was thinking. She smiled sweetly and said, "Sister, when I went to the hospital with Yubai for a checkup, the doctor said that as long as we women can get pregnant, it means our bodies are fine. If there are problems after getting pregnant, it's usually the man's issue. So once you recover, you can find a good husband, and you will have children in the future." Shin Chunning wasn't making this up. The doctor had indeed told her this. During her last visit to confirm her pregnancy with Zhou Yubai, she had asked the doctor why she wasn't feeling nauseous at all and could still eat and sleep well. The doctor said that if a woman has strong pregnancy symptoms, it usually means the man has poor health or bad habits like smoking and drinking, which affect the quality of his. When the man's quality is better, the baby will be healthier and the woman will have an easier pregnancy. Joya felt warm inside as she watched Shin Chun Ning explain this seriously. She didn't tell Shin Chun Ning and Lin Shulan that she had decided not to look for a partner anymore. After 5 years of marriage to Wang Yu Fa, she had become a bit scared. If she said this out loud, she didn't know how Shin Chun Ning would react, but Lin Shulan would definitely worry. She already felt she owed her uncle and aunt too much and didn't want to add to their worries. After chatting a bit longer, Shin Chun Ning was about to leave with Lin Shulan and Joya. She originally wanted to give them 10 yuan, but knowing their personalities, she figured they wouldn't accept it. Instead, she gave Joya some slices of wild ginseng that she and Zhou Yubai had found in the mountains. When Joya realized it was wild ginseng, she quickly tried to refuse. Shin Chun Ning said, "Sister, no matter how precious wild ginseng is, it's just a medicine. It only helps if it's taken. If left unused, it will rot and lose its effectiveness." With this, Joya couldn't refuse anymore and felt even more grateful to Shin Chun Ning. After the Laba festival, time flew by, and soon it was the 20th day of the 12th month. Joya had been discharged from the hospital and, since she was recovering well, had returned to work. In just over 20 days, her face, which had been thin and sunken, had visibly filled out. After her divorce, Joya had gone to a hospital in the provincial city, and the villagers didn't know about her divorce. But after her return, since there was no available housing at the factory, she was staying at the Zhou family home. Lin Shulan had also given old Luo an extra yuan for a month. Every morning, the donkey cart would take Shin Chun Ning to the commune and then Joya to the textile factory. The villagers began to notice something was off. Joya hadn't visited the village much during her married years, so why was she suddenly back and staying for so long? Moreover, the Zhou family gives old Luo the transportation fee monthly. Since Joya has already received this month's fee, it means she will stay at the Zhou family for at least another month. Even at a biological parent's home, a daughter who hasn't married wouldn't stay for a whole month. Joya must be having conflicts with her in-laws. I don't think it's just a simple conflict. If it were just a disagreement, her in-laws would have sent someone to pick her up by now. Since no one has come, they might have already divorced. This speculation shocked everyone.
Divorced?
That can't be. Joya has no parents and relies on her uncle and aunt. Would she dare to divorce her in-laws? Maybe it's not her wanting a divorce, but the man not wanting her anymore? Joya has been married for 5 years and hasn't had any children. Can your family accept a wife who can't have kids? Wang Guiying whispered her guess. Her speculation quickly gained agreement from others. One sensible aunt said, having children is a shared responsibility. It's not something a woman can do alone. If a couple doesn't have kids, it could be the man's issue. Whoever is at fault for not having children is something only Joya and her husband know. But if she returns after a divorce, as a woman who has been married for 5 years without children, it will be hard for her to find a good match. An aunt objectively analyzed. After all, a man who hasn't had children in his first marriage would likely hesitate to marry a divorced woman like Joya, who has also not had children. If Joya can't have kids, marrying her could mean ending the family line. Some people shook their heads and sighed. It will be hard to find someone. She might only be able to find a divorced man with children or a widower who already has kids. Only those who already have children won't mind if she can have more. What a shame for such a good person like Joya. After gossiping about Joya for a while, the villagers shifted the topic to the pig slaughtering event happening tomorrow. This year, the pigs in Sihong village have been raised particularly well. During the grain contribution earlier, the pigs submitted for the task weighed around 150 to 160 pounds each. The village's retained pigs have been fed for over a month longer, and the best one is estimated to weigh around 180 pounds. In previous years, the team only had 3 retained pigs. This year, there are 4. It looks like everyone will get an extra 2 ounces of meat this year. At this moment, the Zhou family was still unaware that Joya had returned home, which had already become a topic of conversation among the villagers. Lin Shulan was discussing with Zhou Baogua about buying meat from the team tomorrow. Old man, when they finish distributing the meat tomorrow, you need to hurry. Yi has suffered a lot at the Wang family and needs good food to recover. We should buy extra meat for her. Also, since the third couple isn't part of the team, they won't get any meat either. Make sure to help them out and buy some for them. The third family's wife is pregnant, and she needs proper nutrition. The pork from the production team, like grain, was distributed based on the number of people and work points, and any leftovers could be purchased with money. However, the meat was limited, so it was first come, first served. If you were at the back of the line, you might miss out. Zhou Baogua knocked on his pipe and said, I know. You've already reminded me about this 7 or 8 times today. Lin Shulan glared at him. Why do you think I keep reminding you? It's because in previous years, you always let others go first. If you were lucky, you might get some bones at the end. If not, you wouldn't even get that. Cough, cough. Zhou Baogua cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the past, he thought that since the third was an officer, he should be more considerate and let others go first, so he always let them buy first. Not wanting to hear his wife snagging, he took a puff from his pipe and walked out. The next day, around 4 in the morning, Shin Chun-ning heard lively conversations outside. Suddenly, she remembered that the team was going to slaughter the pig today. She quickly sat up. As she did, she noticed Zhou Yubai was already up and sitting at his desk, studying under the lamp. She felt a bit ashamed. While she studied until 10 every night and then went to sleep, Zhou Yubai always woke up much earlier than her. Since Zhou Yubai brought the lamp home, no matter what time she opened her eyes at night, she would see him studying under the light. As soon as she sat up, Zhou Yubai noticed her. He turned around and saw her slightly dazed eyes after waking up, and his heart softened. He walked over and sat beside her, kissing her forehead gently. Wife, why are you awake so early? Did you have a bad dream? Shin Chun-ning hugged the man's strong arm and shook her head, showing a big smile. Today, the village is slaughtering the New Year pig, and I want to go see it. The excitement of watching the pig slaughter was huge for kids in the countryside. When she was younger and looked down on everything in the countryside, she was still drawn to the pig slaughter. Every year when it was time to slaughter the pig, she would ask her dad to wake her up early, and then she would put on her prettiest clothes and shoes to watch. This way, she could see the pig being slaughtered and enjoy the envious looks from other girls in the village. Zhou Yubai looked at her cute expression and couldn't help but affectionately pinch her little nose. Okay, I'll help you get dressed and take you to see the pig slaughter. Since it was a day off after watching, she could still catch up on sleep. With Zhou Yubai's help, Shen Chunning was bundled up like a little bear. He also made her a bowl of malted milk drink to have before they left. Even though she was already dressed warmly, he was still worried she might be cold and wrapped her in his coat as soon as they stepped outside. When Zhou Yubai opened the gate, Shen Chunning immediately saw a figure squatting outside their door. Dad, why are you sitting at the door? Aren't you cold? She quickly ran over to Shen Qing-song. Seeing his daughter approach, Shen Qing-song reached out to support her, showing a kind smile of a loving father. Be careful, sweetie. Walk slowly. The ground is frosty and slippery. Today, the team is slaughtering the pig, and I thought I'd come see if you wanted to go. If you want to go, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Shen Chunning remembered how, from the time she could remember until she was around 11 or 12, her dad would carry her to see the New Year pig. As she grew older, she became less interested and even started to feel annoyed with her dad. Feeling warm, yet a bit sad, she said, Dad, why didn't you knock? It's so cold sitting here. She already had an idea of the answer in her heart. Her dad was worried she wouldn't want to go see the pig slaughter, and knocking would disturb her rest. Shen Qing-song smiled kindly and said, It's okay. I'm wearing the new cotton clothes, pants, and shoes you made for me, and I have the new sweater you knitted inside. I'm warm, not cold at all. He took his daughter's hand. Come on, sweetie, let's go see the pig slaughter. Zhou Yubai quickly stepped forward to hold his wife's hand. Dat il help ning. Please be careful and watch your step so you don't fall.
Okay.
Shen Qing-song finally realized that his dear daughter was no longer the little girl he had to protect all by himself. She had grown up, gotten married, and would soon have her own children. On the drying ground, the water in the pot was already boiling. The 4 large pigs had been driven from the pen to the drying area, and the butcher's knife was shining brightly. A few strong men worked together to hold the first pig down on the table. The villagers gathered around, stretching their necks to watch the spectacle. As the butcher's knife pierced the pig's neck, it let out a mournful cry. However, the villagers were filled with joy and excitement. Zhou Yubai covered Shen Chunning's eyes just as the knife went into the pig's neck, ending its life. Next, the 4 pigs were killed one after another. The villagers, eager to help, rushed in to assist with pouring hot water to scald the pig hair and scraping it off. With so many hands, by the time dawn broke, all 4 pigs were processed. The team leader, Zhou Tsonglin, and the secretary, Shen Weidong, checked all the meat before allowing the butcher to cut it into smaller pieces. The accountant, He Guoqiang, verified the number of people and work points for each family, while the team leader and secretary handled the distribution of the meat. This year, the production team had raised pigs that were bigger and fatter than last year, with 1 extra pig. On average, everyone received more meat than last year, with some larger families getting over 10 pounds. Zhou Bagua and Lin Shulan received 2 pounds and 8 ounces of meat. Zhou Zhekong's family got 4 pounds and 2 ounces. Zhou Jun's family received only 2 pounds and 6 ounces because Zhou Jun worked in a factory and had fewer work points, resulting in less meat for his family, which only had Shuyi earning work points. The Shin family, with 3 strong workers, received 5 pounds and 4 ounces of meat. Couples like Shen Chunning and Zhou Yubai, whose grain and oil relationships were not in the production team, naturally received no meat. After distributing the meat, there were still 120 pounds of lean meat left, along with about 100 pounds of miscellaneous parts from the 4 pigs. These were available for members to buy with their own money. Lin Shulan urged Zhou Bagua to hurry and buy some. In previous years, Zhou Bagua had let others buy first, considering his father's military status. This year, he was not being polite and quickly rushed to the front, cutting off 10 pounds right away. Shen Chunning didn't know what was happening. In the past, she really disliked pig intestines, but now, looking at the freshly cleaned fat intestines, even with the strong smell still lingering in her nose, she started imagining delicious dishes like braised fat intestines, steamed fat intestines, and fat intestine pea soup. She saw Zhou Bagua cutting meat and quickly wanted to call her father to help her buy a portion of fat intestines. But before she could say anything, Zhou Yubai spoke up with the words she wanted to say. Shin Chunning turned to see the surprise in his bright eyes. Zhou Yubai met her gaze, gently ruffled her soft hair, and reached out to pull her into his arms protectively. After Zhou Bagua bought a portion of fat intestines, Shen Qingsong also bought a portion. The two fathers not only gave the 2 portions of fat intestines to Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning, but also each gave them a large piece of meat. Shin Chunning couldn't just take it for free. She immediately gave each father 10 yuan. Zhou Bagua and Shin Qingsong were reluctant to accept it. Shin Chunning frowned. Dad, you have to take this money, or I won't accept the meat. The Zhou family had more than just Zhou Yubai as a son, and her father had more than just her as a daughter. It's not about having little, but about fairness. If the elders gave something to them but not to her brothers, even if her brothers didn't mind at the moment, it would eventually become a thorn in their hearts. In the past, she didn't understand and could selfishly think everything her father had was hers, but now she realized how selfishness could lead to negative consequences. If she continued like that, her conscience would be troubled. Zhou Bagua and Shin Qingsong had no choice but to accept the money. As Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning were about to head home with the meat and fat intestines, they suddenly heard Lin Shulan's angry voice shouting, "Bah! Li Guifan, don't you go home and take a look at what kind of son you have. Your son thinks he can have my Yiya? He must be dreaming." Shin Chunning quickly pulled Zhou Yubai toward the direction of Lin Shulan's voice. Li Guifan, who was being scolded, didn't expect Lin Shulan to be so rude. She had only suggested that the recently divorced Zhou Yu marry her son, who already had a family and didn't mind that Zhou Yu couldn't have children. But Lin Shulan exploded and started scolding her without holding back. Li Guifan had a dark expression and refused to back down. "Lin Shulan, what are you so proud of? Your Zhou Yu is just a second-hand woman who can't have children. My son is tall and handsome. She should be grateful if he notices her, and you're still unhappy? I want to see what good man you think your second-hand woman can marry in the future. You don't need to worry about who my Yaya can marry. Even if she never gets married and stays at home as an old maid, she would never marry your lazy good-for-nothing." Li Guifan's son was somewhat of a local celebrity in their village, known for his bad habits and laziness. She had 6 daughters before finally having a son, whom she spoiled like a treasure. As the daughters grew up, she exploited them to take care of her son. A lazy man with money and time would naturally attract the attention of other troublemakers. Eventually, Li Guifan's son started drinking and smoking, and after getting drunk, he would even get into fights. A couple of years ago, he was caught gambling and sent to reform through labor. He had just returned 6 months ago. Less than 2 months after his return, his wife suddenly fell ill and died. There were rumors in the village that he had killed her while drunk. The village women's director, LV Xiaohong, even came with the Women's Federation to investigate, but both his family and his wife's family insisted she died of a sudden illness. The matter was left unresolved. Lin Shulan's words tore down Li Guifan and her son's reputation. Li Guifan was so angry that her chest heaved, and she felt like rolling up her sleeves to confront Lin Shulan. But at that moment, Zhou Yubai stood behind Lin Shulan and spoke in a stern voice. "Thank you, everyone, for your good intentions, but my sister is not planning to get engaged at this time, so please stop introducing her to potential partners." Once Zhou Yubai spoke, Li Guifan couldn't continue her confrontation. She forced a smile and said, "If she's not planning to get engaged, then so be it." With that, she grabbed her share of meat and left in a huff. Zhou Yubai's words were not just for Li Guifan but for everyone present who was thinking of introducing Zhou Yu to someone with impure intentions. Outsiders didn't know the details of Zhou Yu's divorce. They only knew she had been married for 5 years without children and assumed she was divorced because she couldn't have kids. Such women are seen as worthless by some people. However, Zhou Yu has a job, and while she may not be valued, her work is highly sought after. Naturally, There are many like Li Guifin who think about introducing Zhouya to unsuitable partners, hoping to benefit from her salary. By the time they return home, the events that happened at the drying area have already reached Zhouya's ears. When Zhouya came to find Shin Chun Ning, her eyes were a bit red. Third brother, Ning Ning, I know about what happened at the drying area today. Thank you both, Zhouya said gratefully. At that moment, Zhou Yu Bai was busy cleaning intestines, preparing to make a special dish for Shin Chun Ning. Shin Chun Ning was reading a book and, seeing Zhouya's expression, smiled and said, Sister, why are you being so polite with us? Helping each other is what siblings should do.
Yes, Fouyanadit.
Shin Chun Ning noticed Zhouya's expression and realized that she had heard the gossip from the villagers. After thinking for a moment, she comforted her, saying, Sister, people will say what they want, but what matters is how we live our lives. You see, people used to say terrible things about me, but did it affect me? I still married the most successful man in our commune and became a key member of the commune. Those who talked behind my back, are they living better than I am? Zhou Yubai, while cleaning the intestines, couldn't help but smile when he heard his wife praise him as the most successful man in the commune. Zhouya laughed at Shin Chun Ning's proud expression and said, Ning Ning, you're right. I should learn from you. They can say what they want. I will live my life. After the new year, when the factory assigns me a dormitory, I will move there. No matter what they say, I won't hear it. Yes, Shin Chun Ning said happily, nodding in agreement. It would be good for Zhouya to move into the factory dormitory. Unlike the family quarters, the dormitory is filled with single workers, and everyone is busy with their jobs, leaving little time for gossip. At noon, Zhou Yubai made all the dishes that Shin Chun Ning had mentioned she wanted to eat. Looking at the table filled with braised pork intestines, spicy pork intestines, and pork intestine pea soup, Shin Chun Ning couldn't help but drool. Zhou Yubai first took out 4 bowls, delivering one each to his parents and the 2 branches of the Zhou family, and a large bowl to the Shin family. When he returned, he saw his wife staring at the covered dishes like a little kitten, occasionally swallowing. Seeing her like that made Zhou Yubai smile, unable to resist the urge to grin. Hearing his footsteps, Shin Chun Ning's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at him. Yubai, you're back. Let's eat, hurry up. Saying this, she quickly uncovered the bowls of food. Zhou Yubai was amused by her eager expression. Why didn't you eat first if you were hungry? Shin Chun Ning's face immediately became serious as she replied, We woke up early to see the pig being slaughtered, and you worked hard washing and cooking. After all that, if I eat without waiting for you, what would that make me? Zhou Yubai looked at her with affection. You are my best wife. He then picked up a piece of braised pork intestine and fed it to Shin Chun Ning. As she tasted it, she felt satisfied. It was soft, chewy, and exactly how she imagined it would taste. Watching her cheeks puff up as she ate made Zhou Yubai feel more fulfilled than winning a battle. Shin Chun Ning woke up early today, and after a hearty lunch, she felt sleepy. Seeing her yawn, Zhou Yubai prepared warm water for her to wash up and then gently carried her to bed. Once on the bed, she held onto his sleeve and looked at him with big eyes, saying, Honey, stay with me while I sleep. Zhou Yubai felt a jolt of surprise. His wife rarely called him honey, mostly referring to him as Yubai. But whenever she sweetly called him honey, it felt like a boost of energy for him, filling him with motivation. He had no resistance to her request to stay with her while she slept. After a leisurely day, Shin Chun Ning returned to her routine of commuting between the commune and home. Before they knew it, the new year was approaching. After the establishment of the new republic, the hardworking people actively participated in socialist construction, promoting the slogan, No break on the 30th, continue working on the 1st. Whether it was public servants like Shin Chun Ning or members of production teams, there were no holidays on the 30th or the 1st. In the past few days, there hasn't been much work assigned by either the commune or the production team. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Shin Chun Ning asked her older brother to go to Xiao village to bring Old Man Peng over for the new year. On New Year's Eve, Shin Chun Ning originally planned to ask Sister Chun and her brother if they could get some lamb to stew with radishes. However, since Lin Shulan has been driving her to and from work, she hasn't found the right moment to contact Sister Chin. So, she had to give up on that idea. Fortunately, when they slaughtered the pig for the new year, her father had given her about 5 pounds of meat, and yesterday, her sister-in-law, Sun Fingjiao, made tofu and shared a piece with them. Zhou Yubai also brought back a chicken. They planned to make chicken soup, tofu buns, braised pork, fried meat, and a few vegetable dishes for their New Year's Eve dinner. However, their New Year's Eve meal wasn't just for their family. They would take the food next door to the Zhou family to eat together. Peng Kaiyuan had been alone for too long, and now that he was older, he wanted a lively gathering to enjoy family time. He was even more eager to go to the Zhous than Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning. In the past few days, the old man had become familiar with Zhou Baogua and the children from both the first and second households, spending more time in the Zhou family's yard than at Shin Chunning's. As the team leader, Zhou Yubai couldn't leave his soldiers behind to celebrate the new year alone. Lin Shulan felt sorry for Shin Chunning and didn't let her cook in the cold winter. Instead, she took all the ingredients Shin Chunning had prepared for the New Year's Eve dinner and cooked them together. After work, Shin Chunning only went home to grab some snacks for the kids before heading next door. Auntie, auntie. Just like before, as soon as Shin Chunning entered the yard, the excited voices of the children surrounded her like a 3D sound experience. Perhaps because she was pregnant, Shin Chunning liked these little ones even more than before. She quickly organized the children into a line and handed out 6 milk candies to each of them. The kids grinned from ear to ear, their eyes nearly disappearing with joy. The 3 mischievous ones from the second household immediately wanted to run outside to show their friends in the village what milk candy looked like. In the past, whenever Shin Chunning gave them candy, it was mostly kept by their mother. She was quite stingy, often giving them only 1 or even half a piece at most. They wanted to show off but were afraid that if they did, they wouldn't have any left to eat. So they have been holding back for a long time. Xia Yue heard her little ones wanted to go out after getting candy, so she rushed out with a spatula and shouted, "Zhou Hongjun, Zhou Minjun, Zhou Yongjun. You 3 get back here right now. You can only take 1 piece of candy outside." Unfortunately, her voice was lost in the north wind, and there was no response at all. Xia Yue felt a mix of anger, amusement, and heartache. The candy given by Shin Chunning was milk candy. It was something only available in big cities. They couldn't buy it even with money in their small town. If all 3 little ones took it, they surely wouldn't bring any back. The 3 daughters of the big house, even the youngest Zhou Xiaolian, knew to peel a piece of candy for their mom and another for their dad right after getting it. Sun Fingjiao, busy chopping vegetables, enjoyed the sweet milk candy, and the little bit of imbalance she felt for not having a son seemed to fade away instantly. What good is having a son? The second family had 3 sons, but they were always getting into trouble instead of studying. They often had villagers coming to complain, and they showed no concern for their parents at all. Though the second family claimed they didn't care about studying, deep down, they were anxious. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hurried Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Aijuan to join when her daughters went to learn from their aunt. Sun Fingjiao kept her thoughts to herself. But for others, especially Peng Kaiyuan, who had been lonely for a long time, and Zhouya, who had lived carefully at the Wang family, this noisy yet harmonious scene felt particularly warm. During her time at the Zhou family, Zhouya had bought many things for her home. Today, for the new year, she bought snacks like sunflower seeds, peanuts, egg cakes, and small twists from the supply store. She also got new fabric for clothes for her elders Zhou Baogua and Lin Shulan, as well as for the 3 children of the big and second houses. Because of this, Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue had no objections to her living with their in-laws. In fact, they were quite happy, as Zhouya always shared meat and egg cakes with both families whenever she returned home. As the New Year's Eve dinner was about to start, Xia Yue personally went out to bring back her 3 sons, grabbing Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Minjun by their ears. When Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Minjun returned, their ears were red, and tears were welling up in their eyes. But when they saw the table full of delicious dishes, their eyes immediately lit up, and the tears quickly disappeared. Wow! Did our family strike it rich?
There's so much meat to eat this year.
Zhou Minjun exclaimed, drooling over a whole chicken, braised pork, and crispy meat on the table. Little Zhou Yongjun, also drooling, innocently asked Peng Kaiyuan, Grandpa Peng, "Does this mean our family is like the wealthy landlords in your stories?" Zhou Jun and Xia Yue were startled by the child's blunt comment, their faces turning pale.
Ha ha ha.
Peng Kaiyuan laughed heartily. "Little Yongjun, let me tell you, with the party's correct leadership, our lives are even better than those of the wealthy landlords in the past. They didn't dare to eat like we do during the New Year." As soon as he finished speaking, the lively Zhou Yongjun began to sing loudly. Learning from Lei Feng is a good example, loyal to the revolution and the party. The small figure with a bright voice made all the adults in the room burst into laughter.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
At the New Year's dinner, with Zhou Bagua and Peng Kaiyuan toasting each other, and Zhou Jiakong and Zhou Jun accompanying them, along with the cheerful voices of the 6 children, it felt especially festive and lively. In contrast, the Shun family's gathering was much quieter. He Hui and Li Xiaolan, the sisters-in-law, also prepared a lavish meal with braised pork with potatoes, stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts, pea shoot soup, crispy meat with cabbage and vermicelli, along with several vegetable dishes. However, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very silent. This year, with their daughter not home for the new year, Shin Qingsong felt a sense of emptiness, as if something was missing. He was usually strict with his sons, and seeing him in a bad mood made Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhengliang more cautious. Additionally, the atmosphere between Shin Zhengliang and Li Xiaolan, the pretend couple, was always strange and awkward. In the whole family, only Shin Jingxiu and He Hui, the newlywed couple, seemed a bit happy. But due to the family's mood, they could not show their joy and could only exchange secret glances. After sitting down, Shin Jingxiu couldn't help but sigh. It was livelier when my little sister was home. Shin Chunning was cherished by Shin Qingsong like a precious gem, not only because she was his only daughter, but also because she had a sweet way of speaking that always made her father smile and feel protective of her. Shin Zhengliang and Shin Zhengrang sometimes felt unhappy about their father's favoritism towards Shin Chunning, but when she was in trouble, they would stand in front of her without hesitation. Because Shin Chunning was so sweet-tongued, even if her brothers were unhappy, they couldn't bear to see her suffer. Shun Qingsong sighed, "When a boy grows up, he should marry, and when a girl grows up, she should marry too. This girl is getting older. How can she always stay at her parents' house? Eldest, go to my room and bring out the 2 bottles of wine your brother-in-law brought last time." With the influence of alcohol, the conversation among the 3 men gradually opened up, and the atmosphere at the dinner table became lively. Even He Hui and Li Xiaolan began to whisper to each other. After chatting for a while, He Hui, as the eldest sister-in-law, felt it was her place to ask, "Xiaolan, you and Zhengliang haven't. You know, yet have you?" Li Xiaolan's face turned as red as fire, even redder than the 3 men who were drunk. "Sister-in-law, did you notice?" He Hui awkwardly smiled. "What's there to miss? Have you seen any newlywed couple as polite as you two?" Li Xiaolan. He Hui gently patted Li Xiaolan's hand resting on her knee. "Xiaolan, we grew up together, and now I'm your sister-in-law. I'll give you some advice. You and Zheng Liang ended up together, even if it was by chance. But you must have noticed that Zheng Liang truly wants to build a life with you and isn't interested in that Wang Jiqing anymore. Even if you and Zheng Su agreed to this arrangement, in the long run, it's usually us women who end up suffering. If you think Zheng Liang is a good man, why not take the initiative and hold on to him?" Li Xiaolan's face felt like it was on fire. She couldn't help but recall what Zhao Xiaoying had said before she married Shin Zhengliang. Zhao Xiaoying had said that Shin Zhengliang was a man of good character and capability, someone worth trusting. Since she had already married him, she should have a child soon to strengthen their bond and live a good life together. Shin Chunning, being pregnant, did not drink any alcohol during the New Year's Eve dinner. But today, the Zhou family's living room was warm with a stove, making the whole room cozy. Her little face was flushed from the heat. After the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone gathered to sunflower seeds and peanuts while chatting and staying up late. Zhou Bagua and Lin Shulan talked about how, due to a good harvest this year, the team invited people from the film studio to show a movie at the team office tomorrow night. The room erupted with cheers from the children, almost lifting the roof off with their excitement. Zhou Bagua and Peng Kaiyuan reminisced about the past, from the war-torn old society to the better life after the founding of the country. Both of them were moved to tears, and even the children listening couldn't help but get misty-eyed. The three enthusiastic boys made a vow to follow their uncles to the battlefield in the future, to eliminate all invaders and protect the country and its people. Shin Chun-ning wanted to stay up with everyone to set off firecrackers at midnight. However, just after 10 o'clock, she felt so sleepy that she could hardly keep her eyes open, yawning repeatedly. "Ning Ning, since you're pregnant, you shouldn't stay up. Let me take you home to sleep," Lin Shulan said as she stood up to help Shin Chun-ning. Shin Chun-ning was indeed tired. She barely understood what Lin Shulan said and nodded off like a little chick pecking at rice. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Shulan opened the door and saw Zhou Yubai, looking weathered from the cold. "Is the third one back? Have you eaten?" she asked with concern. But Zhou Yubai's gaze passed over his mother and landed on Shin Chun-ning in the living room. The cold wind from the open door startled her awake, and she shivered, her eyes sparkling but a bit dazed. When she saw the tall figure at the door, her lips instantly curved into a smile. "Yubai, you're back." As she spoke, she instinctively stood up, wanting to run to the tall figure. But after dozing off, she didn't realize her legs had gone numb. As soon as she stood, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell. "Nink nink. Aunt San." Everyone in the room was startled. Zhou Yubai's expression changed, worry etched on his face. He quickly stepped forward, reaching out to catch her waist and pull her into his arms. "Did you hurt yourself?" Shin Chun-ning took a deep breath, relieved. That was close. She almost fell. If she were alone, it wouldn't matter, but she was pregnant with her and Yubai's child, so she couldn't fall. After Zhou Yubai greeted everyone, Lin Shulan said, "Third, you don't need to stay up tonight. Take your wife home to rest. Pregnant women shouldn't stay up late." Zhou Yubai nodded, not caring about others' gazes, and directly picked up his wife in his arms. Shin Chun-ning's cute little face turned bright red. What was this man doing? There were so many people around. He just picked her up like that. How embarrassing. Didn't he care about her feelings? "Yubai, what are you doing?" "Put me down, there's so many people here, including children," Shin Chun-ning whispered, so only they could hear. But the man not only didn't let go, he held her even tighter. He looked at Peng Kaiyuan and said, "Teacher, I'll take Ningning home first, and then come back for you." Zhou Bagua waved his hand. "What do you need to come back for? Just take good care of your wife. Tonight, Brother Peng can sleep with Dad, and your mom can sleep with your sister." Peng Kaiyuan chuckled, "That sounds good. I'll sleep with Brother Zhou, and we can chat some more." Since the elders had already decided, Zhou Yubai didn't insist any further. After saying goodbye to everyone, he wrapped Shin Chun-ning in his coat and left. Once they left, the room fell silent for a while. It was Zhou Yongjun and Zhou Xiaolian who broke the silence. "Aunt San is all grown up, yet she still wants Uncle San to carry her. How embarrassing." Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yui's faces turned red when they saw Zhou Yubai pick up Shin Chun-ning. Hearing their children, the two quickly pulled them into their arms and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Your Aunt San's legs went numb, and that's why your Uncle San carried her." Shin Chun-ning had already washed up and soaked her feet at the Zhou family home. After Zhou Yubai brought her back, he placed her directly in bed. Even though their bedding was new and warm, it was very cold, and she shivered when she got under the covers. She quickly grabbed the man's shirt, her big, watery eyes looking at him pitifully. "I'm cold." Zhou Yubai looked at her fondly and pulled her into his arms. The man's embrace was broad and warm, instantly dispelling the coldness from the bed. Shin Chun-ning's small hand unconsciously slipped under the hem of the man's clothing. Her soft hand brushed against his firm muscles, causing Zhou Yubai's body to tense up immediately. Feeling comfortable, Shin Chun-ning leaned against his solid chest and began to feel a bit drowsy. Zhou Yubai's throat involuntarily moved, wishing he could pull this charming little creature into his very being. But in an instant, the fiery feelings inside him were suppressed by her yawn. Just as he managed to control his desires, her delicate hand suddenly tugged at the red fruit on his chest. Zhou Yubai's expression changed. This was truly too much to bear. In the end, when Shin Chun-ning felt weak and teary-eyed, she was still quite confused. Why had this man suddenly become so wild? At midnight, the sound of firecrackers filled the village with excitement. This year, the harvest was good, and families that worked hard received a decent share of money and grain. With money in hand, they naturally wanted to celebrate the new year in style and hoped for an even better harvest next year. So, families with means bought firecrackers to set off, praying for good weather and prosperity in business for the coming year. Once the firecrackers were done, the New Year's vigil came to an end. In the Shun family, the three men were a bit tipsy. After Shin's father went to his room, He Hui and Li Xiaolan helped Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jingliang back to their rooms. Before entering her own room, He Hui winked at Li Xiaolan. Li Xiaolan's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned red to her neck. She quickly avoided He Hui's gaze and took Shin Jingliang inside. After helping Shin Jingliang onto the bed, Li Xiaolan noticed he was quite drunk and planned to get some hot water to help him wash his face. Just as she was about to turn around, Shin Jingliang grabbed her hand firmly and said, "Don't go." Li Xiaolan's heart, which had already been racing, nearly jumped out of her chest. He Hui's earlier words replayed in her mind uncontrollably. She had once been infatuated with Zhou Yubai, but after seeing how well he treated Shin Chun-ning, she couldn't help but compare it to his indifference towards her. Even the hottest heart could cool down. In the days after their wedding, although she and Shin Jingliang were not as close as a typical couple, he did take on his responsibilities as a husband. Since she arrived at the Shin family home, he eagerly took on all the dirty, tiring, and heavy chores. Just a few days ago, when she had her period, he wouldn't let her touch cold water and insisted on washing her clothes, even her intimate garments. After that, she began to think that being a real couple with Shin Jingliang and living a steady life together might not be so bad. While she was lost in thought, Shin Jingliang suddenly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly as if he wanted to merge their very beings. In that moment, Li Xiaolan felt a rush of warmth, and her heart raced. "Meng Meng, don't go." However, the next second, Shin Jingliang, in a drunken haze, spoke, and it felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her. Instantly, she felt a chill from head to toe. The warmth on her face faded, and her racing heart returned to normal. A bitter smile crept onto her lips as she pushed him away. "Brother Shen, I'm not Wang Jiqing." Shin Jingliang, slightly confused from his drunken state, took a moment to understand. He quickly released Li Xiaolan and apologized. "Xiaolan, I'm sorry, I drank too much." Li Xiaolan forced a smile. "It's okay, I understand. Brother Shen, you should lie down and rest. I'll go get some warm water for you to wash your face." As she stepped out of the room, Li Xiaolan couldn't help but feel her eyes slightly water. But then she heard the muffled sounds of joy from the next room, where Shin Jingxiu and He Hui were. Though she hadn't experienced such things herself, the night before her wedding, Zhao Xiaoying had shared quite a bit of advice with her. Her face flushed, and the embarrassment quickly overshadowed the earlier feelings of grievance. She hurried to the kitchen to prepare some warm water. When she returned, the drunken Shin Jingliang was already asleep. But it seemed there were traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Li Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle at herself, thinking those tears must be for Wang Jiqing. She gently wiped his face, and as she lay down beside him, tears began to roll down her cheeks uncontrollably. Shen Chunqing was extremely tired last night. In the morning, she groggily heard the sound of firecrackers outside but couldn't open her eyes. Although there was a saying, "No rest on the 30th, continue working on the 1st, her workplace didn't give a holiday, but this year, the first day of the new year happened to fall on a weekend. Shin Chun-ning hugged her blanket, feeling sleepy as she turned over, ready to continue her nap. At that moment, Lin Shulan came over to call them for breakfast. "Third, Ning Ning hasn't gotten up yet?" You should wake her up to eat the rice first, then she can go back to sleep. Usually, if Shin Chun-ning was still asleep on a day off, Lin Shulan wouldn't bother to wake her for breakfast. But today was different. It was the first day of the new year. According to tradition, one should not sleep in on this day and must eat rice. It is said that eating rice will ensure a smooth and prosperous year ahead. For Shin Chun-ning, who was due to give birth this year, eating rice on the first day was even more important. It is believed that doing so will make childbirth easier and less painful. Zhou Yubai didn't think these traditions were superstitious, but he also didn't fully believe in them. He felt it was more important for his wife to get a good rest. Just as he was about to help Shin Chun-ning decline his mother's kind offer, he heard her soft voice from the room. "Mom, I'll get dressed and come over soon." "Okay, Ning, take your time and wear enough clothes so you don't get cold. I'll wait for you to put the rice in the pot," Lin Shulan happily replied before leaving. Zhou Yubai thought to himself. With his mother and wife like this, he felt a bit unnecessary. He turned back into the room and, out of habit, picked Shin Chun-ning up and sat her on his lap, helping her get dressed like a child. After helping her get ready, he went to fetch hot water for her to wash up. When they went to the old Zhou family courtyard next door, several children were already peeking at the entrance. When they saw them, the little ones hurried to the kitchen, shouting, "Grandma, my third uncle and aunt are here. We can cook the rice now." After eating the rice, it was time for the children to pay their New Year's respects. The 6 kids from the big and second family took a tin basin and placed it on the ground, reciting good wishes while bowing and making the basin clatter. Zhou Baogua, Lin Shulan, and Peng Kaiyuan all laughed heartily, especially Peng Kaiyuan. He thought he would never have the chance to enjoy such family joy in his lifetime, but unexpectedly, he found a good student who allowed him to experience the happiness of having grandchildren around. The 3 elders gave each of the 6 children a red envelope, each containing 20 cents. When the little ones were bowing to Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai, Shin Chun-ning took out the red envelopes she had prepared earlier and gave each of the 6 children one. Each envelope contained 20 cents. After that, Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue also gave red envelopes to the 6 children. However, when the kids happily tried to leave with their envelopes, their mother called them back. "You little ones can't handle money. I'll keep your New Year money safe for you until you grow up." Mom, I'm 10 years old this year. I can handle my own money," argued the eldest, Zhou Hongjun. The second brother, Zhou Minjun, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Mom, I'm 8. I can handle it too." Although Zhou Yongjun was still young, he was quite clever. Seeing his brothers, he quickly hid his envelope behind his back, saying, I can handle my money too." Meanwhile, the 3 girls from the big house had already obediently handed over their money after Sun Fingjiao promised to buy them new hair ties. Sun Fingjiao gave out a red envelope of $1 and left 10 cents for each of the 3 girls, taking back $3.30, feeling quite pleased. She even advised Xia Yue, "It's the new year. The kids should keep a little pocket money." Xia Yue was really frustrated watching her 3 sons tightly clutch their envelopes. Everyone said having sons was good, but she didn't feel that way at all. If only she had a daughter, it might bring her some comfort instead of being constantly annoyed by these 3 little troublemakers. Ignoring Sun Fingjiao, Xia Yue glared at her 3 sons. "What do you need so much money for? Look at your sister. Her red envelope went to Auntie. I'll give each of you 10 cents, and you can let me keep your New Year money." Zhou Hongjun, Zhou Minjun, and Zhou Yongjun had no choice but to hand over their envelopes. Zhou Hongjun couldn't help but mutter, "You keep it, and it will turn into corn, sweet potatoes, or soy sauce." Generally, married daughters return to their parents' home on the second day of the new year. However, since Shin Chun-ning had to go back to work tomorrow and her family lived nearby, she decided to visit under the pretense of celebrating the new year. When she returned, Shin Chingsong was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, a smile instantly appeared on his old face. "My dear girl is back. Are you cold? Come in and warm up by the fire." As Shin Chunning stepped forward to link arms with her father, she began chatting with him about family matters. When Shin Chingsong entered the house, he discussed with He Hui, The eldest family, Ning Ning and Yu Bai, have to work tomorrow and won't be back. You and the second family should decide to kill a chicken for stew, cook some cured meat, and make a stew with the fish that the eldest brought back yesterday.
Ning Ning likes fish.
Shin Chun Ning wanted to tell her sister-in-law not to go through so much trouble. He Hui smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry." Brother Zheng Su guessed that Ning Ning would definitely come back today, so he prepared the chicken and fish early this morning. Shin Chun Ning felt deeply touched by He Hui's words. In their culture, eating fish during the New Year symbolizes abundance. However, her father and siblings did not eat fish during the New Year's Eve dinner because they saved it for her return. Shin Chun Ning sincerely thanked He Hui. He Hui laughed. "Ning Ning, you don't need to be so polite. When you brought us fabric and milk candies, and when you got Dad some wine, we didn't say thank you either, right?" Shin Chun Ning smiled. "All right, sister-in-law, then I won't say thank you anymore. We are family, no need for such formalities." Just as Shin Chun Ning finished speaking, Li Xiaolan came out of the room. Li Xiaolan awkwardly greeted Shin Chun Ning and Zhou Yu Bai before quickly heading to the kitchen, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'll go start the fire first." Although Shin Chun Ning found Li Xiaolan's behavior a bit strange, she remembered how Li Xiaolan had once boldly pursued Zhou Yu Bai. Now that both had married others but ended up in the same family, some awkwardness was unavoidable, so she didn't dwell on it. She spent some time in the main room talking with Shin's father and Zhou Yu Bai, then left Zhou Yu Bai to keep Shin's father company while she went to the kitchen to talk with her sisters-in-law. As she reached the kitchen door, she heard He Hui's surprised whisper, "Xiaolan, what happened? Why are your eyes so puffy? Did Zheng Liang bully you?" Shin Chun Ning then recalled how Li Xiaolan had looked when she came out, trying to hide her face, clearly not wanting them to see her condition. "Sister-in-law, please lower your voice. I'm fine and Zheng Liang didn't bully me. It's my own issue," Li Xiaolan quickly interrupted He Hui. He Hui sighed, "I'll boil you an egg. You should rest a bit. With your eyes looking like this, it won't be good if Dad and your sister and brother-in-law see you." "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law," Li Xiaolan replied. In the kitchen, the two people stopped talking and Shin Chun Ning had to pull back the foot she was about to step in with. She couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. She really didn't know if it was right or wrong for her second brother and Li Xiaolan to be together. Since her sister-in-law didn't want anyone to know she had been crying, it wasn't appropriate for her to go in now. Shin Chun Ning returned to the main room. Zhou Yu Bai, who was talking to Shin's father, naturally pulled her to sit by the stove, warming her hands while slightly leaning in to ask, "Aren't you going to talk to your sister-in-law? Why are you back so soon?" "There was nothing they needed help with, and the kitchen is too small to move around, so I came out," she replied. Today, the work assigned to each production team was not much. Shin Zhengliang went to work alone and completed the tasks for Shin's father, He Hui, and Li Xiaolan, returning by mid-morning. Shin Chun Ning hesitated several times about asking her second brother what had happened between him and his wife, and why she had cried so much on New Year's Eve. But after thinking it over, she decided against it. As a married sister, and not having a close relationship with Li Xiaolan, it didn't seem right for her to inquire about such matters. Shin Jingshu only worked half a day on the road repair. After lunch, he didn't have to go back to work. During lunch, Shun Qingsong said, "Eldest son, last time you got married, your aunt mentioned that our families should visit each other more often. After lunch, you should take your siblings to the county to pay New Year's greetings to your uncle and aunt." "Dad, aren't you coming?" Shun Jingshu asked. Shun Qingsong waved his hand. "It's fine for you younger ones to go. I won't go." In the afternoon, the three siblings, along with their partners, arrived at the county committee's family compound. After registering at the reception, they didn't wait long before Lu Yanfeng, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, came out. Lu Yanfeng warmly shook Shin Jingshu's hand. "Jingshu, you all finally made it. I was thinking about you coming to pay New Year's greetings since early this morning. Where's my uncle? My dad was happy last night and had a few drinks, so he's a bit hungover today. We're here in his place." As they chatted, they entered the family compound. Lu Junpei had already been promoted to a small leader at the county committee, and since Shin Qingfeng, Lu Yanfeng, and Lu Meijun all worked at the county committee, their family had the largest apartment in the compound, a 4-bedroom, two-living-room unit with a spacious living room and a separate kitchen. However, the houses in this era do not have private bathrooms. The bathrooms and washrooms are located at both ends of each floor. When Lu Yanfeng brought them in, Lu Meijun was already busy setting out sunflower seeds, peanuts, milk candies, and fruits on the coffee table. Lu Xiujia and Lu Shutong were sitting with their grandfather, Lu Junpei, talking with Shen Qingfeng. Seeing Lu Yanfeng return with guests, Lu Meijun warmly greeted, "Jingxiu, Zhengliang, Ningning, come in and sit down. This is Xiaolan and Yubai, right? They look great, really match with Zhengliang and Ningning." After greeting the people she knew, Lu Meijun's gaze fell on Li Xiaolan and Zhou Yubai, and she spoke with extra enthusiasm. Last time she attended Shen Jingxi's wedding, she didn't introduce Li Xiaolan because Li Xiaolan and Shen Zhengliang were not married yet, and their families were not very close. Zhou Yubai was busy with the military during that time and couldn't attend Shen Jingxi's wedding, so he hadn't met Lu Meijun before. Li Xiaolan and Zhou Yubai both responded to her. The three Shen siblings handed over the gifts they brought. Shen Jingxiu and Shen Zhenliang brought dried goods prepared by Shen Qingsong, including dried mushrooms, mountain walnuts, and chestnuts. Shen Chunning brought a bag of milk candies and 2 bundles of noodles. While Lu Meijun exchanged polite words, she accepted the gifts. Lu family's second son, Lu Xiujia, also stood up to greet them. Lu Shutong glanced at them. Although neither the Shen siblings nor their partners looked as she had imagined, wearing patched clothes and looking dirty, she was especially surprised when she saw Zhou Yubai. Having grown up in the city, she had never seen such a handsome and strong-looking man. However, after a moment, she remembered that he was Shen Chuning's partner, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Tong Tong, didn't you see your cousins and their spouses? Where's your manners?" Shen Qingfeng felt frustrated seeing his daughter act this way and couldn't help but speak up. Lu Shutong pouted, stood up, and without looking at Shen Qingfeng, said to Lu Junpei, "Grandpa, I'm going back to my room." After saying that, she went straight to her room and slammed the door. She looked completely unconcerned about Shen Qingfeng as her father. Shen Qingfeng's face turned a bit red with anger. Lu Yanfeng quickly said, "Dad, don't mind my little sister. Her temper has gotten worse over the years." After that, Lu Yanfeng turned to the somewhat awkward Shen Chunqing and the others, saying, "Jingxiu, Zhengliang, Ningning, and my 2 sisters-in-law, my little sister is spoiled, so please be understanding." Lu Junpei also spoke seriously to Lu Meijun, saying, "Meijun, Tong Tong is becoming more and more unreasonable. After today, you should have a good talk with her. With her behavior, she doesn't seem like a child raised by a family like ours." The 3 Shen siblings were unsure if Lu Shudong's behavior was due to her straightforward nature or if it was intentional from Auntie Lu's side. They could only pretend nothing was happening. Lu Junpei stood up and shook hands with Shen Jingxiu, Shen Zhengliang, and Zhou Yubai. After exchanging a few words with Shen Jingxiu and Shen Zhengliang, he started talking to Zhou Yubai. In just a few sentences, Lu Junpei seemed to hit it off with Zhou Yubai, treating him like an old friend, and encouraged Lu Yanfeng and Lu Xiujia to learn from Zhou Yubai. Shen Qingfeng continued to chat with Shen Jingxiu and Shen Zhengliang. Shen Chunqing accompanied her 2 sisters-in-law to talk with Lu Meijun. During this visit, Shen Chunqing noticed that Auntie Lu seemed a bit different from her previous impression. In the past, Lu Meijun treated them with the same disdain that Lu Shutong currently showed. When she was around 10, she had come with her father to visit her uncle and was met with Lu Meijun's cold stares and sarcastic remarks, which hurt her pride and caused a scene when she returned home. As a child, she enjoyed visiting her uncle because he was always kind to her, giving her candies, pretty new hair ties, or a bit of pocket money. But after that incident, she never returned. The siblings were just going through the motions of visiting relatives. After a brief chat, they decided it was time to leave. Shen Qingfeng and Lu Yanfeng walked them to the entrance of the family compound. Shen Qingfeng took out a prepared red envelope and handed it to the 3 siblings, saying, "A little gesture from your uncle. Please take it." The siblings hesitated, thinking about their uncle's awkward position in the family, and didn't want to accept it. However, seeing their uncle's eager eyes, they felt guilty about refusing and accepted it, planning to find an excuse to return it later. Lu Yanfeng noticed the siblings' concern for Shin Qingfeng and said, "Dad, it's cold outside. You should go back first. I'll see my cousins a bit longer."
Okay.
Shin Qingfeng didn't insist on staying with Lu Yanfeng and nodded before turning to leave. After Shin Qingfeng left, Lu Yanfeng smiled apologetically at the siblings and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble today. Tong Tong has been spoiled since she was little and lacks manners." Hearing this, Shun Jingxi spoke directly, "Brother Foam, our families haven't interacted much in years. We don't know your family's situation well. But Ningning was also pampered at home. She can be a bit temperamental, but she would never disrespect our dad in front of guests. We shouldn't interfere in your family's matters, but you know better than us how hard your dad has had it these years. If he can't even get the respect he deserves as a father in your home, I hope you can let him go and live a few good years." As Shin Jingxu spoke, Shin Chunying recalled a dream where she had bravely called her uncle. In that call, she cried and apologized. Her uncle comforted her, saying to live well and that he was doing fine in the old house, feeling like he was truly living for himself at that time. She had never remembered this detail before. In the dream, she thought her uncle was just trying to comfort her. But hearing Shin Jingxi's words made her feel that perhaps her uncle's words were genuine. Lu Yanfeng also fell into thought. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shin Jingxiu and said, "Jingxiu, I will seriously consider what you said and have a good talk with my parents and grandfather." Lu family. When Shin Qingfeng and Lu Yanfeng went out to see the siblings off, Lu Junpei had already asked Lu Meijun to bring Lu Shutong out of her room. Lu Junpei slammed his hand on the coffee table and began to scold Lu Shutong harshly. Lu Shutong felt wronged and tears streamed down her face as she cried and shouted, "He's just someone living off us, and now he brings his poor relatives to take advantage of us. Besides, he's not my dad, so why should I respect him?" Smack! Lu Meijun suddenly slapped Lu Shutong hard across the face. After the slap, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. "Lu Shutong, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Shutong looked at Lu Meijun in disbelief. "Mom, you actually hit me?"
Why did you hit me?
"I didn't say anything wrong. You said it yourself. I'm not his child, I am." Before Lu Shutong could finish her sentence, a loud noise came from outside the door, as if something heavy had fallen. Everyone then noticed that Shin Qingfeng had somehow appeared at the door. Lu Meijun didn't care about Lu Shutong anymore and rushed to the door. Qingfeng, are you okay?" "Xiao Jia, hurry. Go find a car to take your dad to the hospital." Lu Meijun shouted in tears. Only then did Lu Xiaojie come to his senses and quickly run out to find a car. Lu Shutong realized she was in trouble and was so scared that her face turned pale, standing frozen in place. Lu Junpei angrily slammed his hands on the coffee table twice. "Why are you still standing here? Go back to your room and think about what you've done." After Lu Xiaojie went downstairs, he ran into Lu Yanfeng, who was returning. Upon hearing that his father had fainted, he immediately found a car to take Shin Qingfeng to the hospital. When the Shin siblings returned to Tsihong village, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Although it was still early, the villagers were already carrying small stools and heading to the village office. Shin Qingsong had long prepared dinner and was waiting at the door. Seeing them return, he immediately called the family to come in for dinner. During the meal, he asked about their visit to their uncle's house. The 3 siblings cleverly shared only the good parts with Shin Qingsong. After dinner, the family naturally took their small stools to the village office to watch a movie. The movies were mostly model operas, and they played the same few films repeatedly. Everyone had seen them so many times that they could recite the plots by heart. However, entertainment was scarce in this era, so everyone was still excited to watch a movie. Zhou Yubai wasn't interested in such activities, but his little wife was very keen. He carried 2 small stools in one hand and protected his wife with the other as they headed to the village office. When they arrived, the courtyard was already filled with people. Shen Chunning thought she would have to sit in the back and just see heads, but Lu Qiaoqing suddenly stood up in the front row and called out to her, "Ning Ning, over here." Shen Chunning's eyes lit up in surprise. She didn't expect Lu Xiaoqing to save her a spot in the front row. She quickly squeezed her way over to Lu Xiaoqing. Zhou Yubai looked at her reckless behavior with some helplessness and quickly protected her. When he reached Lu Xiaoqing, he saw there was only one seat available. Lu Xiaoqing didn't expect that Zhou Yubai, who seemed cold and fierce, would accompany Shen Chunqing to watch a movie. She didn't dare to speak to Zhou Yubai and could only awkwardly say to Shen Chunqing, "Ningning, I didn't know you two came together." Shen Chunqing looked expectantly at Zhou Yubai. She certainly couldn't let Zhou Yubai sit next to Lu Xiaoqing during the movie. She was worried that Zhou Yubai might say something surprising like he was holding her while sitting. "I'll sit in the back. Just be careful," Zhou Yubai said, gently ruffling Shen Chunqing's soft hair. Then he asked Lu Xiaoqing, "My Ningning is not very comfortable right now, so please take care of her. If anything happens, just call for me." "Okay." Lu Xiaoqing nodded eagerly, looking at Zhou Yubai with starry eyes. However, her admiration wasn't for Zhou Yubai himself, but for his identity as a soldier. After Zhou Yubai left, she sat down with Shen Chunqing and couldn't help but nudge her with her elbow. "Ningning, I didn't expect your man, who looks fierce, to be so good to you. Is this the sense of security that comes from a soldier?" Lu Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with longing. Shen Chunqing. "Ningning, is your third brother like this too? He seems a bit dull and cold on the outside, but actually he gives off a strong sense of security." Shen Chunqing. Her third brother could indeed provide a strong sense of security when he was kind. However, as it grew darker, the projectionist began to set up the equipment. When it was completely dark, the movie started. Today's film was the On the White Tiger Group, one of the 8 model operas, based on the heroic deeds of Yang Yucai, a deputy platoon leader of the People's Volunteer Army. It told the story of the Volunteer Army's reconnaissance team disguising themselves as the enemy to assist in destroying the White Tiger Group headquarters and capturing its commander and an advisor from M country. During the thrilling parts of the movie, even though everyone knew the outcome would be a great victory for our army, they couldn't help but hold their breath. As the film approached its and our army achieved victory, the audience couldn't contain their cheers and applause. The vibrant patriotic spirit was vividly expressed in that moment. Lu Xiaoqing was so excited that she hugged Shen Chunqing's arm and said, "Ningning, these soldiers are amazing and so brave. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I could marry your third brother, a hero." Shen Chunqing looked at Lu Xiaoqing's infatuated expression and felt a bit embarrassed. She thought for a moment. Her brother really didn't have any feelings for Lu Xiaoqing. It would be better not to let her have such high hopes. "Xiaoqing, marrying a soldier and being a military wife might not be as good as you think. Look at me. I've been married to Zhou Yubai for only 2 days, and he's already gone back to the army. He won't be back for several months. My situation is still considered good because he had a chance to return. Many soldiers don't have that opportunity. Once you become a military wife, you might have to live apart from your husband for a long time and take on the responsibilities of caring for the elderly and raising children alone." Lu Xiaoqing, still holding Shen Chunqing's arm, cheerfully replied, "It's okay. Your brother has already been promoted to camp leader, right? Camp leaders can apply for their families to accompany them, so I'll go with your brother when the time comes." Shen Chunqing was left speechless. She had already told Lu Xiaoqing that her brother had someone in his heart, but Lu Xiaoqing chose to ignore it. Reluctantly, she reminded Lu Xiaoqing once more. Lu Xiaoqing waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. As long as your brother isn't married to her yet, I still have a chance. By the way, your brother wrote back to me a couple of days ago." Lu Xiaoqing said excitedly. Shen Chunqing was shocked. "What did my brother say in the letter?" "He said he has a mission coming up and it could last for 6 months or even a year. He told me not to write to him because he wouldn't receive the letters and they might be opened by someone else." Lu Xiaoqing said, feeling even happier. "Your brother is now even telling me about his schedule. I think I'm starting to move him." Shen Chunqing was puzzled. Her brother's letter didn't mention a mission. It only said that there was some unrest at the border, and they were increasing the difficulty of their training due to the possibility of war breaking out again. So, Could it be that her brother's letter to Lu Xiaoqing wasn't really about sharing his schedule, but rather an excuse to stop her from writing to him? Shin Chunning felt a bit of a headache. How did Lu Xiaoqing end up liking her brother right after getting out of trouble with Chinzian? That evening, Shin Chunning shared this matter with Zhou Yubai. Zhou Yubai held her close and kissed her smooth forehead. Feelings are complicated. You shouldn't worry about it. Let them figure it out on their own. If they are truly meant to be, they'll end up together in the end. Shin Chunning thought this made sense. Even if she wanted to intervene, she couldn't. In her dream, she wasn't aware of any of her brother's romantic matters. She didn't even know about the woman from the art troupe he had mentioned several times. In her dream, Lu Xiaoqing was always infatuated with Chen Ziyun and targeted her throughout. So, she really had no idea which direction her brother's feelings would go. Once Shin Chunning relaxed, sleepiness washed over her, and she quickly fell asleep. Zhou Yubai looked at her peaceful sleeping face and couldn't help but hold her a little tighter, wishing he could merge her into his very being. Feelings are truly hard to understand. Just like he never imagined that the little white rabbit who used to be so afraid of him would one day have the courage to marry him. Just like he thought he would never get married, but after the little white rabbit asked him to marry her, his feelings could no longer be contained. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, when Shin Chunning arrived at the commune for work, she received good news. The method she taught everyone for creating reports using the DuPont analysis had been well received. The county leaders felt that having her work as an accountant in such a small place was a waste of talent, so they issued a transfer order to move her to the county committee. After Secretary Ma told Shin Chunning about this, he excitedly shook her hand, saying, "Comrade Shin, in such a short time, to have the leaders personally request your transfer from the commune to the county committee makes you the first in our entire county. You have brought honor to our commune." That day, Shin Chunning packed her things, and Secretary Ma personally took her to the county committee for the handover. Upon arriving, she was greeted by another secretary of Kong Xiangjun, named He Li. He was a man around the same age as Lu Yanfeng and was very diligent and responsible. After He Li helped her with the handover, Shin Chunning smiled and thanked him. "Secretary He, thank you." He Li replied with a smile, "From now on, we'll all be colleagues, Comrade Shin. You don't need to be so polite. By the way, Comrade Shin, you're Yanfeng's sister, right? I heard him mention that the accountant using this new bookkeeping method is his sister." Shin Chunning was a bit surprised. Although she and Lu Yanfeng were cousins, they weren't really familiar with each other. She didn't expect Lu Yanfeng would mention her to his colleagues at the county committee. Shin Chunning hadn't planned to bring up her connection with Lu Yanfeng at work. But now that He Li had mentioned it, she politely responded and casually asked, "Comrade He, is Lu Yanfeng not at work today because he has other tasks?" He Li looked at her in surprise and said, "You didn't know? Chen Tuning. Yanfeng's father must be your uncle, right? He suddenly fainted yesterday and is still in the hospital." He Li continued. Yanfeng took the day off today to be with his father. Shin Chunning's heart sank. Her intuition told her that her uncle's sudden fainting must be related to their visit to his house yesterday. Since today was her first day at the county committee, she couldn't just take leave to visit her uncle. She could only patiently finish all her work for the day and hurriedly prepare to go to the hospital after work. At the entrance of the county committee, she saw Lin Shulan waiting outside and remembered that her mother had been picking her up from work. When Lin Shulan saw Shin Chunning come out, her face lit up with a big smile. "Our Ning Ning is really successful. She just became an accountant at the commune and now has been promoted to the county committee. Our family is so lucky to have you." Most people in the countryside don't really understand the hierarchy of government positions. To them, anyone who can hold a position in the brigade is already an official. Working at the commune means a higher level of official. Being at the county committee is seen as a big deal, far beyond what they usually encounter. Seeing Lin Shulan so happy, Shin Chunning couldn't help but smile and said, "Mom, working at the county committee is still just like before at the commune. I'm still an accountant. It's nothing special. Being an accountant at the county committee is definitely more impressive than at the commune. I may not understand much, but I know our Ning Ning is the best and most successful, Lin Shulan said, puffing out her chest with pride. It made Shin Chun Ning happy to see her mother so proud of her. Shin Chun Ning told Lin Shulan about Shin Qingfeng being in the hospital and said she needed to go to the county hospital. She asked Lin Shulan to go pick up Zhouya from the textile factory first. Lin Shulan immediately became anxious. What illness does your uncle have? Is it serious? Shin Chunying guessed that Shin Qingfeng's condition wasn't good since he still hadn't woken up. However, she didn't tell Lin Shulan that and only said Shin Qingfeng had a slight cold. Lin Shulan nodded and said, "Your uncle has had a tough life. Since he is sick, as his niece, you should go see him." While the two women were talking, the donkey cart arrived at the county hospital. Shin Chunying got out of the cart to go into the hospital, while Lin Shulan reminded her to be safe and said they would wait for her outside. While at work, Shin Chunying had already found a chance to take out a piece of wild ginseng she had stored. She had previously given half of it to Zhouya and planned to give the remaining half to her father and teacher, waiting until the ginseng seeds she cultivated grew larger to give them more. But she hadn't had the chance to do that before hearing about Shin Qingfeng's fainting. Fortunately, she hadn't given the ginseng to her teacher and father yet, otherwise, she would have to find a way to get some spring water for her uncle. After entering the hospital, just as she was about to ask the nurse which ward Shin Qingfeng was in, she heard someone calling her, Ning Ning. Shin Chunying turned around and saw Lu Yanfeng. Brother Yanfeng. Lu Yanfeng quickly walked up to her. "Ning Ning, why are you at the hospital?" "I'm here to see my uncle." Lu Yanfeng's face showed a hint of embarrassment. "You know about my father's situation?" Shin Chunying shook her head. "Only I know." She explained that she had been transferred to work at the county committee and learned about her uncle's hospitalization from He Xingli. Then she asked Brother Yanfeng, "Has my uncle woken up?" Lu Yanfeng nodded. "He just woke up." Shin Chunying followed Lu Yanfeng to the ward. According to local customs, it is considered unlucky to visit the hospital or take medicine at the beginning of the lunar month, and being hospitalized at this time is even worse. Ordinary families usually avoid going to the hospital in the first half of the lunar month unless it's a life-threatening illness, so Shin Qingfeng was the only one in the four-person ward. At that moment, Shin Qingfeng lay in bed, while Lu Meijun sat by his side, taking care of him. Lu Meijun's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying for a long time. But Shin Qingfeng seemed not to notice her, just lying in bed and staring out the window. The two people who had been full of life yesterday now looked like they had aged 10 years in an instant. "Dad, Mom, Ning Ning is here," Lu Yanfeng said cautiously. "Uncle, Aunt." Shin Chunying greeted Shin Qingfeng and Lu Meijun as she entered the room. Lu Meijun quickly wiped away the 2 tears at the corners of her eyes, showing a composed demeanor. She stood up and looked at Shin Chunying, saying, "Ning Ning, you're here. Come in and sit down." Shin Qingfeng, whose eyes were dull before, finally showed a bit of life when he looked at Shin Chunying. As soon as Shin Chunying sat down in the hospital room, Lu Meijun said, "Ning Ning, you're here just in time to keep your uncle company. I'll go get him some clean clothes." Without waiting for Shin Chunying to respond, Lu Meijun hurriedly left, wiping her tears. Shin Chunying watched Lu Meijun's hurried figure and then glanced at her uncle, feeling that there was something awkward between the couple. At that moment, Shin Qingfeng forced himself to sit up. Shin Yanfeng quickly stepped forward to help him and placed a pillow behind his back to support him. Shin Qingfeng looked at Shin Chunying with the same loving gaze as always, saying, "Ning Ning, why did you come? It's the new year, and I feel bad making you come to the hospital." "Uncle, please don't say that," Shin Chunying replied. "Our family has relied on your support over the years. In the hearts of my siblings and me, you are just like our father." "Uncle, when I went up the mountain with you I found a wild ginseng plant," Shin Chunying said, noticing there was no one else in the room. She took out the half of the wild ginseng she had wrapped in her bag and handed it to Shin Yanfeng, instructing him to give it to Shin Qingfeng. The half she had previously given to Zhouya was the smaller piece with roots, leaving this larger half for herself. When Shun Yanfeng saw the wild ginseng, his eyes widened in surprise. Such a large piece of wild ginseng must be at least several decades old, possibly even 100 years. This was a life-saving herb for critical times, and Shin Chun Ning only had this half left, yet she was willing to give it to her uncle. He now understood why his father treated Shin Chun Ning better than his own daughter, Lu Shutong. After his daughter had caused him distress leading to a hospital stay, she hadn't even come to visit, while his niece had selflessly brought a precious herb that money couldn't buy. Ning Ning, you should take this back, Shen Qingfeng insisted. I'm not in need of this yet. You can give it to your father or your father-in-law, or even your teacher. Lu Yanfeng heard his father's words and quickly decided to return the item to Shen Chunqing without feeling reluctant. Shen Chunqing hurriedly said, Uncle, don't worry. I found more than one of these on the mountain recently, and I have a few at home. My dad, teacher, and father-in-law all have some too. You can keep this half and enjoy it. Shen Qingfeng looked at Shen Chunqing with some doubt. Ning Ning, have you learned to boast now? Is this something as common as a radish or a cabbage that you can find so many? Shen Chunqing crossed her small hands behind her back, showing that once she gave something away, she wouldn't take it back. Uncle, I still have more. Since I've given this away, I can't take it back. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Seeing his niece's stubbornness, Shen Qingfeng sighed helplessly. Yanfeng, since your sister insists on giving it, you should accept it for me. Shen Qingfeng then asked Shen Chunqing how she knew about his hospitalization. She explained, and he became excited about her being transferred to work at the county committee.
Great.
Ning Ning, you've only worked a short time, and you've already moved from the commune to the county committee. You've really brought honor to our Shen family. Lu Yanfeng felt a twinge of sadness at Shen Qingfeng's words. Although his father cared for him, he always felt a distance between them. He believed this distance was because he carried the Lu surname instead of Shen. Previously, when their grandfather asked his father to choose one of the 3 siblings to change back to the Shen surname, he had willingly offered to change his name. However, his father refused. He said that when he married Yan, they agreed that the children would take the Lu surname, and that was how it should be. He wouldn't let Lu Yanfeng and his siblings change to the Shen surname, and even their descendants should keep the Lu name forever. Shen Chunqing chatted with Shen Qingfeng for a while longer. As it got late, Shen Qingfeng said, Ning Ning, you should head back now. It's not safe on the road when it gets dark. This is just a small issue. You don't need to tell your dad and brothers when you get home. We don't want them to worry for no reason. Shen Chunqing agreed. As she was leaving, she noticed the thermos on Shen Qingfeng's bedside and said, Uncle, let me get you some water before I go back. Shen Qingfeng and Lu Yanfeng looked at her slightly rounded belly and quickly tried to stop her. Shen Chunning smiled and said, Uncle, Yanfeng, don't worry. I can handle this small task. With that, she took the thermos and went out, not giving Shen Qingfeng and Lu Yanfeng a chance to stop her. Lu Yanfeng also wanted to take this opportunity to talk to his father about changing his surname, so he didn't chase after her. Shen Chunning went to the water room with the thermos. There were almost no patients in the hospital, and the water room was empty. Shen Chunning quickly took the chance to fill the thermos with some spiritual water. When she returned with the water bottle, she heard Shen Qingfeng speaking seriously to Lu Yanfeng, saying, Yanfeng, your grandfather is willing to let one of you 3 siblings change back to the Shen surname, which shows his kindness. But I cannot allow you to do that. For me, as long as you all think of me as your father, it doesn't matter what surname you have. Let's not discuss this matter again. After a moment of silence, Lu Yanfeng replied, I understand, Dad. At that moment, Shen Chunning walked into the ward. Lu Yanfeng quickly took the thermos from her hands, saying, Ning Ning, thank you. Shen Chunning smiled and replied, You're welcome, Yanfeng. It's my duty. Uncle, I'm heading back now. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Remember to drink more water. It's good for your health, Shen Chunning reminded him before preparing to leave. Lu Yanfeng hurried to catch up with her, saying, Ning Ning, I'll walk you out. When Lu Yanfeng escorted Shen Chunning to the hospital entrance, Lin Shulan and Joya were already waiting for her in the donkey cart. She got into the cart and said goodbye to Lu Yanfeng. Ningning, how is your uncle doing? Lin Shulan asked with concern. Shun Chuning lightly summarized Shin Qingfeng's condition, saying there was nothing serious, just some common issues, and he would be able to leave the hospital in a day or two. Lin Shulan sighed in relief. That's good. As people get older, they inevitably have some minor problems. Shin Chuning nodded in agreement with Lin Shulan's words. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that Joya looked a bit off and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Are you facing a problem? Joya quickly smiled and said, It's nothing. I just thought about my last visit to the hospital. Lin Shulan and Shin Chuning didn't suspect anything. Lin Shulan patted her shoulder and comforted her. Yaya, let the past be the past. We need to move forward and look ahead. The three women chatted casually, and before they knew it, the donkey cart had returned to the village. As they passed the Shin family's house, they suddenly heard Shin Qingsong's angry voice from the yard. Get lost. We have severed ties. I have no sister like you, and my son is not capable of helping your son. At that moment, Lin Shulan slapped her thigh and said, Ning Ning, I just remembered. When I went to pick you two up, I ran into your aunt at the village entrance. Shun Chuning frowned. Wasn't Shin Fengxia the one who swore to cut ties with their family when her second brother had an accident? How could she have the nerve to come back? Mom, I'm going back to take a look. As Shin Chuning spoke, she was about to get off the cart. Lin Shulan quickly got off first and supported her, saying, Take it slow. Don't rush. I'll go with you. Besides your dad and two brothers, there are only your two new sisters-in-law at home. It's not easy for the men to argue with Shin Fengxia, and the new brides might feel shy about confronting an elder. If that girl Shin Fengxia starts causing trouble, I'll help you deal with her. Shin Chuning had been worried about her dad and brothers, but after hearing Lin Shulan, she couldn't help but smile. Her mother-in-law was truly lovable. When Shin Chuning entered the yard, she realized that it wasn't just Lin Shulan who had come to help. Aunt He and Zhao Xiaoying were also there. The two families were gathered together, seemingly relaxed as they watched the commotion. However, the glint in their eyes was just like Lin Shulan's, clearly ready to fight and confront Shin Fengxia if needed. Seeing Lin Shulan, Aunt He and Zhao Xiaoying immediately waved her over. Shin Chuning greeted the two aunts before heading into the main room. Just as Shin Fengxia was being pushed out of the house by Shin Qingsong, she spotted Shin Chuning returning. Shin Fengxia tugged at her clothes, raised her neck, and looked at Shin Chuning with her chin up, saying, Shin Chuning, you came back at the right time. Isn't your husband a newly promoted regiment leader? Your dad just said that he should arrange a position for your cousin in his unit. He doesn't have to be a regiment leader like him. Being a battalion commander will do. Sen Ning. If she hadn't just heard her father speak, she might have believed Shin Fengxia's confident attitude. She stared at Shin Fengxia in shock, her mouth open, and in the next moment, her eyes filled with tears. Before speaking, Shin Fengxia had considered various reactions from Shin Chuning. For example, she expected a big fight or even mockery and insults. Then she could claim that Shin Chuning was disrespecting her as an elder. Shin Qingsong, a simple farmer, didn't care about face, but Shin Chuning, as the wife of a leader, couldn't afford to lose her reputation. At that point, Shin Qingsong wouldn't be too harsh on his sister for the sake of his daughter's reputation. She could then ask Shin Qingsong to help get her younger son into the army. But she never expected Shin Chuning to start crying. Suddenly, she felt a bad premonition and quickly stepped back, saying, Shin Chuning, what are you doing? I didn't even touch you. Why are you crying? Shin Chuning wiped her tears, looking heartbroken, and sobbed. Whoa. I'm sorry, Auntie. I'm not sad because of you. I'm crying because my dad doesn't care about me anymore. Whoa. Shin Fengxia was even more confused by Shin Chuning's words. What do you mean your dad doesn't care about you anymore? Everyone knew that their father favored his daughter over his three sons. My dad. He wants to ruin my boyfriend's future, so he definitely doesn't care about me anymore. Whoa. Shin Chuning cried harder, wiping her tears. Lin Shulan, standing nearby, rolled up her sleeves and was about to step forward. Her daughter was pregnant and crying so sadly, it broke her heart to hear. But before she could act, Shen Qing-song rushed out from the main room at the sound of his daughter's cries. He shielded his beloved daughter behind him and glared at Shen Fengxia. Shen Fengxia, get out. I never said such things to you. If you make my daughter sad again, don't blame me for being rude. Shen Fengxia, unfazed, said seriously to Shen Qing-song, third brother, listen to me. Children are a responsibility. You're kids, without a mother to teach them. How can they know what filial piety is? My Yao Zhu has been well taught since childhood, respectful and capable. As their uncle, if you help him this time, when he makes a name for himself in the army and becomes an important official, he won't forget his uncle, will he? Shen Fengxia spoke while tugging at her chubby son, Wu Yaozu, who looked carefree. When she came this time, she thought she needed something from Shen Qing-song, so she spent some money and brought 2 pounds of egg cake. However, in just a short time, her son had already eaten almost all of it. While Shen Fengxia was talking, Wu Yaozu was too busy enjoying the egg cake to pay attention. After she pulled at him a couple of times, he finally looked up and gave a casual Shen Fengxia smiled proudly, saying, third, I told you that you can only rely on our Yaozu in the future. Lin Shulan, Zhao Xiuying, and Deng Hongmei exchanged glances at the scene. Shen Fengxia was belittling the other 4 children in front of Shen Qing-song, expecting him to rely on her son. Wasn't she treating Shen Qing-song like a fool? At that moment, Shen Qing-song was busy comforting his sweet daughter and didn't have time to deal with Shen Fengxia. Sweetheart, don't listen to her nonsense. Dad isn't foolish. I never agreed to let Yubai help her, he said, hurriedly wiping Shen Chunqing's tears. Shen Chunqing sniffled and looked up at her father with teary eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a tall figure entered through the gate. As Zhou Yubai walked in, he saw his little bunny with red eyes from crying, and his heart ached. It had been a long time since she cried. Who had upset her today? His cold gaze quickly landed on Shen Fengxia. Although he had never interacted with her, he recognized her since she had been around after Shen Jingrong's promotion a few years ago. Seeing Zhou Yubai, Shen Fengxia's eyes lit up and she hurried over, saying, Yubai, I'm your aunt. You remember me, right? Just now, your dad said to help our Yaozu, Ningning's little cousin, get a position in the army. She spoke quickly, wanting to get her point across before Shen Chunqing and Shen Qing-song could say anything. As soon as Zhou Yubai agreed, Shen Qing-song and Shen Chunqing wouldn't be able to take it back. Okay. Yubai, don't agree to her. Yubai, I never said that. Zhou Yubai's agreement and Shen Chunqing and Shen Qing-song's objections sounded at the same time. When Shen Fengxia heard Zhou Yubai agree, she smiled widely. Shen Chunqing was truly about to cry now. She couldn't understand why Yubai agreed. Zhou Yubai saw his wife's watery eyes, and his heart tightened. He quickly walked over to Shen Chunqing. Shen Chunqing sniffled, looking at Zhou Yubai with a sad expression. Yubai, why did you agree to her? Shen Qing-song sighed. Yubai, sigh. Lin Shulan was even more anxious. Shen Fengxia was trying to ruin her son's future, and she definitely couldn't agree to that. Zhou Yubai reached out and gently ruffled Shen Chunqing's soft hair, looking at his worried wife with kind eyes.
It's okay.
Little cousin wants to join the army, probably because he saw in the news that things are unstable with the neighboring country, and our country might go to war at any time. Our army is planning to recruit more because of this situation. It's good that he wants to serve the country with such passion. Zhou Yubai turned to Shen Fengxia and said, Aunt, have your little cousin come to see me in the next few days. I will arrange for him to join the special training unit. After training, he can go directly to the border to fight against the enemy and serve our country. Shen Fengxia, who had just been feeling proud, turned pale and asked with a trembling voice, What? What did you say? Is our country going to war? Zhou Yubai corrected her seriously. It's not that I say we are going to war, but according to news reports, there are frequent tensions at our border with a neighboring country. The country must prepare and be ready for war at any time. Shen Fengxia didn't care about that. She wanted to send her son to the army because of the saying, "One person joins the army, the whole family is honored." The benefits of being a soldier are good, and the social status is high. She believed that the situation was stable now and there wouldn't be any war. Once her son joined the army, Zhou Yubai and Shin Jingrong could help him become an officer. But if there was going to be a war, that would be a different story. However, she thought about how her son was just lying around at home all day, which wasn't a solution. Since Zhou Yubai had finally spoken up, she didn't want to give up this opportunity. She tentatively asked, "Yubai, could you help him get into the logistics unit? Just like you, staying here to guard the oil fields and being a commander would be great." Zhou Yubai frowned slightly, his demeanor growing more serious. "In wartime, there is no logistics. Once a war starts, I will also have to go to the battlefield." When Zhou Yubai said this, before Shin Fengxia could respond, Wu Yaozu, who had just finished the last egg cake, interrupted, "I'm not going to be a soldier." Shin Fengxia quickly tried to persuade her son. "Yaozu, listen to your mother." Wu Yaozu, looking impatient, dug at his ear with his pinky and shouted at her, "I told you I'm not going to be a soldier. Do you not understand me? Didn't you hear that the newspaper said there's going to be a war soon? If you want to go and risk your life, you can go, but I'm not going." After saying this, Wu Yaozu ignored Shin Fengxia and walked away with his jiggly body. "Oh!" Shin Fengxia stomped her foot in frustration, not bothering to bargain with Zhou Yubai anymore, and hurried after him. "Yaozu, wait. If you don't want to be a soldier, we won't go. Let's find your uncle and see if he can help you get a job at the county office." Shin Chunying frowned tightly. Her uncle was a son-in-law in the Liu family and had little status there. After their visit for the new year, she didn't know what had happened, but her uncle was already in the hospital. If Shin Fengxia bothered him with a difficult job request now. Although Shin Chunying was worried, she didn't dare show it. Since she promised her uncle not to tell her father and brother about his illness, she would keep that promise. When Shin Qingsong saw Shin Fengxia and her son leave, he finally sighed in relief. He turned to Shin Chunying and carefully explained, "Dear daughter, I really didn't say those things to your aunt. Even if I'm not very clear-headed, I wouldn't agree to something like that, joking about your brother and Yubai's future. I would never stop caring for you." Although Shin Chunying's eyes were still red, she smiled brightly and said, "Father, don't worry. I know. Our house isn't very soundproof, and when I was outside with Mother, I heard you tell her to leave. I was just pretending to cry to make her feel bad." After hearing Shin Chunying's explanation, Shin Qingsong finally relaxed and laughed, praising her. "Haha, my clever daughter is really smart." Hearing her father's playful words, Shin Chunying's smile brightened even more. With her father around, she could always be a child. It felt wonderful. "Mother, aunts, what I said about the war earlier was just to scare Shin Fengxia and Wu Yaozu. Please don't spread it around." Zhou Yubai walked up to Lin Shulan and the others to explain what he had just said. "In fact, there have been some provocations from the neighboring country at our border, and the newspapers occasionally report on these small conflicts. However, these reports are usually brief, and only those with strong political awareness can notice the signs. But the average person in our country is not politically aware. Even the number of people who read newspapers is small, and more than half of the population is still illiterate." Shin Chunying remembered seeing statistics in the newspaper that the overall illiteracy rate in our country is 53%, with the illiteracy rate among women reaching an astonishing 70%. Upon hearing Zhou Yubai's words, Lin Shulan naturally agreed. Whatever her eldest son said was true. Zhao Xiuying and Deng Hongmei were not the type to gossip. They were shocked when Zhou Yubai mentioned the possibility of war, but when he clarified that he said it to scare Shin Fengxia and her son, they felt relieved and nodded, promising not to spread the news. Moreover, both of their daughters were married into the Shin family, and Zhou Yubai was also a son-in-law of the Shin family, making them all relatives. They would not spread anything that could negatively affect Zhou Yubai. That night, Shin Chunying lay in bed, unable to sleep as she thought about Shin Fengxia going to see her uncle. After tossing and turning several times, her husband reached out and pulled her into his arms. He then kissed her earlobe and, in a deep and alluring voice, asked, "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Shin Chunying turned to face her husband and shared what had happened when she visited her uncle today. She recalled the scene from her visit to the hospital. In her few memories of her aunt, there was always a hint of pride behind her friendly facade. If she hadn't seen her at the hospital today, she wouldn't have imagined her aunt could have such a side. And her uncle's expression at that time. After listening, Zhou Yubai held her a little tighter and kissed her forehead, saying, "Don't worry, I'll go see your uncle tomorrow. Leave this to me." His calm voice had a magical effect, instantly calming Shin Chunying's previously anxious heart. "Ning Ning, you've been transferred to work at the county committee? Such a promising future." The next day, as Shin Chunying rode the donkey cart to work, everyone she met greeted her with envy. Shin Chunying was a bit puzzled. She didn't want to draw too much attention. She had only told her father about her new job yesterday and hadn't mentioned it to anyone else. It seemed like even the village dogs knew by morning. However, she quickly understood why. When the donkey cart met Wang Guiying, who was on her way to work, Wang Guiying didn't even bother to greet them because she didn't get along well with Lin Shulan. But Lin Shulan, with a big smile, called out to Wang Guiying, "Oh, Guiying off to work? Our Ning Ning got transferred to the county committee. You know, it's quite a distance, and it will take her an extra hour on the road. She's pregnant, and as a mother, I'm really worried about her getting too tired. If it weren't for the baby loving this job, I would have wanted her to quit." As Lin Shulan spoke, she pretended to sigh dramatically. Shin Chunying thought, "Mom, are you really not afraid of getting into trouble with such bragging?" Wang Guiying thought the same and didn't wait for Lin Shulan to finish before cheerfully saying, "Oh dear, with 2 daughters working, time is tight. Guiying, you should hurry to work. I'll catch up with you later." It was only after Lin Shulan had ridden off in the donkey cart that Wang Guiying spat in Lin Shulan's direction. "Humph. So, what if you have 2 daughters with jobs? They're not even yours. Why act so proud?" At that moment, another person was watching the donkey cart disappear, and that was Wang Yumeng, her expression dark and lips pressed tightly together. Why did Shin Chunying suddenly get transferred to the county committee? A sense of crisis and unfairness spread through her. In the original story, although Shin Chunying had the main character's luck, she was just a delicate flower without any career path. Now, not only was the flower-like main character starting a career, but she was also rising quickly with her luck. Meanwhile, Wang Yumeng was still stuck in this poor village as a youth worker. This couldn't be. With the college entrance exams returning this year, she had to seize the opportunity and get into university. She didn't want to end up like the original character, a mere supporting role, so she had to be stronger than the main character. Thinking about this filled Wang Yumeng with determination. But at the same time, the thought of studying made her head hurt. Back in her modern life, she never liked studying and had only gotten through vocational school before going to work in a factory. Why did she end up in a story where knowledge was the key to changing her fate? Shin Chunying just started working at the county committee yesterday and was still a bit unsure about her job duties. However, by the end of today, she had mostly familiarized herself with the workflow. After work, she waited at the entrance for Lu Yanfeng for a while. "Yanfeng, are you going to the hospital now?" Lu Yanfeng nodded. "Yes, Ning Ning. Did you wait here just for me?" "Yes, I want to go with you to visit Uncle," Shin Chunying replied. Lu Yanfeng couldn't help but show a gentle smile. "Ning Ning, thank you." As Shin Chunying and Lu Yanfeng reached the hospital room, they heard Lu Meijun's distressed voice from inside. "Shin Qingfeng, what do you mean? You are my son-in-law, and I never mentioned divorce. Why are you bringing it up?" Shin Chunying felt embarrassed and glanced at Lu Yanfeng. She had noticed something was off between uncle and aunt when she visited yesterday, but she never expected it would escalate to the point of divorce. Divorce is still not widely accepted in society. Usually, when people hear about divorces, it's often in situations like Zhouya's, where couples have been married for years without having children. Other issues are typically tolerated, and it rarely leads to divorce. Lu Yanfeng was also surprised that his parents' relationship had deteriorated to this extent. He looked awkwardly at Shin Chunying, wanting to explain, but then they heard Shin Qingfeng's voice in the silent room. Mei-jun, I know I am your son-in-law, and you don't need to remind me. Because I understand my position, I have never complained, no matter how you scolded or treated me over the years. I even refused when your father suggested letting a child take my surname. Now that I don't have much time left, please set me free and let me live the last part of my life with dignity. Okay? Hearing this, Shin Chun-ning felt as if her heart had been struck hard. Didn't Uncle say yesterday that he only had a mild? A is a chronic condition. While it carries a high risk of complications, it is not necessarily fatal. How could Uncle be running out of time? He is only in his 50s. Shin Chun-ning suddenly recalled that after a phone call with Uncle in her dream, Zhou Yubai had refused her attempts to call him again for various reasons. Finally, she was even told that her uncle said she should not call him anymore, because whenever he thought of her, he would remember her father and brothers who had tragically passed away. After that, Shin Chun-ning never called her uncle again, nor did she ask Zhou Yubai to inquire about him. But now, looking back, her uncle had always cared for her like her father did. How could he say such hurtful things when she had already lost her father and brothers and felt so alone in the world? Perhaps, when Zhou Yubai had to tell her those words, her uncle had already.
Wah.
After a moment of silence in the hospital room, Lu Meijuan's suppressed crying and accusatory voice broke through. Qingfeng, I know I had a bad temper before and made many mistakes that hurt you. But honestly, is it just my problem? If you had cared for me, I wouldn't have acted out to get your attention. If you hadn't been so cold to me, I wouldn't have made those mistakes.
Wah.
Lu Meijuan's crying grew even more subdued. The hospital room fell silent again. After a while, he sighed, Meijun, you should know how I treated you when we first got married. It's not that I stopped caring, I just became afraid to talk to you. Whenever you were unhappy, I felt like everything I said was wrong. I didn't want to argue or scare the kids, so I chose to stay silent. Shen Qingfeng said, bitterly smiling, it's too late to say all this now. Meijun, we are husband and wife, and for the sake of the children, let's part peacefully. We may no longer be lovers, but we will still be their parents and family. Qingfeng, is there really no chance for us to reconcile? I will tell Tong Tong not to speak carelessly about what happened. No one else will know about it. And that person is already gone. Can't you forgive me just this once?
Wah.
Lu Meijuan's voice was filled with sorrow. Shen Qingfeng lowered his gaze, avoiding Lu Meijuan's face. Meijun, I'm sorry. I can't do that.
You can't just say that.
After Shen Qingfeng finished speaking, Lu Meijun suddenly cried out in anguish. Shen Qingfeng, I'm telling you, you are a member of the Lu family in life and a ghost of the Lu family in death. I, Lu Meijun, can be a widow, but I will never get a divorce. At that moment, Lu Yanfeng couldn't help but push open the hospital room door and walk in. Shen Chunying had heard everything she should and shouldn't have. It was awkward to leave now, so she had to brace herself and enter the room, greeting Shen Qingfeng and Lu Meijun uncle, aunt. Lu Meijun quickly wiped away her tears and put on a composed face. Yanfeng, Ning Ning, you're here. Perfect timing. Yanfeng, stay here with your dad for a bit while I go get him some food. After Lu Meijun left, Shen Qingfeng calmly looked at Lu Yanfeng and Shen Chunying. Did you both hear what we just talked about? Lu Yanfeng nodded, Dad. Shen Qingfeng waved his hand, signaling Lu Yanfeng to stop trying to persuade him. Yanfeng, go handle the discharge paperwork. I want to leave the hospital. Dad. Lu Yanfeng's expression changed, and he quickly wanted to argue. Before he could speak, Shen Qingfeng's tone turned serious. Yanfeng, do my words mean nothing to you? Do you not respect me as your father? Dad, that's not what I meant, but the doctor said. Lu Yanfeng hurried to explain. Shen Qingfeng interrupted him, I know my own body. The doctor said my illness is incurable, and I don't have much time left. I don't want to waste time in this hospital. Seeing Shen Qingfeng so determined, Lu Yanfeng knew he couldn't change his mind. He could only agree, all right, Dad, I'll go take care of the discharge paperwork. At that moment, Shen Chunying's eyes were red, and tears were falling down her cheeks. She couldn't understand how her uncle had said yesterday that it was just a minor issue, and now it had turned into an incurable illness. Shin Qingfeng reached out kindly to wipe Shin Chunying's tears. Ning ning, don't cry. Your uncle is still doing well, right? If you cry like this, it makes it seem like I'm about to die. Shin Chunying quickly stopped crying and wiped her tears. Uncle, didn't you say yesterday that the doctor said it was just a minor issue? What's really wrong with you? As she spoke, she couldn't help but start crying again. Shin Qingfeng smiled gently and wiped her tears again. The doctor didn't find anything before. They just told me today that I have something on my liver. Shin Chunying couldn't help but excitedly grab Shin Qingfeng's already old and rough hand. Uncle, if the doctor can diagnose it, then they can definitely treat it. We will treat it, no matter the cost. Seeing Shin Chunying like this, Shin Qingfeng smiled with relief. Ning ning, just hearing you say that is enough for me. The doctor said that my illness is called cancer abroad, and it can't be treated here. I don't want to suffer in the hospital anymore. I just want to go back home and spend some time with your dad. For the rest of my days, whatever time I have left will be enough. When Shin Chunying heard the word cancer, she was already so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. She had heard of this illness in her dreams and knew it was truly untreatable. Even with advanced medical technology, many people who receive treatment in the hospital still couldn't hold on to their lives and might even suffer more. She tried hard to hold back her tears, but they still spilled out. She quickly wiped her tears and stopped trying to persuade her uncle. At that moment, Lu Yanfeng had already completed the discharge procedures for Shin Qingfeng. Shin Qingfeng packed his things and was ready to leave. Lu Yanfeng hesitated but finally spoke up. Dad, Mom said she would go home to prepare dinner for you. Shouldn't we wait for her? Shin Qingfeng looked at Lu Yanfeng kindly, but sighed. No need to wait. Yanfeng, you've always been a good child and a role model for your younger siblings. When I'm not at home, take good care of your grandfather and your mother. Dad. Shin Qingfeng wanted to say more, but didn't know how to start. He had always felt like an outsider at home. As he grew older, he realized that while his grandfather was polite to his dad, he was always cautious around him. His dad was capable, but despite working at the county committee for many years, he remained a low-level official. This was because his grandfather kept him from getting promoted. His mother, on the other hand, was competitive and didn't want her husband to be outdone by others in the neighborhood. With his dad unable to advance and his mother wanting him to succeed for her own pride, their conflicts naturally grew. Whenever his mother felt embarrassed in front of the other ladies, she would argue and blame his dad for not being capable. During these times, his dad usually remained silent. Sometimes, when his mother got too loud, his dad would pull him close and cover his ears to protect him. He used to think that when a married couple couldn't get along, they could just get a divorce. He even considered having his parents separate. But now that his father is really determined to divorce his mother, he feels uneasy about it. In the morning, Shin Chunying told Lin Shulan that she would come to the hospital after work to visit her uncle. So when they left the hospital, Uncle Luo's donkey cart was already waiting at the entrance. Shin Chunying informed Lin Shulan and Joya that her uncle would be going back to the village to recover, and Lin Shulan and Joya quickly made room for Shin Qingfeng. Shin Qingfeng thanked them repeatedly. Lin Shulan waved her hand and said, Qingfeng, you don't need to be so polite. Even without the connection of Ning Ning being our daughter-in-law, we are all from the same production team. Sharing a ride is just a small favor. Lu Yanfeng watched the donkey cart leave until it was out of sight before heading home. When he arrived, Lu Meijun was coming out of the kitchen with a pot of chicken soup, ready to take it to Shin Qingfeng. Seeing her eldest son, she was a bit surprised. Yanfeng, why are you back? What about your father? Father went back to the countryside with Ning Ning, Lu Yanfeng said with a heavy tone. Lu Meijun looked at Lu Yanfeng in disbelief, even doubting if she had misheard. Distracted, she accidentally dropped the pot of chicken soup, shattering it on the floor. Mother! Lu Yanfeng was startled and quickly went over to check on her. Mother, are you okay? Lu Meijun didn't answer, tears streaming down her face. Lu Yanfeng noticed only a few drops of soup had splashed on her pants and hadn't burned her skin, so he sighed in relief. I'm going to find him, Lu Meijun said without thinking and headed for the door. Before Lu Yanfeng could stop her, a figure suddenly rushed out of the house. Lu Shutong spread her arms to block the doorway. Mother, I won't let you go. Isn't it better that that man left? He doesn't deserve to be in our family.
Slap.
Lu Meijun used all her strength to slap Lu Shutong across the face. He is your father. Lu Shutong covered her swollen cheek and shouted, He is not my father. I have no blood relation to him, and I will not recognize a coward like him as my dad. If Lu Shutong hadn't said that they were not related by blood, Lu Yanfeng would have thought his sister was just unhappy with their father and unwilling to acknowledge him. But once she said that, Lu Yanfeng immediately realized that Lu Shutong's disrespect and even hostility towards their father was more than just a daughter's disappointment. He remembered being with their mother when she gave birth to his sister, and he knew for sure that she was their mother's child. But if she had no blood relation to their father, it could only mean. Lu Yanfeng felt a wave of disbelief. However, his instincts from living in the courtyard for so many years made him refrain from seeking the truth right away. Instead, he quickly pulled Lu Shutong inside and shut the door. He was about to ask their mother and sister what was going on when he saw their mother looking coldly at Lu Shutong and saying, Yes, he is not your biological father. He did marry into the Lu family, but he is not a man who relies on others, nor is he weak. Lu Shutong, I'm telling you, it's not about whether you acknowledge him. It's about whether he acknowledges you. If he doesn't, I won't either. You can go wherever you want. Marrying him was never my shame. You are my shame, and your biological father is my shame. Lu Shutong covered her face, staring in disbelief at Lu Meijun, as if she had forgotten the pain. Lu Yanfeng couldn't believe what he had just heard. In that moment, he felt like his entire understanding of the world had been turned upside down. Could it be that his sister really was? Once Lu Shutong regained her composure, she looked at Lu Meijun in confusion and asked, Why? Lu Meijun took a deep breath, deciding not to hide the truth any longer. She said directly, I only wanted to use your biological father to upset Qingfeng. I didn't expect that after drinking that day, things would really happen and you would be born. Let me tell you, compared to Qingfeng, your biological father is the real weak man. He used this situation to threaten me repeatedly, and it wasn't until he died that I could finally relax. Did you think I spoiled you all these years because of your biological father? No, I spoiled you because Qingfeng thought you were his daughter, and he cared for you, so I did too. Now, because of you, he doesn't even want this family anymore. Do you think I still want you? Lu Shutong looked at Lu Meijun and stumbled back 2 steps in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the mother who had always cared for her was saying this. She had already known her true identity. It was her biological father who had told her. At first, she didn't believe it, but when she came back to ask Lu Meijun confirmed it. Since then, even though Qingfeng continued to pamper her, she found everything about him annoying. She had thought about making the situation public. Ideally, she wanted Qingfeng, whom she considered weak, to leave her home so that her father could marry her mother and they could all be together openly. But her father told her not to do that because if others found out about his relationship with her mother, they would be seen as scandalous, and scandalous people could face serious consequences. She had to give up on that idea and continue to endure Qingfeng until the first day of the new year, when Chunning and her siblings came over, and she saw how well Qingfeng treated them, especially Chunning, who was more attractive and successful than she was. Suddenly, she couldn't tolerate Qingfeng anymore. After Lu Meijun finished speaking, she didn't look at Lu Shutong's shocked expression and headed for the door.
Mom.
As Lu Meijun reached for the doorknob, Lu Yanfeng finally spoke up after processing everything. He asked, Does Dad know about Tong Tong's background? Lu Meijun paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, he knows. Lu Yanfeng now understood why his father, even if he couldn't divorce, didn't want to return home. What man could act as if nothing happened after such humiliation? Mom, Do you know why Dad has worked so hard all these years and achieved so much, yet still hasn't been promoted? Lu Meijun was silent for a moment before replying. Yes, your grandfather is holding him back and won't let him advance. Lu Yanfeng looked at Lu Meijun with disappointment. You know? If you know that, why do you still criticize Dad for being useless and for his low position, making us look bad? You complain that Dad doesn't dare to argue back or say anything to you, yet you blame him for being distant. You even want to go out. Lu Yanfeng pointed at Lu Shadong, unable to finish his sentence. This was his mother. He really couldn't understand how such a good man as his father ended up with her. If it weren't for marrying into the Lu family and being held back by his grandfather, his father's abilities would have placed him above his grandfather by now. His career was ruined by his mother and grandfather. All he wanted was a happy family, but his mother actually did such a thing. Lu Meijun looked at Lu Yanfeng. Yanfeng, you can't understand mother, can you? Back then, Lu Yanfeng suddenly felt very tired and didn't want to hear her explanation anymore. Mother, some mistakes cannot be fixed. Since father said that even if you don't live together, you are still family, then you shouldn't disturb him now. Let him have some time to relax and live freely. Otherwise, if Tongtong's background gets out, it won't be good for either you or our family. Although Lu Yanfeng felt hurt, he remained calm. The matter of Lu Shudong's background must be kept quiet. Otherwise, not only would Lu Meijun face consequences, but if this got out, their family's reputation would be ruined. He, along with his grandfather and Xiujia, all worked in the same place, and their jobs would be affected too. Lu Meijun, who was about to go find Shin Qingfeng, fell back down after Lu Yanfeng's words. Lu Yanfeng then looked at Lu Shutong. Don't feel frustrated and think about making this public. Once it gets out, it won't just be gossip. It could ruin your chances of marrying into a good family. Lu Shutong had indeed been provoked by Lu Meijun's words, thinking that if she was unhappy, she might as well make a scene so that no one could be happy. But Lu Yanfeng's reminder brought her back to reality. Once this matter was public, the impact on the Lu family and Shin Qingfeng was uncertain, but her own life would be ruined. No one would want her because of her background. Everyone would look down on her, as her birth was a sin. Lu Yanfeng looked at his quiet mother and sister, feeling heavy-hearted but also relieved. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. When Lu Junpei returned, Lu Yanfeng had a deep talk with him in the study. When discussing how he had been wary of Shin Qingfeng and suppressed him, Lu Junpei looked regretful. Yanfeng, you don't understand. Your grandmother only had your mother as a daughter. She chose a capable man like your father to marry into the family. I was really afraid that your father would forget his roots once he grew up, so I had to be cautious. Later, I realized that your father is not that kind of ungrateful person, so I wanted you brothers to have a chance to carry his surname. I thought that even if he chose you to take his surname, I would accept it.
But he refused, sigh.
Lu Junpei said, unable to hold back a heavy sigh. Lu Yanfeng was silent for a moment, not wanting to argue with Lu Junpei about past mistakes. He focused on the current issue. Grandpa, let's not talk about the past. The key now is that Tongtong's background must not be revealed. Tongtong's personality is very much like Mom's. What Mom said to her today was too harsh. I'm worried that if she doesn't understand it at some moment, she might accidentally let it slip. Lu Junpei knew that his grandson was addressing the most pressing issue. He frowned. Yanfeng, what do you think? Tongtong is 20 this year and should be looking for a partner. Grandpa, could you use your connections to find her a suitable match? It would be best if you were from far away, so Tongtong can marry soon. Lu Junpei nodded. That's a good idea. Grandpa, you also need to talk to Mom again. We can't let her go to Dad and cause trouble. Lu Yanfeng said. He knew that although his mother was emotionally unstable and often unreasonable, she still respected and feared Grandpa. Otherwise, she wouldn't only take her frustrations out on Dad, knowing that Grandpa was the one suppressing him and preventing his promotion. Lu Junpei nodded. Don't worry about your mother. She knows better than to ignore Grandpa's words. After discussing, Lu Junpei watched Lu Yanfeng leave the study and couldn't help but sigh. If this grandson weren't so emotional, he would truly be a promising candidate for development. It's a pity he resembles Shin Qingfeng too much, placing too much importance on feelings. When Shin Chunying and Shin Qingfeng returned to the Shin family, Shin Qingsong was both surprised and delighted to see Shin Qingfeng. Big brother, why are you back? Shin Qingfeng had originally planned to keep his hospitalization a secret from Shin Qingsong. But now that he was back to stay, he needed a suitable reason. Shin Qingfeng smiled and said he had overindulged yesterday and caught a chill, which led to a mild
A.
Shin Qingsong's face changed upon hearing those words. Shin Qingfeng quickly smiled and urged his brother to sit down. Why are you making such a fuss? A isn't a serious illness. It just means the risk of a is a bit higher. But as long as I take care of myself, it will be like nothing happened. Shin Qingsong looked at Shin Qingfeng with clear disbelief. The name of the illness sounded serious. Don't believe me? Just ask Ningning, Shin Qingfeng said helplessly. Shin Qingsong hadn't asked Shin Chunying yet when the sound of a bicycle bell came from outside the yard. Soon, Lu Yanfeng entered with a large bag of items. Dad, Uncle, Lu Yanfeng greeted the elders with a smile. Shin Qingsong slightly frowned and asked, what brings you here? Dad, aren't you supposed to rest at home for a while? I brought you some extra clothes, a can of milk powder, and a can of malt extract to help with your nutrition. There's also some food and meat for you to eat. Once you finish this, I'll bring you more. By the way, I got you a 2-week leave from work. After that, if you want to go back to work, you can. If you feel tired and don't want to return, we can arrange for early retirement, Lu Yanfeng said while placing the items on the table. Shin Qingsong looked at his eldest son and sighed softly, saying, Yanfeng, I want to discuss something with you. Lu Yanfeng followed Shin Qingsong to the yard. After listening to Shin Qingsong, Lu Yanfeng nodded and said, Dad, I respect your decision. I have no objections to this matter. Shin Qingsong patted Lu Yanfeng's shoulder with appreciation. Dad, I've talked to Grandpa and Mom. You can stay with Uncle for as long as you want. If you find it inconvenient here and prefer to stay at home, I've saved some money over the years and can ask the village leader for a plot of land. We can build a couple of rooms at home, Lu Yanfeng suggested. There's no rush. You should head back now. It's getting late and be careful on the road, Shin Qingsong replied. Okay, Dad, I'll head back now. Lu Yanfeng didn't stay long since it was indeed late. It takes about an hour and a half to get from Tsihong village to the county, and staying longer would make it unsafe to travel at night. He said goodbye to Shin Qingsong and Shin Chunying before riding off on his bicycle. Shin Qingsong hurried out to invite him for dinner, but Shin Qingsong stopped him, saying, Qingsong, it's fine. It's far from here to the county. If Yanfeng doesn't leave now, he'll get back very late. Shin Qingsong had to give in. When it was time for dinner, the Shin family gathered and Shin Qingsong cleared his throat and said, Qingsong, Jingxiu, Jingliang, I have something I want to discuss with you. After hearing Shin Qingsong's words, the 3 Shin family members, including Shin Chunying, were taken aback. Shin Qingsong instinctively refused, Elder brother. No, that absolutely won't work. This job has many people filling in for their children, but I haven't heard of anyone who has children letting their nephew take their place. Shin Chunying also advised, Uncle, my dad is right. Work is important, and we can't make such a hasty decision. Today, Shin Chunying heard her uncle arguing with Lu Meijun and understood his frustration. She knew that bringing up her aunt would only strengthen her uncle's resolve, so she kept quiet about it. However, Shun Jingxiu, not understanding the situation, suggested, Uncle, should you discuss this with Anne again? Shin Qingfeng waved his hand and gave a subtle, bitter smile, saying, No need to discuss. I got this job based on my own abilities after graduating, not through any connections from your aunt's family. Don't worry. Shin Jingxiu noticed that Shin Qingfeng was not in a good mood and quickly added, Uncle, that's not what I meant. Shin Qingfeng interrupted him. All right, Qingsong, you and Jingxiu and Jingliang discuss who is willing to take my place at work. In a couple of days, come with me to the county to handle the paperwork. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll tidy up and rest. When the Shin family built their house, they made 5 bedrooms, with Shin Qingsong and the 3 Shin brothers, along with Shin Chunying, each having their own room. When Shin Qingfeng returned, Shin Chunying offered her old room to him, and before dinner, she had already tidied it up with Lin Hui and Li Xiaolan. Shin Qingfeng went to the kitchen to get hot water, and after washing up, he returned to his room, leaving the father and sons looking at each other. Shin Qingsong looked at his two sons, eldest second. What do you both think? Shin Jingshu turned to Shin Jinliang and said, if uncle insists on giving us the job, then let the second take it. But I have a suggestion. After the second gets paid, he should give 1/3 of his salary to uncle every month. Eldest brother, I don't want this job. As soon as Shin Jingshu finished speaking, Shin Jinliang directly replied, I don't like dealing with officials, nor do I want to learn those ideological quotes. Second, don't say such things. Shin Qingsong immediately scolded. Is it appropriate to say he doesn't want to learn ideological quotes? If that got out, people might think he has counter-revolutionary thoughts. Shin Jinliang didn't argue with Shin Qingsong and simply said, Dad, eldest brother, no matter what, I really don't like the job at uncle's unit. Eldest brother, you can take it. After all, we haven't split up the family. The money we earn is for everyone to use. He really has no interest in politics. In fact, he prefers to do business. A long time ago, he considered working in the black market with Qin Tao. However, he ultimately felt a bit too timid. If he were alone, he might take the risk of working in the black market, but if he got caught, it would affect not only him but also his father, brothers, and sister. He couldn't be so selfish as to disregard his family's well-being. So, even though he was tempted, he only dared to secretly sell a few things in the black market and didn't have the courage to openly work with Qin Tao. Since the second brother doesn't want to go, then the eldest brother, you go. Shin Qingsong decided. He originally intended for Shin Jingshu to take over the older brother's job. The second brother's personality is not stable enough, and after the incident with Wang Jiqing, he has been quite restless. If he went to such a place, and Wang Jiqing tried to manipulate him into doing something illegal, it would create big problems. After dinner, Shin Chunying took the opportunity when no one was watching to go to the water tank and poured about a bucket of spring water into it. During this time, she had been secretly adding spring water to the family's water tank every time she returned home. If possible, she wanted her uncle to drink the spring water directly. Although she didn't know if the spring water could cure cancer, drinking it would definitely be good for her uncle's health. However, she couldn't find a reason to make him drink the water she provided. She also thought that once the crops in her space were harvested, she would leave some land to grow vegetables and regularly bring some to her father. She could also find ways to bring more grains from her space. Right now, it was the season for sugarcane and oranges. She had planted fruits in her space, and the sugarcane and oranges were almost ripe. Once they were ready, she would bring more over. This way, even if she couldn't cure her uncle's illness, it should help him live longer. Zhou Yubai returned from the mountain camp, and when he picked up Shin Chunying from the Shin family to go home, she told him about her uncle wanting to give the job to her older brother. Zhou Yubai nodded. The older brother is indeed more suitable for that job than the second brother. Shin Jingshu is diligent and has a certain ability to plan and lead. A few days ago, when he visited Captain Zhou Baogua to pay New Year's greetings, Zhou Baogua mentioned that after the current team leader of the second small team in Xihong village stepped down, he could recommend Shin Jingshu for the position. Although Zhou Baogua said this partly to show respect for him, he is a fair person, and his respect is based on Shin Jingshu's abilities. Shin Chunqing couldn't help but say, my brother did well in school before. It's all my fault for not understanding back then. I wanted nice things and spent all the family's money. Dad couldn't gather enough to pay for my brother's tuition, and with the college entrance exam being cancelled, my brother couldn't continue his studies. Her voice was filled with guilt. Shin Yubai held her a bit tighter and gently said, you can't blame yourself completely. Life was very tough back then. The couple talked as they returned home. After Shin Qingfeng made his decision, he didn't delay. The next day, he took Shin Jingshu to the office to complete the paperwork. Now, taking over a position doesn't mean replacing someone. It just means doing the original job. Once in the office, staff would assign tasks based on the abilities of the person taking over. Shin Jingshu had been farming at home for years and had only graduated from middle school, so he was finally assigned to work at the County Agricultural Research Institute. Shin Jingxiu was very satisfied with this job and started working that same day. When Shin Qingfeng finished the paperwork, he left the county office alone. Just as he was about to exit, a voice called out to him from behind, "Qingfeng." Shin Qingfeng turned to look at Lu Meijun. Her eyes were puffy and red like peaches. Looking at Shin Qingfeng, tears filled her eyes again. Shin Qingfeng sighed, feeling helpless, and said, "Don't cry. It's bad for your eyes. If you don't want a divorce, then we won't. I'll go back to my hometown, and you can say I'm unwell and went home to rest. It won't affect your reputation." Shin Qingfeng felt he had to take this step. After saying this, he prepared to ride away on his bicycle. Lu Meijun quickly grabbed his hand, crying as she asked, "Qingfeng, I truly know I was wrong. Dad is already arranging for Tongtong to marry far away. From now on, you can be in charge at home. Can you come back and give me another chance?" Shin Qingfeng gently shook his head, silently but firmly refusing. Lu Meijun finally couldn't hold back her tears and started to cry. Shin Qingfeng raised his hand, wanting to wipe her tears and comfort her, but halfway up, he lowered it again. Since he had made his decision, he didn't want to give Lu Meijun any false hopes. He turned around and got on his bike without looking back. Seeing his resolute back, Lu Meijun almost burst into tears. However, she managed to hold back, knowing that crying at work would only make her the subject of gossip. She wiped her tears and prepared to return to work. Just as she turned around, she heard a cheerful voice behind her, "Sister-in-law?" She looked back to see Shin Fingxia, who had a big smile on her face. Shin Fingxia clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Oh, sister-in-law, it really is you. I was just about to go to the delivery room to find someone to notify my brother, and then I ran into you. What of luck?" Lu Meijun frowned slightly. Among the Shin siblings, she thought even less of Shin Fingxia compared to Shin Qingsong. Although Shin Fingxia had caused a scene back then, forcing Shin Qingfeng to marry into her family and giving her family's dowry to Shin Fingxia, Lu Meijun could not respect someone so selfish, who cared only for her own happiness without considering her brother's. Many times, she wondered if Shin Fingxia hadn't caused a fuss, and if Shin Qingsong had insisted on a normal marriage instead of marrying into her family. Then, perhaps she wouldn't have felt the need to be superior to Shin Qingfeng. Given Shin Qingfeng's character, even if he hadn't married into her family, he would have agreed to let their child carry her surname to continue the Lu family line. Neither of them would have felt wronged, and their marriage wouldn't have reached this point. But it was too late to say anything now. She coldly told Shin Fingxia, "You don't need to come here looking for your brother anymore. He doesn't work here." Shin Fingxia was taken aback by this. A stable job was hard to come by. Shin Qingfeng couldn't have lost his job. If he wasn't working here, where had he gone? Could it be that he got a promotion? She felt a rush of excitement. If her brother finally got promoted, arranging a job for her precious son would be much easier. Shin Fingxia wanted to ask Lu Meijun where her brother had gone, but before she could, Lu Meijun had already walked away. Over the years, Shin Fingxia had tried to win Lu Meijun over, but Lu Meijun had never given her a kind look. Seeing Lu Meijun's proud figure, she couldn't help but spit. "Humph, what's so great about her? Just because her dad is a minor leader, she thinks she's special. Once Shin Qingfeng gets my son a job, my son will definitely have a higher position than her old man." Although Shin Fingxia was unhappy, she quickly took action. She went back to prepare a gift. Her brother had just been promoted, and as his sister, she needed to congratulate him. She had helped Shin Qingfeng, so he should return the favor by arranging a good job for her son. After preparing the gift, Shin Fingxia didn't go to the county committee, but headed straight to the housing complex. When she arrived, she was stopped by the receptionist. After all, this was the county committee's housing complex, and not just anyone could enter. Shin Fingxia smiled and said, "Comrade, I am Shin Qingfeng's sister-in-law. I've been here before, and we've met. I'm here to congratulate my brother on his promotion." As she spoke, she shook the cloth bag in her hand, which made a clinking sound. It was clear that there were at least 2 cans inside. In those days, Bringing canned goods was considered a high form of etiquette when visiting relatives. Anything more extravagant would be baby formula or royal jelly, but in their small county, those high-end products were very rare and hard to find. The receptionist looked a bit puzzled. Shun Qingfeng got promoted? He hadn't heard anything about it. Plus, on the first day of the new year, Shun Qingfeng had fainted and been taken to the hospital, causing quite a stir. He hadn't been seen since, and it was likely he was still in the hospital. It was improbable that he had been promoted without even returning to work. The receptionist, wanting to help, said to Shin Fengxia, "Comrade Shin, Shun Qingfeng fainted on the first day of the new year and hasn't returned yet. If you want to see him, you should go to the hospital." Shun Fengxia was taken aback. Could it be that Lu Meijun said Shun Qingfeng wasn't at the county committee because he was still hospitalized? Suddenly, she remembered Lu Meijun's red, swollen eyes from crying. She slapped her thigh, realizing she had misunderstood. Quickly, she thanked the receptionist and left with her bag. The receptionist thought she was in a hurry to visit Shun Qingfeng and felt that this sister was quite caring for her brother. In fact, Shun Fengxia went straight home with her cloth bag. Once she got home, as soon as she placed the bag on the table, her chubby son Wu Yaozu rushed over, drawn by the smell. Seeing the canned peaches inside, Wu Yaozu's eyes lit up. He quickly took one out, opened it, and started pouring it into his mouth. Shun Fengxia's husband, Wu Qifa, frowned at their son's behavior and couldn't help but scold, "Eat, eat, eat. Are you a starving ghost?" Shun Fengxia immediately became unhappy and blocked her son, saying, "It's just a can of food. It's not like we can't afford it. Why are you being so harsh on him?" Wu Qifa waved his hand, not wanting to argue further on this point. He asked, "Didn't you say your brother got a promotion, and you were taking something to congratulate him, hoping he could help arrange a job for Yaozu? Why did you bring it back? Did he refuse? Is there still a chance for Yaozu's job?" "What do you mean he refused? He didn't even get the promotion," Shun Fengxia said irritably, explaining to Wu Qifa that she misunderstood Lu Meijun's words. Then she complained, "My brother is useless. After so many years at the county committee, he's still just a minor clerk. Sending him food is a waste. It would be better for Yaozu to eat it and gain some strength." Wu Qifa, hearing this, gritted his teeth and looked at her with disdain, saying, "You have long hair but short sight. You have no foresight, and you still don't believe it. Your brother is in the hospital. You should hurry and take something to visit him." Shun Fengxia shot him a glare, unwilling to back down. "Why would I go to a hospital, such an unlucky place, during the new year?" Wu Qifa explained, "You know hospitals are unlucky. Do the Lu family not know? They took your brother to the hospital right on the first day of the new year." "What does that mean? What does that mean?" Shun Fengxia asked, confused. Wu Qifa clasped his hands together, tapping one palm against the back of the other hand, and analyzed, "It means your brother is very ill and might not make it." Shun Fengxia's expression changed, and she sat up straighter, feeling a bit anxious. If he really dies, what will happen to Yaozu's job? When a person is gone, the warmth fades. The Lu family definitely won't help us. "That's why I said you should go see your brother now," Wu Qifa said confidently. "Think about it, if your brother is unwell, someone will have to take over his job, right? He has 2 sons and a daughter, and their father has already arranged jobs for them. If you go to see the eldest brother now, it would be perfect for our son to fill in for him." Shun Fengxia's eyes lit up, and she slapped her thigh, saying, "Right. How did I not think of that? Oh, if I hadn't liked your cleverness, I wouldn't have noticed you at all. I'll quickly grab some things and head to the hospital." Although Wu Qifa's job isn't great, his father, Wu Zhongxiao, is the deputy director of the supply and marketing cooperative in their town. Originally, Wu Zhongxiao arranged for Wu Yaozu to work at the cooperative. However, Wu Yaozu not only slacked off at the grain station but also openly took food from the cooperative's food area during work hours. He almost finished all the egg cakes supplied that day, and when a colleague reminded him, he even hit them. That incident almost got Wu Zhongxiao in trouble. To prevent his grandson from causing more issues, he had to take away his job. Of course, afterward, Wu Zhongxiao made things difficult for the colleague who got hit. Eventually, that colleague was pressured by Wu Zhongxiao to request a transfer to a lower-level work unit, and that settled the matter. Having worked at the cooperative for many years, Wu Zhongxiao had accumulated quite a few things at home. Shin Fingxia immediately grabbed 2 cans of fruit, and with determination, she also took a bag of milk candies, a bag of sugar, and 2 bundles of noodles, filling a large bag before heading to the hospital. However, when she arrived and asked around, the nurse informed her that Shin Qingfeng had been discharged yesterday, leaving her stunned once again. This time, though, she didn't impulsively head home. Instead, after thinking for a moment, she went to the county committee's family compound. After informing the reception staff that Shin Qingfeng had been discharged, they asked her to wait in the reception area since the Lu family members were all at work and no one was home to let her in. Shin Fingxia was particularly polite at that moment and waited patiently. At the end of the workday, Shin Chunying was surprised to see Lu Meijun looking for her. "Aunt." Shin Chunying greeted Lu Meijun politely. Lu Meijun quickly smiled and asked how Shin Chunying was adjusting to her job. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she got to the point. "Ningning, the reason I came to find you today is that your uncle is staying at your house. He isn't well, and since your cousin and I all have jobs, it's not convenient for us to take care of him every day. I would like to ask you and your siblings to help take good care of your uncle." Lu Meijun was talking while trying to give money to Shin Chunning. Shin Chunning quickly refused, saying, "Aunt, it's our duty to take care of uncle. You don't need to give me money, and Brother Yanfeng already brought rice, flour, oil, and meat to the family yesterday. Uncle has enough for a month. I can't take any more from you." Shin Chunning insisted and ultimately did not accept Lu Meijun's money. When Shin Jingxiu came out, Lu Meijun asked him for help again. After she left, Shin Jingxiu couldn't help but scratch the back of his head and asked Shin Chunning, "Little sister, why do I feel like Anne is different from before? She never cared for uncle this much or treated us so well." Yesterday, Shin Chunning heard Shin Qingfeng arguing with Lu Meijun at the hospital. Although she didn't catch everything, she guessed that Lu Meijun had done something wrong to uncle, something serious enough to cross a line. That's why uncle wanted a divorce. Even if the divorce didn't happen, he firmly moved back to his hometown. Thinking about Lu Meijun's previous attitude towards uncle and comparing it to now, perhaps this is what it means to realize the value of something after losing it. Although Shin Jingxiu also worked at the county committee, he didn't ride in the donkey cart with Shin Chunning and the others. Lin Shulan made sure that Shin Chunning and Joya stayed warm in the donkey cart by bringing dry straw, bedding, and a quilt every day. It was inconvenient for a man like him to ride in such a cart with 3 women, so he had already arranged with Shin Chunning and Zhou Yubai to borrow Zhou Yubai's bicycle for commuting. When he got home, Shin Chunning went to the Shin family as usual. Not only Shin Chunning but also Lin Shulan, Zhou Baogua, He Guoqiang, Deng Hongmei, Zhao Xiuying, and Li Xiangyang all arrived at the Shin family. When Shin Chunning was transferred to the county committee, Shin Qingsong wanted to invite the relatives over for a celebratory meal. However, his daughter suggested keeping it low-key, so he dropped the idea. Now, everyone in the village knew that his daughter had joined the county committee, especially since she took over uncle's position, and the news spread throughout the team. Even if he wanted to keep it low-key, it was no longer possible. When Shin Chunning and the others arrived home, Deng Hongmei and Zhao Xiuying had already helped the 2 sisters-in-law prepare a large feast. As soon as they returned, Shin Qingsong and Shin Qingfeng invited them to the table for dinner. Shin Qingsong was in a good mood today and brought out a bottle of his treasured wine, pouring a glass for all the men present except Shin Qingfeng. Shin Qingfeng couldn't drink alcohol, so he replaced it with tea. He Guoqiang raised his glass and toasted Shin Qingfeng, saying, "Qingfeng, I toast you. As a brother and an uncle, you are truly commendable." He Guoqiang downed his drink in one go and gave Shin Qingfeng a thumbs up. Shin Qingfeng pursed his lips and quietly drank a cup of tea. That night, the happiest person was undoubtedly He Guoqiang. He was the accountant for the team and had always wanted to train his son, Hiyong, to take over his position. However, Hiyong was just as his name suggested, big and strong, but not interested in studying. He only completed the 3rd grade and refused to continue his education. When He Guoqiang tried to teach him how to use an abacus, He-yong would just pull his hair in frustration. By the time he was 15, he had lost a lot of hair and could only manage basic calculations. After that, He Guoqiang hoped to train his daughter, He Hui, who quickly learned sewing and needlework, but struggled with books and the abacus. Over the years, He Guoqiang lamented that aside from himself, no one in the family could earn a living. Unexpectedly, Shun Qingfeng had given a job to Shin Jingxiu, making him feel proud as a father-in-law. In his excitement, He Guoqiang kept toasting everyone. Deng Hongmei and He Hui tried to stop him, but eventually, after he had a bit too much to drink, Deng Hongmei called He-yong to help take him home. After He Guoqiang left, everyone finished their meal. Before leaving, Zhao Xiaoying called Li Xiaolan aside and said, "Dear, although your uncle gave the job to your brother, he, your grandfather, your brother and sister-in-law, and your aunt are all good people. They will surely help you in the future. Don't let any jealousy over the job given to Jingxiu create a rift between you and them, okay?" At the dinner table, she noticed her daughter's expression was always faint, sometimes even distracted. She guessed that her daughter was upset about her son-in-law not having a job. After all, among the 4 siblings of the Shin family, only her son-in-law was still working in the fields. Li Xiaolan smiled and said, "Mom, what are you thinking? The Shin family is great, I know that. The job was meant for my brother Zhengliang, but he said he didn't want to work in an office and refused to take it, so my brother stepped in." Zhao Xiaoying was slightly surprised to hear this. I didn't expect such a good job would be given to her son-in-law first. Since he didn't want it, it was given to Jingxiu. In the countryside, it's usually assumed that the eldest son takes care of the parents, so any benefits should naturally go to him first. Therefore, even if Uncle Shin didn't ask Shin Jingliang's opinion and directly gave the job to Shin Jingxiu, it was understandable. Zhao Xiaoying nodded and said, "Your father-in-law, uncle, and older brother are really kind." Then she turned and asked curiously, "Daughter, if it's not about work, then what was bothering you during dinner?" Li Xiaolan avoided eye contact for a moment and replied, "Nothing, Mom. Don't think too much. It was just that the men were drinking and I got a bit bored and spaced out for a while." What she actually saw was He Hui pulling on Shun Jingxiu's shirt under the table, and he turned with a gentle smile to listen to her. A hint of envy and sadness rose in her heart. She knew that given the circumstances of her marriage to Shin Jingliang, being able to live in harmony and stability was already a testament to his good character. A mother knows her daughter best. Zhao Xiaoying could tell from her daughter's expression what she was thinking. She lowered her voice to share some advice. "Daughter, I noticed that Zhengliang treats you well today, even serving you the best dishes first. Even if his mind isn't fully on you right now, as a man, if you take the initiative and have a child early, it will help keep his heart close to you." Li Xiaolan felt her cheeks flush when her mother brought this up again. "Mom, I understand. You and Dad should head home now. Hey, how come after being married for so long, you're still so shy?" That night, Shun Jingxiu and He Hui were lying in bed. He Hui, full of admiration, asked about Shin Jingxiu's job and leaned in to give him a kiss, saying, "Jingxiu, you're amazing." Shin Jingxiu felt his heart soften. He hugged He Hui and said, "Shall we? I will have a salary of 36 yuan each month, plus food, meat, and cloth coupons. My plan is to give Uncle 12 yuan each month, and 3 yuan each to Dad and the second couple. The remaining 18 yuan will be for you to manage our family's expenses." "Jingxiu, your plan doesn't seem very reasonable," He Hui said seriously, looking at him. Shin Jingxiu felt a bit anxious. He knew that if he gave money to his uncle, He Hui would definitely agree. However, giving pocket money to his father, especially to the second couple, was a decision he made on his own after learning about his salary today. Just as he was about to explain to He Hui, she said, "How can you give me all the 18 yuan you have left? You need to keep 3 yuan for yourself to occasionally improve your meals at work or to have some snacks on hand. When we got married, I noticed that the officials who came to the banquet always had cigarettes with them. They would offer them to our team leader and secretary." Before He Hui could finish, Shin Jingxiu excitedly kissed her lips and said, "Xiao Hui, I feel so lucky to marry you. In another room, Shun Jinliang and Li Xiaolan were still talking. Shun Jinliang thought that Zhao Xiaoying had called Li Xiaolan aside to complain about how their family gave work to his older brother, but not to him. He was explaining to Li Xiaolan that he really didn't like office work. He mentioned that he heard from Zhou Yubai that in big cities like Yangcheng, the authorities were not paying much attention to small traders and vendors anymore. He believed that in a year or two, the government might stop cracking down on speculation and allow business to flourish. At that time, he wanted to start a small business and live freely. Li Xiaolan felt a bit startled by his words but realized that as long as he didn't do anything illegal or against the policies, he could pursue his business dreams if the regulations changed. Besides, there was no news from the authorities about loosening restrictions yet. They were still strict about the black market. It was said that a couple of black markets in their county were shut down by the committee 2 months before the new year, and some leaders faced serious consequences. Once Li Xiaolan calmed down, she explained to Shun Jinliang, "Brother Jinliang, my mother didn't say that to me today."
What did she say then?
Shun Jinliang asked instinctively. After he asked, he regretted it a bit. They weren't really a couple, so it felt a bit rude to inquire about their private conversation. He quickly tried to explain himself, but Li Xiaolan spoke first, mentioning that Zhao Xiaoying encouraged her to be more proactive and have a child soon to strengthen their bond. As she spoke, she could even hear her own heartbeat clearly. After she finished speaking, the dark room fell silent, with only the sound of her heart beating loudly and Shun Jinliang's noticeably different breathing beside her.
I'm sorry.
The silence lasted for an unknown time, until Shun Jinliang's deep voice, filled with regret, finally broke through the darkness. He wasn't foolish. He understood what Li Xiaolan meant when she honestly told him about her mother's words. On New Year's Eve, he hadn't drunk to the point of losing control, and he knew that before he called out Mingming's name that night, Li Xiaolan's lack of refusal meant something. But he also knew clearly that he still had feelings for Wang Yumin. If he were to truly become a husband to Li Xiaolan now, it would be irresponsible to her. He kept thinking that if he couldn't fully commit to Li Xiaolan in 2 years, he would tell her he couldn't have children and then divorce her. This way, Li Xiaolan could still find someone good while she was young. When her second husband discovered she was still a complete person, he would treat her even better. However, he could never share these thoughts with Li Xiaolan. It's okay. In the darkness, Li Xiaolan tried to keep her voice calm as she said, "We agreed on this before we got married. It's just that my mother thinks too much." As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily filled with a bittersweet sensation, and it seemed like warm tears slipped down her cheeks. At this time, Shen Chunqing was still awake, focused on her book while reviewing political questions. She remembered that in her dream, the college entrance examinations resumed in 77, divided into liberal arts and science subjects. The liberal arts included political thought, language, mathematics, history, and geography, while the science subjects included politics, language, mathematics, physics, and chemistry, with foreign language majors requiring an additional foreign language test. Although she was somewhat good with numbers, it was mostly limited to her decent math scores. Physics and chemistry were more challenging for her. After careful consideration, she decided to choose liberal arts. When it came time to select a major, she would still choose something related to finance. She thought seriously that if the country's development direction matched her dream, then after a few years of reform and opening up, economic development would be the top priority. At that point, she would need to seize opportunities to start a small business and aim to be among the first to become wealthy. Then, she could respond to the country's call to help others become prosperous as well. While she was studying, Zhou Yubai was helping her massage her feet and calves. During the last checkup, the doctor mentioned that as the months go by, the growing baby can press on the leg nerves, causing swelling in the pregnant woman's feet. Regular massages can help relieve this issue. After giving his wife a good massage, Zhou Yubai warmed some clam oil in his hands and applied it to her smooth calves. Once he finished applying it to both legs, he warmed more oil and gently kissed her delicate face, saying, "Dear, it's time to apply some on your belly." Shen Chunying quickly closed her book and lay down to cooperate. On New Year's Eve, while chatting with Sun Fingjiao and Xia Yue, She learned that as the baby grows in the belly, it can stretch the skin, leading to unsightly stretch marks. Sun Fingjiao, Xia Yue, and Lin Shulan all had bellies that looked like watermelons. She didn't want her belly to look like that, so she asked the doctor how to prevent it. The doctor said it mainly depends on individual body types, but applying oil to the belly daily can increase skin moisture and elasticity, reducing the chances of stretch marks. So, for the past few days, she had been diligently applying clam oil to her belly and legs. Of course, when Zhou Yubai was home, he helped with this task. As Zhou Yubai's large hand gently covered Shin Chunying's smooth belly, suddenly, a small bump appeared on her stomach. Both of them were startled and exchanged surprised glances. Zhou Yubai intentionally moved his palm, and the bump shifted under his hand. He couldn't help but smile widely. Shin Chunying also laughed, rubbing her belly and talking to the baby. "Baby, why are you still awake? Are you playing with your dad?" The baby seemed to respond, creating another bump in her hand. As the baby moved, Shin Chunying couldn't help but smile, feeling happiness and sweetness spread in her heart. She looked at Zhou Yubai and said, "Yubai, the baby is playing with me." Seeing her joy made Zhou Yubai's smile even brighter. The couple played with their baby for a while, but didn't want to stay up too late. Shin Chunying gently patted her belly and said goodnight to the little one. To their surprise, the baby settled down and became quiet. As Shin Chunying turned off the lights to sleep, she felt an uncontrollable excitement in her heart. Finally, the man held her close and kissed her until she felt almost lightheaded, and only then did she calm down and fall asleep peacefully. The next day, because Zhou Yubai had a meeting in the city, Shin Chunying and Zhouya didn't let Lin Shulan take a donkey cart, but instead went with Zhou Yubai to the county town. Shin Chunying calculated how often Zhou Yubai had been going to the city for meetings lately and found it a bit strange. She couldn't help but ask, "Yubai, why have you been going to the city so often for meetings? Is there a problem with the oil field operations?" Zhou Yubai looked at her, his expression becoming serious, and replied in a slightly cold tone, "No, the oil field operations are going smoothly. It's because the neighboring country has been provoking us at the border. Even though we are currently in logistics, we cannot slack off in our training. We need to be ready to respond, fight, and win." Recently, the meetings have been focused on this issue. As Zhou Yubai spoke, Shin Chunying could see the determination in his eyes. She remembered the years when he took care of her on behalf of his brother, and every time he went on a mission, she could feel that same determination in him. She could even sense the passion boiling within him. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have transferred from the front lines, which he loved so much, to logistics. Feeling a bit reluctant, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his slim waist. Zhou Yubai didn't understand why his wife suddenly hugged him so tightly, but he gently embraced her in return. Shin Chunying felt the warmth coming from him and couldn't help but tear up. Although her heart was filled with reluctance, she firmly said, "Yubai, if the country needs you back on the front lines, then you should go. I support you." Hearing his wife's soft voice filled with emotion made Zhou Yubai's heart ache. If he could, he would want to stay by her side forever, even wishing to have her as part of him. But he also knew that as a soldier, beyond personal feelings, he had an even more important mission. He lowered his head and kissed Shin Chunying's smooth forehead, honestly telling her, "Wife, I have already applied to my superiors. If the front lines need me, I will return at any time. But I will try to stay with you until after you give birth. They say that giving birth is like stepping one foot into the gates of death." As a husband, he wishes to be by his wife's side when she needs him the most. He just hopes that the situation in the monkey country will calm down and not force them to take action. Shin Chunying sniffled, trying hard to hold back her tears. But inside, she was quietly counting the time. She was almost 5 months pregnant, and even if everything went smoothly, the man would have to leave again in just 5 months. Having grown accustomed to spending time with him almost every day, her feelings of reluctance were stronger than during their last separation. When Shin Chunying got into the car with Zhou Yubai, her little nose was still red. Seeing her like this, Zhouya immediately asked in a worried tone, "Ning Ning, what's wrong?" Before Shin Chun-ning could respond, Zhouya glared at Zhou Yubai, saying, "Third brother, did you bully Ning-Ning?" Shin Chun-ning quickly tugged at Zhouya's sleeve and said, "Sister, Yubai didn't bully me. I'm just too sensitive and got upset from the cold when we went out." In her fluster, she made up a poor excuse. But to Zhouya, it sounded like she was being bullied by Zhou Yubai, and she was covering for him. She shot Zhou Yubai an even fiercer glare. At that moment, the soldier driving in front chuckled and tried to lighten the mood, saying, "Sister, you must be wronging our captain. With a sister-in-law as delicate as her, our captain cares for her too much to bully her." He remembered the last time the captain went to the city and found her crying while walking. The captain looked heartbroken when he picked her up and put her in the car. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt Zhou Yubai's intense gaze on him. How could he say his wife was delicate? She didn't like being called sensitive. The soldier instinctively shrank his neck, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and gave a nervous laugh, regretting his words. He realized he should speak less and do more in front of Zhou Yubai, especially since he had dared to comment on his personal matters. Zhou Yubai might be reassigned to the front lines soon, but for now, that information couldn't be shared. At this moment, Shin Chun-ning couldn't care about feeling sad or reluctant. She spent a lot of effort explaining to Zhouya, finally convincing her that the reason she was crying was not because Zhou Yubai was bullying her. The car was much faster than a donkey cart. They left half an hour late this morning, but still arrived at the county committee about 10 minutes earlier than usual. Zhou Yubai got out of the car first, opened the back door, and wrapped Shin Chun-ning up tightly with a scarf and hat, leaving only her big, dark eyes peeking out and blinking. Then, at his height of nearly 2 meters, he picked Shin Chun-ning up like a child and carried her out of the car. After reminding her a few times about what she wanted for lunch and saying that if she couldn't eat from the big pot, she shouldn't force herself, he reluctantly got back in the car to take Zhouya to the textile factory. Seeing the way the two of them were so attached, Zhouya finally believed that Zhou Yubai was not bullying Shin Chun-ning. With how much he cherished his wife, it was clear that he would never bully her. If anyone else tried to, he would probably fight them. After Zhou Yubai's car started, Shin Chun-ning was about to enter the workplace when she heard a bicycle bell behind her. She turned around and saw Shin Jung-soo, his face wrapped in a scarf, coming toward her. Shin Jung-soo had ridden his bike over early in the morning, with dew on the tips of his hair, looking from a distance like an old man with white hair. Shin Chun-ning waited at the entrance for a moment until Shin Jung-soo reached her. As the siblings were about to walk into the workplace, a familiar, bossy voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, wait a minute, Shin Chun-ning. You stop right there." Both Shin Chun-ning and Shin Jung-soo frowned upon hearing that voice. Their aunt had already cut ties with their family, so why was she still clinging to them like a stubborn gum? Shin Chun-ning had no intention of obeying Shin Feng-xia's command to wait. She grabbed the still-dazed Shin Jung-soo and quickly ran into the workplace. Neither of them had jobs that faced the public, and a place like the county committee was not where Shin Feng-xia could cause a scene. If Shin Feng-xia was looking for her, it wouldn't be for anything good, and Shin Chun-ning didn't want to waste time with her. Why should they wait around? "Shin Chun-ning, you little brat, stop. I told you to wait. I am your aunt, and you are an ungrateful child who disrespects your elders." Shin Feng-xia's scolding echoed from behind. Shin Chun-ning turned around and made a funny face at her, causing Shin Feng-xia to feel so angry that she almost coughed up blood. At that moment, Shin Jung-soo didn't have time to think about why Shin Feng-xia was looking for Shin Chun-ning. He anxiously said to Shin Chun-ning, "Little sister, slow down, don't run. You need to be careful since you're pregnant. Don't fall again." Shin Chun-ning did stop because Shin Feng-xia had already been stopped by the staff at the reception. Their area was the county committee's office, not a place for the public, so Shin Feng-xia couldn't enter without a valid reason. After stopping, Shin Chun-ning seriously told Shin Jung-soo, "Big brother, I need to tell you that our aunt coming to the county committee is definitely not a good thing. I suspect she is trying to get our uncle to find a job for her useless son. Next time you see her alone, just walk away quickly. Don't get into an argument with her. She has no shame, and you can't win against her. Don't ruin your reputation. Listening to his little sister, Shen Jung-soo felt both proud and amused. Unknowingly, their family's carefully protected sister had started to look out for them in return. He nodded and gently ruffled Shin Chun-ning's soft hair, saying, "Okay, big brother will remember that. Comrade, I am Shin Qingfeng's sister, the aunt of that Shin Chun-ning who just went in. That rude girl never learned to respect her elders. You have to let me in." Shin Feng Xia angrily told the staff at the entrance. Before she could finish, the staff sternly replied, "Why should we let you in? Are you here to cause trouble for our colleagues? This is a workplace, not your backyard. No matter who you are related to, this is not the place for family discussions. If you have business to attend to, go to the service hall in front. We don't allow backdoor access here." After being scolded by the staff, Shin Feng Xia's hatred for Shin Chun-ning grew even stronger. She had waited for Shin Qingfeng at the county committee's family compound yesterday, but ended up meeting the old man Lu Junpei instead. She tried to be friendly and polite with him, but he did not respond kindly. Not only did he give her a cold shoulder, but he also told her that Shin Qingfeng no longer lived there and that she should not visit their home again, as they did not welcome her.
Liu Yunpei's attitude deeply upset Shin Feng Xia.
She married Wu Qifa with a generous dowry back then. Over the years, her father-in-law, who was a leader at the supply and marketing cooperative, helped her get good items or discounted goods without needing tickets. This made everyone around her admire her. Additionally, both Shin Qingfeng and the Lu family worked at the county committee, and since Lu Junpei was a leader, her family connections protected her from being bullied by her in-laws. However, now she faced difficulties with a third son from the countryside, and her elder brother didn't even want to see her. The Lu family was also openly unwelcoming to her. At this point, Shen Fengxia began to feel anxious. Her father-in-law had risen from a regular employee at the cooperative to a leadership position thanks to Lu Junpei's help. Now that her father-in-law couldn't arrange a job for her son, she was told to ask Shin Jingrong or Shin Qingfeng to help Wu Yaozu. Her father-in-law even said she could send gifts from their home supplies. So when Wu Yaozu took the canned goods to eat yesterday, she felt confident confronting Wu Qifa. But if Shin Qingfeng didn't show up and the Lu family refused to support her, she would lose her confidence. She had given birth to 5 daughters before having her son, Wu Yaozu, who wasn't very promising. Without the support of her brother Shin Qingfeng, her mother-in-law would not be easy to deal with. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She couldn't enter the county committee or the family compound, so she waited outside, hoping to see Shin Qingfeng. But as noon approached, he still hadn't arrived at work. Remembering Lu Junpei's cold attitude yesterday and Lu Meijun's red eyes from crying, she recalled Lu Meijun saying that Shin Qingfeng no longer worked there. A sudden thought struck her. What if Shin Qingfeng had gotten into trouble? The moment that thought crossed her mind, she broke into a cold sweat. She needed to find out what was happening with Shin Qingfeng. If he was in trouble and the Lu family had distanced themselves from him, she would have to do the same. With that in mind, Shin Fengxia approached the reception desk to inquire. This time, she was even more polite and offered a can of food to the receptionist. However, the receptionist pushed the can back to her, looking serious, and said, "We have rules against accepting gifts from the public. Are you trying to get me into trouble?" Shin Fengxia looked at the person and had to take back the can. She shyly asked, "Comrade, do you know why my brother Shin Qingfeng is not working here?" The other person simply shook their head and said, "I don't know. We are not in the same department, so how would I know? You should leave quickly and not delay my work." Shin Fengxia realized that continuing to ask would not yield any results, so she had to leave. After walking a few steps, she spat towards the direction of the reception room and muttered in dissatisfaction, "What a joke. Just a guard dog, acting so important." After Shin Chunning finished work and returned home, she first went to her own yard to pick some vegetables. She also took some vegetables from her storage and mixed them together to send to the Shin family. Since they lived in the south, there were still plenty of winter vegetables like cabbage, cauliflower, and others in season. It was not like the north, where everything turned white in winter and vegetables were scarce. Her home was not far from the Shin family, so she didn't bother Uncle Luo's donkey cart and instead tied the basket of vegetables to her bicycle and rode to the Shin family. When she arrived at the yard, Shun Jingxiu had just returned on his bicycle as well. Seeing her ride up with such a large basket of vegetables startled him. He quickly helped steady her handlebars and said, "Little sister, what are you doing? The roads in the village are so narrow, and you're riding with such a big load. What if you bump into something?" Shin Chunying smiled sweetly at Shin Jingxiu and said, "Don't worry, big brother. My cycling skills are great now." Shin Jingxiu looked at her helplessly and sighed. He really couldn't do anything about his little sister. Once inside the yard, Shin Jingxiu helped Shin Chunying take down the basket tied to her bicycle. When he saw the vegetables inside, his eyes lit up. "Little sister, where did you get these vegetables? They look so good." "I grew them myself," Shin Chunying said proudly, lifting her chin. Shun Jingxiu remembered that when he visited his sister's house before, he had indeed seen her garden thriving with vegetables, all of which looked fresh and healthy. During the meeting at the Agricultural Research Institute today, the leaders emphasized the need to do everything possible to increase food production and solve the problem of food security for the people. In their hilly area, the land is not very suitable for farming. Even if they grow 2 crops a year, their yield cannot compare to the fertile black soil in the northern regions reported in the newspapers. He thought that since growing grains here is not ideal, perhaps they could grow vegetables and sell them to the north in exchange for grain. This would address both the vegetable shortage in the north and their own insufficient grain production. However, as a newcomer to the research institute, he didn't dare to propose such a bold idea at the meeting. Now, seeing the vegetables sent by Shun Chunying, his urge to report this idea became even stronger, especially since they had discovered an oil field nearby and repaired the road, which would help with transporting vegetables. Shin Jingxiu excitedly pulled Shin Chunying into the main room, where he found Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong and shared his idea with them. With great anticipation, he asked Dad, "Uncle, little sister, what do you think of my idea? If I report it, will the leaders accept it?" Although Shin Qingsong had not worked in an organization, he was aware of some of the complexities involved. He thought his son's idea was good but was unsure if it would be accepted. So, he looked to Shin Qingfeng for guidance. Shin Qingfeng looked at Shin Jingxiu with approval and nodded, "Jingxiu, your idea is great and should be reported. It would be best to include some practical suggestions when you do. For example, if we grow a large quantity of vegetables, how can we increase their yield? How will we manage pests and diseases? What specific vegetables would be easy to transport to the north while ensuring their quality?" Shin Jingxiu carefully noted down Shin Qingfeng's suggestions. He planned to discuss these details with Shun Chunying. After all, the vegetables his sister grew were large and fresh, making them appealing and likely to sell well in the north. When Shin Chunying heard her brother's idea, she was momentarily stunned. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that in her dream, Wang Yuming had also suggested growing vegetables to supply the north before returning to university. She had written a letter to the leaders of the Agricultural Research Institute, proposing ways to increase vegetable yield and income, which led to her being recommended for a job there. "Little sister, I just saw the vegetables you brought over. They look big and fresh. How did you grow them so well? Tell me. Big brother wants to know," her brother asked eagerly. Shin Chunying was still in a daze when she heard her brother's excited question. Shin Chunying thought to herself, these vegetables were grown using spring water, and some were even grown directly in her space. How could they not be good? But could she really say that? After thinking for a moment, she cleared her throat and said, "Actually, I don't have any special tricks. Every time I grow vegetables, I mix rotten leaves and oil cake to make fertilizer, bury it in the soil, and then water it. That's how the vegetables turn out like this." She remembered that in her dream, during the recognition ceremony for Wang Yuming, she had shared this method for increasing vegetable yield. In the countryside, there was no shortage of rotten leaves, and oil cake was the leftover residue after extracting oil from seeds. For villagers, oil cake was a valuable resource, usually sold to the livestock point in the village to mix into animal feed. Because it contains fat, it helps fatten the animals, and hens that eat rice bran mixed with oil cake tend to lay eggs more frequently. Using oil cake for fertilizer? Shin Jingshu scratched his head upon hearing Shin Chunying's words. This could be a bit tricky. Each household in the village sells their oil cake to the livestock point for a few dimes per piece. Not everyone is willing to use it for fertilizer like Shin Chunying does. Seeing the difficulty her brother faced, Shin Chunying said, "Big brother, you could approach the Agricultural Research Institute to apply for a pilot study. Then come back and encourage our villagers to use my method for making fertilizer. If they have extra vegetables, you can help sell them. This way, you'll have data from the experiment, and you won't need to use farmland for it, while also promoting the use of rotten leaves and oil cake for fertilizer." Once everyone realizes that this fertilizer works well and that the money made from selling the vegetables is much more than selling oil cake directly, they will naturally be willing to use oil cake for fertilizer. Shun Jingshu frowned in thought and said, "Little sister, your idea is good, but where can I sell the vegetables if I help everyone sell them?" In their area, every family in the countryside has a small garden, and they usually grow enough vegetables for themselves, so there is no need to buy them. In the city, there are no small gardens, but some hardworking families will clear a piece of land near their home or workplace to grow a few vegetables. That little bit is usually enough for them. If they really need more, most families have one or two relatives in the countryside, and following the principle of keeping resources within the family, they usually buy vegetables from their own relatives. Shin Chunying smiled and said, "I heard from Brother Yubai that the vegetables eaten by the soldiers and oil field workers are bought by the cooking team from nearby villages. If you promote this vegetable growing method and increase our team's vegetable production, you can talk to the head of the cooking team about supplying vegetables from our team in the future. Once you confirm that this method can really increase vegetable production and income, you can apply to the leaders to trial large-scale planting of vegetables suitable for long-distance transport in our team. If our vegetable production increases, the leaders will find a way to handle the transportation issue," Shin Chunying calmly suggested. Shun Jingshu listened, his eyes growing brighter, and finally, he excitedly slapped his thigh and said, "You're right. This idea is really good. Why didn't I think of it? Little sister, you are so smart." Shin Chunying smiled, her eyes sparkling. It wasn't her intelligence. She was just benefiting from her team leader's husband. Then, she brought up the issue of the oil field workers and station troops needing vegetables. She said, "Uncle, Aunt will probably find out soon that you gave my brother a job, and she might cause a scene." Shin Qingfeng's expression turned serious. "Ningning, it's okay. You don't need to worry about this. Your father and I haven't done anything wrong to her. If she causes trouble, we won't be afraid. But you and Jingshu should be careful when going to and from work, so she doesn't block you at the office and cause a scene. It won't be good for you," Shun Qingfeng advised. Shin Chunying and Shin Jingshu both nodded seriously. Due to the escalating conflict with the monkey country, Zhou Yubai's logistics team needs to strengthen their training and be ready for battle at any moment. This morning, Zhou Yubai told Shin Chunying that the troops must increase their training intensity during this time, so he won't be able to come home every day anymore. It's likely he will only be able to return home every 3 or 4 days, or even 6 or 7 days. When Zhou Yubai was at home before, Shin Chunying didn't feel anything unusual. But now that he suddenly isn't coming back, she feels that the house is a bit empty. While sitting on the bed reading at night, she found it hard to concentrate. Unable to focus, she decided to stop reading, put the book down, and lie down to sleep. But as she lay down, she noticed the blanket by her feet was cold. In the past, when he was home, he would not only give her massages to prevent swelling and apply oil to avoid stretch marks, but he would also warm up the blankets for her. Now, feeling cold, her small body curled up. For some reason, a wave of sadness washed over her, and her eyes teared up, with tears rolling down her cheeks. As she cried, the baby in her belly moved gently. For some reason, she felt that the baby was comforting her, and she couldn't help but smile through her tears. She touched the little bump on her belly and said, "Thank you, baby. You're so good. Mommy won't cry anymore. Let's go to sleep." After she spoke, The little one in her belly nudged her hand, and then became quiet. Shin Chunning felt warmth in her heart and closed her eyes to sleep peacefully. Days passed, and just when Shin Chunning was about to forget about Shin Fingxia, she encountered her after work. As she and Shun Jingxiu reached the entrance of their workplace, Shin Fingxia stormed over, furious. "Well, Shin Jingxiu, you shameless dog. How dare you take my Yaozu's job? I'm telling you, if you don't give the job back to my Yaozu today, just wait and see how I deal with you," Shin Fingxia said, rolling up her sleeves. Many colleagues, leaving work, looked over at Shin Chunning and Shin Jingxiu. Shin Chunning raised her eyebrows slightly. As expected, the confrontation had come. Shin Jingxiu instinctively stepped forward to shield Shin Chunning. She instinctively placed a hand on her belly and quietly hid behind her brother. She believed that with her older brother standing in front, Shin Fingxia wouldn't dare to act against them, but if she stepped forward, things could get complicated. The colleagues around them had already started to gossip. Who is this woman? Why does she say that Comrade Shin Jingxiu took her son's job? I remember she came to our office looking for Comrade Shin Qingfeng. I think she's his sister. Could it be that she thinks her son should get the job now that Shin Qingfeng is retiring due to illness? Looks like that's the case. Everyone was already casting scornful looks at Shin Fingxia without needing Shin Jingxiu and Shin Chunning to say anything, and they felt sympathy for the siblings. It was unfortunate to deal with someone so self-righteous, believing everything related to her family should belong to them. During this time, Shin Fingxia had inquired and finally learned that Shin Qingfeng had retired due to illness and passed the job to Shin Jingxiu. She couldn't believe it at first and was furious, nearly losing her temper. She never expected Shin Qingfeng would dare to give her son's job to Shin Jingxiu. Shin Fingxia didn't care about others' opinions. In her view, everything Shin Qingfeng had should belong to her as his sister, as it had always been that way. Whatever she wanted, her older brother would do everything to fulfill. Just like when she wanted to marry into the Wu family, but they rejected her because her family was poor. Shin Qingfeng agreed to let Lu Meijun marry into their family and provided a generous dowry to support her marriage. Now her older son needed a job, and Shin Qingfeng just happened to have one. How could he give it to the son of that unsuccessful family in the countryside? Shin Fingxia placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Shin Jingxiu. "Shin Jingxiu, you better go to the office right now and clarify that this job belongs to my son. Return it immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude as your aunt." Shin Jingxiu frowned, looking at the unreasonable Shin Fingxia. For a moment, he didn't know how to handle it. He couldn't give the job to Wu Yaozu, but as a younger relative, if he confronted Shin Fingxia directly, it would reflect poorly on him. Just then, a stern voice rang out. "Is this a marketplace? Who allowed you to make such a commotion here?" "Director Liu. Director Liu." Everyone greeted Lu Junpei as he arrived. Shin Fingxia quickly approached him with a smile. "Dear father-in-law, you're here." Lu Junpei looked at Shin Fingxia and said, "Comrade, if there is anything about our work that you are not satisfied with, you can report it at the feedback window. Making a scene here will not solve the problem." Although Shin Fingxia believed that Shin Qingfeng's position should belong to her family, she also knew that Shin Qingfeng had followed the proper procedures to give the job to Shin Jingxiu. If she wanted to get the job back for her son, Shin Jingxiu would need to cooperate with the process. Such matters could only be discussed privately, not in public. She quickly put on a smile and said to Lu Junpei, "Elder, you know that ever since my brother married into your family, he only keeps in touch with me, his sister. He hasn't interacted with our family in the countryside at all. Now my nephew seems to have used some means to take my brother's job. I just want to help my brother get his job back." The more she spoke, the more confident she became. Lu Junpei looked at her sternly and asked, "Your brother is ill and needs to rest. Why do you want to take his job back?" He. Shin Fingxia smiled flatteringly. "Elder, my brother needs to rest, and Yan Feng and Xiao Jie both have good jobs, but my family's Yaozu still doesn't have a job. My brother's position could support Yaozu." Lu Junpei's expression did not change much. He simply asked, "What is your family Yaozu's last name?" Shin Fingxia was confused by the sudden question and replied, "Of course, it's Wu." Shun Qingfeng, his last name is Shun. Lu Junpei stated firmly. Then he looked at Shun Fengxia sternly and said, even if Qingfeng's job is not given to Jingxiu, it cannot go to your family. You should give up on this idea. If you dare to cause trouble at the unit again, don't blame us for not considering our family ties. Also, since you are here, go back and tell Wu Zhongxiao that actions have consequences. As Shin Fengxiao listened to Lu Junpei's first two statements, she wanted to argue. But when she heard the last sentence mentioning her father-in-law, which was clearly a warning, she felt a chill. She no longer dared to make a scene, awkwardly maintaining her smile, and after exchanging a few polite words, she left quietly. At that moment, Shen Jingxiu and Shin Chunying hurried to thank Lu Junpei. Lu Junpei patted Shin Jingxiu on the shoulder and said, the ideas you mentioned in your report are very good. Keep up the good work. Shen Jingxiu felt energized by Lu Junpei's words, straightening his back. Don't worry, leader, I will work hard. Lu Junpei smiled with satisfaction and reminded him, take good care of your uncle. If you face any difficulties at work, feel free to come to me. Shin Jingxiu expressed his gratitude and made more promises. Lu Junpei waved and left. It was then that Shin Jingxiu realized Uncle Luo's donkey cart hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't help but feel worried, wondering if something had gone wrong on the way. However, he didn't dare to mention this to Shin Chunying. Shin Chunying was also a bit anxious. Lin Shulan would come early every day to wait for her, worried she might get cold standing outside. But today, they had been off work for a while, and neither the cart nor Lin Shulan had shown up. Shin Jingxiu waited with Shin Chunying for some time, but still didn't see the cart or Lin Shulan. He took off his cotton jacket and wrapped it around Shin Chunying, saying, Ningning, Aunt Lin might be delayed. Put on my jacket and I'll take you home. There was only one road from the county to their village, so they wouldn't miss Lin Shulan. Shin Chunying declined the jacket and wrapped her scarf around her face. Big brother, you wear it. I'll sit on the back of the bike, and with you in front blocking the wind, I won't get too cold. She said this as she hopped onto the back of the bike, holding on to Shin Jingxiu's waist. Big brother, let's go to the textile factory first. My sister might still be waiting. Shin Jingxiu rode towards the textile factory. By the time they arrived, most workers had already left, and only a few people were coming and going at the entrance. Shin Chunying peeked out from behind Shin Jingxiu and spotted Zhou Ye anxiously looking around at the factory gate, talking to a man who seemed to be bothering her. Seeing Zhou Ye's expression, Shin Chunying immediately thought, Zhou Ye is being harassed. As soon as Shin Jingxiu stopped the bike, she jumped off and rushed towards Zhou Ye. Shin Jingxiu was startled and quickly secured the bike, wanting to catch up and protect her. But before he could reach them, Shin Chunying had already positioned herself in front of Zhou Ye, glaring at the man who had been bothering her. What do you want? Do you know that harassing women is against the law? If you bother my sister again, I will report you to the police. At that moment, Shin Jingxiu had also come over. He rolled up his sleeves and said to Zhou Ye, sister, don't be afraid. If he does anything inappropriate to you, tell me, and I will help you take him to the police station. Wang Youfa looked at Shin Jingxiu's muscular arms, and his face twitched. He quickly said, siblings, I'm not harassing anyone. I'm your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Shin Chunying looked at Zhou Ye in confusion. Zhou Ye explained, he is Wang Youfa. Although Shin Chunying didn't know Wang Youfa, she had heard the name before. After all, Zhou Ye had just divorced, and during her hospital stay for surgery, Lin Shulan often scolded Wang Youfa. After Zhou Ye explained, she stepped forward to confront Wang Youfa. Wang Youfa, let me tell you, getting back together is impossible. You need to leave. If you dare to bother me again, even if I don't report you to the police, I will report your behavior to the factory. Wang Youfa looked at Zhou Ye with a conflicted expression. Yeah, we were married. Leave. Zhou Ye interrupted him coldly. Shin Jingxiu showed off his muscles and glared at Wang Youfa. My sister told you to leave. Can't you hear? Wang Youfa always looked down on Zhou Ye's family because they were from the countryside. After marrying Zhou Ye, he only visited her family once. Since then, they hadn't kept in touch, so he didn't even recognize her relatives. only remembering that Joya had several cousins. At that moment, he didn't know which cousin Shin Jingxi was and didn't want to offend anyone, so he hurriedly left. Sister, today Mom and Uncle Luo didn't come. I don't know if something delayed them, so you'll have to ride my brother's bicycle with me, Shin Chunying said to Joya. Joya couldn't help but pinch Shin Chunying's cheek. Ning Ning, what are you saying? Am I that picky? Riding a bicycle is a hardship? There are so many people in our village who walk to the county with heavy loads. Shin Chunying smiled brightly. Seeing her sweet smile, Joya's expression softened a bit. But it's not very convenient for me to ride on Shun's bicycle. I'll borrow one from the factory. Wait for me a moment. Shin Chunying originally thought she would sit on the front bar and let Joya sit on the back seat to avoid any gossip. But it would be best if we could split into 2 bicycles. After all, the road from the county to their village is unpaved. Even sitting on the back of a bicycle is uncomfortable, and sitting on the crossbar would be unbearable. Plus, with her big belly now, sitting on the crossbar is really not convenient. Soon, Joya borrowed a bicycle from the factory. The 3 of them rode together toward the village. At that moment, Wang Youfa returned home, and his mother, Ding Hongxiu, immediately came to greet him. Son, how is it? Did Joya agree to remarry you? Wang Youfa frowned and shook his head in frustration. Ding Hongxiu's expression changed instantly. She scoffed and said, we want to remarry her because we think she, as a divorced woman, can only find a widower. We are being generous, and she still has the nerve to act proud. Son, don't rush. Let's wait a bit. After some time, if she can't find someone better, she will naturally come back to us. During this time, I will help you look for someone. If we find someone good, we can marry her first, and then Joya will have no place to cry. Wang Youfa waved his hand in annoyance. Do as you wish. He had already talked to Joya about remarrying several times as his mother suggested, but Joya's refusal became more resolute each time. Today, her gaze was filled with disgust. Not only Joya, but even her siblings who came today looked at him with disdain. Just thinking about it made him feel particularly frustrated. He remembered when he was dating Joya and just got married. Back then, his mother didn't interfere much. Joya was gentle and kind, and every day when he came home from work, there was hot food and a warm wife waiting for him. He felt motivated to do anything.
But now?
He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Wang Youfa's expression instantly displeased Ding Hongxiu. You're already 30 years old, and you still want me, your mother, to plan everything for you. And you have this attitude? Do you think that's fair to me? Wang Youfa didn't want to argue with his mother, but he couldn't hold back anymore. Did I ask you to plan for me? Your planning has resulted in me losing my child, my wife, and my home. Now, I'm the one who will be a lifelong bachelor. What more do you want me to become to make you happy? As he spoke, Wang Youfa felt tears welling up in his eyes. He only remembered that when Joya first showed signs of pregnancy, about 4 months in, she complained of stomach pain one night. He planned to take her to the hospital, but Ding Hongxiu heard the noise and scolded him. She said that every pregnant woman experiences some pain, and Joya was being overly dramatic, wanting to go to the hospital at the first sign of discomfort. He hesitated, and Joya said it was fine, that she could endure it. Perhaps if they had gone to the hospital then, they could have saved their child. Now that the baby was born, they could have tried for a second child. Later, Joya's belly stopped growing, and she became thinner and paler. He intended to take her to a larger hospital for treatment, thinking that since they were both regular employees at the textile factory, the company would cover most of the medical expenses. The amount they would have to pay themselves was manageable. However, their salaries were managed by Ding Hongxiu, and when he asked her for money, she refused. She advised him that Joya must have some strange illness, and even if they went to a big hospital, it likely wouldn't help. Instead of wasting money, it would be better to save it and let Joya handle it on her own. She argued that if Joya died, her job at the textile factory would go to their family and they would receive compensation. Then he could give that money to his sister, so she wouldn't have to work temporary jobs anymore. The compensation could also be used as a bride price for a younger wife who could have children. But what happened? Joya divorced him. Her health improved, and they not only lost Joya's job but also gained a bad reputation in the neighborhood for how they treated her. Now, everyone kept their distance, and no one wanted to associate with them. Ding Hongxiu was surprised that her usually obedient eldest son would suddenly argue back. Feeling both wronged and angry, she approached Wang Youfa and pinched him, saying, "You ungrateful child. Why are you blaming your mother? Why don't you blame Joya? If she hadn't been so foolish and understood her own condition, I wouldn't have stopped her from going to the hospital. She even tried to play tricks on us, not telling us that someone in her family had become an official. Wasn't she just trying to keep us in the dark? I see. She planned this divorce from you a long time ago. Now that the marriage is over, she has ruined our family's reputation. She acts like we treated her poorly all these years. You, being so naive, thought she was truly committed to living with you." Ding Hongxiu got angrier as she spoke and couldn't help but poke Wang Youfa on the head. She had previously thought that Joya had some serious illness, and since Joya hadn't had children for many years, she wished for her to pass away soon so their family could benefit from Joya's job. But unexpectedly, after the Zhou family took Joya back, she was actually treated and recovered. Moreover, she learned that Joya wasn't suffering from a tumor. She was just pregnant but had a miscarriage, which is why things were like that. Recently, she found out that Joya's cousin, who had pressured her son to divorce Joya, was already a leader at a young age. After hearing this news, Ding Hongxiu was so upset she could hardly contain herself. It's all Joya's fault for coming into their family and playing tricks. With such a prominent cousin, they never got a hint of it. If they had known that the Zhou family had such a successful son, they would have done everything to get Joya to a good hospital to save the marriage. Wang Youfa didn't want to argue with Ding Hongxiu and went straight into the room. Ding Hongxiu shouted a few more insults at the closed door, then expanded her complaints to Joya, and after finishing with Joya, she criticized all those in the neighborhood who refused to introduce a partner for her son. While she was grumbling, she went into the kitchen to cook. On the other side, Shen Fingxia was also complaining. She was frightened by Lu Juanpei's words and cursed both the Shen and Lu families all the way home. When Wu Qifa saw her returning in a huff, he knew things hadn't gone well. He looked as if he had expected this. "If we didn't get the job this time, we can try again. Let's talk to your brother more about it. Why are you so upset?"
Didn't I tell you?
"This job is like a piece of meat, and now it's in Shen Jingshu's hands. Do you think it's easy to that meat from someone who has almost finished chewing it? Be a little patient." Wow, Shen Fingxia was not comforted by Wu Qifa's words at all. Instead, she cried out, "We can't go looking for them anymore. Our son's job is gone." What happened? This time, Wu Qifa finally became anxious. Shen Fingxia recounted what Lu Junpei had told her. Wu Qifa frowned and thought for a moment, "Let's not rush about our son's job. I'll talk to Dad and ask him to hold off for a while. Lu Leoi has already warned us, so we can't give anyone a reason to criticize us." Shen Fingxia looked unconvinced. "I disagree. That wasn't a warning, it was a threat. In my opinion, we should just ignore him. And what about Yaozu's job? Can we not worry about that? Yaozu is turning 22 soon, and people in the city are so superficial. Without a job, no one will introduce him to a partner." After saying this, she felt even more determined not to let Shen Jingshu take the job. Just as she sat down, she slammed her thigh and stood up again. "No, I need to go find my brother. We must get that job back for our son." "Stop right there." Wu Qifa frowned and stopped Shen Fingxia. "You say you have long hair but short knowledge, and you still don't agree. Dad got his current position through his connection with Lu Leoi. Lu Leoi must have heard something from above and doesn't want Dad to get into trouble, which is why he gave us that warning. If we don't listen, aren't we just walking into danger ourselves? And about Yaozu's job, Lu Leoi has a point. Yaozu doesn't have the Shin surname, so it's normal for my brother to give the job to Jingshu instead of Yaozu. If you go to find my brother now, won't that just annoy him? What should we do then?" Shen Fingxia was getting anxious. "You can't do this, and you can't do that. Are we just going to watch Yaozu without a job and unable to find a partner? Wu Qifa pulled her back down. Listen to me. Look at my brother's eldest son, Yan Feng. He is the secretary to the party secretary, which is like being the second in command. The second son, Xiao Jia, may not be as high up as Yan Feng, but he is also the second in command of the commune. As for our third brother's eldest son, Jingxiu, he has taken over my brother's job. He and Yan Feng support each other, and with Lu Leoi's help, he will surely have a promising future in Qingyuan County. Shen Jingrong is already a battalion commander in the army, and his brother-in-law is a regiment commander. Both of them are still young, so they have plenty of opportunities to advance. After all, anyone who becomes a regiment or battalion commander at such a young age must have talent. Can you imagine how bright their future is? Shin Fengxia used to look down on Shin Qingsong, who stayed in the countryside and never paid attention to his 4 children. Now, after hearing Wu Qifa's analysis, she realized that girl Shin Chunying not only got a job as an accountant in the commune, but she was also transferred to the county town after just a few months. I heard her teacher, Peng Kaiyuan, knows quite a few leaders. Seeing Shun Fengxia understand, Wu Qifa clapped his thigh. Right. Our nephews and nieces are promising. Our priority now is to mend relationships with big brother and third brother's families. If we get along well, our nephews can help us find jobs. It would be easy. Shun Fengxia immediately stood up excitedly. Okay, I'll take some things and go back to my parents' house. Wait. Wu Qifa quickly stopped her. Why are you in such a hurry? You just made a scene at the work unit today. They're probably still upset. If you go there now, you might not even get in the door and they could throw you and your things out. Let's first find out what's going on at your parents' house and look for a reason to visit them again. We need to make sure they don't have a reason to kick us out. Shun Fengxia nodded, agreeing that Wu Qifa made a lot of sense. She couldn't help but praise him. You're so smart. I really like your cleverness. Shin Jingxiu, Shin Chunying, and Zhouya were riding their bikes toward the village when they saw Lin Shulan rushing along the roadside. Shin Jingxiu and Zhouya quickly stopped their bikes.
Mom.
Shin Chunying called out, Mom, why are you going to the county town alone? Did something happen with Uncle Luo that he couldn't bring the donkey cart? Seeing the visible worry on Lin Shulan's face, Shin Chunying quickly asked. Lin Shulan had already spotted them from a distance. When she heard Shin Chunying's question, she opened her mouth but couldn't speak at first. After a moment, as if she had made up her mind, she said, Zhengxiu Ningning, you two don't go back yet. Ride back with me. We need to go to the hospital. As she spoke, she climbed onto the back seat of Zhouya's bike. Yeah, you take Mom to the hospital. Shun Jingxiu, Shin Chunying, and Zhouya all felt a tightening in their hearts when they heard they were being taken to the hospital. Mom, what happened? Why are we going to the hospital? Today, while repairing the road up in the mountains, a big rock blocked the way, so they set off a blast. At first, the blast didn't go off. When Shin Chunying heard Lin Shulan's words, her heart jumped into her throat. Could it be Dad? Just thinking about her father being hurt because of the blast at the quarry made her eyes well up with tears. But she quickly held it back. It couldn't be true. Dad wasn't working at the quarry, and she had changed the outcome of her dream. Besides, her second brother was at home, so it wasn't Dad's turn to go fix the road. Could it be her second brother? With that thought, Shin Chuning's heart, which had just calmed down, started racing again. Lin Shulan didn't know that in the short pause, Shin Chunying had already thought of so much. Everyone thought it was a dud and went closer to see what happened. But as soon as they got near, it exploded. Your dad and several people from our village were hit by flying debris. Right now, Uncle Luo's donkey cart has taken them to the hospital. Hearing Lin Shulan's last words, Shin Chuning's heart sank. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She tightened her grip on Shin Jingxiu's shirt. Though she tried to hold back, her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe, and she finally let out a sob. At that moment, Lin Shulan, sitting in the back seat with Zhouya, noticed Shin Chuning's distress and quickly said, Ningning, don't cry. The wind is strong on this bike. You'll just end up feeling worse. Your dad was hit by the debris, but I found out that his condition shouldn't be serious. Shin Chuning knew that crying wouldn't solve anything, so she quickly wiped her tears and asked, her voice choked, "Mom, what did you find out about Dad's injuries?" Details are unclear, but they said those who were seriously hurt were taken to the hospital by military vehicles. Your dad was taken away by Uncle Luo's donkey cart, so he should be okay, Lin Shulan replied. Hearing this, Shin Chuning's nearly breaking emotions calmed down a bit. Shin Jingxiu, who had been tense in the front, also relaxed slightly. Although Lin Shulan said that Shin Qingsong's injury should not be serious, Shin Chunning was still so scared that her legs felt weak. When they arrived at the hospital and got off the bicycle, she almost lost her balance and fell. Shin Jingxiu, who was leaning against the bicycle, was startled. Just as he reached out to help Shin Chunning, a tall figure rushed past him and grabbed Shin Chunning first. Zhou Yubai had just finished his work at the hospital and was eager to let his family know he was okay, so his wife wouldn't worry. He happened to see her at the hospital entrance, her eyes and nose red from crying. Shin Chunning was already worried about her father, and that near fall had shaken her. She had been trying to stay strong and not cry, but when she smelled the familiar scent and saw the familiar face of the man, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer, and they streamed down her cheeks. At the same time, her small hands tightly grabbed Zhou Yubai's shirt as she cried, "Yubai, how is my dad?" Seeing her in tears softened Zhou Yubai's heart. She really was like a little bunny, so tender-hearted. Dad has a minor injury and is not in danger, so don't cry, Zhou Yubai said gently, wiping her tears away. At this time, Shin Qingsong was still in the treatment room, while Shin Zhenliang and Shin Qingfeng were already waiting at the hospital. After Shin Chunning stopped crying, she joined Zhou Yubai to meet her uncle and brothers. Uncle, second brother, Shin Chunning greeted them after sniffing her nose. Shin Jingxiu was already asking Shin Zhenliang why their dad was the one repairing the road today. Repairing roads was not an easy task. Previously, Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhenliang took turns doing it. After Shin Jingxiu started working, Shin Zhenliang had been going alone. Shin Zhenliang hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he replied, "I had some things to do today, so I asked Dad to go in my place." "I didn't expect." Jingxiu, Ning, don't blame Zhenliang. No one could have predicted this, Shin Qingfeng interjected to ease the tension. Shin Jingxiu didn't say anything more. After all, even if it had been Shin Zhenliang who went, he might have gotten hurt too. If Shin Zhenliang had gone to work on the road and gotten hurt worse than Shin Qingsong, they wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Shin Chunning didn't blame her second brother at all. In fact, thinking back to that dream, she felt that her dad going through this experience might not be a bad thing. According to superstition, if it is destined for Dad to face this calamity, then after this, it should be considered resolved. At least, he shouldn't be in life-threatening danger like in her dreams anymore. However, when her second brother mentioned he had something to do, his nervous expression made Shin Chunning feel uneasy. It shouldn't be related to Wang Yamring, right? He is already married, and if he has any unclear relationship with her, that would be a scandal. Nowadays, such scandals are illegal and can lead to being sent to a farm for reformation. Shin Chunning decided to observe the situation first and remind her brother, if necessary. At that moment, the door to the treatment room opened and Shin Qingsong, wrapped in bandages, came out while thanking the doctor. Shin Chunning and the others quickly approached to ask about his condition. Shin Qingsong's injuries were not severe. He had many small stones embedded in his skin from the explosion. Although it looked alarming with a large area on his back injured, it was mostly superficial. As long as he avoided infection, there was no major issue. Seeing Shin Chunning with slightly red eyes made Shin Qingsong feel heartbroken. "My dear girl, don't cry. It's my fault for making you worry. But look, I'm fine, aren't I? Thankfully, when I went to work today, I remembered to wear the old cotton coat instead of the new one you made for me. If that new coat got damaged in the explosion, I would have felt terrible." Shin Qingsong rambled on. Shin Chunning understood that he was intentionally mentioning these trivial matters to keep her from worrying too much about his injury. His condition was not serious enough to require hospitalization, and the doctor prescribed some anti-inflammatory medicine for him to take at home. 3 other villagers had injuries similar to Shin Ching-song's. They were treated and sent home as well. 3 others had more serious injuries and needed hospitalization, but overall, there was no danger to their lives. With the injured and their accompanying family members, there were quite a few people. On the way back, the village's donkey cart couldn't fit everyone. Zhou Yubai drove a military jeep, allowing Shen Chunning, Shen Qingfeng, and the 3 injured villagers to ride in the jeep, while the others took the donkey cart. The jeep couldn't enter the village, so they all got out at the village entrance. With such a significant event happening in the village, many people were still awake, waiting at the entrance to hear about the situation. Seeing Shen Qingsong and the other injured return, the villagers waiting at the village entrance quickly approached to ask about their condition and the situation of those still in the hospital. When they heard that no one was in life-threatening danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon learning that someone had lost an arm, they all expressed their sympathy. Zhou Yubai and Shen Chunning first took Shen Qingsong back to the Shen family. He Hui, Li Xiaolan, and their families were still waiting at their home. Once it was confirmed that Shen Qingsong's injuries were not serious, everyone felt more at ease and returned to their own homes. Zhou Yubai went with Shen Qingsong to take care of him. At this moment, Shen Chunning noticed Li Xiaolan, who seemed lost in thought for some reason. After a moment, she walked over and said, "Second sister-in-law." Li Xiaolan quickly snapped back to reality and forced a smile. "Ning Ning, what's wrong?" After asking, she seemed to realize something and hurried to explain, "I was just thinking about something and got distracted. It has nothing to do with Zhou Yubai, so don't misunderstand." She had truly moved on from Zhou Yubai. Over the years, he had always been cold towards her, and even the warmest feelings had long since faded. She hadn't given up before because she thought they were both single and that she still had a chance. After pursuing him for so long, it had become an obsession. But now that they were both married, and after seeing the stark difference in how Zhou Yubai treated Shen Chunning compared to her, she had completely let go. Shen Chunning smiled sweetly. "Second sister-in-law, I know you're not the type to think about someone else's man.
I wanted to ask you something."
Second brother said he had something to do today, which is why he asked Dad to fix the road. "Do you know what he's up to?" Li Xiaolan didn't expect that this was what she wanted to ask, and her eyes showed a hint of panic as she nodded, "Yes, yes." Seeing her expression, Shen Chunning realized that Li Xiaolan really knew what Shen Jinliang was doing today. Her panic was just because she was afraid Shen Chunning would find out. Since Li Xiaolan was aware of this matter, Shen Chunning decided not to get involved and let the couple handle it themselves. Shen Chunning then went back inside to check on Shen Qingsong and also to inquire about her uncle's health. During this time, every time she returned home, she not only filled the family's water tank with spring water but also frequently found various excuses to bring water to Shen Qingfeng, directly pouring the spring water into his thermos. Shen Qingfeng smiled and said, "Ning Ning, don't worry about uncle's health. He's doing much better now. Look at my face. I look much better, right? Since I came back, I've been eating well and have gained some weight." During this time, Shen Qingfeng could clearly feel his health improving. Before going to the hospital, he often felt nauseous and didn't want to eat anything for a whole day. He had always been thin, but during that time he lost a lot of weight suddenly. Fortunately, everyone was a bit underweight due to the lack of food, so no one noticed when he lost a little more. However, he could feel his vitality fading. But since coming back, he felt like his body was gaining new energy every day. With his health improving, he felt more hopeful. Listening to Shen Qingfeng and seeing his improved complexion, Shen Chunning relaxed, realizing that her spring water was effective against stubborn diseases like cancer. When Shen Chunning and Zhou Yubai were about to leave, Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinliang returned on their bicycles. Shen Jingxiu was parking his bike, while Shen Jinliang briefly appeared at the gate, but did not enter. Shen Chunning chatted with her brother about their father's condition before leaving. However, she never expected that as she and Zhou Yubai stepped out of the gate, they would see. Shen Jinliang and Wang Yumin were talking about something, but as they were leaving, Wang Yumin suddenly jumped into Shen Jinliang's arms and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Shen Chunning felt a surge of anger. A memory flashed in her mind of a dream where Wang Yumin and Qin Ziyun flaunted their affection in front of her, which made her dizzy and led to a tragic accident that caused her third brother's death. Ignoring her own condition, she rushed forward and pulled Wang Yumin away from Shen Zhengliang. Smack! She slapped Wang Yumin hard with all her strength. Wang Yumin had planned for others to see her with Shen Zhengliang. She was very open-minded and didn't care about gossip. After all, it was already 1977, and she would be going to college at the end of the year, leaving this place behind. College would be a whole new environment, and with the transportation and communication not being advanced, especially without the internet, she felt confident. No one at the university knows about her past, and she can always rebuild her image later. In this small village, it doesn't matter how many people gossip about her. All she needs is to get Shen Zhenliang to work for her, providing her with good food and clothing, so she can focus on studying and successfully get into college. Spring plowing is about to begin, and once it starts, it will be very tiring. Although plowing is usually men's work, there is only one cow in the village, so it's impossible to rely solely on it for all the fields. At least half of the land will need to be worked by people. After digging, they must use rakes to level the ground and cover the edges with mud to prevent water from leaking. Once that is done, it's time to transplant rice seedlings. After planting the seedlings, the work in the fields will ease up for a bit, but then it's time to plant corn, followed by harvesting wheat and rapeseed. After harvesting the wheat and rapeseed, they will plant another round of late corn and sweet potatoes. Then early corn and rice will be harvested, followed by late corn and sweet potatoes, and then more wheat and rice will be planted. This is also why young people in the cities prefer to go north as educated youth rather than to the south. The southern fields are less fertile, and the harvest is not as good as in the north. To gather more food, the land is busy all year round, and people work continuously. In contrast, in the north, they can rest for a few months in winter, and the harvest is better, allowing for more food distribution. Since Wang Yumin moved to the countryside, Shen Jingxiu and Shen Zhenliang have helped her with most of the work. Shen Zhenliang helps her because he is interested in her. Shen Jingxiu helps because of Shen Chunying. Shen Chunying used to be a devoted follower of Qin Ziyun, and since she had a good relationship with Qin Ziyun, she would flatter Wang Yumin to get her to speak well of her in front of Qin Ziyun. So, when Shen Chunying asked Shen Jingxiu to help Qin Ziyun, she would also have him help Wang Yumin. However, this year, after Shen Zhenliang married Li Xiaolan, he started to keep his distance from her. If she doesn't take the initiative, he probably won't help her anymore. Without anyone to help her, she won't have time to study, and without time to study, how can she take the college entrance exam? Although she didn't study well before entering the story, she knows that in the first year after the college entrance exam was restored, over 5 million people registered, but only about 20,000 were admitted, including those to vocational colleges. It truly is a tough competition. Although she felt that people in this era lacked knowledge and were quite foolish, she was aware of her own limitations when it came to studying and didn't dare to be careless. After careful consideration, she decided to seek out Shen Zhenliang again, hoping to create a situation that would make it easier for her to manipulate him morally. However, she never expected that Shen Chunqing, who usually only cried, would suddenly become so fierce today. As soon as she approached Shen Zhenliang, Shen Chunqing pulled her over and slapped her across the face. Wang Jiqing, please be mindful of your reputation. You may not care, but my brother does and our family does. Shen Chunqing shouted angrily after slapping Wang Yumin. If you are so desperate for a man, there are plenty of single men in our village, many of whom would be happy to marry a girl like you. Why do you keep bothering my brother, who is already married? Are you trying to trap him again and lead him into trouble? Shen Chunqing's voice grew harsher, and she didn't care if her words were rude. Everything happened too quickly. When Shen Zhenliang realized what was happening and instinctively tried to stop Shen Chunqing, her last words reached his ears. Just moments ago, he had lost his composure due to Wang Yuming's tearful confession of missing him, and when she jumped into his arms, he momentarily forgot that he was married. If it hadn't been for his sister pulling Wang Yuming away just in time, The sound of the slap might have led him to make a serious mistake. Though he still felt sorry for Wang Yiming, he calmly said, "Wang Jiqing, I'm sorry. My sister acted impulsively to protect me and hurt you. I apologize on her behalf. But please, do not come to me again. I am married, and your frequent visits as an unmarried woman could harm your reputation." Wang Yiming was still dazed from Shen Chunqing's slap. Once she regained her senses, she instinctively glared at Shen Chunqing, but then she noticed something strange in Shen Chunqing's palm. Taking advantage of the moment before Shen Chunqing hit her hand, she took a closer look and was shocked to see a mark shaped like a koi fish, identical to the koi jade pendant. In a flash, a bright idea seemed to flash through her mind. She instinctively wanted to grasp it, but there was nothing she could hold onto in that moment. Hearing Shen Jinliang's words, she didn't have time to think about the birthmark in Shen Chunqing's hand. The most important thing now was to calm Shen Jinliang down. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at him with a heartbroken and disappointed expression. "Shen Jinliang, I thought we could have a pure friendship like comrades. I didn't expect you to think of me this way. Don't worry, I won't come to you again." After saying this, Wang Yiming wiped her tears and ran away. Shen Jinliang watched her retreating figure, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He instinctively took a step forward, wanting to chase after her, but he held himself back. Once Wang Yiming's figure disappeared, he looked down at Shen Chunqing and said disapprovingly, "Ning Ning." Although Wang Jijun's behavior just now was a bit inappropriate, she wasn't the only one at fault. You shouldn't have hit her without understanding the situation. Shen Chunqing almost laughed in disbelief at her brother's words. She beckoned to Shen Jinliang. "Big brother, could you crouch down a bit?" Shen Jinliang was puzzled but had always spoiled his sister, so he naturally crouched down. Smack! Shen Chunqing swung her small arm with the same force as before, giving Shen Jinliang a big slap on the face. In that situation, if he got carried away and did something with Wang Yiming that got reported, he would definitely face severe consequences. Even if no one reported it, if Wang Yiming felt he was being inappropriate, his troubles would be much worse than just punishment. The reason he started to doubt Wang Yiming's intentions was that their current location was quite sensitive. Most families in their village were gathered at the entrance, and after the recent events, people were still waiting for news. It was unpredictable when they would return. If he and Wang Yiming were seen together. Shen Chunqing looked at Shen Jinliang's dazed expression, feeling very angry. She didn't even want to call him brother anymore and said angrily, "Shen Jinliang, if you really can't see clearly, you shouldn't have married Li Xiaolan. You should just be with Wang Zhizhong and go to jail for her." Shen Chunqing's words were a bit harsh, but she truly felt pity for Shen Jinliang and was frustrated with him, especially since he had foolishly agreed to marry Li Xiaolan, dragging a girl who was already struggling in love into this mess. After saying this, Shen Chunqing felt both angry and anxious, her eyes reddening with tears. Shen Jinliang didn't argue back. Instead, he lowered his head, filled with regret and guilt. Zhou Yubai supported Shen Chunqing's waist, his sharp gaze fixed on Shen Jinliang, making him feel uneasy. Shen Jinliang bit his lip and said, "Little sister, I'm sorry. This time it was my fault. I will keep my distance from Wang Zhizhong in the future." While wiping her tears, Shen Chunqing sobbed, "Why are you apologizing to me? You should apologize to your sister-in-law." Shen Jinliang instinctively looked toward his yard and saw Li Xiaolan standing there, her eyes calm and emotionless as she looked at him. The moment their eyes met, she immediately turned and went inside. He felt a slight pang in his heart, not painful, but filled with guilt that almost overwhelmed him. "I will go apologize to Xiaolan," he said, biting his lip. He then turned to Zhou Yubai and, after a moment of silence, said, "Yubai, please take care of my sister for me." Zhou Yubai frowned slightly. "Taking care of my wife is my responsibility. As for your sister, whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences." Shen Chunqing sniffed. "Shen Jinliang, you need to go apologize to my second sister-in-law right now. I'll remember what you owe me." Although Shen Chunqing was headstrong, she knew this wasn't the time for her to be stubborn. The relationship between her second brother and his wife was secondary. What worried her was that if these two heartbroken people didn't handle things well, it could lead to trouble. As soon as Shen Zhengliang left, Zhou Yubai couldn't help but gently poke his wife's red, cold nose. "You were really fierce just now, like a little tiger." This little woman always surprised him. She used to just have a bit of a temper like a biting rabbit. Now he realized she was not a rabbit at all, but a little tiger ready to show her claws and bite when provoked. At that moment, Shin Chun-ning could no longer cry. She shot Zhou Yu by a playful glare and said, "You're not allowed to laugh at me." "Okay," Zhou Yubai replied, but the corners of his mouth lifted even more. Shin Chun-ning got annoyed and said, "Zhou Yubai, if you keep laughing at me, you can't sleep in the same room with me tonight." Zhou Yubai's smile immediately faded, and he said seriously, "I will follow my wife's orders and won't laugh anymore." As he spoke, he picked Shin Chun-ning up in his arms. Shin Chun-ning quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. To be honest, after standing in the wind for so long and crying a little, her face felt dry and sore. She buried her face in his chest to shield herself from the wind. Zhou Yubai noticed her familiar little action, and his smile returned, this time reaching his eyes. The youth center had turned off the lights. In the darkness, Wang Yumeng lay on the large bed, playing with the broken koi jade pendant in her hand. Uncontrollably, the image of the koi mark in Shin Chun-ning's palm flashed in her mind. She remembered clearly that when Shin Chun-ning was chasing after Chen Ziyun, she didn't have that mark in her palm. Such a mark couldn't just appear out of nowhere.
Could it be?
A sudden realization struck Wang Yumeng, and she grasped it. After a brief shock, her expression turned dark and fierce. So that's how it was. No wonder Shin Chun-ning was willing to give her this pendant. No wonder when she received it, it felt like a useless piece of stone. Originally, Shin Chun-ning had discovered the spiritual spring space and claimed it as her own. Great, just great. Shin Chun-ning is playing with her. She tightly gripped the broken jade pendant, instinctively wanting to throw it away. But at the last moment, she changed her mind and carefully put it back in her pocket. Her emotions calmed down. Now, Shin Chun-ning not only has the main character's aura, but has also gained special abilities. It seems she needs to be even more cautious in order to change her fate in the story. At that moment, Shin Chun-ning, who was being thought of by Wang Yumeng, was comfortably soaking in a bath and was tucked into bed by a man. The man applied cream to her face. As she settled in and closed her eyes to enjoy, her mind entered the space. In the space, the crops had matured again. She used her thoughts to harvest them and then planted a new batch. The citrus, sugarcane, and persimmons in the space had also grown well, looking very promising. She planned to bring some out when she returned from work tomorrow to share with the Zhou and Shin families, and on her day off, she would give some to her teacher. She would say that she bought them during her lunch break. After applying the cream to her face, Zhou Yubai also gave her a leg massage and applied clam oil to her stomach. Meanwhile, at the Shin family, when Shin Zhengliang returned to his room, Li Xiaolan was already making the bed. Li Xiaolan's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. Shin Zhengliang gathered his thoughts before entering the room and sincerely said, "Xiaolan, I'm sorry for today." Li Xiaolan turned to him and said, "Second brother Shin, you don't need to apologize. We aren't that kind of relationship." Her words hit Shin Zhengliang like a heavy, causing a dull pain in his chest, leaving him speechless. For a moment, he despised himself for being a terrible person. He didn't understand why, despite his determination to distance himself from Wang Yumeng, he felt completely out of control when he heard something had happened to her. When he saw Wang Yumeng later, all the emotions he had tried to suppress surged uncontrollably. He felt like he had 1,000 explanations to give Li Xiaolan, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say anything. What was done was done. It seemed that no matter what he said, it would only be an excuse. At that moment, Li Xiaolan finished making the bed. Li Xiaolan casually said to Shin Zhengliang, "Second brother Shin, you mentioned sleeping on the floor before the New Year. I thought it was too cold then, so I didn't let you. Now that the New Year has passed, it's getting warmer every day. You can sleep on the floor again." "Okay," Shun Jingliang replied. Li Xiaolan was already helping him prepare the sleeping area, and he quickly joined in. As soon as he started, Li Xiaolan stopped and went back to bed to sleep. Shin Jingliang instinctively glanced at Li Xiaolan, who was wrapped in a blanket with her back to him. He suddenly felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart, leaving him confused. The next day, when Shin Chunying finished work and came out, she was carrying a large cloth bag. Shun Jingshu quickly took it from her, saying, "Little sister, that's a big bag of stuff. Call for your big brother to help. You're not strong, and with your current condition, you shouldn't be lifting heavy things, you know?" Shun Jingshu looked unusually serious. Shin Chunying quickly nodded obediently. I know, big brother." Seeing her compliant demeanor, he didn't say anything more and asked, "What did you buy, little sister?" Shin Chunying opened the bag to show him. "Little sister, why did you buy so many oranges?" Shun Jingshu asked in confusion. They had a few orange trees behind their house, but Shun Chunying had never liked eating them. She disliked peeling them because it made her hands sticky, found the membranes hard to remove, and thought they were too sour and not sweet enough. In the past, during the New Year, Shin Chunying always wanted apples or bananas, which were considered fancy fruits that they didn't have. Could it be that her taste changed after becoming pregnant, and now she likes oranges? Suddenly, Shun Jingshu remembered the saying that sour means a boy and spicy means a girl. Could it be that she was having a son and now craved sour foods? Shin Chunying had no idea what Shin Jingshu was thinking. She peeled an orange and popped a segment into Shun Jingshu's mouth. Before he could react, he bit into the orange, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "Little sister, this orange is sweet, right?" Shin Jingshu asked, smiling. Shin Jingshu nodded repeatedly. "Sweet. Not only sweet, but it also had a fragrance that other oranges didn't have." "Where did you get these oranges?" "They're so sweet and fragrant. I went out for a walk during my lunch break and ran into an old lady selling oranges, so I bought some," Shin Chunying said. Shun Jung-soo ruffled her hair. "Next time you're alone, don't buy so many. It's tough to carry them back to work." He didn't think it was a waste of money for her to buy things they already had at home. Shin Chunying nodded seriously. After getting on the donkey cart, she divided the oranges into 3 portions, one for the Shin family, one for the Zhou family, and one for herself. The bags for the Shun and Zhou families were large, while her portion was just a small bag. Originally, she only planned to divide them into 2 portions since she had plenty in her space. However, the things in her space couldn't be shown to others. If she kept none for herself, not only Shin Qing-song but even Lin Shulan would not agree. Oranges were not a rare item for them. On the way back, Lin Shulan and Zhou peeled and ate the oranges, praising Shin Chunning's purchase. Shin Chunying felt a bit proud. Things from her space were always top quality, so they were definitely delicious. Before getting off the cart, Shin Chunying carefully set aside a dozen oranges for Old Man Luo to enjoy. During the time on the donkey cart, whenever she bought something to share, she would always give some to Old Man Luo, who gratefully accepted them with a smile. Shin Chunying brought the bag of oranges for the Shin family inside and chatted with Shin Qing-song and Shin Qing-feng for a while before leaving. Before she left, she made sure to talk to Li Xiaolan for a bit. She noticed that Li Xiaolan didn't seem affected by what happened between Shin Jingliang and Wang Yumeng last night, which eased her mind a little. After returning home, she learned from Lu Qiaoqing, who visited her family, about what really happened between her second brother and Wang Yumeng yesterday. Yesterday, while Wang Yumeng was working, she suddenly fell off the ridge. The ridge was about 2 meters high and quite close to where Shin Jingliang and the others were repairing the road, so they could see each other. The moment Wang Yumeng fell, Shin Jingliang rushed over and carried her to the infirmary. Lu Qiaoqing said, scrunching her nose in disdain, "It wasn't an accident. I think Wang Yumeng did it on purpose. Why else would she fall in a place where your second brother could see her? I used to be so blind that I didn't realize she was such a temptress. Your second brother is already married, yet she still tries to attract him." Shin Chun-ning was more concerned about the fact that she had already given the jade pendant to Wang Yumin, and now Wang Yumin was trying to attract her second brother for some reason. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqing continued, Ning Ning, do you think it could be true that the college entrance exam is coming back? Wang Yumin has been studying hard lately. She's always with her books and often complains that her work hours are too long, leaving her with little time to study. When Shin Chun-ning heard this, a thought struck her. Could it be that Wang Yumin was flirting with her second brother just to find someone to help her with her work? It was indeed a possibility. Over the years, many young people sent to the countryside chose to find a partner and settle down to ease their work burden. Shin Chun-ning couldn't understand why, with Wang Yumin's looks, she didn't just flirt with the single men in the village to get help. Why did she have to focus on her second brother? She knew that Wang Yumin likely had her own special reasons, just like she did, or else she wouldn't have taken an interest in her jade pendant. However, Shin Chun-ning couldn't figure out what those reasons were. Moreover, the current Wang Yumin was different from the one in her dreams. In her dreams, Wang Yumin pretended to be her friend at first, but later showed clear hostility toward her. Now, although Wang Yumin often thought about her and her belongings, Shin Chun-ning could tell that Wang Yumin was deliberately avoiding her and had no intention of being her enemy. Unable to understand Wang Yumin's motives, Shin Chun-ning decided not to dwell on it. After enjoying a relaxing foot soak, she went to bed. In recent days, Shin Chun-ning had been visiting her father at the Shin family home every day after work, and she always brought something back from her space, including fruits like oranges, sugarcane, and persimmons, as well as vegetables and grains. Before she knew it, another day off had arrived. Shin Chun-ning packed her things to visit the production team in Zayaki village to see her teacher. As she started up the mountain, she stored her belongings in her space. Though her body had improved significantly thanks to the spiritual spring water, making the climb to Zayaki village with a little weight was no problem. She preferred to take it easy whenever she could. As she approached Shaha village, she noticed that no one was around, so she quickly put the basket she had stored in her space on her back. She also took some rice and cornmeal from her space to put in the basket. When she arrived at Peng Kaiyuan's house, there was no one home. She wasn't surprised, as the village didn't have designated days off like workplaces. Peng Kaiyuan was the accountant for Shaha village and worked at the village office every day. At this time, he was naturally at work. Shin Chun-ning used her key to unlock the door and entered the house. Once inside, she started to put the food she brought into the grain jar. However, when she opened the grain jar, she was a bit shocked. It was completely empty, not even a single grain of rice. Just 5 days ago, Zhou Yubai had delivered rice and flour to the teacher. She remembered Zhou Yubai saying he brought 10 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, and 20 pounds of cornmeal. With so much food, the teacher couldn't have eaten it all in just 5 days. Though surprised, Shin Chun-ning didn't dwell on it. She knew the teacher's character. Perhaps there were elderly or orphan people in the village who needed food, and the teacher had shared what was brought with them. She had also brought 2 pounds of meat and half a chicken today. She planned to make chicken soup for when the teacher returned. As for the meat, she decided not to cook it today. It could be boiled and kept for 3 to 5 days in this weather. The teacher could slice and stir-fry it whenever he wanted during that time. After she finished making the chicken soup and steaming the rice, she heard some noise outside in the yard. Shin Chun-ning peeked out and saw that it was indeed Peng Kaiyuan returning. "Teacher, you're back. Just in time. The food is ready. Please wash your hands, and let's eat." Peng Kaiyuan was very happy to see Shin Chun-ning, his smile deepening the wrinkles on his face. "Ning girl, I just heard that during the road construction down the mountain a few days ago, someone was injured, and your father was among the injured. I just asked the village leader for leave to go down the mountain this afternoon to see your father." Shin Chun-ning updated Peng Kaiyuan on Shin Ching-song's situation to ease his worries. At that moment, as Peng Kaiyuan noticed that Shin Chun-ning was preparing to serve the food, he suddenly remembered the issue of the food at his home, and an unnatural expression crossed his face. But this wasn't a good time to explain things to Shin Chun-ning. He quickly took the steamer from her hands. "Don't move, I'll handle it. You need to take care of yourself right now," he said. While speaking, Peng Kaiyuan placed the steaming rice on the table and returned to get the chicken soup. The rich aroma of the soup made him swallow hard. He first filled an aluminum container with a bowl of soup and set it aside, then used a basin to serve the rest, planning to share it with Shun Chun-ning. When the chicken soup was on the table, Peng Kaiyuan naturally placed a chicken leg into Shun Chun-ning's bowl. She was about to refuse, but he waved his hand. "You see, I can't manage to eat this chicken leg." After they finished lunch, Peng Kaiyuan noticed that Shun Chun-ning didn't seem ready to ask him anything. So he spoke up, "Ning girl, Xiao Zhou brought me some supplies 5 days ago. Aren't you curious why I haven't run out so quickly?" Shun Chun-ning smiled and said, "Teacher, I am curious. But I think if this is something I should know, you would tell me without me asking. If it's not something I should know, then asking would just put you in a difficult position." Hearing her words, Peng Kaiyuan felt even more pleased. "What? Teacher, did you give the supplies to them?" Shun Chun-ning was shocked to learn who Peng Kaiyuan had helped, her heart racing. After instinctively saying this, she felt it was not quite right. She quickly corrected herself. "Teacher, I didn't mean to say you shouldn't help them, but you must prioritize your own safety." After saying this, she still felt something was off, so she thought for a moment and added, "I know those people either made significant contributions to our country or are talented individuals in their fields. I understand they deserve help, but many people still haven't awakened to this idea. You need to be careful with what you do." She remembered her dream, where besides the restoration of college entrance exams, there was another event that changed the fate of the country. In July, a visionary leader would steer the country's development back on track. Those who were sent to the cattle shed as the backbone of the country can return to their original positions and contribute to socialist construction. So when she heard that Peng Kaiyuan was using grain to help those people, she did not object. She was just surprised and worried. She was surprised by Peng Kaiyuan's boldness and worried that if he was discovered, he would face serious consequences. When Peng Kaiyuan heard Shun Chun-ning's words, his previously tense expression relaxed a bit, and he felt more at ease. He nodded and said, "Ning girl, don't worry, the teacher knows." Shun Chun-ning thought for a moment and said, "Teacher, how about I bring you 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, and 20 pounds of cornmeal every week? Will that be enough?" She asked this because she didn't know how many people were in the cattle shed. After all, the cattle shed was not in their Tsihong Brigade, but in the Shaha Village Brigade, and her knowledge of Shaha Village was limited, let alone the cattle shed. Peng Kaiyuan knew that Shun Chun-ning and Zhou Yubai had ways to obtain grain, so he didn't hesitate to respond, "Ning girl, you don't need to bring the fine grains. Let Xiao Zhou bring more coarse grains instead." Shun Chun-ning agreed with this. Those people living in the cattle shed were often checked by the red armbands. Now, ordinary families rarely had fine grains to eat, and if those people were found with fine grains during inspections, they would not only be judged themselves but would also bring trouble to the teacher. Since Shun Qingsong's injury had mostly healed, Shun Chun-ning advised Peng Kaiyuan not to go down the mountain to visit for now. At this time of year, the weather was still changing, and climbing up and down the mountain could easily lead to catching a cold after sweating. Peng Kaiyuan listened to her advice and did not insist on going down the mountain with Shun Chun-ning. Before she left, Peng Kaiyuan gave her more than 20 yuan. Shun Chun-ning didn't want to accept it, but Peng Kaiyuan said seriously, "Ning girl, you must take this money. Otherwise, I won't accept the grain you two bring in the future." With no choice, Shun Chun-ning accepted the money. Days passed, and soon it was February. The weather had completely warmed up, and people had taken off their winter clothes and changed into lighter ones. February 21st was Shun Qingfeng's birthday. When Shun Qingsong learned that Shun Qingfeng had no plans to return to the city for his birthday, he, along with Shun Jingshu, Shun Zhengliang, and Shun Chun-ning, started making arrangements. At this point, Shun Qingsong also guessed that Shun Qingfeng had not only returned to recover, but had also come back due to some irreconcilable conflict with the Liu family. However, neither he nor anyone from the Shun family had any intention of persuading Shun Qingfeng to return. Especially Shun Qingsong, who believed that his older brother had already endured enough hardships to provide a dowry for Shun Fengxia when he married into the Liu family. Now that he was older, He felt it was time for Shin Qingfeng to return and live his own life. That day happened to be payday. Shin Chunqing and Shin Jingxiu received their salaries and planned to take the meat they had bought for their uncle's birthday celebration. At the entrance of their workplace, they ran into Lu Meijun and Lu Yanfeng, who were waiting for them. In just over a month, Lu Meijun, who had previously taken good care of herself and had no gray hair, now had a head full of white hair. When she saw the siblings, she smiled and said, "Jingxiu Ningning, today is your uncle's birthday. I made him a set of clothes, so please take it to him." Shin Chunqing took the bag from Lu Meijun and replied, "Okay." Lu Meijun paused and added, "Your uncle might not want to hear my name, so please don't tell him I made the clothes. Just say you bought them for him." As she spoke, her eyes dimmed, and they became a bit watery. However, she held back her tears and continued, "Lu Shatong is married now and has moved to the neighboring province. If your uncle wants to know, you can mention it to him." After Lu Meijun finished speaking, before Shin Chunqing and Shin Jingxiu could respond, she told Lu Yanfeng, "Go back with Jingxiu and Ningning and spend time with your dad for his birthday. If it gets too late, just stay at your second uncle's house tonight and come to work with Jingxiu and Ningning tomorrow." "Mom, I understand." "Don't worry," Lu Yanfeng nodded. Lu Meijun's tears were becoming harder to hold back. She quickly turned her face away, wiped her tears, and after saying goodbye to Shin Jingxiu and Shin Chunqing, she hurriedly walked away. Shin Jingxiu was unaware of the situation between Shin Qingfeng and Lu Meijun, but he sensed something was off. "Yanfeng, did uncle go back to the countryside to recover because he had a fight with aunt?" Lu Yanfeng hugged Shin Jingxiu's shoulder in a manly way and said, "Jingxiu, let's not pry into the matters of our elders. Our job is to follow their wishes and do things that please them. That's how we show our respect." When Lu Yanfeng said this, Shin Jingxiu understood immediately and stopped asking questions. The three cousins returned home together. He Hui and Li Xiaolan were busy in the kitchen. After Shin Jingliang finished work, he was also filling the large water tank at home. When Shin Jingxiu came back, he didn't waste any time either. He brought the meat into the kitchen and helped out. The kitchen was already small, and with 3 people working inside, it was getting crowded. Shin Chunning, who was 6 months pregnant, naturally stayed out of the way and went into the main room with Lu Yanfeng. "Uncle, happy birthday. I wish you many more happy days like today," Shin Chunning said as she handed over her prepared gifts, a pair of cloth shoes and a set of clothes for Lu Meijun. Shin Qingfeng received the gifts with a big smile, saying, "Ning, your thoughtfulness makes me very happy. You're pregnant and still took the time to prepare these for me?" Lu Yanfeng not only prepared a birthday gift for Shin Qingfeng but also brought a bottle of good wine for Shin Qingsong. Shin Chunning and Lu Yanfeng chatted with the 2 brothers for a while, mostly discussing work-related matters. Soon, Shin Jingxiu, who had been sent out of the kitchen, came in. They started talking about Shin Jingxiu's project to test vegetable planting in the village to increase economic benefits. This project was already underway. Almost every household in Sihong village agreed to use their own land for the experiment. After all, this experiment was guaranteed not to lose money for the villagers. In their area, during good weather, families already grew more vegetables than they could eat. Now, they were just using some less useful oil cakes to fertilize the soil. Once the vegetables were ready, Shin Jingxiu would sell anything beyond what his family needed. He also promised that if any family's earnings from selling vegetables were less than what they could earn from selling oil cakes, he would personally make up the difference. "During this time, I visit several vegetable fields every day. The soil treated with oil cakes is very fertile, and with the good rain, the vegetables are growing well. In about a week, we should be able to sell the first batch," Shin Jingxiu said proudly. He had never imagined he could lead everyone to prosperity. Seeing her brother so radiant, Shin Chunning felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She finally didn't act like a burden as in her dreams, which would have completely overwhelmed her older brother, who could have lived a comfortable life. Shin Chunning planned to find a chance to mention the possibility of resuming college entrance exams to her brother. He had done well in school before, and if he could get into university, he would certainly have a better future. However, at that moment, she couldn't join the conversation between Shin Jingxiu, Lu Yanfeng, Shin Qingfeng, and Shin Qingsong. So, she simply got up and went outside. At that time, Shin Jimliang was quietly chopping wood alone in the yard. Shin Chunning ignored him and looked out the gate. She had told Zhou Yubai about her uncle's birthday a few days ago, and he promised he would definitely come back today. Counting the days, it had been 5 days since Zhou Yubai last returned. But she still hadn't seen him outside. Although Shin Chunning felt a little disappointed, she reassured herself that men are usually busy during this time, so it was normal for him to come back a bit later. She returned to the yard, moved a small stool, and sat not far from Shin Jimliang, watching him chop wood. After a while, he might have felt uncomfortable under her gaze. He put down the axe and looked at her. "Ning Ning, do you have something to say to me?" Before she could respond, he asked, "Is it about Wang Jiqing?" After asking this, he smiled wryly. "Ning Ning, I really know I was wrong this time. I will definitely stop those thoughts and keep my distance from her." After thinking for a moment, Shin Chunning looked at Shin Jimliang with bright eyes. "Brother, do you know why I suddenly gave up on Qinzian?" Shin Jimliang shook his head slightly. They had only thought that Shin Chunning had developed feelings for Zhou Yubai after meeting him. Of course, they would have welcomed this change since Zhou Yubai was willing to marry her, which was a great joy. They wouldn't dig deeper into why Shin Chunning had changed so suddenly. Shin Chunning shared with him the story. She had never told anyone about being drugged by Qin Ziyun and dreaming about it. Of course, she left out the part about the jade pendant containing a magical space. Shin Jimliang, for some reason, felt a chill run down his back after hearing her words. Although Shin Chunning said it was just a dream, he could sense from her description how real that dream felt. Shin Chunning finally said, "I don't know if my obsession with Qin Ziyin will lead our family to a fate like the one in my dream. But, second brother, I know clearly that you, father, and my older and younger brothers are much more important to me than Qin Ziyun. Whether that dream is a warning from above or not, I choose to stay as far away from Qin Ziyun and Wang Yumeng as possible. Leaving them won't cost me anything, but if I don't distance myself, and if what happens in the dream comes true, I would feel guilty even if I died." After hearing Shin Chunning's words, Shin Jimliang stood there, his chest rising and falling, unable to show what he was thinking. As the sky gradually darkened, Shin Chunning felt a bit cold and planned to go inside, giving Shin Jimliang some time to think alone. Just then, she heard some noise outside the courtyard gate. Her eyes brightened, thinking it must be Zhou Yubai returning. Before the person outside could knock, she hurried to open the door. When she opened a courtyard door and saw the person outside, she couldn't help but frown and asked, "What are you doing back at our house again?" "Oh dear, Ning Ning, your belly is so big now. You must be due in 3 or 4 months. As your aunt, I shouldn't have waited so long without bringing you something to help you. Today, I took the opportunity of your uncle's birthday to bring 30 eggs for you to nourish your body." Shin Fengxia seemed to ignore Shin Chunning's question, smiling brightly as she tried to hand a basket of eggs to her. Shin Jimliang, worried that Shin Fengxia might bump into Shin Chunning's belly, quickly pulled her behind him and glared at Shin Fengxia, saying, "Who told you to come to our house? Leave. We don't welcome you here." Seeing Shin Jimliang, a flash of disdain crossed Shin Fengxia's eyes. She wanted to please the Shin family, but only those who were successful. Shin Jimliang was not someone she aimed to impress. Shin Fengxia narrowed her eyes and glared at him. At that moment, Shin Qingfeng and his brothers, Shin Jingsu and Lu Yanfeng, also heard the commotion and came out. Shin Fengxia immediately turned away from Shin Jimliang and walked towards Shin Qingfeng, saying, "Eldest brother, are you feeling better? I heard you were sick, and I was so worried. I was about to bring Yao Zhu to see you. But when we got to the hospital, they said you had already been discharged and returned to the countryside to recover. I wanted to come back to see you right away, but then I heard from Chi Fa that you went back home to rest, probably to avoid being disturbed. So, I held off until today, your birthday, to visit." Beside her, Wu Chi Fa quickly added, "Yes, big brother, our whole family has been worried about you. Are you feeling better now?" Fengxia, And I brought you some health supplements, royal jelly, and this milk powder and barley essence that my dad asked us to bring for you, Wu Chi said, handing 2 bags of items to Shin Qingfeng. Shin Fengxia had been married for many years, and Shin Qingsong had only seen Wu Chi a few times. So when he suddenly saw him earlier, he didn't recognize him at first. However, Wu Chi was much more tactful than Shin Fengxia. When he saw Shin Qingfeng not taking the items, he quickly handed them to Lu Yanfeng, saying, "Yanfeng, hold this for your dad." Then he pushed another gift into Shin Qingsong's hands, saying, "Third brother, my brother-in-law is usually busy with work and doesn't often have time to visit your sister's family. This little gift is just a small token from him. Please take it." Seeing that Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong both had serious expressions, as if they didn't want to accept their gifts, Shin Fengxia felt the tension, and her eyes turned red with grievance. "Big brother, Qingsong, I know I was wrong last time when Jim Liang had that incident. I was selfish and insensitive. But please consider, as a woman who has always been timid, the situation was so serious that I was scared. What good ideas could I come up with? Big brother, Qingsong, what Feng Xia did was indeed excessive. After I found out, I had a good talk with her. No matter what, we are family, sharing both good and bad times. We shouldn't say hurtful things like cutting ties." Feng Xia truly realizes her mistake and has been feeling guilty. She wanted to apologize to you and the kids, but was afraid you wouldn't forgive her. Before coming today, she was really nervous. Wu Chi said sincerely. Shin Fengxia's eyes were red, clearly ready to cry if they didn't forgive her. Shin Qingfeng looked at Shin Qingsong, clearly signaling him to make a decision. After a moment of silence, Shin Qingsong reached out and took the items from Wu Chi, inviting the couple, "Come in and sit down." Shin Chunning, along with her brothers Shin Jingsu and Shin Jingliang and Lu Yanfeng, exchanged glances and frowned slightly at the scene before them. Shin Chunning had already decided to come home late tonight. After Shin Fengxia left, she needed to have a serious talk with her father and uncle. Tonight was supposed to be a special birthday celebration for Shin Qingfeng. Shin Qingsong had even killed a chicken for the occasion, and Shin Jingsu had woken up early to buy 2 pounds of meat from the supply and marketing cooperative before heading to work. So, on the dinner table tonight, there was not only a fragrant mushroom chicken soup, but also braised potatoes with meat, stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and several vegetable dishes. 3 hearty meat dishes and eggs were already better than what they usually had, even better than during the New Year. Recently, after Wu Chi relayed Lu Junpei's warning to Wu Zhongxiao had become much more restrained and didn't take as much from the supply and marketing cooperative as before. Naturally, the Wu family's meals had become much poorer. In fact, Shin Fengxia hadn't tasted meat in over a month. As someone used to eating meat, she suddenly felt cravings when she smelled it. After sitting down, she quickly grabbed her chopsticks and filled her bowl with braised potatoes and meat. Then she reached for 2 chicken legs. Shin Chunning was startled by her actions and didn't have time to react. Now realizing what was happening, she quickly took her chopsticks and pushed Shin Fengxia's hand away.
Ouch.
Shin Fengxia winced in pain and instinctively glared at Shin Chunning. Before she could say anything, Wu Chi spoke up. "Fengxia, what are you doing? There are so many people eating, you can't just take all the meat. What will your older brother and third brother eat?" As he spoke, he returned the meat to the serving dish and apologized to everyone. Shin Fengxia's face turned red and pale, and she smiled awkwardly, not daring to say anything more. Shin Qingfeng sighed softly and shook his head slightly. In the Shin family, the tradition was that daughters were treated more delicately than sons. They only had one daughter, Shin Fengxia, and since childhood, whether it was their parents or Shin Qingfeng as the older brother, they always prioritized her. Even Shin Qingsong knew to give the best things to his sister first. But who would have thought that Shin Fengxia, raised so delicately, would still be so naive and unable to handle things properly? The birthday party, which was supposed to be lively, became quiet with the arrival of Shin Fengxia and Wu Chifa. Everyone focused on eating their meals instead of celebrating Shin Qingfeng's birthday. Although Wu Qifa tried several times to start a conversation, no one wanted to engage with him. Shin Chunying felt unhappy during the meal, not only because of Shin Fingxia and her husband's presence, but also because the man she was waiting for did not show up, even after the meal was finished. She understood that he must have been held up by something at the army, but she still felt frustrated and upset. Burp. While Shin Chunying was sulking, Shin Fingxia let out a loud burp and ordered Li Xiaolan, Jinliang's family, if you're full, don't just sit there. Get up and fetch a glass of water for your aunt. Li Xiaolan was taken aback and her expression darkened. It wasn't that she didn't want to serve her elder, but Shin Fingxia's tone was very unpleasant. However, since her father-in-law had asked her to stay for dinner and Shin Fingxia was indeed her aunt, she didn't want to embarrass her father-in-law over something trivial. She was about to stand up to get water for Shin Fingxia. Shin Jinliang held her shoulder and stood up, saying, Xiaolan, I'll go. Shin Jinliang wasn't foolish. He understood why Shin Fingxia was directing Li Xiaolan to fetch water instead of anyone else. It was because he was unemployed and looked down upon by Shin Fingxia, and by extension, she looked down on Li Xiaolan too, treating her like a servant. Although their marriage had its reasons, Li Xiaolan had already endured enough hardship. He may not excel in many areas, but he wouldn't let her be bullied by Shin Fingxia any longer. Li Xiaolan glanced up at Shin Jinliang, her dark eyes revealing a mix of emotions.
Sit down.
Shin Qingsong suddenly said in a stern voice. In our family, there's no queen. Whoever wants water should get it themselves. If you can't be bothered, then just suffer from thirst. Shin Fingxia. She instinctively glared at Shin Qingsong, surprised that her younger brother, whom she had bullied for so long and who had never shown any temper, dared to shout at her now. Shin Qingfeng also frowned slightly and said, the meal is over, and it's getting late. If you need to go home, you should hurry. This was a clear order for them to leave. Shin Fingxia felt even more wronged. Wu Qifa held her back and smiled at the brothers Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong, saying, eldest brother, third brother, we should head back now. Today, Fengxia and I will leave first. Let's keep in touch as siblings. He took Shin Fengxia out the door. Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong followed, carrying the items they brought, and handed them over, saying, you should take these back with you. Wu Qifa wanted to say more, but Shin Qingfeng sternly interrupted, if you don't take these with you, I'll just throw them outside, and you won't need to come back again. Shin Fengxia felt reluctant to part with the gifts, and upon hearing Shin Qingfeng's words, she quickly took everything. Wu Qifa noticed her swift actions and felt frustrated. In the past, when Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong spoiled Shin Fengxia, he didn't mind her taking things when she visited her family or their home. But now, their attitude towards her was clearly different. He felt Shin Fengxia was being too naive. At that moment, he couldn't demand that she return the items to the Shin brothers. Instead, he politely said to them, eldest brother, third brother, we'll be leaving now. Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong didn't say another word and turned to go back inside, closing the door behind them. After riding a short distance on his bicycle, Shin Fengxia, sitting on the back seat, angrily said, the third one is really something, convincing the eldest brother to give the job to his eldest son. Now their family is living well, while we're left with nothing. Luckily, he knows that his kind doesn't deserve our good things. Wu Qifa felt increasingly upset as he listened to her, suddenly stopping the bicycle. He got off and pulled Shin Fengxia down. Shin Fengxia was happily holding the returned gifts. These were good items, and once she took them home, she wouldn't need to return them to Wu Qifa's mother. It was perfect for giving to their family's Yaozu. It was a shame about the 2 big chicken legs from tonight. Yaozu loved chicken legs, and she had planned to take them back for him. All because of that troublesome girl, Shen Chunqing. Suddenly dropped from the bicycle, Shin Fengxia was a bit annoyed. What are you doing? Trying to make me fall? Shin Fengxia, do you even care about Yaozu not having a job? Do you have any awareness? If your brother and younger brother accept these things today, then all the past issues between you will be settled. Now that you've taken the items back, how will you ask them to help arrange a job for Yaozu? You understand that once you take something from someone, it's hard to ask for help later, right? We have benefited from them, and they haven't taken anything from us. Why should you expect their help? Shin Fengxia was stunned by Wu Qifa's reprimand, and after a while, she casually replied, "All right, stop shouting at me. I know my brothers. If they let me in today, it means they've moved on from the past. As long as they still recognize me, they won't ignore Yaozu, their nephew. Besides, didn't my brother say that if I didn't take the things, I wouldn't be welcomed back in the future?" Hearing this, Wu Qifa frowned and thought for a moment. Perhaps his understanding of social relationships didn't apply to the Shun siblings. After all, he always felt that the Shun family had a different way of thinking. While other families valued sons, the Shuns treated their daughters like treasures. Shin Fengxia was the odd one out. She disliked having daughters more than anyone else. They had 5 daughters, and before they got married, she would scold them harshly, calling them burdens. Only the youngest daughter was treated a bit better because after she gave birth to the youngest, she became pregnant with Yaozu, believing the youngest brought her a son. Thinking about this, Wu Qifa decided not to say more to Shin Fengxia and let her get in the car. After Shin Fengxia and her husband left, the atmosphere in the house became lively. Shin Jingxiu took out his first month's salary of 36 coins and gave 12 coins to Shin Qingfeng. Shin Qingfeng immediately tried to refuse. Shin Jingxiu, with a serious expression, said, "Uncle, you must take this money. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to work comfortably in your place."
All right.
Shin Qingfeng looked at Shin Jingxiu's serious demeanor, feeling grateful. After returning 2 coins in change, he said, "Jingxiu, since you insist, just give me 10 coins every month from now on. If it's more than that, I won't have the face to stay in your home." Without thinking, Shin Jingxiu replied, "Uncle, that's not right. This is your home first, then ours." Shin Qingfeng felt even more relieved and put away the 10 yuan, saying, "Anyway, uncle, 10 yuan is already quite a lot. You shouldn't take any more." Shin Jingxiu didn't insist further. Since uncle was living with them now, they would take care of whatever he needed. Then, Shin Jingxiu gave 3 yuan each to Shin Qingsong, Shin Jinliang, and Li Xiaolan as pocket money. Shin Chunqing was not left out either. The remaining money and tickets were given to He Hui to manage as household expenses. It was already agreed among the family that He Hui, as the eldest sister-in-law, would handle the finances. Shin Chunqing was surprised that, even though she had a job and salary, her brother still gave her pocket money. Brother. Before she could finish her sentence, Shin Jingxiu, knowing what she was going to say, said firmly, "Take it. Your salary is your own business, but your brother is giving you pocket money, so you should accept it." Shin Chunqing didn't hesitate and accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, brother." Since her brother insisted, she decided to save it for now. Later, when her brothers needed to raise children or if the family needed money for something, she would take it out then. Shin Jinliang and Li Xiaolan were just as surprised and instinctively wanted to refuse. But Shin Jingxiu used his authority as the elder brother and insisted they accept it. Shin Qingsong added, "Since this money is from your brother and sister-in-law as pocket money, you should take it." Hearing this, Li Xiaolan felt a wave of emotions rise in her heart, and her eyes turned slightly red. The Shin family was really kind. If she and Shin Jinliang had married under normal circumstances, through love or an introduction, her married life could have been very happy. In an instant, Li Xiaolan pushed her emotions down, making sure no one noticed. Once Shin Jingxiu finished distributing the salaries, Shin Chunqing rested her small hands on the table, propping up her face with a frown, looking troubled as she pouted. She looked at Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong and said, "Uncle, Dad, I have a question I can't figure out. Do we really have to keep in touch with Aunt's family? Their motives for returning are clearly not pure." Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong looked at her cute expression and felt their hearts soften even more. Shin Qingsong reached out and gently ruffled her soft hair, saying, "Ning Ning, you are still young and don't understand. No matter what, your aunt is my real sister, your uncle's biological sister. She is one of the last blood relatives I have left in this world, besides you kids." Shin Qingfeng added, "But don't worry, Ning Ning. Even though she is related to your father and me, we are not confused old folks yet. We know what she is up to, and we won't let her succeed. Shin Chun-ning understood that the older generation values family ties deeply. As people age, especially after losing their parents, they tend to hold even more importance on the bonds between siblings. Seeing that her father and uncle were aware of the situation, she decided not to say anything more. At that moment, Shin Chun-ning couldn't help but think about how the man still hadn't returned. She felt a bit gloomy, and her cheeks puffed up in frustration. The Shin family noticed her expression and exchanged glances, trying to figure out how to comfort their precious girl, when Zhou Yubai walked in. The moment Shin Chun-ning saw the tall figure of the man, her eyes lit up, but she quickly turned her face away in a huff. Zhou Yubai knew his little tiger was upset, but he didn't want to coax her in front of the elders. Instead, he placed the items he brought on the table and said to Shin Qingfeng, "Uncle, happy birthday. There was something going on at the army base, so I got back late. Please don't be angry." Shin Qingfeng waved his hand with a smile. "Not angry, not angry. You young people should focus on your careers." At that moment, He Hui asked Zhou Yubai, "Yubai, have you had dinner yet? I saved some dishes for you earlier. If you haven't eaten, I can heat them up for you." Zhou Yubai quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, no need to bother. I ate at the base. I just came to chat with Uncle and Dad for a bit before taking Ningning home." Even though Zhou Yubai said this, Hui still went to heat up the food she had saved for him, encouraging Zhou Yubai to eat while talking with Shin Qingfeng and Shin Qingsong. Li Xiaolan had already slipped into the kitchen when Zhou Yubai arrived. When Hui brought over the heated dishes and returned to the kitchen, she found Li Xiaolan quietly washing the dishes. Seeing her like this, Hui couldn't help but ask, "Xiaolan, what do you think of Yubai?" Li Xiaolan, afraid that Hui might misunderstand, quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, I really don't have any feelings for Zhou Yubai anymore. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She used her small hands to push against his hard chest, kicking and hitting with her feet, and finally cried out loud. Zhou Yubai felt embarrassed and flustered. He quickly tried to wipe Shin Chun-ning's tears and apologized, "Wife, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." He was also thinking that he needed to teach Wei Zhendong a lesson tomorrow. Today, he received a new directive from above. By the time he finished his work, it was already late, and Wei Zhendong had given him a bad idea. He suggested that Zhou Yubai should go home, hug his wife, and kiss her, saying that this would make her feel better. He even claimed that this was how he always comforted his own wife. So, Zhou Yubai had acted on that advice. Normally, he wouldn't easily believe someone else's idea, especially since Wei Zhendong was known for being good with his wife. That's why he thought Wei Zhendong could be trusted and fell for his nonsense. Shin Chun-ning broke free from Zhou Yubai and quickly sat up on the bed, hugging her knees and crying. While crying, she shouted, "Zhou Yubai, you bully. You don't keep your promises and you come back just to pick on me, boo-hoo." Although Zhou Yubai had known since childhood that she loved to cry, he had never seen her cry like this, either before or after they got married.
He felt completely at a loss.
"Wife, I was wrong. I really was wrong. He wasn't good at explaining, and saying he was influenced by someone else for acting like a beast would feel like he was avoiding responsibility. He stopped mid-sentence and turned to leave. Shin Chun-ning was startled, and her crying suddenly stopped. Did he get annoyed by her crying and decide not to care anymore? They had only been married for a short time, and he was already giving her the cold shoulder? The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, and her tears flowed down like pearls from a broken string. Because she cried so hard, her breathing became uneven. The baby inside her seemed to sense her emotions, gently moving and occasionally creating little bumps on her belly, as if trying to comfort her. Feeling the baby's reassurance, Shin Chun-ning placed her hand on her belly and said angrily, "Baby, your dad isn't a good person either. We don't need him. Mom is going to divorce your dad, and from now on it will just be us two." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she felt that Zhou Yubai was not the right man for her. He couldn't stay home all day because of work, but she understood and supported him, as he was serving the country. Although he didn't keep his word today, If he had just explained that he was busy with something in the army and couldn't return on time, she wouldn't have been so unreasonable and angry with him. However, he didn't say a word to explain and even bullied her. Shin Chun-ning felt wronged, and tears started to fall. When Zhou Yubai reached the bedroom door, he heard her telling the baby that she wanted to change dads. A chill ran through him, and his expression grew colder. His features were already sharp, and the aura he carried from being in the army made him seem fierce. Now, with his cold face, he didn't even realize he was radiating a menacing vibe. Shin Chun-ning saw him come back with a bamboo stick and was so scared that she held back her tears, but ended up hiccuping instead. She quickly closed her mouth, widened her watery eyes, and grabbed a pillow to hold in front of her, moving back several steps.
What?
What are you going to do? Are you going to bully me and hit me? Whoa. Shin Chun-ning couldn't hold back and pouted, crying again. Zhou Yubai felt panicked and quickly offered the bamboo stick to her, saying, "Wife, it's all my fault today. You can hit me." Shin Chun-ning. Omega. She hiccuped again, staring at Zhou Yubai in disbelief, sniffling as she asked, "You want me to hit you?" Zhou Yubai nodded firmly, "Yes, just please don't be mad at me and don't change dads for the baby." Shin Chun-ning's big eyes were still watery from crying, and for some reason, seeing him frown seriously made her feel he was a bit cute instead of scary. "Give it to me." She reached out her hand. He obediently placed the bamboo stick in her soft palm. Then, he took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, silently preparing to accept her punishment. Shin Chun-ning raised the bamboo stick high. Just as it was about to hit his bare skin, she suddenly threw it away. At the same time, she nestled into the man's arms, wrapping her slender arms tightly around his narrow waist. She playfully punched his firm chest with her small fist and asked, "Are you silly? What couple argues and then goes to get a stick to hit each other?" Zhou Yubai wrapped his large hands around his little wife and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her smooth forehead. "As long as my wife isn't angry, I'm not silly." Shin Chun-ning looked up at him with a mock frown. "Aren't you going to hurry and put on some clothes? Are you afraid of catching a cold?" Zhou Yubai gazed at her cute expression, swallowing hard. In the next moment, he scooped her up and rolled into the blanket together, whispering warmly in her ear, "Wife, at this time, why wear clothes?" Shin Chun-ning felt a wave of warmth and was still processing when the man's cool lips sealed hers, starting to kiss her deeply. It was a chilly time of year, and it had started to rain outside, causing the temperature to drop nearly 10 degrees, making people shiver. But inside, the warmth was rising, like spring blossoming. The next day was a day off. Shin Chun-ning was tired from the night before and took the opportunity to catch up on sleep. The rain outside hadn't stopped, but in the warmth of the man's blanket, Shin Chun-ning slept very comfortably. When she finally woke up, it was almost noon, and she found that the man was still holding her in the blanket. She felt a bit unreal and blinked her round eyes at him. Zhou Yubai, seeing her silly expression, gently pinched her cute nose and asked, "What's wrong? Are you silly? You don't even recognize your own husband?" Shin Chun-ning snapped back to reality and smiled sweetly at him. "Why are you still home today? Is it not busy at the army base?" At this, Zhou Yubai's eyes deepened with a hint of seriousness. He gazed intently at Shin Chun-ning and pulled her even closer. Feeling his gaze and actions made her heart race a little, and she felt a bit nervous. "Wife, yesterday the commander gave orders to send me back to the front lines. Will you come with me?" There was a hint of pleading in his strong voice, which made Shin Chun-ning's heart soften immediately. She was initially hesitant to agree to go with Zhou Yubai to the army because of that dream. She feared that even if she didn't marry Chen Ziyun, the events in her dream would still happen to her father and brothers. But now what was meant to happen has already occurred. What hasn't happened has taken a completely different path due to her choices, and the conditions for those events no longer exist. As for her second brother, she has done everything she could and said all she needed to say to him. If he remains stubborn and cannot distance himself from Wang Yang, then staying at home would be of no use to her. Thinking this way, she felt she could now go with Zhou Yubai to the army without worry. However, Yubai, if I go with you to the army, what will happen to my job? Who will take care of my teacher? She wasn't worried about her family anymore, but she was reluctant to leave her job and her teacher. Her father and uncle had her brothers and sisters-in-law to care for them, and Zhou's family had their own support. But her teacher had no children. She was his only student. Just a few days ago, she told her teacher that she would support him in helping others. Now, if she left to go with the army, how could she provide for her teacher and support him? Zhou Yubai looked at her gently and said, I've already applied to my superiors about your job. You can be transferred to the army. While you won't be able to continue as an accountant at the county committee, you can still work as an accountant in the army's factories, schools, or hospitals. If you don't want to work in those places, we can look for other units that need accountants. Although we can't directly arrange those positions, we can try to secure exam slots. As for your teacher, I've thought about it too. I'll ask my comrades who stay here to help take care of him. I'll also ask our parents to come by every so often to bring food for your teacher. Shen Chunying nodded. His arrangements seemed reasonable. All right, let's go visit the teacher today. When we come back tonight, we can have dinner with both our parents and siblings to discuss this. His wife finally agreed to go with him to the army. Zhou Yubai was so happy that he pulled her in for a passionate kiss. This kiss almost got out of hand. Given that Shen Chunying was pregnant, they were careful during their intimate moments, not wanting to be too rough. After that, every time Zhou Yubai finished, he not only felt unsatisfied but also had a lingering itch that made him restless. He felt like a piece of wood smoldering with a hidden fire. Just a little spark would make him burst into flames. After the two got up, washed up, and had breakfast, they prepared to head to Xia village. The rain was still drizzling, and with the wind blowing, it felt like they had returned to winter. Zhou Yubai knew he couldn't convince Shen Chunying not to see her teacher, so he didn't say anything. Instead, after stepping out, he squatted down in front of her and said, Wife, hop on. Shen Chunying didn't hesitate and climbed onto his back. The rain made the ground muddy, and she didn't want to step in it. Zhou Yubai held her slender thighs with his big hands and frowned slightly. His wife was almost 6 months pregnant, yet she still felt so light. However, she was a bit better than before. Zhou Yubai carried Shen Chunying on his back while she held the umbrella for him. In the countryside, umbrellas weren't very popular. People usually wore homemade raincoats on rainy days. But since Zhou Yubai was carrying Shen Chunying, one raincoat wouldn't cover them both, and wearing two would be awkward. So, Zhou Yubai took out the umbrella issued by the army. It was raining today, and the ground was too muddy to work. Therefore, the members of both Xihong village and Xia village didn't go to work. When Peng Kaiyuan opened the door and saw Zhou Yubai and Shen Chunying, he was a bit surprised. Xiao Zhou, Ning girl, why did you come out in such heavy rain? He quickly let them in and reproached Shen Chunying with concern. Ning girl, you're pregnant, and the mountain roads are difficult. Why did you come out now? What if you slip and fall? How will I explain it to your parents? Shen Chunying smiled. Teacher, Yubai is very capable. With him by my side, how could anything go wrong? Hearing his wife praise him made Zhou Yubai beam with pride. Peng Kaiyuan felt like he was being fed dog food by the young couple. At his age, it was a bit overwhelming. He didn't want to talk about them anymore. Shen Chunying told Peng Kaiyuan about her plan to go with Zhou Yubai to the army. Peng Kaiyuan naturally supported her. After that, Shen Chunying instructed Zhou Yubai to cook in the kitchen while she secretly discussed food supplies with Peng Kaiyuan. Her plan was to have Zhou Yubai deliver a few hundred pounds of cornmeal to Peng Kaiyuan while she was still at home. Later, when her in-laws sent supplies to Peng Kaiyuan, it would only be enough for him. If this matter only concerned Peng Kaiyuan, he would definitely tell Shen Chunying not to worry. But it also involved 5 knowledgeable individuals on the other side. The youngest among them was not much younger than him, and the oldest was even over 10 years older. When he first returned to the team and happened to meet them, all 5 looked weak and thin, with the oldest bedridden, struggling to breathe. He hurried home and used the rice Shen Chunying sent him to make rice porridge for them. Gradually, he helped them recover. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the rice and food Shin Chunying sent were somehow different from what grew in the fields. He had lingering injuries from his youth spent in battle. As he aged, the pain from those injuries became more noticeable. However, ever since he took Shin Chunying as a student and she prepared meals and sent food, he hadn't felt that pain even during the coldest winter last year. So, he believed that feeding those people with Shin Chunying's food would also benefit their health. After Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunying had lunch at Peng Kaiyuan's house and chatted with the elderly for a while, they prepared to leave. At that moment, the rain had stopped, but the muddy road was even more slippery. Shin Chunying, seeing the marks left by others on the ground, nervously clutched the man's shoulder tightly. Suddenly, she heard a cold voice from ahead. "The food we're delivering to the teacher isn't just for him, is it?" Shin Chunying immediately felt a jolt, forgetting her fear of falling. She touched her nose, thinking about how to cover it up, when Zhou Yubai said, "The people the teacher helps are deserving of support. They are not bad people. On the contrary, they are well-educated individuals, many of whom have made significant contributions to the country." Hearing Zhou Yubai's words, Shin Chunying felt relieved instantly. She nodded and said, "Yes, so we need to send more food to the teacher, so he can help them. Actually, we have quite a bit of food at home, and no matter how we eat it, it just keeps increasing." Just as Shin Chunying's heart settled a bit, Zhou Yubai dropped another heavy bombshell. "Sen Chunying. Is this man doing this on purpose?" She felt a bit annoyed, puffing her cheeks, and said angrily, "Yes, I am a fairy and I can make food appear. So our food just keeps increasing, and we can never finish it." Hearing his wife's pouting voice, Zhou Yubai couldn't help but smile. Even though he couldn't see her expression right now, he knew how adorable she was. He didn't discuss whether she was a fairy, but instead told her that he had heard about a mysterious unit in the country. The people in that unit had special abilities. For example, some could retrieve objects from a distance, some moved so fast they could be described as teleporting, and others could sprout wings from their backs during an energy burst and fly like birds. Shin Chunying was amazed by what Zhou Yubai said. She suddenly felt that her spiritual space was nothing special. After all, her spiritual space was still an external thing, just like in her dream when Wang Yaming obtained her koi jade pendant. Once it recognized its master, the spiritual space belonged to Wang Yaming. In contrast, the abilities of the people in the special unit Zhou Yubai mentioned clearly belonged to them, and no one could take them away. Shin Chunying still hadn't told Zhou Yubai about her spiritual space. It wasn't that she didn't want to share, but she didn't know how to explain it. She kept thinking about how to tell Zhou Yubai. Zhou Yubai didn't insist that Shin Chunying reveal her secret. He just thought that keeping a secret alone could be tiring for her. So, taking this opportunity, he decided to hint at it. If she wanted to share, he would keep the secret with her. If she didn't want to tell him, he would pretend he never noticed those details. He carefully carried Shin Chunying down the mountain on his back. Feeling his warmth and safety made her feel both warm and secure. Perhaps it was too comfortable, and Shin Chunying was originally thinking about how to tell the man, but as she thought, she started to feel a bit sleepy. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep with her head resting on the man's shoulder. When she woke up again, they were already home. Zhou Yubai was carefully placing her on the bed and was about to help her take off her coat and cover her with a blanket. She reached out and grabbed the man's hand that was pulling the blanket, using it to sit up. With her big, bright eyes looking at him, she said, "Honey, let me show you my ability." As she spoke, she used her mind to move the recently collected food from her storage space to the corner of the bedroom. Zhou Yubai watched as bags of food appeared out of nowhere in the corner. Even though he had seen many things, he was still shocked by this scene. "Wife, can you really create food out of thin air?" And it was even packaged food. Shin Chunying shook her head and explained to Zhou Yubai that she had a space where she could grow food, and the harvest speed was much faster than outside. When Zhou Yubai learned that her space had limited land and that it still took about a month to harvest, he was less shocked. Fortunately, this ability wasn't too extraordinary. Zhou Yubai carefully advised Shin Chunying not to tell anyone about this. Shin Chunying nodded, looking at his serious expression and pouted a bit. Do you think I'm silly? If you hadn't noticed something was off and asked me, I wouldn't even tell you. Zhou Yubai immediately felt a bit guilty. He realized he shouldn't have asked about it. He apologized again, and Xin Chunning waved her hand, not minding this time. She hadn't planned to keep it from him forever. She just felt it wasn't the right time to tell him, because Wang Yumeng was living next door, watching closely. Thinking of Wang Yumeng, Xin Chunning decided to share the dream she had about her with Zhou Yubai. Then, with a rare serious expression, she emphasized, Yubai, don't think that was just a dream. It felt very real. I believe Wang Yumeng has been trying to get my jade pendant because she knows about the Spirit Spring space. What she really wants is the Spirit Spring space. Zhou Yubai couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed he had previously underestimated the situation. He thought Wang Yumeng only wanted the jade pendant to pretend to be a descendant of the Rong family. Unexpectedly, Wang Yumeng came for his wife's special ability. Wife, did you give Wang Yumeng a fake jade pendant? Zhou Yubai quickly figured it out. Xin Chunning smiled brightly and gave him a thumbs up. You're really smart, Yubai. But I'm not bad either. She felt a bit proud, thinking about how she had drawn the design, found someone to carve an identical jade pendant, aged it, and then delayed things on Xin Jingliang's side. This ensured that the finished pendant resembled her own by at least 80%. Seeing her proud expression, Zhou Yubai looked at her with affection and gently pinched her little nose. My wife is the smartest. Then he tucked her in and said, You sleep a bit longer, I'll go make dinner. They had agreed to invite both sets of parents and siblings over for dinner tonight, which meant a total of 20 people, needing 2 tables, and a lot of dishes to prepare. Now Zhou Yubai knew the secret of the spiritual spring space, so Xin Chunning didn't hide it anymore. Earlier, she had directly taken out the meat and vegetables they would use tonight right in front of him. As for the grains, there was still rice in the jar, so she didn't bother to take more out. When Zhou Yubai walked into the yard with the ingredients, his deep eyes glanced coldly toward the youth station. Wang Yumeng better settle down after getting that fake jade pendant. Xin Chunning slept particularly well this time. When she woke up, she could already hear lively voices outside and the delicious smell of food. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly got dressed and got out of bed. She had only planned to nap for a bit and help her husband with dinner, but somehow she had slept until almost 5 o'clock. Uncle, Dad. When Xin Chunning entered the main room, she hurriedly greeted her elders one by one. Since Shun Qingsong and Zhou Baoguo were both there, she had to call out Dad to different people. As she greeted her elders, the 6 little ones from the Zhou family were also calling out to their aunt. As usual, Shun Chunning gave each of her 6 nieces and nephews a piece of candy and said, Uncle, Dad, you sit for a bit. I'll go help you buy with dinner. Just then, Lin Shulan came out of the kitchen and walked toward the main room. She pulled Xin Chunning to sit down and even found a blanket to cover her legs. Ning Ning, your older sister and 4 sisters-in-law are all busy in the kitchen. It's so crowded in there that I got pushed out. There's no need for you to help at all, said Lin Shulan. Xin Chunning smiled sweetly. Mom, I know you care about me, but we invited everyone for a meal. It's not fair for just my sister and sisters-in-law to do all the work. Lin Shulan frowned and took on the role of a strict mother-in-law. You all provide the ingredients, while your sister and sisters-in-law do the hard work. How is that fair? Mom believes fairness is very important. Just then, Sun Fingjiao brought the freshly cooked stir-fried pork with asparagus to the table. Lin Shulan directly asked Sun Fingjiao about this. Sun Fingjiao was both impressed by Xin Chunning's charm and a bit afraid of her tears. Moreover, she was happy to help Xin Chunning with this meal tonight. As the 2 tables of people ate, Xin Chunning brought out a whole 5 pounds of meat. In her 30 years of life, she had never seen so much meat, except during the pig slaughtering at the production team. During those times, a single household might not even get that much meat, but now Xin Chunning was providing enough for everyone to enjoy a good meal. Sun Fingjiao smiled and said, Sister-in-law, Mom is right. With your big belly, it's actually better for you to sit and wait for the meal instead of moving around in the kitchen. Or are you worried that we sisters-in-law might ruin your meat with our cooking? Shin Chun-ning playfully glared at Sun Fingjiao and sweetly pouted. Sister-in-law, you're teasing me.
Ha ha ha.
Haha. The friendly interaction between the sisters-in-law made all the elders in the room smile happily. After enjoying the laughter, Sun Fingjiao looked at Shin Chun-ning's increasingly round belly and felt a bit disappointed. Little Lian was about to turn 5 this year. After giving birth to little Lian, she had worked hard with Zhou Jiakong, but her once promising belly had shown no signs of another baby in recent years. Although she often told herself that having 3 daughters was wonderful and that daughters were more caring than sons, she still wished to have a son to carry on the family name. Otherwise, when they were gone, their daughters would have no family to rely on. Thinking this, Sun Fingjiao called over Zhou Xiaolian and Zhou Minjun, pointing at Shin Chun-ning's belly. Xiaolian, Minjun, come here and see if your aunt is having a brother or a sister. Zhou Xiaolian and Zhou Minjun, who were playing jump rope in the yard, were suddenly called over and asked this question. Zhou Minjun often heard his parents talking about wanting a son and was eager to play jump rope. He quickly shouted, "Brother, brother, Aunt Sam must be having a brother." Sun Fingjiao felt a pang in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want Shin Chunqing to do well, but if Shin Chunqing had a boy first, she would be the only one among the 3 sisters-in-law without a son. Sun Fingjiao forced a smile and asked, "Minjun, why do you think Aunt San is having a brother?" Zhou Minjun wiped his nose with his sleeve and said, "Aunt, don't you want a brother? If you want a brother, Aunt San must want one too, so she'll have a brother." Sun Fingjiao felt even more embarrassed. At that moment, Zhou Xiaolian quietly said, "I think Aunt San is having a sister." Shin Chunqing knew they couldn't continue this topic and quickly smiled, picking up on Zhou Xiaolian's words. A sister would be great. If she has a sister just like Xiaolian, Xiaoi, and Xiaoying, who are hardworking and eager to learn, I would love that. Sun Fingjiao forced a smile again and turned to go back to the kitchen. Little Zhou Xiaolian looked nervously at Lin Shulan and Shin Chunqing. "Grandma, Aunt San, is my mom upset?" Shin Chunqing pulled Zhou Xiaolian closer and gave her a piece of candy. Lin Shulan frowned and said, "Xiaolian, go play. It's not your concern if your mom is upset." After sending Zhou Xiaolian off to play, Lin Shulan said to Shin Chunqing, "Ningning, don't mind her.
She keeps thinking about things.
She has 3 daughters and no one in the Zhou family has said anything bad about her, but she keeps wanting a son." Shin Chunqing felt that Sun Fingjiao had been acting a bit strange lately. It seemed that since she returned to her family on the 2nd day of the new year, Zhou Xiaolian had mentioned that her mother wanted a brother again. However, outsiders shouldn't say too much about such matters, so Shin Chunqing didn't ask further. For this meal, Shin Chunqing not only prepared plenty of meat, but also brought out 2 big bones. The big bones were used to make radish soup, and the meat was cooked in various ways: braised pork with preserved vegetables, stir-fried pork with asparagus, and 2 small stir-fried dishes. There was also a portion of twice-cooked pork, and she fried some crispy meat that children love. This afternoon, Shen Zhengliang learned that Zhou Yubai would be returning to his old unit and that Shin Chunqing would be going with him. He quickly went to the river and caught 2 fish. Zhou Yubai personally cooked the fish. After separating the bones from the meat, he sliced the fish thinly, added plenty of oil, and stir-fried it with pickled vegetables and various spices until it was fragrant. Then he added water to cook the fish. The cooked fish was sour and spicy, making it very appetizing and causing everyone to salivate. Not only did the people in Shin Chunqing's house drool, but the delicious smell also wafted over to the neighboring youth station, where the young people eating corn porridge couldn't help but salivate as well. Wang Yuming had been having a particularly tough time lately. Spring plowing was busy and tiring. Last year, during the spring planting, Shin Jinliang had helped her with most of the work, and Shin Chunqing had sent Chen Ziyun some fine grains and meat, half of which Chen Ziyun had shared with her. Even so, she had been exhausted last year. This year, without Shin Jinliang's help and no more fine grains or meat from Shin Chunqing, she felt both tired and hungry, and she could clearly sense she was becoming malnourished. Meanwhile, while she was eating rough food, The smell of stewed meat from Shin Chuanqing's house made it even harder to bear. At that moment, for reasons she couldn't understand, she looked at Lu Xiaoqing, who was sitting across from her eating corn porridge, and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Lu Xiaoqing, you're so close to Shin Chuanqing. Why didn't they invite you over to eat fish and meat today?" Lu Xiaoqing looked at Wang Yiming as if she were foolish, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, "Wang Yiming, you're also close to comrade Shin Zhengliang. Didn't you just hug him outside our courtyard and say you would always remember him? What's up? You two are so close. He's enjoying good food while you're eating rough food, and he didn't share anything with you?" Wang Yiming's face instantly turned pale.
"Tis it."
Lu Xiaoqing scoffed and rolled her eyes at Wang Yiming. Meat was precious these days. No matter how close their relationship was, he didn't owe her anything. Why should he share good food with her? Wang Yiming was trying to stir up trouble between her and her future sister-in-law, but that was wishful thinking. Wang Yiming lowered her head and continued to eat her corn porridge, but deep down, she felt an inexplicable sense of panic. She had always viewed these people as characters from a book. But just now, Lu Xiaoqing's reaction made her realize that perhaps she had entered a world from a book, where the people in it were real individuals, not just characters with predetermined fates. In the original story, Lu Xiaoqing, who liked Chen Ziyun, often caused trouble for Shin Chuanqing. As a supporting character, she contributed many moments to the main couple's grand love story. However, now, Lu Xiaoqing had long lost her infatuation with Chen Ziyun. And then there was Shin Zhengliang. After that incident, she had tried several times to talk to him, but he avoided her like the plague. Either he would see her approaching from a distance and quickly walk away, or he would stay close to Li Xiaolan, giving her no chance at all. She knew that, influenced by the story, Shin Zhengliang still had feelings for her. But this character, originally just a figure in a book, had begun to awaken his own consciousness and resist the plot's arrangements. Wang Yiming thought about this, momentarily forgetting the delicious smell of fish and meat coming from next door. She began to ponder when the plot started to change, and when these characters began to awaken their awareness. It seemed to have started when she and Chen Ziyun tried to ruin Shin Chuanqing's reputation, hoping to make Shin Chuanqing more devoted to Chen Ziyun. However, Shin Chuanqing had directly given up on Chen Ziyun and turned to marry Zhou Yubai. From that point, the fates of all the characters diverged completely from the melodramatic story she had read. Wang Yiming couldn't help but frown. At that moment, she heard a soft voice at the gate, "Xiaoqing, come on, let's go to my house for dinner." Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shin Chuanqing, who was smiling at the gate, and felt a bit surprised. Sure. She proudly glanced at Wang Yiming, quickly finished the last bite of her corn porridge, and walked over to Shin Chuanqing. Wang Yiming bit her lip in frustration at Lu Xiaoqing's smugness. Looking at Shin Chuanqing, although she was pregnant and her belly was round, her limbs were still slender. Especially her face, which was fair with a rosy glow, made her look like a beautiful flower. She stood there smiling, waiting for Lu Xiaoqing as if she radiated light, making it hard for anyone to look away. After Lu Xiaoqing linked arms with Shin Chuanqing and left, someone nearby sighed enviously, "It's great to be friends with Comrade Shin. Why didn't I establish a revolutionary friendship with her sooner?"
Ha ha ha.
The young person next to her laughed and said, "You've never had it, so why regret it? The ones who should regret are those who once had it but lost it because they were too clever for their own good." This statement was too pointed, almost naming Wang Yiming directly. Wang Yiming could no longer eat and decided to put down her bowl and chopsticks and go back to her room. The young person behind her called out, "Wang, it's your turn to wash the dishes today. Don't forget." Wang Yiming had hoped to avoid this, but she didn't expect them to remind her so bluntly. She didn't respond and angrily went into her room. The young people still eating couldn't help but roll their eyes and said, "She misbehaves and we didn't report her, yet she's the one getting angry. Maybe she doesn't think flirting with men is misbehavior." Wang Yiming used to be well-liked among the young people because she always tried to be nice. Especially her sweet way of speaking made her popular among the male youths. However, after her relationship with Chen Ziyun was exposed and her unclear ties with Shin Zhengliang came to light, Not only did the female youths see her true colors, but the male youths also started to keep their distance. Even those who were once interested in her lost their feelings, as no one wanted to deal with drama. Ning Ning, you're so great. Wang Yuming just mocked me, saying that since I'm close to you, you only invite me when you have good food. Then you came over. You should have seen Wang Yuming's face. It was so satisfying. Lu Qiaoqing excitedly said while hugging Shen Chuanqing's arm. Hitting back at Wang Yuming felt even better than eating fish or meat. Shen Chuanqing found it amusing. The reason she came to invite Lu Qiaoqing so late was simply that she had woken up late and was delayed by Sun Fingjiao asking her to watch the two little ones. It wasn't intentional to choose this time to confront Wang Yuming. Ning Ning, is there a special occasion for your gathering today? Is it your birthday? Lu Qiaoqing asked cheerfully after talking about Wang Yuming. Shen Chuanqing smiled and explained that she would be going with the army. Really? You're leaving? Lu Qiaoqing said with a sad face. Will you come back? Can we still meet? Shen Chuanqing. Of course, she would come back. After all, this was her home. But whether they would meet again was uncertain. Shen Chuanqing remembers that in her dream, next year the young people from Yunnan would write to the leaders asking to return to the city, and that wise leader would say, "Let the children come back," ending the tenure up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement. She remembers this dream clearly because Chen Ziyun, who had already been accepted into university, was working hard to connect with these young people to build his network. During this time, he contacted her once after starting university, asking her to persuade her uncle to help the local youth return to the city. At that time, she was focused on Chen Ziyun, so she naturally went to ask her uncle for help. Her uncle was hesitant at first because the Lu family didn't want him involved in these matters. But after her persistent requests, he eventually agreed. Afterward, the young people from their area successfully returned to the city, but Chen Ziyun completely lost contact. When she later went to the city to find him, she accidentally met some of the young people who had come to their area and wanted their help to reach Chen Ziyun. She learned that he had gained a lot of respect among the youth for his efforts to help them return. In their eyes, she, a country village woman, was not worthy of someone as capable as Chen Ziyun, so they couldn't help her. Therefore, if she didn't return this year, by the time she came back next year, Lu Qiaoqing might no longer be a young person in their area. Or, if Lu Qiaoqing worked harder and got into university after the college entrance exam this year, they might not see each other again. However, she hadn't answered Lu Qiaoqing yet. Lu Qiaoqing optimistically said, No, Ning Ning, I didn't ask that right. I'm going to be your third brother's wife. Once I marry him, I can go with the army, and we'll still be together. How could we not see each other? Shen Chuanqing was speechless.
She didn't know what to say.
Ever since her third brother told Lu Qiaoqing not to write to him while he was on a mission, Lu Qiaoqing hadn't written to him again. She thought they hadn't seen each other or communicated, and that Lu Qiaoqing had forgotten about him. Unexpectedly,
She was still thinking about him.
Lu Qiaoqing had already started imagining living in the same housing compound as him, and Shen Chuanqing didn't dare to respond. When they got home, dinner was already served on the table. The boiled fish is served in a large bowl, and there are 6 types of meat and vegetables. Very few families dare to eat like this during the New Year. As everyone sat down, they started eating heartily. However, Shen Chuanqing noticed that Shen Qing wasn't eating much and had red eyes, occasionally wiping them secretly. He would wipe his eyes and then look at her. His kind, cloudy eyes were filled with reluctance. Shen Chuanqing picked up a piece of pork for him. Dad, you buy, and I still need to handle some paperwork and connections for work. It will take at least half a month before we can leave. Don't be sad, eat up, or it will get cold and won't taste good. Hearing that his daughter would be leaving in half a month didn't comfort Shen Qing at all. Instead, he couldn't help but shed more tears. Ning Ning, Dad just can't bear to part with you. Since you were born, you've never left my side. Now you're going so far away alone. What if you miss home or get sick? Shen Qing wasn't usually talkative, but he was speaking a lot this time. As he spoke, tears kept falling. Shen Chuanqing hadn't felt much before, but seeing her father cry made her eyes sting, and she couldn't help but tear up. Woo. Dad, I'll miss you too, woo. Zhou Yubai felt alarmed. He hoped his father-in-law wouldn't ruin his wife's plans to go with the army. If she didn't go, he might not have time to come back for a long time. Thinking about not seeing his wife for so long and missing the baby she was carrying made him feel anxious. He quickly reassured, Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of Ning Ning and won't let her suffer at all. Then he talked about how good the conditions were in their military district, especially how close the military hospital was to their family quarters. Shin Chun-ning could go there to give birth. Zhou Ye quickly supported her cousin. Yes, Uncle Shin, the doctors at the military hospital are even better than those at regular hospitals. When I had surgery there, the stitches looked much nicer than at other places. Shin Chun-ning, who cared about her appearance, felt a bit better after hearing Zhou Ye's words. She had been scared about going to an unfamiliar place, but now she quickly said, Dad, don't worry. If I miss you, I'll write you letters. She was anxious and afraid of pain, so when she first got pregnant, she was very worried about any complications during childbirth. She had already consulted a doctor in advance. The doctor told her that if she was really concerned about the risks of a natural birth, she could choose a cesarean section. However, a cesarean would leave a scar on her abdomen. In the end, she decided to go for a natural birth, but the doctor also mentioned that if the baby was in the wrong position or if her body wasn't suitable for a natural birth, a cesarean would be necessary. She thought that if it came to needing a cesarean, she should at least find a good doctor to minimize any unsightly scars. Shin Qingfeng seriously said to Shin Qingsong, Qingsong, what are you doing? Ningning is already married to Yubai. They should be together. Everyone should enjoy a meal today to celebrate the couple. Your behavior is just making things awkward for them. Shin Qingsong quickly wiped his tears and awkwardly said, just eating. Ningning, let me help you with the fish bones. Shin Chun-ning looked at her bowl, which was piled high with fish meat that had already been deboned. Tonight, not only Zhou Yubai and Shin Qingsong were helping her, but even her older and second brothers, as well as Lin Shulan, were doing the same. While she felt a lot of happiness, she also felt a bit helpless. She loved eating fish, but no matter how much she liked it, eating too much at once could be overwhelming. In the end, she could only eat a small portion before she really couldn't eat anymore. She quietly discussed with Zhou Yubai, Yubai, I really can't eat any more fish. Can you help me finish it? Without thinking, Zhou Yubai poured all the remaining fish from her bowl into his own and finished it in just a few quick bites. Shin Chun-ning watched in amazement at how fast he ate. If it were her, it would take at least 10 minutes, but for Zhou Yubai, it was done in less than a minute. This man was truly impressive. After dinner, the family didn't rush to clean up and instead sat together in the living room to chat for a while. The men naturally talked the most about military topics as the country had just come out of a war, and almost every man had a dream of serving in the military. A group of men spoke passionately, but Zhou Yubai, as a true soldier, remained calm. However, he talked more than usual today. He answered every question about his military experience that others asked. Lin Shulan was very happy to see this. She was even happier to see Shin Chunying. Isn't this why people should get married? Look at how Zhou was before he got married. He wouldn't even make a sound. Now he can have a good conversation with his dad and brother, she said. Shin Chunying also thought the man was doing well. The warm light and laughter in the room softened his fierce expression, making him seem more approachable. As the group chatted until after 9 o'clock, they started to help Shin Chunying and her family clean up. As the host, Shin Chunying felt she should help, but when she and Lin Shulan tried to join in, they were stopped by Zhou Ya and 4 other sisters-in-law. With so many of them, it wouldn't be right to have Lin Shulan, an elder, and Shin Chunying, a pregnant woman, doing the work. Of course, Shin Jingxiu, Shin Zhengliang, and Zhou Yubai were also helping. In the countryside, it is still quite rare for men to do housework. Zhou Jiakong and Zhou Jun showed no intention of helping. They sat in the living room chatting and drinking tea with Uncle Shin, Shin's father and Zhou's father. Sun Fingjiao watched Shin Jingxiu and Shin Zhengliang quickly cleaning up and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Shall we, Xiaolan, you two are lucky. Look at the brothers. They rush to do any task that involves cold water. They really know how to care for others. Xia Yue laughed and added, "That's why it's good to find a man who has sisters. If a man knows how to care for his sister before marriage, he will know how to care for his wife afterward." Shin Chunying felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. She knew that despite her 3 brothers being good-looking, no one came to propose because of her being a burden. Lin Hui blushed slightly at the teasing from Zhou's sisters-in-law and shyly glanced at Shin Jingxiu, who was busy nearby. Just then, Shin Jingxiu looked at her, and their eyes met, creating a moment of happiness between them. However, Li Xiaolan felt a wave of bitterness. Shin Jinliang was indeed a good man. Although they were in a fake marriage, he took good care of her. Just like Sun Fingjiao said, he eagerly took on all the dirty and tiring work, even the cold water tasks. He would even remember her special days and, during that time, this big man would help wash her underwear. If he had any flaw, it would be that the person he liked was not her. Li Xiaolan didn't want anyone to see her situation, so she just kept her head down and worked. Shen Jinliang heard the noise and unconsciously looked in her direction, but only saw her busy figure. A wave of disappointment rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What was wrong with him? It was so strange. Although Shen Chunqing didn't do much work today, she felt especially tired after sending everyone off, so she simply lay down on the bed. Zhou Yubai looked at her and smiled affectionately. He prepared the bathwater and then carried her into the tub. Zhou Yubai joined her in the tub, hugging her from behind and enjoying the moment. His wife was soft and fragrant, and it felt so comforting to be close to her. He realized he had never imagined he would become so attached to her. When they had just gotten married, he would think of her every day after training, but it wasn't like now, where she filled his mind completely. Sometimes, he would miss her so much it felt like a tickle in his heart. While Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunqing were happily together in the tub in the next yard, in the Zhou family's main house, Zhou Jiakong and Sun Fingjiao were in their bedroom. After Sun Fingjiao finished washing up and got into bed, she heard her husband snoring loudly. Her previously shy and expectant expression turned into anger. She kicked him in the back. Having worked on the farm since childhood, she was strong. With all her might, she kicked him, sending him rolling off the bed with a thud onto the floor.
Ouch!
Zhou Jiakong cried out in pain. Groggily, he got up and scratched his head. How did I end up on the floor? After saying that, he climbed back into bed, ready to continue sleeping. Sun Fingjiao was furious at his behavior. They had clearly agreed that he would wait for her, and once she was done, they would try for a child together. The result is that this annoying man just... Sun Fingjiao, angry, grabbed Zhou Jiakong by the collar and lifted him up. Zhou Jiakong, get up. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. Are you a pig? Zhou Jiakong rubbed his eyes. Wife, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Why won't you let me sleep? Sun Fingjiao felt a lump in her chest, so frustrated that she wanted to kick this annoying man out of bed and ignore him forever. But thinking about their goal of having a son, she gritted her teeth and said, What do you mean sleep? You only know how to sleep every day. When will I be able to have a son? Zhou Jiakong waved his hand sleepily, still half asleep. Why have a son? We have 3 daughters, that's great. Look at the second one. He has 3 sons, and he's even 2 years younger than me. He's already worried enough to have gray hair. Before Zhou Jiakong finished speaking, he started snoring again. Sun Fingjiao was so angry that she felt like she couldn't breathe. She wanted to slap him awake. She clenched her teeth and said, Fine, Zhou Jiakong, if you won't help me have a child, I'll find another man to do it. Don't regret it. Zhou Jiakong, startled awake by her words, quickly opened his eyes and nodded vigorously. Okay, let's have a baby. Half an hour later, Zhou Jiakong was exhausted and just wanted to sleep. Sun Fingjiao, feeling satisfied, instructed him to put a pillow under her waist, hoping this time she would successfully conceive a son. A few days ago, she heard from a young person who returned from visiting family in the city that the government's plan for childbirth had become stricter. Many dual-income families were afraid to have a second child, whether it was a boy or a girl, for fear of losing their jobs. In their village, back in 72, officials had come to promote the idea, but there were no strict requirements, and people continued to have children as they pleased. However, now she heard that the authorities were getting serious about it. She needed to have a son before any new policies were enforced. Thinking back to her visit home for the new year, her sister-in-law and siblings had hinted that without a son, her daughters would eventually belong to other families, and when she got older, she would only be able to rely on her nephews from her family. She felt a strong determination. She wasn't foolish. If she can't trust what comes from her own belly, how can she trust what comes from someone else's? But she didn't want to confront her family directly. After thinking it over, she realized that having a son would silence her family's chatter and end their hopes. After that day, Shin Chun-ning and Zhou Yu-bai went back to their busy lives. Zhou Yu-bai was busy with work handovers in the military. Shin Chun-ning was also busy with her work handover at her unit. She had only been transferred to the county committee for 2 months, and now she had to move with the military. She felt a bit embarrassed while handling the paperwork. The colleague helping her smiled and reassured her, "Comrade Shin, you don't need to feel burdened. No matter where you work, it's all for the development of our great country." Shin Chun-ning felt much lighter after hearing that. After completing her work handover and getting the necessary documents for her grain and oil transfer, she returned to her office. Soon after, Liu Yanfeng came to see her. "Brother Yanfeng." Shin Chun-ning greeted Liu Yanfeng first. "Are you leaving with the military?" Liu Yanfeng asked her with a gentle smile. Shin Chun-ning nodded. "Brother Yanfeng, don't worry. Even when I'm not home, my dad and my brother and sister-in-law will take good care of Uncle. With Uncle and Jingsu and Zhengliang around, I'm not worried about my dad. I'm here to deliver something from the secretary." Liu Yanfeng handed Shin Chun-ning a letter. "This is a recommendation letter from the secretary. He believes that with your abilities, you can contribute to building socialism even in the military, so he wrote this letter to ensure your talents are recognized." Liu Yanfeng spoke with pride on his face. Shin Chun-ning felt proud as well. She knew the secretary wrote this letter partly because of her teacher's influence, but if the secretary didn't recognize her abilities, he wouldn't have given her the recommendation just for that reason. Liu Yanfeng took out another letter for her. "Ning Ning, this letter is a personal message from me to you. Keep it safe and read it later." She was a bit puzzled about why Liu Yanfeng needed to write instead of saying it directly, but since he insisted, she carefully put the letter away. Before leaving, Liu Yanfeng gave her some final advice, and just as he was about to go, Shin Chun-ning called out, "Brother Yanfeng, wait a moment." Saying this, she pulled out 2 bags of fruit from under her desk. They were all from her own space. Now, in the space, besides citrus and sugarcane, there are also ripe apples, pears, peaches, apricots, and loquats. However, peaches, apricots, and loquats are not in season and do not store well, so Shin Chun-ning cannot take them out. Instead, she packed 2 bags of apples, pears, and citrus. She originally planned to give them to the secretary and Liu Yanfeng after work, but since Liu Yanfeng was already there, she handed them to him directly. She had given Liu Yanfeng citrus a few times before, so he accepted the fruit without hesitation. "Ning Ning, I won't be polite," he said. "These oranges are different from the ones you buy outside. Even my grandfather said that after eating the oranges you gave him, he felt much better this winter." Liu Junpei has a chronic lung condition and usually coughs and has difficulty breathing from the start of winter until spring. However, after eating the oranges from Shin Chun-ning last year, his symptoms improved. Shin Chun-ning knew the benefits of the fruits grown in her space, and she gave them to Liu Yanfeng because he was good to her uncle and their family. After that, Shin Chun-ning took another bag of fruit to Kong Xiangjun. Kong Xiangjun had also eaten Shin Chun-ning's oranges before and knew they were homegrown, so he accepted them without formality. With a kind smile, he said, "Comrade Xiaoshen, your work ability is recognized not only by me but by everyone. After you and your partner arrive at the army, make sure to work hard and not embarrass your teacher, understand? Leader, don't worry. I will work hard and live up to my teacher's guidance, contributing my part to our great cause, Shin Chun-ning replied earnestly. After Lu Yanfeng brought the fruit home, he gave it to Lu Junpei. Grandpa, last time you said that after eating the oranges from Ning Ning, your lung condition felt much better. Today, Ning Ning gave me some more, and I've left them at home for you. Remember to eat them every day. Hearing this, Lu Junpei felt a twinge of guilt. He nodded and said, Ning Ning is really good. Yanfeng, thank her properly for me. Your dad is currently staying at your second uncle's house to recover, so make sure to visit him more often on your days off and bring some rice, flour, and meat. If you can, bring a little extra. Lu Junpei sighed. Our family owes your father too much. As he spoke, he felt some discomfort in his lungs. He opened the bag that Lu Yanfeng had brought back, wanting to take an orange. However, when he saw the contents of the bag, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Seeing the old man so shocked, Lu Yanfeng leaned in to take a look. When he saw the apples and pears in the bag, his eyes widened in surprise as well. They didn't grow apples in their area, and apples were always considered a luxury fruit here. They did grow pears, but it wasn't the season for them. Although pears could be stored well, the ones given by Shin Chunning were large and juicy, and such high-quality fruit was hard to come by, even for those with money. It certainly wasn't something they had saved at home. This fruit must have been specially provided by your brother-in-law. Ningning is really thoughtful. Lu Junpei couldn't help but express his feelings. At that moment, he felt even more ashamed. 2 months ago, when he decided to encourage Lu Yanfeng and the others to spend more time with Shin Qingsong's family, it was because he learned that Zhou Yubai was the leader and Shin Jingrong had been promoted to captain. Even Shin Chunning had been praised by the secretary. He thought their family would no longer be stuck in that small village, which made him want to associate with them for his own benefit. However, after interacting with Zhou Yubai and Shin Chuning's family, his initial selfishness made him feel increasingly guilty. How is Tong Tong doing at her in-laws? Have you found out? Because of Shin Chunning, Lu Junpei couldn't help but think of Lu Shadong. After all, she was his own granddaughter. When he arranged for her marriage, he chose a family from the neighboring province. The groom was the grandson of an old classmate, and he had carefully inquired about him. Not only was he a good person, but he was also a soldier. Although he was only at the deputy battalion level now, being young meant his future was bright. Just now, when the grandfather and grandson were talking about Shin Chunning, Lu Yanfeng's expression was gentle, filled with admiration. But now, when it came to his own sister, his expression became more reserved. Seeing this, Lu Junpei's face grew serious. What's wrong? Is she causing trouble at her in-laws? Lu Yanfeng carefully chose his words and replied, It's not really trouble. The Ran family originally hoped she would stay at home for a while after getting married to get to know them better. She disagreed and insisted that Ran Wenqing arrange for her to join the army, and now she has gone with them.
Sigh.
Lu Junpei sighed. Everyone has their own fate. Our family has actually treated her well. For her sake, I sacrificed my pride and even neglected our friendship to find her a good husband. If she still doesn't appreciate it, there's nothing we can do. Shin Chunning was unaware of what was happening with the Lu family. She had finished handing over her work and, after delivering fruit to Kong Xiangjuan, her job at the county committee was officially over. When she left the office, Lin Shulan was already waiting for her on the donkey cart, as usual. After the new year, Zhoya had moved into the workers' dormitory at the textile factory and no longer had to travel back and forth every day. However, since Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning were leaving tomorrow, Zhoya was also on the cart today, heading back with them. Shin Chunning had previously told Lin Shulan that when the weather got warmer, she wouldn't need to go through the trouble of picking her up every day. But Lin Shulan said that since she and Zhou Yubai would soon be going to the army, she wouldn't have the chance to pick her up anymore. Saying this made Lin Shulan a bit sad. Seeing her like that, Shin Chunning couldn't refuse her kindness. Today was Lin Shulan's last time picking Shin Chunning up, and she held Shin Chunning's hand tightly along the way, reminding her of the precautions during her pregnancy. When they talked about childbirth and the postpartum period, Lin Shulan suddenly paused as if she had thought of a great idea, slapped her thigh, and said, "All right, Ning Ning, I know I'm telling you a lot now, but you probably won't remember it all. When you're about to give birth, I'll come to your place and help you during your recovery." Shin Chunying was overjoyed to hear this, her eyes sparkling as she leaned into Lin Shulan's embrace. "Mom, thank you. I must have been a really good person in my past life to have such a wonderful mother-in-law like you in this life." Lin Shulan was so flattered by Shin Chunying's words that her face lit up with joy. Zhouya, standing nearby, teased, "It must have been a really good person in her past life too, to have such a wonderful daughter-in-law like Ning Ning in this life." As Zhouya said this, a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes, looking at the relationship between her aunt and Ning Ning, and then at her own situation. When she got married, she jumped into a pit, and now that she was divorced, she still couldn't find peace. Lin Shulan did not notice Zhouya's emotions, but she still cheerfully pulled her into an embrace and proudly said, "I must have been a really good person in my past life. Otherwise, how could I have such a wonderful daughter-in-law and daughter?" Hearing the word daughter, Zhouya felt a lump in her throat and almost cried. Auntie truly regarded her as her own daughter. However, she quickly hid her feelings and chatted happily with Lin Shulan and Shin Chunying along the way. When the donkey cart entered the village, Shin Chunying suddenly saw a figure that looked somewhat familiar, yet strange, also walking toward the village. The person was carrying a ragged bag and wearing patched clothes that were nearly falling apart, looking as thin as a stick. Their gaze was particularly fierce and frightening, especially when they saw Shin Chunying. Their eyes seemed to glare at her as if they wanted to devour her. Lin Shulan immediately stood in front of Shin Chunying and spat at the person, saying, "Hey, where did this beggar come from? If you keep staring at my daughter-in-law, I'll poke your eyes out." Just then, the team leader ran up from behind and quickly stopped Lin Shulan, saying, "Hold on. This is not a beggar. This is Chen Zichqing." Zhou Tsonglin said this while glancing at Shin Chunying. Lin Shulan was still surprised and asked, "Chen Zichqing? Team leader, we have a new educated youth in our village?" As she spoke, she looked Chen Ziun up and down, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Isn't this city-educated youth a bit too poor? Seeing how thin he was, could he even work in the fields? Bringing such a sickly person to the team would only burden them and take their food. Seeing that Lin Shulan was still confused, Zhou Tsonglin directly clarified, "This is not a new educated youth. He is an old one, Chen Ziun, Chen Zichqing."
What?
Lin Shulan immediately became upset. "He is Chen Ziun? Wasn't he sentenced to a year of labor reform? It hasn't even been a year. How is he back?" Zhou Tsonglin was also angry about this matter, but since Chen Ziun was right there as a man and the team leader, he didn't want to gossip with Lin Shulan. He waved his hand and said nothing more, leading Chen Ziun away. Before leaving, Chen Ziun glanced at Shin Chunying. He had known before that Shin Chunying was beautiful, but now she was even more stunning. Her fair skin seemed to glow, and although she still looked delicate, she appeared confident and radiant, making it hard for anyone to look away. Chen Ziun felt a deep sense of regret in his chest, and his bony hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Although Zhou Tsonglin didn't tell Lin Shulan why Chen Ziun returned from prison in less than a year, Lin Shulan and Shin Chunying quickly found out the reason. It was said that after Chen Ziun arrived at the farm, he fell seriously ill several times and was close to death. Even though he had committed a crime, he was still a young person sent to the countryside. If he died there, it would cause trouble, especially since his family had connections. So, they allowed him to return to the grain and oil distribution area, which was the Tsihong village team. However, given his condition, team leader Zhou Tsonglin and secretary Shen Weidong decided that they couldn't keep him in their team. If he were to die there, they would have to write many reports, which was not the main concern. It would mainly affect their team's chances of being recognized as advanced. Last year, their team was just a little short of being named an advanced team, while the Sanka team received a tractor as a reward. Tsihong Village, as the runner-up, got nothing. This year, not only the team leaders but also the members were determined to win the advanced team title and get a tractor. They couldn't let a young person ruin their chances. So, after discussing, Zhou Zonglin took Shin Ziyun to process his medical discharge, allowing him to return to the city for recovery. However, none of this concerned Shin Chun-ning, and she didn't care at all. When Shin Chun-ning and Zhou returned home with Lin Shulan, their sisters-in-law, Sun Fengjiao and Xia Yue, had already prepared a feast and invited Zhou Yubai and Shin Chun-ning to join them for dinner. Shin Chun-ning got along well with her two sisters-in-law, so she didn't decline the invitation. At the dinner table, Lin Shulan mentioned that when Shin Chun-ning was about to give birth, she would go to help her with the postpartum care. Sun Fengjiao's eyes flickered with concern as she instinctively spoke up, "Mom, if you go to the third child and Ning, what about Dad?" Hearing this, Lin Shulan realized that the eldest daughter-in-law was up to her old tricks again, calculating something in her mind. She shot her a glare and said, "Your father is perfectly capable. Can't he live without me? Let's be honest, when we two old folks decided to separate, we said not to rely on you for support. Are you really going to let your father starve?" Sun Fengjiao shrank her neck at her mother-in-law's harsh words, hiding her little thoughts. She felt certain she had conceived that night. If her mother-in-law was at home when she gave birth, she would surely take care of her like she did with her first 3 children. At that time, she would not only enjoy a month of good food and care, but also have 3 months off work. This kind of treatment was rare, not just in their village, but throughout the entire community. With limited conditions, women usually returned to work just 3 days after giving birth. If they had a strict mother-in-law, they might even be expected to work the day after having a baby. A mother-in-law like Lin Shulan was hard to find. But if Lin Shulan went to help Shin Chunying after her childbirth, she might stay to help take care of the baby. If Lin Shulan wasn't back when she gave birth, she couldn't expect to be pampered. However, she wasn't even sure she was pregnant yet, so she didn't dare say much. At that moment, Zhou Jun quickly chimed in, "Mom, third brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. With me and my older brother at home, we'll take good care of Dad. By the way, third brother, when you and sister-in-law go with the army this time, will it be like before, where you won't be back for 1.5 years?"
So Yun asked.
Not only Zhou Yubai but even Shen Chunying noticed that their usually clever second brother was up to something, so neither of them responded. Zhou Jun continued with a smile, "Third brother, if you're gone for so long, it won't be good for your house to be empty. I was thinking since the Red Army and the local militia are grown up now, they could help keep an eye on your place. After you leave, let those 2 brothers stay at your house to watch over it at night and help tidy up during the day. Having people around will keep the house in better shape." Zhou Jun's words sounded nice. But everyone knew that Shin Chunying and Zhou Yubai were going with the army, and they wouldn't be back for many days in the coming year. In fact, it might be decades before they returned, if at all, after the older generation was gone. So, would Zhou Hongjun and Zhou Minjun end up living in that house they had grown up in? Zhou Yubai glanced at Zhou Jun with a distant look, and before he could speak, Lin Shulan slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Zhou, do you think you're the smartest person in the world? Are the rest of us fools? You want to take over San's house and make it sound nice, but San deserves to be sold out by you and help you count the money, right?" Zhou Jun didn't expect his mother to embarrass him in front of so many people. He felt awkward and said, "Mom, I
didn't mean it that way."
Lin Shulan snorted and looked at the first and second couples. "I don't care what you mean. I'm telling you, this family is already divided. San's things belong to San, and as long as San doesn't say anything, neither of you should think about it. As long as I'm alive, it won't happen." With this little drama, the meal was not as pleasant as the last time when Shin Chun-ning hosted. After dinner, the family didn't stay to chat. Zhou Yubai and Shin Chun-ning went back to their yard to pack, while Lin Shulan and Zhou helped. Shin Chun-ning wanted to pack her things, but unfortunately, not only did Zhou Yubai not let her help, but even Lin Shulan and Zhou stopped her. She could only sit aside peeling oranges and eating as a supervisor. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family yard, the first and second couples were locked in their rooms talking. Zhou Jiakong complained to Sun Fengjiao, "What are you thinking? San and his wife are leaving, and Mom is already upset. You had to go and make it worse. Dad is home alone. We could just add an extra set of chopsticks at dinner. He won't just eat and drink for free. Sun Fingjiao understood her husband and knew she couldn't share her thoughts with him, so she shot him a glare. You don't understand anything. I don't want to talk to you. Okay, I don't understand. I won't say anything. You can go face Mom's scolding alone and feel better, Zhou Jiakong said, trying to appease Sun Fingjiao, but his words only made her angrier. On the other side, the situation in the second household was quite the opposite. Zhou Er, what are you thinking about now? Xia Yue complained to Zhou Jun as she closed the door. We have a place to live. Why do you have to upset Mom and make me face the consequences too? Xia Yue was quite satisfied with their current life. They not only had a solid house to live in, but her husband also handed over his monthly salary to her. She has a house, money, and 3 sons, and her in-laws are good people. In this whole area, it's hard to find anyone living better than her. Zhou Jun was already unhappy after being scolded by his mother, and now hearing complaints from his wife made him more irritated. He said, "You only see what's in front of you. We have enough space now, but our 3 sons, Hongjun, Minjun, and Yongjun, will need to get married someday. Won't they need a house for that? Hongjun is already 11. If he gets married early, he'll be looking for a wife in 6 or 7 years. Right now, they can all share a room, but can they still do that after they get married?" Xia Yue understood that her husband was only thinking about making life better for their family. She didn't really blame him for being upset about his mother's scolding. Hearing his words, she comforted him. I know you're doing this for our family and our sons. But you said it yourself, Hongjun is only 11 and marriage is still 6 or 7 years away. In that time, you'll earn a salary and I can earn points too. If we save just $5 a month, we can have enough for a few rooms by then. Are you worried we won't have a house for our sons to get married in? Besides, what if our sons end up like their uncle and join the army, becoming successful officers? They might not need us to prepare a house for their weddings. Xia Yue didn't want Zhou Jun to think too much about what was happening with Shin Chunning's family. She was mainly worried that his thoughts might offend their uncle. To her, the most successful person in the family was the children's uncle. Instead of focusing on small matters, it was better to maintain a good relationship with him, so he could help their children in the future. Once the children succeed and leave the countryside, what would they need the house for? But sometimes her husband just couldn't see things that way. Meanwhile, Shin Chunning and her family were busy when they heard a knock at the door. Lin Shulan quickly opened it and saw Shin Qingsong with Shin Jingxiu and Shin Jimliang standing outside. She welcomed them in immediately. Shin Qingsong entered with a large bag and, upon seeing Shin Chunning, his eyes filled with tears before he could even speak. My dear girl. Shin Chunning's eyes were also red like a rabbit's. Dad, don't cry. If you cry, I'll cry too, boo-hoo. When she decided to go with the army, she didn't feel much at the time. She knew she wasn't leaving immediately, so she didn't have many sad feelings. It's time to leave, and a wave of sadness hits her, along with some fear of the unknown. Although she has traveled to many places in her dreams and even visited a big city alone, in reality, the farthest she has been is the county town. Now she is going to a place that takes 5 or 6 days by train to reach, and she feels a bit uneasy. Hearing his daughter's words, Shin Qingsong quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes. Okay, my dear, don't cry. I heard from your third brother that it's cold where they are, and the snow won't melt until March or April. I asked your sister-in-law to make you 2 new cotton jackets and 2 pairs of new cotton shoes. Also, here are some pancakes from your 2 sisters-in-law, and this red tofu, pickles, and spicy dried fish are from the little fish your older brothers just caught today. You can take them on the train to eat. Shin Qingsong is usually not a talkative person, but now he has endless advice for Shin Chunning, one thing after another. He wishes he could give her everything from their home. Shin Chunning feels warm inside, and tears keep rolling down her cheeks. Dad, I don't want to leave you, sob. After saying this, she tightly clutched Shin Qingsong's sleeve like when she was little. Shin Qingsong, who already found it hard to part with his daughter, felt even more emotional seeing her cry. He thought about going with Shin Chun-ning to the military base to see where her third brother had been all these years. But then he realized that as a father, it might be inconvenient to take care of her, no matter how close they were. At that moment, he even wished he were her mother instead. After expressing her reluctance, Shin Chun-ning turned and grabbed Zhou Yubai's sleeve, her big, watery eyes looking at him pitifully. Zhou Yubai instantly understood what she meant. She wanted to change her mind and not go with him to the military. His heart tightened, and he quickly said to Shin Chingsong, "Dad, don't be sad. If you're willing, once Ning Ning and I settle in, we can come back and bring you over. Then you can see Ning Ning every day." Shin Chingsong quickly wiped his tears and looked at Zhou Yubai with hope. "Yubai, please don't mind me. I've never been apart from Ning Ning, and now that she's leaving, I'm having a hard time. Once Ning Ning has her baby, if you need me to help take care of the child, just send me a message, and I'll come over." Shin Qingfeng, who came with Shin Chingsong, patted Zhou Yubai on the shoulder and said, "Yubai, take good care of Ning Ning. If she has any shortcomings, please be understanding. Or write to us, and we will talk to her." In short, Zhou Yubai must not bully Shin Chunning in private. Zhou Yubai was usually a quiet person, but now he was eager for his wife to join the army so he could hold his sweet and soft wife every night. In front of his father-in-law and uncle, he showed great emotional intelligence. Hearing Shin Qingfeng's words, he immediately replied, "Uncle, don't worry. Ning Ning is so wonderful. She won't have any shortcomings. If she does, it must be my fault for making her upset. So, please don't blame her. Just blame me." Hearing this, Shin Chingsong and Shin Qingfeng felt much more at ease. On the other side, after calming down, Shin Chunning realized that since the decision was made, she couldn't suddenly change her mind about not going with the army. So, she was now saying goodbye to her two brothers and sisters-in-law. Each sister-in-law gave her 20 yuan. "Ning Ning, remember, poor family rich path. Take this money," said He Hui and Li Xiaolan, both insisting she accept it. Shin Chunning understood their genuine intentions and felt it would be rude to refuse, so she accepted the money. However, she quietly calculated that her eldest brother earned 38 yuan last month, gave 22 yuan to the family, and only had 16 yuan left after handing it to his wife. Since that was shared money, she figured her brother and He Hui wouldn't use shared funds for her. This meant that the 20 yuan from He Hui was likely part of her dowry. As for Li Xiaolan, it was clear that her second brother couldn't go to the black market anymore, and aside from work points, he had no other income, so this 20 yuan must also be from Li Xiaolan's dowry. She noted all this and promised to repay her brothers and sisters-in-law double in the future. Just as she finished speaking, the people from the Zhou family's main and second households came over. Sun Fengjiao and Xia Yui each handed Shin Chunning 20 yuan. Shin Chunning was a bit puzzled. During dinner, they hadn't mentioned giving her money, so why were they doing it now? She soon realized that Lin Shulan, who had been with them, must have gone out and returned to remind them of something. She felt a bit helpless. Sun Fengjiao and Xia Yui had given her money, and she didn't know whether to accept it or not. "Ning Ning, look at your sister-in-law's memory. When we were eating, I got distracted and forgot to give this to you," Sun Fengjiao said, stuffing the money into Shin Chunning's hands. Xia Yui nodded in agreement. "Sister-in-law, I'm just as forgetful. It's all Zhou Lar's fault. We were having a nice meal, and he interrupted, making me forget such an important thing." Shin Chunning looked at their faces and didn't seem unwilling to accept it. Since her family had already accepted money, it would be awkward not to take it from her in-laws, so she accepted it and thanked her two sisters-in-law. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Lin Shulan went to answer it and saw Lu Qiaoqing standing outside with a big pile of things. She warmly said, "Lu Jiqing, are you here to send something for our Qiao Qiao?"
Come in.
"Auntie." Lu Qiaoqing greeted Lin Shulan with a smile as she entered the house. She instinctively wanted to hand the big bag of items to Shin Chunning, but, seeing her big belly, she smiled and set it on the table instead. Shin Chunning looked at the large bag, her eyes wide. "Qiaoqing, is all this for me?" Lu Xiaoqing smiled. I can't give you everything. As she spoke, she took out the items from the bag. These 3 pairs of cloth shoes, 2 scarves, and this sweater are for your third brother. These 5 jars of meat sauce, 3 jars of canned food, and these boxes of biscuits are half for you and half for your third brother. Shen Chunning. So, she was just a messenger. Looking at Lu Xiaoqing's beaming face, she felt a bit troubled. Her third brother clearly had no interest in Lu Xiaoqing, yet here she was, sending so many things. After thinking for a moment, she pulled Lu Xiaoqing aside and whispered, Xiaoqing, my third brother is out on a mission right now. I can't give him the things when I take them back. How about I don't take them? You can send your shoes and clothes home to your dad or brother and keep the food for yourself to improve your life. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shen Chunning and understood what she meant. She sighed and said, Ning Ning, I know you don't want to help me give things to your third brother because he doesn't want to date me. You're worried I'll be sad if he rejects me. But they say, a man chases a woman across a mountain, while a woman chases a man through a veil. Just help me give this to your third brother. What if he is moved by me? Please, please help me. Lu Xiaoqing looked at Shen Chunning with pleading eyes. Shen Chunning felt helpless seeing her like this. In the end, she agreed to help her deliver the items, but warned her in advance, if my third brother refuses to take them, I can send them back to you. Lu Xiaoqing didn't mind at all and nodded seriously. Okay, if your brother really won't accept them, just send me back the clothes and shoes, and you can keep all the food. After Lu Xiaoqing left, Shen Qingsong quickly pulled Shen Chunning aside and asked, Dear girl, what's going on between Lu Jiqing and your third brother? Are they dating? Shen Qingsong felt a bit anxious. To be honest, even though these young people came from the city, he didn't want his children to get involved with them. Whether it was his precious daughter or his second son, any connection with these young people usually led to trouble. Shen Chunning didn't want to hide anything from her father, so she told him about Lu Xiaoqing's feelings for her brother. Shen Qingsong didn't want his youngest son to have any ties with these young people. But then he thought about how Lu Xiaoqing had a good relationship with his daughter, and maybe this young person was a good match. If his son truly had a connection with her, as a father, he couldn't stop it. So he didn't say much more. However, since this matter involved Shen Jingrong and Lu Xiaoqing's reputations, Shen Qingsong told his son and daughter-in-law not to let this information spread. He also asked people from the Zhou family to keep this matter private. Seeing that it was getting late and Shen Chunning and the others needed to wake up early to catch the train to the city, they didn't linger. After chatting for a while, everyone went home to let the couple rest. Before leaving, Shen Qingfeng and Shen Qingsong each slipped her 100 yuan, and Lin Shulan also gave her 100 yuan. Adding the 50 yuan from Lu Yanfeng's envelope and the 20 yuan from Zhouya, Shen Chunning received a total of 450 yuan over the past 2 days. She didn't expect that going out to support the army would actually bring her a little fortune. After her emotional ups and downs, she felt sleepy as soon as she calmed down. She yawned, got into bed, and fell asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Zhou Yubai turned to see the little woman with tear stains from earlier, now sleeping soundly, and he couldn't help but smile slightly as he leaned down to kiss her forehead. While Shen Chunning and the others were lively, the neighboring youth station was also quite bustling. Although Zhou Tsonglin and Shun Weidong acted quickly and took Shen Ziyun to complete his retirement paperwork in the afternoon, it was already late today. They managed to use their connections to get Chen Ziyun a train ticket for tomorrow. So, tonight, Chen Ziyun still had to rest at the youth station. However, when Chen Ziyun entered the room he used to live in, carrying his luggage, the other male youth showed no mercy and threw his belongings out. Chen Ziyun's feelings of frustration and humiliation erupted. Zhao Chong, I am also a youth from Xihong village. Why do you have the right to throw my things out? Zhao Chong blocked the door. Don't yell at me. It wasn't just my decision to throw your things out. We all agreed on this. We don't want to live with a criminal. You can't come back in today. If you're unhappy, go find the team leader or the party secretary. At that moment, someone from inside the room said something rude. You can also go find Wang Jiqing. We dislike you because you're a criminal, but Wang Jiqing won't mind your past. Laughter erupted among the male youths. Chen Ziyun glared at them, feeling both angry and embarrassed, but he felt helpless. For a moment, he even thought he could go find Wang Yuming. It was her fault that he became a criminal and ended up like this. She should be responsible for him. But he hadn't gone to find her yet. Wang Yuming suddenly burst out of her room. She rushed to the door of the male youth's room, no longer pretending to be gentle, and glared at them. She demanded, "Who said that just now?" "Step forward." The boys who had been laughing immediately fell silent, too embarrassed to speak. "We are all educated youths, and you should know that committing slander is also a crime. Spreading false rumors is just as bad. This time, I won't hold it against you, but next time, I won't go to the team leader or the party secretary. I will report you to the youth office." Wang Yuming had been holding back her anger from being mocked and targeted by these people for a while. Taking this opportunity, she let it all out. The young men knew they were wrong, and after being scolded, their faces turned pale and flushed. They were too afraid to respond. After the reprimand, she shot a glare at Chen Ziyun before turning to go back to her room. However, Chen Ziyun, having already been through hard times, was no longer afraid of her. Wang Yuming's glare did not intimidate him. Instead, it sparked his defiance. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yuming, saying, "Wang Yuming, I ended up like this because of you, and you must take responsibility." Wang Yuming was taken aback by his words. She never expected Chen Ziyun, the male lead who always stood on a moral high ground in the story, to reveal such a shameless side when free from the plot's control. Zhou Yubai's military unit was stationed in Liaobei City. To get there from Zufeng City, one had to take a train to the capital and then transfer to another train to Liaobei City. The only train from Zufeng City to the capital left at 4:38 a.m. It took about 2 hours to drive from Xihong Village to the Zufeng City train station. Therefore, Zhou Yubai and Xin Chuning had to leave home by 2 a.m. Zhou Yubai went to bed at 10 p.m. but was up and alert by 1:30 a.m. He glanced at his wife, who was still sound asleep, and couldn't help but give her a gentle kiss. Xin Chuning felt his stubble on her cheek, stirred slightly, made a couple of soft sounds, and went back to sleep. Zhou Yubai woke up early, but someone was already up before him. As he got out of bed, he smelled the delicious aroma of steamed buns coming from the kitchen. Lin Shulan had stayed in their other bedroom the night before to prepare breakfast for them. Knowing they had to leave at 2 a.m., she had gotten up at 12:30 a.m. to make the buns. "You're up, third son." The buns just came out of the pot. "Here, have a couple," Lin Shulan said as she hurriedly handed him 2 steaming buns when she saw Zhou Yubai enter the kitchen. Zhou Yubai took them, blew on them to cool, and took big bites. Seeing her son enjoy the food made Lin Shulan feel very satisfied. They say a king loves his eldest son, and a commoner cherishes the youngest. Lin Shulan had always doted on Zhou Yubai, her eldest son, like a precious jewel. However, Zhou Yubai had always been independent and reserved, often keeping his thoughts to himself, leaving her maternal love with little outlet. "Third son, eat a couple more. You have a long journey ahead. Don't go hungry." "I'll go wake Ning Ning up to eat," Lin Shulan said as she headed to the bedroom to call Xin Chuning. Zhou Yubai quickly stopped her, saying, "Mom, don't wake her. Let her sleep a bit longer. I'll carry her to the village to catch the bus later. I'll pack the buns in a lunchbox for her to eat when she wakes up." Lin Shulan didn't think it was strange for her son to spoil his wife and praised Zhou Yubai for his good idea. She busily took a lunchbox and packed the remaining buns carefully, wrapping them up and placing them in a bag with clothes, then using a warm coat to keep them hot. By this time, it was almost time to go. 2 aides had come to help them. Zhou Yubai went into the room and picked up Xin Chuning. He handed the luggage to the aides. When the aides saw Zhou Yubai carrying Xin Chuning out of the house, they were shocked, thinking she might be sick. They soon realized she was just still asleep, and Zhou Yubai was holding her to avoid waking her. They were even more surprised, their eyes nearly popping out. They exchanged glances, both incredulous. They had heard rumors in the army that Zhou Yubai was a devoted husband, but facing his cold demeanor and strict training methods every day, it was hard to connect him with being a loving husband. Seeing this scene today, they finally understood the saying about heroes struggling with beauty. Even someone as tough as Zhou Yubai had to be gentle in front of his wife. Zhou Yubai told Lin Shulan not to see them off, but she insisted on following them, and even Zhou Baohua got up to see them off. Zhou Yubai had experienced this many times since he joined the army at 16, but this time felt different because he was holding his whole world in his arms. When they reached the Shen family's door, it was more formal. Shen Qingsong and Shen Qingfeng were waiting outside, along with 2 pairs of siblings peeking out. They had planned to say goodbye, but seeing Shen Chunning sleeping soundly in Zhou Yubai's arms, they didn't want to wake her. Only Shen Qingsong, still worried, asked Zhou Yubai to take good care of Shen Chunning and to trust her if anything happened. Zhou Yubai agreed to all of it. Until they got into the car, Shen Chunning remained asleep. As she watched the military jeep drive further away, Lin Shulan couldn't help but shed tears, and Shen Qingsong's eyes were also filled with emotion. Even as the car disappeared from sight, he stood on tiptoe, looking in the direction where Shen Chunning had left. "Dad, let's go back. With Yubai here, you don't need to worry too much about our little sister. Besides, the 3rd brother is still there. Even if Yubai gets busy and can't pay attention, the 3rd brother will take good care of her." Only then did Shen Qingsong wipe his eyes and reluctantly glance back toward the city, saying, "Let's head back." The journey from Sihang village to the train station was bumpy, but with Zhou Yubai protecting her, Shen Chunning didn't feel a thing. In fact, with Zhou Yubai's embrace and the car rocking like a cradle, she slept even more comfortably. It was only when the car stopped at the train station that she rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. Hearing the noisy sounds outside, her big, bright eyes were still filled with confusion. Just waking up, her little face was flushed, and her voice was soft and sweet. "Yubai, where are we?" Zhou Yubai gently ruffled her smooth hair. "At the train station." Shen Chunning was surprised and sat up quickly. "We're already at the train station?" She realized she had slept all the way from home to the train station without saying goodbye to her dad, brother, sister-in-law, or grandmother. Her little face was filled with regret. Zhou Yubai understood her feelings and said, "Don't worry, Dad and Mom, as well as your father-in-law and brothers, don't blame you. They didn't want me to wake you up this morning. Here, your mom packed some buns for you, and they've been kept warm in your coat. Eat them while they're hot, so you don't go hungry." Shen Chunning was now eating for 2, so she got hungry quickly. The smell of the buns made her stomach growl, and she stopped worrying about not saying goodbye to her family. She held the bun and took small bites. Seeing her satisfied expression while eating, Zhou Yubai couldn't help but smile. The attendant could only take them to the train station, and when it was time to board, only Zhou Yubai carried their luggage while helping Shen Chunning onto the train. Although the loudspeaker at the train station announced for everyone to line up, hardly anyone listened, and everyone rushed to get on the train. Zhou Yubai kept Shen Chunning close to him, avoiding the crowd. If it were just him, he would have already gotten on the train and found a seat. But his wife is pregnant, so he prefers to board a bit later rather than rush for a little extra time. Once most people were on board, Zhou Yubai finally picked up his luggage with both hands and carefully helped Shen Chunning onto the train with one arm raised protectively. While waiting on the platform, Shen Chunning had been standing on her tiptoes, curiously looking at the train. She had also been on this train in a dream, but that dream felt fleeting, like a scene from a movie, and she didn't have a strong sense of it. Now, seeing the train right in front of her, she felt excited and eager. However, that excitement and anticipation only lasted until she stepped onto the train. As soon as she got on, the loud noises made her ears ring, and the mixed smells of sweat and feet hit her, making her eyes sting. Shen Chunning's originally rosy face turned pale. She wondered if she would have to endure this environment for more than 5 or 6 days on the train. She started to doubt if she could handle it. Zhou Yubai felt sorry for her and regretted bringing her along this time. She was already weak and now pregnant. The train environment was tough. With a pale face, Shen Chunning clutched Zhou Yubai's shirt and asked, "Yubai, will we really be on the train for 5 or 6 days?" Zhou Yubai felt even more pain for her. He realized he hadn't thought it through. But it was too late to regret now. He could only softly reassure her, the sleeper car isn't as crowded, and the environment is a bit better. Shin Chun-ning nodded tightly, moving her feet to follow him. But as they walked, she suddenly sensed something was off. She felt a gaze fixed on her. Following that gaze, she met the deep-set eyes of Chin Ziyun, whose look was filled with resentment, unwillingness, and even a hint of affection. Shin Chun-ning frowned and, seeing Chun Ziyun's gaunt face, felt a wave of disgust. She straightened her back and shot a fierce glare back at Chin Ziyun. Zhou Yubai noticed her reaction, looked down at her, and quickly spotted Chin Ziyun. Zhou Yubai's cold gaze turned to Chin Ziyun, who immediately shrank back, nervously averting his eyes. As soon as Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning walked by, Chin Ziyun's hand, which had been resting at his side, slowly tightened into a fist. He didn't understand the feelings swirling inside him. He believed Shin Chunning should be with him. Seeing her so radiant and protected by Zhou Yubai made him feel both unwilling and jealous. Then he felt resentment towards Shin Chunning for being heartless. She had once pursued him fiercely, acting as if she couldn't live without him, but then she turned around and embraced Zhou Yubai, marrying him and starting a family. He also blamed Wang Yumin, thinking that if it weren't for her tricking him into trying to control Shin Chunning by saying they could succeed if they got her jade pendant, he could still be in Sihong village, enjoying a comfortable life supported by Shin Chunning. Now, although he could return to the city, his record of hard labor made it impossible for him to find work. Without a job or any source of income, he would be living off his family, knowing full well how much judgment he would face. Under Zhou Yubai's protection, Shin Chunning quickly reached the sleeping car. The sleeping car had 6 bunks, 3 on each side, with 2 lower and 1 upper bunk. Zhou Yubai had bought tickets for 2 lower bunks since they were much more spacious than the middle and upper ones. However, the downside was that lower bunks were often used for sitting. When Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunning entered the car, the other 4 passengers were already there. Apart from a young woman sitting on her upper bunk on the right, the other 3 were seated on the 2 lower bunks. A young man occupied the lower bunk on the right, while an elderly couple sat on the middle and upper bunks on the left. In those times, those who could afford sleeping tickets usually came from families with some means. Seeing them arrive and knowing they had lower bunks, everyone politely stood up to apologize. "Excuse us, we're sorry. The train was so crowded that when my partner got on, she accidentally twisted her ankle and sat in your seats for a moment. Please don't mind us." Shin Chunning didn't like sitting in her own bunk, but given the situation, she couldn't be picky. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine." The young man on the right, after apologizing, climbed back to his middle bunk. Zhou Yubai carefully helped Shin Chunning sit down on the bunk and then started to organize their luggage. "Take out the water cups, lunch boxes, wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste that you will need on the train. You can leave the other items that are not needed in the luggage bag under the bed." While Zhou Yubai was packing, the old gentleman who mentioned that his wife had twisted her ankle seemed hesitant to speak. Although Shin Chunning had never been on a train or slept in a sleeper car, she understood that the old man likely wanted to swap sleeping arrangements with them. Sure enough, after she thought this, the old man clenched his teeth and said, "Young comrade, I have a small request. My wife twisted her ankle, and it's a bit inconvenient for her to climb up and down. You both have lower bunks, could you please swap one with us?" After he spoke, he quickly added, "I will pay the difference. The lower bunk is wider and more comfortable to sit in, so the ticket price is naturally a bit higher." Shin Chunning, being pregnant, couldn't climb up and down, so she knew she couldn't give up her spot for the elderly couple. She looked at Zhou Yubai. Without thinking, Zhou Yubai nodded, "Sure. I'll take the middle bunk." It didn't matter to him where he slept. He had bought 2 lower bunks to take better care of his wife on the train. Now that they encountered someone who needed the lower bunk more, he naturally gave it up without hesitation. The old man immediately thanked them profusely. This was Shin Chunning's first train ride, and she was curious about the beds. However, once the train started moving, the loud noise hurt her ears, and the scenery outside became monotonous, which soon bored her. After Zhou Yubai greeted the other passengers, He pulled the curtain around her lower bunk, so she could rest comfortably. When Shin Chunying woke up, she heard the other passengers chatting. The elderly couple who swapped bunks had a son in the capital, and they were going to visit him. The woman in the upper bunk on the right was going to report to a university after being recommended to attend a workers' and peasants' university. The man in the middle bunk was sent by his workplace to learn advanced work practices in the capital. Shin Chunying also opened the curtain. The elderly lady across from her smiled and asked, "Comrade, are you awake? We didn't disturb you while talking, did we?" Shin Chunying quickly waved her hand. "No, not at all." The sound of the train engine and the chatter of people in the carriage barely affected her. Although Zhou Yubai hadn't chatted with everyone, he was worried about Shin Chunying sleeping alone on the lower bunk, so he stayed by her side. Now that Shin Chunying was awake, he quickly asked if she was thirsty or hungry. Before getting on the train, she had eaten 2 big buns made by Lin Shulan. But now she was feeling quite hungry and a bit thirsty. She blinked her big, bright eyes at him and said, "I'm thirsty and hungry." "Then you chat with everyone for a bit while I heat up some food and get you some hot water," Zhou Yubai said gently before getting up and leaving the carriage. The train did offer meals, but the box lunches were expensive and not very tasty. Plus, they were only served at mealtimes, and Shin Chunying had missed lunch because she had been sleeping. Even if she wanted a box meal, it was too late. However, they had plenty of food for this trip, thanks to their parents and siblings who prepared a lot for them. In their luggage, there were not only biscuits but also freshly made meat buns and hot rice packed in aluminum containers. On top of the rice, there was stir-fried pork and shredded potatoes made by Lin Shulan that morning. After heating the containers in hot water, they would have delicious pork and potato rice bowls. "Young lady, you are lucky. Your man is very thoughtful," said an elderly woman from the opposite bunk after Zhou Yubai left. Shin Chunying felt a bit shy and smiled as she replied, "Grandma, your husband is good to you too. If my partner and I can be like you and your husband, I would be very happy." Hearing this, the elderly woman blushed slightly and glanced at the man who was helping her with her injured foot, unable to hide her sweetness. "He may not have many other strengths, but he has a good temper and treats me well. I see your man is also caring. You'll be happy together." Shin Chunying nodded, believing this to be true. After all, she knew Zhou Yubai's character well from growing up with him and from the dreams she had. Then the elderly woman asked what they were traveling for. Shin Chunying explained that her husband was a soldier and that she was accompanying him to the army. Suddenly, not only the elderly couple but also the other man and woman looked at her with more respect. The people support the military, and the military loves the people has never been just empty words. The whole society now shows great support and affection for soldiers and their families. After chatting with the elderly lady for a while, Zhou Yubai returned with a warm meal. He set up a small movable table in the compartment to place the meal box. Shin Chunying sat on the edge of the bed to eat, while Zhou Yubai poured her some warm water, patiently checking the temperature before giving it to her. Once Shin Chunying finished eating, she felt a bit bored and wanted Zhou Yubai to accompany her for a walk in the aisle to help with digestion. However, thinking about the smell outside in the compartment, she decided to hold off. They slowly walked around the small compartment a couple of times. Zhou Yubai watched her, feeling both heartbroken and guilty. He had originally planned to return to the logistics unit and stay there until his wife gave birth and completed her postpartum recovery before going back to the front lines. But plans changed, and now he had no choice but to go back. With limited conditions, Shin Chunying couldn't move much, but as her pregnancy progressed, she needed to stay active to avoid swelling. Zhou Yubai kept giving her warm compresses and massages to promote blood circulation and prevent swelling. However, after eating and drinking, she inevitably needed to use the restroom. Shin Chunying had never traveled by train before, and while eating and drinking, she hadn't thought about this. Now, feeling the urge, her face turned slightly embarrassed. Zhou Yubai noticed her expression and became a bit anxious. "Wife, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Shin Chunying shook her head, her face slightly flushed as she whispered, "I need to use the restroom." Zhou Yubai sighed in relief. "I'll go with you." As soon as they stepped out of the sleeper compartment, the unpleasant smell from the hard seat area hit them. Shin Chunying's face turned pale from the odor. When they reached the restroom, the awful smell made her scrunch her face in discomfort. If it weren't for her pregnancy, she would have tried to hold it until they reached their destination. Given the situation, she had to hold her breath and act quickly. After finishing as fast as she could, she hurriedly rushed out. At the restroom door, whether from the smell or her legs feeling a bit numb from squatting, her legs suddenly gave way, and she started to fall. Just then, a thin hand reached out to support her. She saw that hand and felt even more anxious, instinctively wanting to pull away. She would rather fall to the ground. That hand was too familiar to her. There was a red mole on the back of the hand, unmistakably belonging to Chinziyun. As she moved away, she avoided Chinziyun's hand, but at the same time, Zhou Yubai's tall figure appeared in front of her, catching her and pulling her into his embrace. "Wife, are you okay?" Zhou Yubai's voice trembled slightly. Heaven knows, in that moment, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Shin Chunying leaned against the man's strong embrace, feeling her heart settle, but she couldn't help feeling a bit wronged and asked him with red eyes, "Where did you go just now?" This man had clearly promised to wait for her outside the door. But when she came out, it was that disgusting Chinziyun waiting for her. Zhou Yubai felt a wave of guilt. "I'm sorry." He had seen a fellow soldier on the train and went over to greet him. He thought it was just a few steps away and had been keeping an eye on the situation. When he saw Chinziyun outside the restroom, he quickly said goodbye and came back. But he almost arrived too late. Zhou Yubai directly picked up Shin Chunying. Neither of them glanced at Chinziyun again. Watching their backs, Chinziyun felt an indescribable bitterness and resentment. In the following 2 days, Shin Chunying tried her best to endure, only eating and drinking when she couldn't stand it anymore, trying to minimize her trips to the restroom. The baby in her belly was surprisingly well behaved. Usually, whenever Shin Chunying felt a bit hungry or thirsty, the little one would practice boxing inside her. This time, after Shin Chunying explained the situation to her belly, the little one seemed to understand, and even when she felt hungry, he didn't cause much trouble. Zhou Yubai watched his wife endure not eating or drinking and felt very distressed. He knew Shin Chunying couldn't handle the train's restroom, so he didn't urge her to eat or drink. He somehow managed to get 2 chocolate bars for her, saying that they could quickly replenish energy and wouldn't produce much waste like other foods. During the next 2 days of travel, the people in the same carriage occasionally chatted, but everyone was cultured and polite, maintaining boundaries that made it comfortable for everyone. For Shin Chunying, this journey, aside from enduring hunger, was quite pleasant. 3 days later, the train arrived at the capital station. For safety reasons, Zhou Yubai waited until most people had gotten off the train before helping Shin Chunying exit. After getting off, Zhou Yubai found a seat in the waiting area, while Shin Chunying stayed there with their luggage, and he went to buy tickets to Liaobei City. Shin Chunying had been to this train station in her dreams. In her dreams, she traveled alone for over 3 days on a hard seat to find Chinziyun. However, the parts of her journey in the dream were all very blurry. She looked around the station. Although some things felt familiar, everything also seemed strange. At that moment, a friendly middle-aged woman next to her greeted her. "Young lady, is this your first time in the capital? Are you here to visit family or for business?" Shin Chunying glanced at her, noticing the woman's kind smile. However, for some reason, the woman's smile made her uneasy, and she imagined being taken deep into the mountains by this woman. She pressed her lips together in caution and ignored her. Anxiously, she looked in the direction Zhou Yubai had gone, hoping he would return soon. The woman nudged her a couple of times, saying, "Hey, why aren't you talking to me? You're not mute, are you?" This was Shin Chunying's first time alone in such a big and unfamiliar place. Although she felt a bit anxious, she was not afraid. She turned and glared at the woman, saying, "Excuse me, what do you want? I'll have you know that my husband is a soldier. If you keep bothering me, I have reason to suspect you might be trying to extract information from me as an enemy agent." Shin Chunying tried to keep a serious expression, and her words quickly drew the attention of those around them. Many people turned to look at them, especially when they heard the term enemy agent, which made everyone alert. In recent years, the country had become more stable and harmonious, and people's lives were improving, but there were always some hostile elements trying to disrupt the achievements of the party and the people. Such individuals were naturally despised by everyone. Shin Chun-ning's strong response and the intense gazes from the crowd intimidated the woman, who quickly withdrew her earlier intentions. With an awkward smile, she said, "Oh, you're a soldier's wife. No wonder you're so cautious. I just wanted to say a couple of things to pass the time. Please don't misunderstand and think I'm suspicious. I can't handle that." At that moment, Zhou Yubai returned from buying tickets. Seeing everyone staring at his wife and an older lady, he quickly rushed to Shin Chuning's side, asking, "Honey, what happened?" Shin Chuning glared at him in annoyance, not wanting to talk to him, let alone explain anything. At home, she thought he was quite caring. But now, outside, he was letting her down. He didn't wait outside the restroom for her on the train, and now he left her alone in the waiting area. The older lady sized up Zhou Yubai and felt a chill. She had just doubted Shin Chuning's claim of being a military wife, thinking she might be tricking her. But seeing Zhou Yubai's strong presence made her break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, she had been cautious and stopped herself earlier. Otherwise, if she had bothered the delicate pregnant woman, she might have ended up in serious trouble. The older lady awkwardly explained the situation to Zhou Yubai, emphasizing that she only wanted to chat because she was bored sitting next to Shin Chuning and had no other intentions. Zhou Yubai looked her over, nodded slightly, and said nothing. He picked up all the luggage again and took Shin Chuning to the luggage storage area to check their bags. While buying tickets, he realized that Shin Chuning hadn't eaten or slept well on the train and wouldn't be able to handle another 2 days of travel. So, he bought tickets for a train to Liaobei City for the next day and decided they would stay in a guest house in the capital for a night. Although Shin Chuning let him lead her and followed obediently, she grew more upset, her eyes reddening and her cheeks puffing up as if she might explode with anger. When Zhou Yubai heard the older lady's explanation, he already understood why his wife was upset. He felt guilty and frustrated. Before this journey, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. He thought he had considered everything that could happen and believed he could take good care of his wife on the road. But once it came to reality, he realized it was not that simple. He overlooked many things and made her suffer. Especially just now. He wasn't very good with words, and at that moment, he didn't know how to cheer Shin Chuning up. He could only say, "Wife, I'm sorry. I was careless earlier and shouldn't have left you alone in the waiting area. I know you're probably very angry right now, but could you please try not to be?" She almost laughed in anger at his words. What did he mean by knowing she was angry and asking her not to be? "Can you come with me to take care of something?" Shin Chun-ning didn't want to accompany him at all. But in this unfamiliar place, she had no choice but to follow him. Zhou Yubai took her to the police booth, showed his ID to the on-duty officer, and said something. The officer's expression immediately became serious, and soon a team leader gathered the other officers and headed toward the waiting area. Shin Chun-ning looked at the departing officers in confusion, and then at Zhou Yubai. "What did you tell the police? Where are they going?" "The woman you were talking to earlier has a problem. I suspect she is a human trafficker," Zhou Yubai said. Hearing this, Shin Chun-ning recalled the strange images that had come to her mind when she saw the woman, and she shivered. She frowned, but the police wouldn't just arrest someone based on your suspicion. "Do you want to go see?" the man asked gently. Looking at his face, Shin Chun-ning was still angry, but her curiosity eventually won out. She nodded. As Zhou Yubai walked her slowly to the waiting area, they saw the officers who had gathered earlier quickly running toward a crowd. From that crowd, a woman's scream could be heard. "Let go of me. I'm not your daughter-in-law. Help. I'm really not her daughter-in-law, wah." At the same time, a woman's crying voice reached everyone's ears. "Daughter-in-law, stop making a scene. You're pregnant. If you want to go with that man, at least have the baby first. Your mother and Dabin have already agreed. Just come home with me, And after you have the baby, if you want to stay, Dabin will take good care of you. If you still want to go with that man, leave the baby with us, and you can go live your life freely. Shin Chun-ning heard the voice from a distance and looked at Zhou Yu-bai in shock. Is that the voice of that lady from earlier? Zhou Yu-bai nodded. As soon as the crowd heard the lady's words, they began to criticize the woman who had just asked for their help. I knew she was pretending not to know her own mother-in-law. Turns out she wanted to run away with another man while pregnant. That mother-in-law is too easygoing. Even with her daughter-in-law in this situation, she still encourages her son to be with her. I think she should be reported for this and sent away for punishment, ugh. The sounds of disdain from the crowd grew louder. The pregnant woman, pulled by the lady, was left speechless, her pale face filled with despair. At that moment, several police officers rushed into the crowd. The pregnant woman quickly grabbed one of the officers, saying, "Officer, I'm not her daughter-in-law. I don't know her. She wants to take me away. Please help me." Seeing the situation turn against her, the lady tried to escape. But looking around, she saw several officers had surrounded her, leaving her no way to run. She forced a smile and said, "Why are the police involved? Officer, this is just a family matter. We can handle it ourselves." The leading police officer had a stern expression. "Stop talking. Show me your identification." In these times, identification was required everywhere. The pregnant woman quickly pulled out her identification from a pocket sewn inside her clothing. "Officer, look, this is my identification. I came from your province to visit relatives in Liao Bay City and changed trains in the capital. My husband is serving in Liao Bay City." Shin Chun-ning instinctively glanced at Zhou Yu-bai upon hearing this. What a coincidence. This pregnant woman was also going to Liao Bay City and was a military wife. The crowd, who had just supported the lady in criticizing the pregnant woman, suddenly became less certain. This woman has identification and is a military wife. She doesn't seem like the kind of person the lady described. Could the lady be lying? Is she a trafficker trying to sell this woman? At that moment, the lady also took out her identification. "From you province?" After the officer reviewed the lady's identification, he sternly asked, "You are from you province, and this woman is from your province. How can she be your daughter-in-law?" "Officer, The lady was at a loss for words, her eyes darting around. At that moment, she suddenly pulled out a shiny spring knife, pointing it at the pregnant woman's neck.
"Don't move.
Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll hurt her." The pregnant woman turned pale with fear, losing all color in her face. Shin Chun-ning was also scared and felt weak in her legs. While worrying about the military wife, she couldn't help but feel relieved that she had acted quickly earlier. If she hadn't startled the woman when they were talking, she might have been the one with a knife to her throat. Zhou Yu-bai glanced at the chaos and then looked down at his frightened wife. She gently pushed him and said, "Yu-bai, can you think of a way to help that woman?" At that moment, Shin Chun-ning forgot about being upset with him. She looked anxiously at the woman, almost in tears. Zhou Yu-bai nodded and told her, "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he walked quickly toward the situation. The crowd had been cleared away by the police, leaving only the officers surrounding the kidnapper. Just as Zhou Yu-bai approached, 2 meters away from the kidnapper, the man suddenly screamed, and the knife fell from his hand. The police reacted swiftly. The closest officer kicked the kidnapper, sending him crashing to the ground. 2 other officers quickly rescued the pregnant woman, and soon they had the kidnapper restrained. Zhou Yu-bai returned to Shin Chun-ning's side, and the police captain came over to salute him. "Comrade, thank you for your help." Zhou Yu-bai nodded slightly. It was nothing. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman was expressing her gratitude to the police, promising that when she got to the base, her husband would write a thank-you letter to them. "Actually, you should thank that soldier," one officer said. "He informed us that a kidnapper was in the station, and he was the one who knocked the knife from the kidnapper's hand." Hearing this, the pregnant woman approached Zhou Yu-bai and Shin Chun-ning, sincerely thanking them. "Thank you so much. You saved my life and my child's life. My name is Ding Hongye, and my husband is Lei Bingjun from the Liaobei Military District. May I ask your names? Ding Hongye spoke very clearly, and Shin Chunying immediately felt a good impression of her. After hearing Ding Hongye's introduction, Zhou Yubai surprisingly spoke up, "Are you old Lei's wife?" Ding Hongye's eyes lit up with joy. "Comrade, you know my husband." Zhou Yubai nodded. "When is your train to Liaobei City?" Ding Hongye quickly shared her train schedule with Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunying. Now it was Shin Chunying's turn to be excited. "Sister-in-law, we're on the same train. We can travel together tomorrow and look out for each other." Ding Hongye was even happier. This was her first time traveling alone, and she was pregnant. Now that she had met trustworthy people to travel with, she felt incredibly lucky. Since the train ride was tomorrow, they needed to stay at a guest house tonight. On the way to the guest house, Shin Chunying and Ding Hongye chatted. Learning that this was Ding Hongye's first pregnancy, and she was almost 6 months along, Shin Chunying quietly calculated that their due dates might be close. Shin Chunying felt good about it. Having someone with a similar pregnancy timeline to talk to would be helpful. Zhou Yubai found a nearby guest house at the train station. He and Shin Chunying showed their marriage certificate and introduction letter to get a room. Ding Hongye took a room by herself. After several days of traveling, everyone was tired. Once they arrived at the guest house, Shin Chunying didn't chat much with Ding Hongye and went to her room to rest. After having fun chatting with Ding Hongye, Shin Chunying turned serious as soon as she faced Zhou Yubai, ignoring him. Throughout the journey, Zhou Yubai thought about how if it weren't for Shin Chunying's vigilance, she might have been taken by the trafficker. He imagined the scene of a knife at his wife's throat and felt a pang of pain in his heart. Seeing Shin Chunying still upset, he felt guilty. Instinctively, he hugged Shin Chunying from behind. "Wife, I'm sorry." Shin Chunying sighed upon hearing those words. She turned and glared at him. "Can you say something different?" "I'm tired of hearing that." Zhou Yubai had a somewhat fierce and cold expression, but he rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Recently, he had upset his wife quite a bit and had apologized more than usual. Shin Chunying turned her head away, still sulking. Suddenly, she heard a loud pop behind her. When she turned around, she saw the man standing straight and formally bowing to her. "Report, my dear wife. Due to my negligence, you have been wronged. I will write a 5,000-word reflection, deeply reconsider my mistakes, and I will take on all household chores for the rest of my life. Plus, I will wash your feet and give you back rubs every day." Hearing this ridiculous punishment, Shin Chunying felt both angry and amused. Was he punishing himself? It was clearly a punishment for her. When had he ever been serious while washing her feet or giving her a back rub? It always ended with her voice hoarse from crying before he would stop. But looking at his sincere expression of regret, she found it hard to stay angry. In fact, she had already stopped being mad. After all, she knew that in that situation, their best plan was for one person to watch the luggage while the other bought the tickets. Zhou Yubai understood how hard it was for her to stand in line, which is why he let her stay with the bags. Unfortunately, she had bad luck and encountered a shady person just as she sat down. She had been deliberately giving him the cold shoulder because he hadn't yet tried to cheer her up, and she didn't want to make it easy for him. Now that he had made an effort, she decided to let it go. She stood on her tiptoes and smiled brightly as she kissed him on the chin. To deal with a man, you have to give a little slap and then a sweet treat. Sometimes you still need to comfort him. With admiration in her eyes, she tugged at his sleeve and playfully asked, "Yubai, you were amazing just now. You immediately saw that the woman was bad, and even from a distance, you knocked the knife out of her hand and saved Aunt Ding. How did you do that?" With such a look from his wife, Zhou Yubai felt a sweet warmth in his heart, and he couldn't help but smile. If someone else had asked him such a silly question, he would have dismissed it. But since it was his wife, he cleared his throat and answered seriously, "Ahem." That woman looked friendly, but there was a fierce glint in her eyes and a sense of menace about her, which is something you only see in people who have taken lives. Considering her attempts to flirt with you and gather your personal information, I conclude that she is definitely not an ordinary person. As for disarming her, it was simple. I flicked a small stone at her wrist, and she naturally couldn't hold the knife properly. Brother Yubai, you are really amazing. Shin Chunying praised him sincerely, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Zhou Yubai. Zhou Yubai felt a surge of pride from her gaze, a feeling he had never experienced even when receiving awards for his achievements. Meeting his wife's adoring eyes made his heart flutter. While Shin Chunying was crying softly, she felt regretful. She had been too sweet with him, awakening his wild side. Now that Shin Chunying was pregnant, and with the poor quality of the bed at the inn, it creaked with every movement, so Zhou Yubai was careful and didn't use much strength. However, Shin Chunying still felt exhausted. Their train was scheduled to leave the next afternoon. Shin Chunying slept until afternoon before lazily opening her eyes. Since the train entered the northern region, she had felt the significant temperature difference. Even though Zhou Yubai had wrapped her up like a little bear before they got off the train, she was still very cold before arriving at the inn. But once inside, it was warm and cozy, almost too warm. It was her first time realizing that winter in the north could be so comfortable, which explained why there were still vendors selling ice pops outside in such cold weather. Staying in the warm and dry room made her crave an ice pop. She shared her thought with Zhou Yubai. As soon as he heard the words ice pop, he firmly refused. No. Eating ice is bad for your health. Honey, please. I've never tried having an ice pop in winter. Just let me have one, please. Shin Chunying pleaded, snuggling against his arm with her fluffy little head. Zhou Yubai couldn't resist her charm and felt his heart melting. In less than half a minute, the strict commander, who never tolerated disobedience, agreed. All right, I'll go buy you one. You stay here and rest a bit longer. Okay. Shin Chunying nodded eagerly, looking very obedient. She thought Zhou Yubai would be back in 5 or 6 minutes, but after waiting for almost 20 minutes, he finally returned. Hearing the door open, her beautiful, bright eyes filled with anticipation as she looked over. But she saw Zhou Yubai holding a lunchbox and no ice cream. Honey, where's my ice cream? It's right here. Zhou Yubai looked at her affectionately, opened the lunchbox, and handed it to her. She looked inside the lunchbox and then at Zhou Yubai's serious face, unable to believe it. Is this ice cream? Zhou Yubai nodded. Yes, it's mung bean ice cream. Shin Chunying's excited expression fell. This is clearly mung bean soup. And it was still steaming hot mung bean soup. Zhou Yubai said seriously, mung bean ice cream melts into mung bean soup, and when you freeze mung bean soup, it becomes mung bean ice cream. Essentially, they are the same thing. Shin Chunying. So he turned her ice cream into mung bean soup? Zhou Yubai noticed her disappointed expression. He avoided eye contact but stood tall, trying to appear confident. Humph. Shin Chunying huffed, crossed her arms, and turned away, ignoring him. The couple held their ground for a moment, but Zhou Yubai scratched his nose and conceded, Okay, I'll go buy you another one. Soon, in the guest house room, Zhou Yubai was intently watching Shin Chunying take a bite of her ice cream, nervously urging her to hold it in her mouth a bit longer before swallowing. Shin Chunying. After her first experience on the train, Shin Chunying made sure to take care of her personal matters at the guest house before heading to the station, making it easy to board the train. Yesterday, she checked tickets with Ding Hongye and found out they were on the same train and in the same sleeper compartment. Both were very happy about it. After all, the journey from the capital to Liaobei City would take 2 days, and having a familiar person to chat with in the same compartment would make the time pass more quickly. The advantage of traveling in a sleeper is that you don't encounter too many rude people. Over the next 2 days, Shin Chunying chatted with Ding Hongye about family matters and their hopes for life with the military, and the time flew by. Before getting off the train, Zhou Yubai wrapped Shin Chunying up like a bear, even covering her face with a scarf, leaving only her big, watery eyes visible. Ding Hongye had heard from her husband that it was very cold here, so she had prepared by wearing 2 cotton jackets. However, when she saw how Zhou Yubai had bundled Shin Chunying, she thought it was a bit much. But once they got off the train, a wave of cold hit her, making her shiver. She realized that wrapping up like Shin Chunying was indeed necessary. Seeing that Ding Hongye was only wearing 2 thin jackets and shivering, Shin Chunying quickly handed her a thick coat and a scarf. Sister-in-law, Put this on so you don't catch a cold. Ding Hongye didn't hesitate to accept them, saying thank you. She was pregnant, and if she caught a cold, it would not only be uncomfortable for her, but could also affect the baby. At this time of year in Liaobei City, the snow was melting, and after last night's rain, the remaining snow on the ground was dirty, completely different from the white landscape Shin Chunying had imagined. She felt a bit disappointed. Zhou Yubai had all the luggage on one arm and was supporting her with the other. Focus on walking. The ground is very slippery when the snow melts. Shin Chunying noticed Ding Hongye carefully testing her steps and patted Zhou Yubai. You don't need to support me. I can walk with sister-in-law. Ding Hongye had not brought much luggage, and Zhou Yubai had already helped her with it when they got off the train. Shin Chunying reached out to hold Ding Hongye's hand. Sister-in-law, let's hold hands. Zhou Yubai didn't let go of her hand. You hold on to sister-in-law, and I'll support you. It's safer that way. Shin Chunying obediently agreed, as she could feel how slippery the ground was. They couldn't afford to fall. The three of them walked out of the train station. Shin Chunying was focused on watching her feet when she heard a cheerful voice, Ning Ning. Her face lit up, and she looked up to see Shin Jingrong running toward her, wearing a military coat, a cap, and the scarf she had knitted for him. She was so happy that she wanted to jump. Third brother. At the same time, another rough voice called out, wife. When Shin Chunying realized what was happening, the hand she was holding Ding Hongye with was suddenly empty. Turning around, Ding Hongye saw a soldier dressed like third brother pick her up and spin her around. Ding Hongye's face instantly turned red, and she patted the man's shoulder, saying, What are you doing? Put me down quickly. There are so many people watching. It's so embarrassing. Shin Jingrong also wanted to pick up Shin Chunying and spin her around. But before he could act, Zhou Yubai blocked him with one hand, saying, Ning Ning is my wife. You can carry your own wife. As he said this, he handed his luggage directly to Shin Jingrong. Shin Jingrong, holding a large pile of luggage, looked at Zhou Yubai with dissatisfaction. Ning Ning is my little sister. I raised her, so why can't I carry her? Zhou Yubai's sharp gaze fell on Shin Jingrong. A girl should keep her distance from her brother. Shin Jingrong. Shin Chunying smiled and added, Third brother, Yubai is right. I'm about to be a mom, so it's really not appropriate for my brother to carry me anymore. Shin Jingrong. Watching Zhou Yubai and Shin Chunying introduce themselves to Lei Bingjun and his wife, he snorted softly and muttered, Girls become distant. Once they have a man, they forget their brothers. When Lei Bingjun learned that Zhou Yubai had saved his wife in the capital, he was so excited that he tightly grasped Zhou Yubai's hand and wouldn't let go. Captain Zhou, thank you so much. I'm just a simple man and don't know how to say pretty words, but from now on, you and your wife are our great benefactors. If you ever need anything, I'll do whatever it takes. Lei Bingjun had a bronze complexion and was not very tall, probably around 5 feet 7 inches, but he was very sturdy, with a typical strong build. When he spoke, his voice was booming, and Shin Chunying even suspected he might want to make them sworn brothers next. Zhou Yubai glanced at Lei Bingjun calmly. We're in the army, not in the underworld.
Hey.
Lei Bingjun grinned widely, scratching the back of his head with a chuckle. Let's get in the car. Zhou Yubai helped Shin Chunying and called for Lei Bingjun and Ding Hongye to get in as well. Once they were in the car, Shin Chunying remembered to ask Zhou Yubai, since you just got back, do we have a place to stay? She had heard third brother mention that housing in the army was very tight. Many soldiers qualified to bring their families could not do so because there was no housing available, which meant families could not accompany them. Ning Ning, don't worry, even if your man isn't reliable. You still have your third brother here, right? He won't let you stay in a place without a home. Before Zhou Yubai could respond, Shin Jingrong spoke up proudly. But as soon as he finished, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror and met Zhou Yubai's icy gaze, causing him to shrink back and stop boasting. It seemed that ever since he became Zhou's uncle, he had gotten a bit carried away. He cleared his throat and said to Shin Chunying, Ning Ning, when you married Zhou, he already applied for housing with the military, waiting for your approval to bring you along. During the past 6 months in the logistics unit, our commander has been waiting for him to return, and his position and housing have been kept for him. A few days ago, when your third brother received your letter, he helped prepare the house for you. Everything you need has been arranged, so you can just move in. Lei Bingjun, hearing this, quickly chimed in to take credit. Wife, I also got our house ready. You're welcome to come and check it out. His serious reporting demeanor made Ding Hongya feel a bit shy, and she couldn't help but glare at him and pinch him, saying, What are you doing? Commander Zhou, Captain Shin, and Xiao Qiao are all watching.
Hee hee.
Lei Bingjun chuckled, scratching his head, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the car was very harmonious. Shun Jingrong was driving and did not head straight back to the base. As soon as they met, Zhou Yubai told him to drive to the state-run restaurant first. Having taken many trains himself, he knew how unpleasant the restroom could be. Even on the train, he tried to limit eating and drinking to avoid using the restroom. Moreover, his sister, being so delicate, would surely struggle with the restroom smell. Although they were currently in the city of Liaobei, the streets and buildings were not much different from those in Qingyuan County. The only notable difference was that while the shops were open, they hung thick curtains to keep warm. The car stopped outside the state-run restaurant, and Shun Jingrong got out, instinctively reaching to help Shin Chun-ning out of the back seat. However, he saw that Zhou Yubai had already picked her up and carried her out. Shun Jingrong's muscles twitched in annoyance. In an instant, he felt like he didn't need to eat anymore. He was already full from the dog food. And it was sour dog food, which made his teeth hurt. It was colder during the thaw than when it was snowing. Outside, it was freezing, but as soon as they entered the state-run restaurant, a warm breeze greeted them. Zhou Yubai helped Shin Chunying take off her thick coat from outside, shook it off, and held it in his hands. Shin Chunying looked around the state-run restaurant. It was similar to the one in Qingyuan County, with white walls and red slogans saying, Develop production, ensure supply. A small blackboard on the wall displayed today's menu. The main dishes available today were noodles, coarse rice porridge, steamed rice, pork and sauerkraut dumplings, and vegetarian cabbage dumplings. The side dishes included braised pork, braised fish, braised potatoes, stir-fried potato strips, sautéed cabbage, pork stew with vermicelli, and a mixed stew. Due to the winter vegetable shortage, the variety was much simpler than in Qingyuan County, with the main vegetables being cabbage and potatoes. Shun Jingrong mentioned that according to local customs in Liaobei City, they should eat noodles after getting off the bus, and since they had just arrived, it was perfect for some noodles. They ordered 1 bowl of noodles each, along with braised fish, pork stew with vermicelli, and stir-fried potato strips. Shin Chunying was initially worried that 3 dishes for 5 people wouldn't be enough. However, when the dishes arrived, she was amazed by the portion sizes. Each serving was at least equivalent to 2 or 3 servings in Qingyuan County, which explained why her brother had stopped her from ordering more when she wanted to. She thought her brother was promoting a frugal lifestyle, but it turned out to be due to the significant difference in portion sizes between the north and south. Fortunately, she listened and didn't insist on ordering another dish. The northern portions were indeed very large. Shin Chunying could only eat half of her noodles and then couldn't eat anymore. Since her pregnancy, although her appetite had increased, as the baby grew, her stomach was compressed, and she ended up eating less at a time, just more frequently. Looking at the large amount of noodles left in front of her, she quietly tugged at Zhou Yubai's sleeve. Yubai, I can't eat anymore. Nearby, Shun Jingrong quickly reacted, Little sister, if you can't eat it, I will. But just as he reached out, a large hand had already taken Shin Chunying's remaining bowl of noodles. His hand reached out to find nothing. Shin Jingrong looked at Zhou Yubai. Zhou Yubai remained calm. Whatever my wife can't finish naturally comes to me. Shin Jingrong. He picked up a noodle from his bowl and slurped it, saying, What's so impressive? The things Ning Ning couldn't eat when she was little, I ate them all. Sen Cun Ning. These 2 men. So childish. After eating, they all got back in the car and headed straight to the military base. On the way, Zhou Yubai introduced Shin Chunning to places she would frequently visit in Liaobei City, like the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Grain Station, and Xinhua Bookstore. This time, Shin Jingrong had already helped gather everything needed for the family, and Ding Hongya's family didn't need to buy much either, so they didn't linger in the city. After driving out of the city for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the military district. From a distance, they could see the slogan on the military district's wall: follow the party's command, be able to win battles, and maintain good conduct. Upon reaching the entrance of the military district, Shin Chunning and Ding Hongya needed to register at the guard station. Everyone got out of the car. The guard was very surprised to see Zhou Yubai, exclaiming, "Captain Zhou, you're back. Welcome." Zhou Yubai nodded and returned a military salute, saying, "This is my wife. Please help with the registration." The guard looked at Shin Chunning and was momentarily stunned.
This
Is Captain Zhou's wife? She is so beautiful. He had never seen such a pretty woman, even more so than the female members of their military art troupe. No wonder the comrades who went on missions with Captain Zhou said he must have fallen into a gentle place, giving up a bright future on the front lines to transfer to logistics. If only he could marry someone as beautiful as her. The guard's thoughts began to drift, but he suddenly felt a strong gaze on him. Realizing, he quickly stood at attention and greeted Shin Chunning. "Hello, sister-in-law." When Zhou Yubai was in logistics, Shin Chunning had visited the camp, so she was much calmer facing the soldier's salute now. She confidently shook his hand and said, "Hello, comrade." After finishing the registration, she took out a bottle of spicy dried fish she had prepared from her bag and handed it to the guard, saying, "Comrade, thank you for your help. Here's something I brought from home for you to try." The guard was surprised that Shin Chunning would give him something and hesitated to accept it. Zhou Yubai encouraged him. "It's from your sister-in-law, so just take it." Only then did the guard accept the dried fish and bowed to Shin Chunning, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Until Zhou Yubai helped Shin Chunning into the car and walked away, the guard was still watching the direction in which their car had left. At that moment, another guard who had been out on duty returned. Seeing him in a daze, the first guard tapped him and asked, "What are you looking at? What is this?" Before he could answer, the other guard noticed the glass jar in his hand and reached out to grab it. He quickly hid the jar and said, "I just saw Captain Zhou's wife. She is really beautiful, like a fairy, and she is so gentle and kind." Shin Chunning had no idea that her jar of dried fish had caused the guard to spread her good name. The military district has hospitals, schools, factories, and other public facilities, as well as a service center for soldiers. The Soldier Service Center is similar to a supply cooperative, but it doesn't have as many items available. Earlier in the city, Shen Jingrong couldn't introduce his sister, but now that they were in the military district, he didn't wait for Zhou Yubai to speak before he started chatting away. Soon, the car arrived at the military family compound. Upon entering, they saw rows of 6-story buildings, which housed the families of company-level and deputy company-level officers, as well as the families of volunteers who had served for over 15 years. Lei Bingjun is currently a deputy company-level officer, and their family's assigned house is in this area. Shen Jingrong parked the car, and Lei Bingjun helped Ding Hongya out before unloading all of her luggage. At this time, many military families in the compound had already turned to look at them. Whose family has come to join the military? Must be from Captain Lei's family. Didn't he just bring people to tidy up the house a few days ago? It was cold, and Shin Chunning, being heavily pregnant, found it difficult to get in and out of the car. So, she didn't get out to say goodbye to Ding Hongya. Instead, she rolled down the window and said to her sister-in-law, "You go ahead and settle in. I'll come find you tomorrow so we can explore together and get familiar with the area." "Okay, you settle in too. We'll go together tomorrow." At that moment, the family members chatting in the compound also noticed there was another woman in the car. "Hey, besides Captain Lei's family, there's another woman coming to join the military? Oh wow, that lady in the car looks really pretty from afar. Why isn't she getting out? Why would she? She's a leader's family member and doesn't live here. That's why they say women should marry well." Marrying a leader means living in a big house with a yard. My husband has no hope of that. At that moment, another military wife nudged Lu Shutong, who was staring at the door. Shutong, your young Ding has many opportunities. If you encourage him to work hard and achieve something, he can get promoted. Lu Shutong did not expect to run into Shin Chunqing here. Seeing Shin Chunqing's smiling face made her heart ache with anger. She not only hated Shin Chunqing but also the entire Shin family. If it weren't for them, how could the Lu family have abandoned her and sent her so far away without caring about her well-being? As she listened to the other military wives, Lu Shutong snapped back to reality. However, she ignored them and coldly returned to her room. Once she left, the other military wives exchanged glances. Isn't her man just a deputy battalion commander? I don't understand why she acts so proud every day. Her pride isn't just because of her man. She's from the city, and I heard her family members are all officials. It's normal for her to look down on us rural folks. City people marry deputy battalion commanders too, and the spouses of high-ranking leaders aren't as arrogant as she is. Shin Chunqing was unaware of the happenings in the military community, and she knew even less about Lu Shudong's situation in this military district. After passing rows of neat buildings, they arrived at a row of tidy courtyards. At that moment, Shen Jingrong had parked the car in front of a small courtyard and proudly said to Shin Chunqing, "Ningning, this is the house assigned to your family. I cleaned it up for you inside and out. It looks nice, right?" When Shin Chunqing entered, she found that everything was indeed spotless. The kitchenware was all new, and the tables and chairs were also brand new. The courtyard was free of weeds, and the ground had been tilled. In the middle of the freshly prepared soil, a smooth path was laid with small stones. Even after the snow melted and it rained, the courtyard remained clean, and her shoes wouldn't get dirty at all. With sparkling eyes full of admiration, Shin Chunqing looked at Shin Jingrong and said, "Brother, you are amazing. Not only did you clean the house so well, but you also thought to pave a path in the courtyard. You are truly the best brother ever." Shin Jingrong felt immensely pleased and gently patted Shin Chunqing's little head. "Of course. Remember, your brothers and dad are the men who love you the most in the world." When Shin Jingrong said this, he deliberately glanced at Zhou Yubai with a challenging look. Zhou Yubai's cold gaze fell on him. "If you have nothing to do, you can go do some outdoor weight training. I will check tomorrow." Shin Jingrong's expression changed, and he quickly said, "I have something to do. Something important." Saying this, he hurriedly grabbed his hat from the table and dashed out. At the door, he poked his head back in and said, "Little sister, younger siblings, commander, he said you all should come to their house for dinner tonight. Don't forget." When he called them younger siblings, Zhou Yubai shot him a sharp look. The only downside to Shin Jingrong marrying Ning Ning was that his former little brother now acted like he was on top of the world, which was quite annoying. Hearing about the dinner at the commander's house made Shin Chunqing a bit nervous. "Yubai, should we bring a gift for the dinner?" Zhou Yubai noticed her anxiety and held her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "No need for gifts. The commander isn't inviting us specifically. He always invites new families to his home for a meal when they join the unit. Old Lei and Sister Ding should be there tonight too." Upon hearing this, Shin Chunqing felt a bit more at ease. With Sister Ding there, at least she would know someone, so she wasn't as nervous anymore. "But we should still bring something," Shin Chunqing said seriously, looking at Zhou Yubai. But what should she bring? If she brought something too extravagant, it might seem like she was trying too hard to impress. Yet, if it was too simple, it might not be appreciated. Plus, since she was going with Ding Hongya, she needed to choose something that was just right, similar to what Ding Hongya would bring. As she pondered whether to discuss this with Ding Hongya while Zhou Yubai packed, she heard Ding Hongya's voice outside. "Ciao, ciao, 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 do you live here?" Shin Chunqing quickly went to open the door. "Sister-in-law, you're here. I was just thinking of finding you. My husband Lei just told me that the commander invited both our families for dinner tonight. I came to find you while Lei is still at home packing, so we can discuss what to bring for the commander." Ding Hongya looked around the room while talking and said with some emotion, "I thought our house was spacious enough, but your house is even bigger. I just saw your yard, and if you plant some vegetables, your family won't have to spend money on them. Although Ding Hongye felt a bit envious, she was genuinely happy for Shin Chun-ning, without any hint of comparison or jealousy. Shin Chun-ning smiled and replied, "Yes, the yard is indeed spacious. Once I start growing vegetables, I'll share some with you, so your family can buy fewer groceries." "That sounds great," Ding Hongye responded cheerfully. "When you start planting, let me know, and I'll come help you. I can't just take your food without contributing." Both of them were happy in their new surroundings, and since they got along well, their conversation became more enjoyable. As they chatted, Shin Chun-ning suddenly remembered something important. "Sister-in-law, let's talk about the vegetables later. We should think about what to bring to the teacher's house." Ding Hongye slapped her forehead. "They say pregnancy makes you forgetful. Look at my memory." "Sister-in-law, we brought some cured meat and sausages. I was thinking of cooking some and cutting it up to take as a dish," Shin Chun-ning said. Ding Hongye's eyes lit up. "Ning Ning, that's a great idea. I also brought some sour soup from our province. I just saw that we have a fish in the water bucket at home. I don't know when Old Lei got it. I'll ask Old Lei to prepare the fish and make sour fish soup to take over," Ding Hongye said excitedly as she hurried back. Shin Chun-ning followed her and reminded her, "Sister-in-law, be careful. The floor is slippery." "Oh, are you from Captain Zhou's family? When did you arrive?" Just as Shin Chun-ning was about to turn back into the house, she heard a warm voice behind her. She turned around and saw a big sister-in-law standing at the gate of the neighboring yard, wearing a floral cotton coat and a headscarf, smiling as she replied, "Sister-in-law, we just arrived." "Did you just come back?" "Yes, the service center had lamb today, so I bought some. It's too cold during the thaw, and we need something warm to withstand it," Yuan Ping said while looking at Shin Chun-ning. Noticing that Shin Chun-ning looked delicate and was wearing a brand new cotton coat that seemed quite stylish, her gaze flickered. Wasn't it said that Zhou Yubai's wife was a country girl from the same village? Why is she so well dressed? It's clear she's vain and doesn't know how to live well. No wonder there were rumors in the army that Zhou Yubai suddenly got married. He must have fallen for her charm. Yuan Ping is practical, and thinking this made her less enthusiastic about her new neighbor, Shin Chun-ning. After exchanging a few polite words with Shin Chun-ning, she returned to her own room. Shin Chun-ning noticed the change in Yuan Ping's attitude and felt confused. However, she wasn't good at making friends, so when others were cold towards her, she didn't push to connect and went back home. At this time, Zhou Yubai had finished packing and made the bed. Shin Chun-ning directed him to wash the cured meats. Meanwhile, Yuan Ping's husband, Pang Yongping, returned home. When Pang Yongping entered, he saw the door to the neighboring yard open and asked, "Did the Zhou family come back?" Yuan Ping replied and couldn't help but ask her husband, "Did you see Zhou Yubai's wife when you came back?" Pang Yongping frowned and replied, "What kind of question is that? Am I supposed to be watching my comrade's wife? I didn't say to watch her. I just asked if you saw her. I saw Zhou Yubai's wife earlier. She looked like a country girl. Her face was very bright, and she wore a brand new thick coat without a single patch, along with small leather boots. You know, around here, even city military wives don't dress like her. I don't think she knows how to live well. Back in the army, so many women pursued Zhou Yubai. Why did he choose her?" Pang Yongping, sitting at the table reading a newspaper, frowned at Yuan Ping's words and said impatiently, "Why do you care so much about other people's business? Hurry up and make dinner." Yuan Ping continued, "Honestly, Zhou Yubai is foolish. He could have had the sister of commander, but chose a country girl who only has looks. I don't understand what he was thinking." Shin Chun-ning was unaware of Yuan Ping's comments. She was busy taking the cooked cured meats out of the pot. "Wife, let me help. Be careful not to burn your hands," Zhou Yubai said as he quickly took the chopsticks and bowl from her and began to serve the cured meats. Shin Chun-ning originally planned to cut the food herself, but the man wouldn't let her, so she could only direct him from the side. The sausage was cut into long oval slices, and the bacon was sliced thinly. As Zhou Yubai was cutting, Shin Chun-ning carefully arranged the food on a plate, placing the sausage and bacon in circles like a flower, making it look delicious. Just as she finished arranging everything, Ding Hongyi and Lei Bingjun called for them from outside. Zhou Yubai held the dishes in one hand and took Shin Chunning's hand with the other as they went out. At this moment, at the home of Commander He, his wife, when Xueqing was cooking lamb in the kitchen when a tall young girl walked in, rolled up her sleeves, and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm here to help you." When Xueqing looked her up and down, He Yunyu was wearing a snow-white wool coat paired with a high-neck white sweater, looking very fashionable. When Xueqing knew what He Yunyu was thinking. At first, He Yunyu had asked her to introduce her to Zhou Yubai. But Zhou Yubai had said he had no plans to get married, and he rejected her without hesitation. However, just a month after Zhou Yubai turned down He Yunyu, he returned home on leave and submitted a marriage application. He was even in such a hurry that he sent a telegram to apply for marriage right after making a phone call. When this news spread in the army, rumors began to circulate that Zhou Yubai was in such a rush to get married because he might have been pursued by some morally questionable woman after returning home. There was a reason for these speculations. In the army, there were young and capable men who, when visiting home, encountered women who jumped into rivers. Out of a sense of duty, they saved these women and ended up being pressured into marriage. There were even more shameless cases where, while these men were home on leave, women from the same village took advantage of their relationship and, during meals, slipped them drugs used for breeding animals, leading to unwanted situations. Given their connections, these men couldn't just disregard their feelings and accuse the women of wrongdoing, sending them away. In the end, they had to swallow their pride and marry the women who had tricked them, ruining any chance of a happy marriage. However, these rumors in the army faded away after a while. Because the comrades who returned from a mission with Zhou Yubai described Shin Chunying as if she were a fairy, saying she was unmatched in beauty, their team leader Zhou was definitely not deceived. He was simply a hero struggling with the allure of a beautiful woman. He Yinyue was very angry after hearing these rumors. She couldn't believe that the man she liked could be so shallow, only caring about looks. So today, she came to see Shin Chunying while her cousin was treating the new military wives to dinner. If Shin Chunying really was just a pretty face, and Zhou Yubai had fallen for her, then she would consider herself blind in the past. But if she found out that Zhou Yubai did not willingly marry Shin Chunying, but rather that Shin Chunying used some trick to make him marry her, then she wouldn't mind breaking up their marriage. When Xueqing noticed that He Yinue had dressed up in a new outfit from the friendship store in Haicheng, and she understood what was on her mind, she felt a bit helpless. He Yinue was the youngest cousin of her man, more than 20 years younger than him, and only just turned 20. Being the youngest girl in the family, she had been spoiled and was a bit willful. When Xueqing pushed He Yinue out of the kitchen, saying, "Yinue, your outfit isn't suitable for helping your sister-in-law. You should go sit down and just wait for dinner." She was thinking about whether to give her cousin a few reminders to avoid any trouble that might embarrass her husband when she saw her husband come out of the study. He Chongjing looked seriously at He Yinue. "Yinue, why are you here?" He Yinue hugged her brother's arm and said playfully, "Big brother, sister-in-law is a great cook, so I just came to enjoy the meal." He Chongjing's stern gaze remained on He Yinue. "Is that all you came for?" He Yinue smiled. "Hee, I can't hide anything from your eyes, big brother. I also wanted to see what kind of woman Zhou Yubai married." Although He Chongxing spoiled this little cousin, he wouldn't joke about serious matters. He said firmly, "Yinue, I want to make it clear that Zhou Yubai is already married. If you just want to see what his partner is like, I won't stop you. But if you plan to cause any trouble, I won't protect you." He Yunyu huffed proudly, "Big brother, do you really look down on your sister? Am I the kind of person who would make things difficult for other girls just to compete for a man? Don't worry, as long as she and Zhou Yubai are in a normal, free relationship and not forcing him to marry her, I won't interfere at all." He Chongzheng didn't say anything more. He trusted his family's upbringing and He Yunyu's character. When Zhou Yubai arrived at Commander He's house with Shin Chuning and Lei Bingjun and Ding Hongyi, when Xueqing had just finished setting the table. When Xueqing was momentarily stunned when she saw Shin Chuning. The girl had red lips and white teeth, with delicate features. Although she was pregnant and wearing heavy clothes, making it hard to see her figure, her pure and charming face was enough to captivate anyone. Not only the men, but even Wen Xueqing, as a woman, couldn't help but feel a sense of affection for such a beautiful girl. It was hard to dislike someone so lovely. Seeing that they were carrying things, Wen Xueqing quickly approached them. "Oh, Shen and Ding, you shouldn't have brought anything. Zhou Lei, take your wives inside to sit." Shen Chuning smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, we won't be polite. We didn't bring gifts for you and the commander, just a little local specialty to add to the meal." Wen Xueqing felt even fonder of Shen Chuning after hearing this. She didn't know what other talent Shen Chuning had, but her beauty and graciousness made people feel warm and welcomed. Before meeting Shen Chuning, she thought Zhou Yubai was foolish for choosing a country girl over He Yunyu. But now, she felt that He Yunyu might not be quite right for Zhou Yubai after all. When Xueqing took out the cured meat and sausage that Shen Chuning brought, along with the sour fish that Ding Hongyi had prepared. The table already had the lamb soup that Wen Xueqing had made, along with stir-fried potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and scrambled eggs. In Liaobei City during winter, vegetables were scarce, relying mostly on pickled cabbage, potatoes, and cabbage to get through the season. Wen Xueqing, a skilled cook, had no other options. While making the soup, she had placed a mix of wheat and cornmeal pancakes on the side, which served as the main dish for the day. Although the meal seemed a bit simple, the bright red, oily sausages and cured meat that Shen Chuning brought instantly brightened the table. Additionally, the sour fish brought by Ding Hongye is also a bright red color, adding a festive touch to the dining table and making it more appetizing. The strong aroma of the sausages and pickled fish is quite overwhelming. He Changzhen laughed heartily, saying, "Having a wife really makes a difference. Yu Bai and Bing Jun wouldn't think to add more dishes for us. Isn't that right?" When Xueqing agreed with her husband, giving him a sideways glance. "You can't say anything about Yu Bai and Bing Jun. You're just as rough around the edges." When Xueqing's words made Shen Chunning and Ding Hongye feel more at ease with her.
Ha ha ha.
He Changzhen laughed heartily and invited Shen Chunning and Ding Hongye to sit down. Zhou Yubai pulled Shen Chunning to a seat, and He Yunyu sat right next to her. Wen Xueqing felt a bit nervous, worried that before they even started eating, He Yunyu might cause some trouble and upset someone. Fortunately, after sitting down, He Yunyu didn't immediately talk to Shen Chunning. He Changjing introduced Comrade Shen, Comrade Ding. "This is my cousin, He Yunyu. She works in our unit's art troupe." As soon as He Changjing finished speaking, He Yunyu fixed her gaze on Shen Chunning and extended her hand, saying, "Comrade Shen, hello, I'm He Yunyu, an actress and the head of the organization department." Shen Chunning noticed the challenge in He Yunyu's eyes and smiled warmly as she shook her hand, replying, "Comrade He, hello, I'm Shen Chunning, Zhou Yubai's partner." Upon hearing this introduction, a flash of disdain crossed He Yunyu's face, and she provocatively replied, "Comrade Shen, we are in a new society now. Our great leader has already stated that women can hold up half the sky. We no longer need to take our husband's surname. It's not great that you still introduce yourself by referencing your husband." At her words, everyone at the table, except Shen Chunning, changed their expressions. He Changjing's face darkened, and he was about to reprimand He Yunyu when Shen Chunning smiled and said, "Comrade He, you are absolutely right. I will strive to transfer my work soon and contribute to our country's socialist construction in a new place." He Yunyu thought that Shen Chunning would feel ashamed or even angry after her comment. To her surprise, Shen Chunning remained cheerful, making her feel as if she had hit a wall, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Listening to Shen Chunning, she mentioned that she wanted to transfer her work as soon as possible, not to let the army arrange a job for her. She couldn't help but say, "Comrade Shen, our army's job positions are quite limited, and many spouses are waiting for assignments. If you didn't have a job before, it wouldn't have been your turn so quickly." This time, Shen Chunning didn't speak, and Zhou Yubai was the first to say, "Ning Ning was our county's accountant before, and she was recognized as an outstanding employee last year." Everyone present knew Zhou Yubai's character. They all understood that he was usually very low-key, and now he was openly mentioning Shin Chun-ning's previous position and achievements because He Yunyu kept provoking him, and he wanted to support his wife. He Yunyu's expression turned a bit sour, but she could only swallow her words. When Xueqing quickly tried to ease the tension, saying, "Let's eat." The cured meat and sausages brought by Comrade Shin and the sour fish brought by Comrade Ding are really delicious. Today, we are lucky to have such good food. He Chongjing took the opportunity to say, "Since both Yu Bai and Bing Jun are here today, Xueqing, please bring out that bottle of wine I bought for the new year. I want to have a drink with Yu Bai and Bing Jun." As soon as He Chongjing said this, Shin Chunning noticed when Xueqing secretly glared at him, and Lei Bing Jun exchanged a glance with Zhou Yu Bai. They both remained silent, observing the situation. Shin Chunning immediately understood that commander. He was likely a wine lover like her father, but when Xueqing usually kept him from drinking. So, taking advantage of the occasion when subordinates were dining, when Xueqing couldn't refuse him and seized the chance to benefit herself. When Xueqing went to get the wine, and when she handed it to He Chongjing, she reminded him, "Drink less. The doctor said you shouldn't drink too much because of your health." I know. I'm just celebrating with Yu Bai and Bing Jun since they are here, and my 2 younger siblings just joined the army. That's why I asked you to bring it out for a couple of drinks, He Chongjing said eagerly as he took the wine. Wine is a bridge that fosters friendship among men. After a few drinks, the 3 men at the table started talking more. However, they were discussing military matters and Shin Chun-ning and the other women couldn't join in. At this moment, He Yunyu seemed to want to find out why Zhou Yu Bai and Shin Chun-ning got married so quickly. She once again brought up the topic with Shin Chun-ning, saying, "Comrade Shin, Commander Zhou was famously unattainable in our army. None of us expected that this unattainable flower would come home for a visit and be picked. Now that we have some free time, why don't you tell us about your love story with Captain Zhou?" He Yunyu looked at Shin Chunning with wide eyes, appearing eager to hear a story. Shin Chunning. She was smiling and about to act shy to tease He Yunyu. Beside her, Zhou Yu Bai placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her close. His deep, intense gaze looked at Shin Chunning with affection before he said to He Yunyu, "Ning Ning and I have known each other since we were kids. Our marriage wasn't sudden. I've been planning this for a long time, but she never agreed before. Now that she finally said yes, I have to seize the moment." He Yunyu. The smile on her face was starting to fade. She didn't doubt Zhou Yubai's words. After all, she had seen how he cared for Shin Chunning during dinner. Just earlier, when she simply asked Shin Chunning how she got together with Zhou Yubai, he immediately jumped in to defend her. She had said before that as long as their marriage wasn't a result of Shin Chunning's tricks, she wouldn't make things difficult for her. But seeing Zhou Yubai like this made her feel a pang of sadness, and her nose felt a bit tingly. For the rest of the meal, He Yunyu didn't say another word to Shin Chunning. The dinner ended only when Xueqing forcibly took away the liquor bottles from Commander He. As they left Commander He's house, it started to drizzle again, making the ground even more slippery. After Zhou Yubai led Shin Chunning out of the yard, he squatted down in front of her and said, "Wife, hop on my back." Shin Chunning's face turned red. "No, we're in the family area. There are so many people. It would be embarrassing if someone saw." "Wife, the ground is too slippery. I'm worried if you walk on your own. You can either let me carry you, or I can hold you. It's your choice." Shin Chunning. She knew that once he said that if she refused, he would just pick her up anyway. She quickly climbed onto his back. "Then I'll let you carry me." He Yunyu, as a half-host, along with when Xueqing saw Zhou Yubai carrying Shin Chunning out. Just as she was about to turn back, she saw Zhou Yubai walking steadily with Shin Chunning on his back. All the suppressed feelings of grievance surged up in her heart, and she couldn't help but cry out, "Wow." This startled when Xueqing. When Xueqing quickly comforted her, saying, all right, you're a grown-up now. Why are you crying? We're still outside. What if someone sees and laughs?" As she spoke, when Xueqing led He Yunyu inside. He Yunyu sat on the sofa, crying with tears and snot. Wah, sister-in-law, I really lost, wah. She's prettier than me and has a better job, wah. Heaven knows how much impact Zhou Yubai's words about Shin Chunqing had on her. The man she liked, whom she couldn't even reach on tiptoes, was just a devoted admirer to Shin Chunqing. She felt completely defeated, losing all her pride. He and Yu had loved playing at Wen Xueqing's house since she was little, and since she liked being close to Wen Xueqing often took care of her. Although she was a younger cousin, Wen Xueqing saw He and Yu almost like a daughter. Hearing her say this, Wen Xueqing couldn't help but wipe her tears while chuckling. What are you talking about, dear? In matters of the heart, there's no winning or losing. There are many guys in our unit who like you, and those guys have girls who like them too. By your logic, should those girls cry and say they lost to you? He and Yu was crying so hard that she was almost bubbling with snot. After hearing her sister-in-law's words, she felt a bit confused. She blinked her big teary eyes and said defiantly, "They like me on their own. I'm not competing with those girls." Wen Xueqing sighed. "You heard what Captain Zhou said. He likes Comrade Shin. Comrade Shin isn't trying to compete with you. Until today, she didn't even know you existed." After hearing this, He and Yu felt like she had no argument. She wiped her tears, lifted her chin proudly, and said, "It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but is it hard to find a two-legged guy? If Zhou Yubai doesn't like me, that's fine. He and Yu am so great. I don't believe I can't find a guy better than him." When Xueqing realized that she had fallen into another stubborn thought. But this kind of mindset wouldn't change overnight. She would have to slowly guide her in the future. Yubai, brother. That evening, after Zhou Yubai finished washing up and got into bed, Shin Chunqing turned over, propping herself up on her arms, and looked at him with her bright, curious eyes. "You need to tell me the truth about what's going on with Comrade," Zhou Yubai didn't answer. Instead, he lifted her up and sat her on his lap. "Wife, don't lie down like that. You might hurt the baby." Shin Chunqing puffed out her cheeks, looking fierce as she glared at him. "Don't change the subject. Just tell me." At that moment, one of his hands slipped inside her shirt while the other held the back of her head, leaning in to give her a quick kiss. Then he pulled back, his dark eyes focused and serious as he looked at her. "I don't know what's going on with her. I haven't had much contact with the performers. But Sango often goes to the performance group. You can ask him if he knows anything." Achoo. Just then, Shen Jingrong, who had just finished washing up and was ready for bed, suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose, wondering who was thinking about him. It must be his little sister. At least that girl had some conscience and remembered her brother. Shin Jingrong smiled to himself and happily crawled into bed. Zhou Yubai's comment successfully shifted Shin Chunqing's attention. She suddenly remembered that when she had asked Sango about the performance group, he often mentioned Comrade Ji Qianxue. She stretched her arms to push the man, who was still trying to take advantage of her, away from her chest. "Do you know Ji Qianxue? What kind of person is she?" "I don't know her," Zhou Yubai replied coldly. In the next moment, he pulled her closer and deepened the kiss they had just shared. He had drunk quite a bit at the commander's place, and even after washing up, his breath still smelled of alcohol. Shin Chunqing didn't want to kiss him. She quickly pushed him away with both hands, frowning and looking at him with a pout.
Yuck.
Zhou Yubai's expression stiffened. Did his wife think he smelled bad? He quickly took a couple of breaths to check and frowned. It really did smell a bit off. Feeling embarrassed, he said, "Wife, you go to sleep first. I'll go brush my teeth." Once he left the bedroom, Shin Chunqing yawned. She hadn't slept well on the train these past few days. After getting off the train today, she had also bounced around in a military jeep for 2 hours, and now she was extremely tired. Without the man's fuss, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Zhou Yubai brushed his teeth 5 or 6 times, and after confirming there was no smell of alcohol, he happily returned to the room. He saw his wife, wrapped up like a dumpling, sleeping soundly. Her small face, exposed outside the blanket, was rosy from the warmth inside, looking as tempting as a ripe peach. The sight made him feel a tightening in his stomach, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He leaned in and kissed her soft cheek before turning to leave again. The next day, news spread in the courtyard that after marrying, Captain Joe was even more dedicated to his work, running and exercising late into the night, and taking cold showers to strengthen his body. Zhou Yubai had been urgently called back and was immediately set to join training. The next morning, when Shen Chuning got up early, she saw the man packing his bags. His luggage was simple, just a few clothes and a change of military uniform. Other supplies would be provided at the training location. Shen Chuning pressed her lips together, feeling a bit reluctant. She had just arrived in a new place and wasn't even familiar with her surroundings yet, and now he had to leave. Along with her reluctance, she felt fear about the unknown future. However, she knew that as a military wife, she couldn't say anything that might shake his resolve. Even if she said nothing, he would still know. After packing his small bag, he pulled her into his arms tightly. Although he was careful not to squeeze too hard because of the baby, his embrace was still strong, as if he wanted to merge her into him completely. "Wife, I will return before our baby is born to welcome our child together." This training was performance-based, meaning that as long as he passed, he could leave training. Shen Chuning gently nodded in his arms and softly said, "Train well. Don't worry about me. Third brother is here, and if there are any issues, I will ask him for help." Zhou Yubai looked at her, knowing her eyes were full of reluctance while she spoke reassuringly, which made his heart soften even more. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss her forehead again. "I talked to Director Wu from the logistics department yesterday about your job. He will keep an eye out for you, and if there are suitable positions in the military district, he will arrange for you to transfer." Shen Chuning nodded. Okay. She has actually thought about it. Right now, she is not in a hurry to work. She is 6 months pregnant and has more than 3 months to go before giving birth. During these 3 months, with her condition, it's hard for her to focus on work. After having the baby, she usually needs 4 months of maternity leave. If she goes to work now, it feels like she is taking advantage of the situation. So, she is considering that if there is a particularly suitable job, she will take it. If not, she will use this time to prepare for the college entrance exam. Shen Chuning is sending her husband off from the family compound. On the way, she greets other military wives warmly. Watching her husband board the military vehicle, she remembers that she made plans with Sister Ding to explore the military district together today to get familiar with the area. So, she heads over to find Ding Hongya. Although it's cold outside, there are still many military wives chatting together in the corridor outside the compound. When they see her, they greet her with smiles, saying, "Comrade, you must be the wife of Captain Joe, who just arrived yesterday. You are really beautiful. No wonder everyone is saying a fairy has come to our compound." Shen Chuning smiles gracefully. "Sister, you flatter me. I'm just relying on my youth. You have beautiful features that look like they are from a painting. You must have been even more stunning when you were younger." Everyone enjoys compliments, and no woman dislikes being told she is pretty, especially since Shen Chuning sincerely praises her beauty. Zhang Yuelon smiles brightly, modestly waving her hand. "When I was young, many people said I looked like a movie star. Otherwise, my husband wouldn't have noticed me. Now I'm getting old." Shen Chuning's smile becomes even more sincere. "Sister, you are not old. You have the charm and grace of a mature woman." Zhang Yuelon beams with happiness and quickly says, "Ning Ning, you are here to find Xiaoding, right? Come on, I'll take you to her house." "Thank you, sister."